This audiobook contains 18 censored sentences and 85 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Their schedules were similar in the afternoon. Each had only one early class. Ichin and Yutaha had just 2 periods total, while Yukino had a full morning and 1 afternoon course. After lunch, Ichin bought juice for the 2 girls and asked Yukino, once your class is done, are you going to study at the library or come to the company with us? Yukino thought it over. I'll come with you. I studied at the library yesterday, and I don't have any urgent assignments. I can finish them tonight at home. Yutaha checked the time. Yukino, after class, do you want to grab milk tea before heading over? A new shop opened near the company. It's been really popular. Ming, dea, hu. Yukino hesitated, but in the end couldn't resist. All right, let's try the new place. She likes sweets, though she usually had strong self-control. Drinking milk tea today just meant she'd have to spend more time on her fitness ring workout later tonight. After class, the 3 went straight to the company, stopping first to line up at the new milk tea shop. As for the rest of the company, no worries, they always ordered their own afternoon drinks. Sure enough, when they walked in, almost everyone had a milk tea in hand, already just not from the new store. Spotting theirs, Yagami-ko asked curiously, how's that place? We wanted to try, but the line's too long. With so many of us, we had to order from other shops instead. With over 100 employees, they usually split orders among several stores. Otherwise, a single shop couldn't handle it. Large orders of 30-plus cups were already a strain, though the local cafes welcomed them gladly. Big money for the day. It's pretty good, Ichin said, shaking the taro ball milk tea in his hand. Tastes almost the same as what I've had back home. Everything going smoothly with development today? No worries. Yagami-ko replied cheerfully. Both Fall Guys and Dark Souls have their frameworks solidly built. We're developing step by step, no major issues. But there is one bit of special news. Oh, what is it? She pointed at the Switch on her desk. Persona's NS version just passed 5 million copies sold. That fast. Already 5 million? Last summer, the Switch version of Persona had already broken 3 million sales, but afterward its growth slowed. Then came the year-end TGA Awards, where Persona swept 3 major prizes. The surge of attention, paired with an official 20% discount on the Switch store, boosted sales again. This year, discounts on Switch had been rare, another 20% off during the spring sale, but that was it. Nintendo rarely slashed prices deeply for their platform's hot titles, especially not to 50 or lower within a year of release. On PC, Persona sold at roughly the same price as console, but thanks to excellent optimization, it ran on relatively modest hardware. Plenty of players opted for the PC version. All those factors explained why Switch sales slowed. Even so, breaking 5 million in just 1 year was extraordinary. After all, the Switch's top 10 best-selling games were all Nintendo's own. Even the 10th new Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe had sold over 9 million copies. Chapter 421. The next new project, Persona's total sales across all platforms had already broken the 10 million mark during the Spring Festival earlier this year. Now that the spring promotion had passed, total sales had climbed to over 12 million. On the Switch, Persona sales only ranked 16th, but that alone was already a remarkable achievement. After all, Persona was a brand new game released just last year, and it was the very first entry in the series. And what were the games ahead of it on the charts? Mario Kart, Zelda, Super Mario Odyssey, Animal Crossing, Super Smash Bros., Pokémon, each one an industry-famous series. For Persona to sell over 5 million copies on the Switch within a single year, catching up to those massive IPs, was more than impressive. After learning the news, Ichin returned to his office and checked the Switch platform sales report. Sure enough, between digital and physical shipments, it had surpassed 5 million. From March through April, sales had steadily climbed until reaching that milestone. Not bad, another new achievement. Looking at the numbers before him, Ichin began thinking seriously about future strategy for the Switch. Big titles were still necessary, but optimization couldn't be ignored. It was hardly an easy issue to solve. Moreover, there was no sign of Nintendo's next console yet. Even though Ichin was now one of their key third-party partners, Nintendo hadn't sent over any new development kits. If it could get one, that would mean the reveal of new hardware wasn't far off. For now, it's better to focus on development and optimization based on the Switch's current capabilities. The next title's Fall Guys would certainly launch on Switch, though it would need careful optimization. Some of its larger stages, combined with network issues, could cause stutters, and that wouldn't do. Opening his notebook, Itchin began considering projects for after Titanfall and Dark Souls released next year. First off, small-scale, high-quality titles were a must. Such games had always had a solid player base and often drew in casual newcomers. Sakura Nene's custom engine was still useful, perfect for developing side-scrolling 2D cartoon platformers. And then there was Shinoda Hajime, who had been clamoring for a tokusatsu-themed game. They couldn't get the rights to Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, or Ultraman adaptations, but tokusatsu IPs weren't limited to just those. Garo, for instance, one of the more popular tokusatsu series, running for nearly 20 years now, with solid quality across the board. Its suits, in particular, were extravagant. The glittering golden armor of the Makai Knight Garo was still vivid in Itchin's memory. This IP was worth approaching. The scale couldn't match something like Dark Souls, but a linear, story-driven 3D action-adventure was entirely feasible. The script hardly needed rewriting, just adapt the existing plot, expand a few side stories, and it would be enough. Turning tokusatsu into a game was definitely a challenge, but sales potential was uncertain. Still, even if one title didn't succeed, it wouldn't matter much they weren't a one-game studio. By the time Dark Souls and Titanfall launched next year, the company would easily recover its costs. Add in the steady revenue from Apex and Fall Guys, and there was room to experiment. The more he thought, the more viable it seemed. Itchin jotted down Garo in his project notes, alongside the already planned tales of Berseria and Castle Crashers, then called Hazuki and Shinoda Hajime into his office. Hazuki glanced at Hajime, then at Itchin. Calling us in like this must be about new projects, right? Itchin nodded, but didn't reveal it immediately. Instead, he asked about Fall Guys. Hazuki, the network test in June, can we make it? Relax, we'll be ready. With our current progress, as long as the network test goes smoothly, the game can launch between September and October. She noticed the open notebook on Itchin's desk and smiled. Another new plan? Quite a few, actually. I just haven't written up full proposals yet. Tapping the desk with his pen, Itchin turned to Hajime. Hajime, remember when we talked about making a tokusatsu game? Her eyes lit up. We're really starting? Which one? Rider, Sentai, or Ultraman? Raising a hand to calm her down, Itchin said, those three are tough, so I'm thinking of trying another IP first. How about Garo? Oh, Garo? Hajime shot to her feet, practically bouncing. What kind of game? Fighting? Action-adventure? Action-adventure, of course. We haven't decided which storyline, yet we still need to talk with the rights holders. Then Itchin turned to Hazuki. I called you in because I was hoping you might have some industry connections, someone who could help us negotiate adaptation rights. Garo, that would be Toyui's Tohoku Shinsha, Hazuki mused. Instead of questioning the feasibility, she went straight to logistics. I don't know anyone there personally, but I do have friends in the tokusatsu circle. I can ask around. Give me a couple of days. If I can line up a meeting, we could try negotiating. Hajime's fists clenched with excitement. Hazuki-ne, I'm counting on you. After wrapping up the Garo discussion, Itchin let Hajime leave first. Once the office door closed, Hazuki looked at Itchin. So what made you think of doing a tokusatsu adaptation? You forgot. I'm a tokusatsu fan myself. Itchin tapped his chest. I was thinking about next year's projects, and the idea just kept snowballing. Plus, ID promised Hajime we'd try someday, so why not now? Besides, Senchurado and Itchin hadn't even started drafting the proposal yet. The game plan for Sakura Nene's engine was Castle Crashers, a stage-clearing action title similar to Battle Block Theater, except this one was a 2D combat-focused game that supported up to 4 players online or locally. It was a simple project. All it needed was a basic design document and a team of around 25 people to develop it. Compared to Battle Block Theater, this was much easier, no need for overly complex stage designs. As long as the combat system, items, and monsters were done well, it would be solid. After thinking it over, Ichin decided to first draft the proposal for Tales of Berseria. The combat systems of the Tales series had always been excellent, but older titles like Fantasia, Destiny, and Eternia would need extensive modernization to work today. By comparison, Berseria was more suitable. He considered Tales of Arise, the newest in his memories, but its story required too many rewrites, making it unfit for a direct adaptation. The plot needed more careful handling. Berseria, on the other hand, was more balanced overall, and if developed, Ichin planned to push its visuals and systems closer to Arise. Arise used Unreal Engine 4, right? Should we switch to Unreal 5? Ichin was very familiar with Epic's UE4. The newly released UE5 brought massive improvements, graphical fidelity, global illumination, and rendering quality that could transform a game's presentation. He had looked into UE5 briefly last year, but hadn't tested it directly. Still, there was already a China team developing with UE5 Black Myth, Wukong. Ichin had seen its reveal trailer before his transmigration and had eagerly awaited its release. Now, the project existed here as well. That was a good thing. Ichin welcomed more game developers joining the field. It was boring being the only one. They're based in Hangzhou, right? When I return to China this summer, maybe I should visit. With that thought, he continued writing the Berseria proposal while also downloading UE5 to study it firsthand. If the future lay in UE5, as company head and active developer, mastering the engine was a must. By May, the weather had warmed, and cherry blossoms lined the streets in full bloom. On the drive to campus, Yudaha gazed at the blossoms. The cherry trees are blooming, Ichin. Should we go see them this year? Sure, Ichin smiled. Let's pick a weekend. How many people should we invite? Cherry blossom viewing was always livelier with more people. Yudaha immediately counted on her fingers. The two of us, Haruno and Yukino, Eruri, Kone and Rinne, Hazukine, Oba, Nene Hifumi, Hajime, Yune Narumi, and Momo. That's about it. Too bad Yumiko can't come back, or Shed joined too. Those were essentially the studio's founding members. Even without Yumiko, it came to 15 people plenty. Many of them could cook, so everyone could bring food, spread out a couple of big picnic blankets, and enjoy the blossoms together. Ichin nodded. All right, once we're free, let's check with them about their weekend plans. During breaks at Collage, Yudaha sent out invitations to everyone. Most agreed, though Yunaijima had to visit her family that weekend and couldn't come. Still, missing one person wasn't a big deal. When she asked Narumi, she suggested inviting Kuroneko, Rurigoku too. Yudaha related to Ichin, who thought it over and agreed. He had nearly forgotten about her. She was a talented programmer, steadily improving. Though a little behind Narumi and Nene, she was fully capable of handling projects on her own. Plus, she got along well with them, so inviting her made sense. Receiving Narumi's invitation, Ruri was surprised but gladly accepted. She understood the implication. The team intended to train her as a core member, an opportunity she wouldn't miss. And since everyone was kind and welcoming, she didn't feel her usual social anxiety. Saturday, Cherry Blossom Day, came quickly. At 8 a.m., Yudaha was still asleep, while Ichin was already up. After washing up and eating a light breakfast, he began preparing food for the picnic. Pulling ingredients from the fridge, he folded his arms. Eruri said, Shed handles sushi, so we'll make something else. He had plenty of chicken wings perfect for cola wings and fried wings, everyone's favorites. He also planned vegetable spring rolls, since stir-fry wasn't picnic-friendly. For variety, he thought about making dim sum too. After marinating the wings, he pulled out his phone to look up how to make crystal shrimp dumplings. He wanted to give them a try. By 9:30, the kitchen door opened as Yudaha walked in, freshly washed. Ichin, do we have anything to eat? Yeah. Want some crystal shrimp dumplings? I tried making them, they turn out pretty good. He lifted the steamer lid, revealing rows of translucent dumplings. Oh, gimme two. Yuda's eyes lit up instantly, her appetite stirred. Ichin packed most into a thermal lunchbox, leaving two in a bowl, and handed them over with chopsticks. Eat first. It'll warm you some milk. Once the egg tarts and wings are ready, we can head out." But Yudaha didn't answer. Her mouth was already stuffed full of steaming dumplings, her face radiating pure satisfaction. Chapter 423. Picking everyone up. The event begins once the food was ready. Ichin and Yudaha changed clothes, loaded everything into the car, and waited for Yagami-ko and Toyama-rin to come down. Then the four of them set off together. Ichin's job was to pick up Narumi Tsubaime, Mochizuki Momiji, and Ruri Goku, while Ko and Rin went to get Shinoda Hajime and Hifumi. Aoba and Sakuranene lived close to today's cherry blossom spot, so there was no need to fetch them. As for Aruri, Yukino would drive over to bring her. Before long, Ichin's car pulled up at the apartment building where Tsubaime and Momiji lived. It was a modest place, but the neighborhood was decent. After a quick phone call, the two girls came down within minutes, each carrying a large thermal food box. As they climbed in, Tsubaime smiled. "Thanks for coming all the way out here, Ichin-kun, Yudaha." Momiji followed and added, "You've worked hard. Tsubaime cooked something really delicious, so make sure you eat plenty later." Starting the car, Ichin glanced at them in the back seat with a grin. "No problem, he'll definitely eat a lot. I trust Tsubaime's cooking. Let's go." Rura's place is a bit farther, about a 15-minute drive. Ichin focused on driving, while Yudaha chatted with the two in the back. Noticing Tsubaime's food container, she asked curiously, "So what did you make today?" Tsubaime smiled. "Nothing fancy, just some creamy stew and fried meatballs. I brought paper bowls for the stew, so it'll be easy to eat, nice and hot." Momiji swallowed audibly. "It's really good, but Tsubaime wouldn't let me eat any earlier." Tsubaime rolled her eyes. "If I'd let you, you'd have eaten half of it by yourself already. Of course I had to save it." Then she turned to Yudaha. "What about you guys? What did you bring?" "Not me," Yudaha said without hesitation. "Ichin did all the work while I slept in. He made cola chicken wings, fried wings, spring rolls, crystal shrimp dumplings, and egg tarts." Every time she listed something, Momiji gulped again. Yudaha looked at her with a teasing smile. "If you want some, you'll have to wait. Everything's in the trunk." Momiji nodded eagerly. Her anticipation for the picnic only grew. A little later, they arrived at Ruri Goku's house. Because of her father's job, her family had moved to Tokyo back when she was in high school. From a small apartment, they'd upgraded to a detached house, living quite comfortably. And now that Ruri had a stable, well-paying job, the family finances were even better. After Ichin sent a message, the front door opened. Ruri stepped out carrying a picnic basket, followed by two adorable younger sisters. Her sisters, one a senior in high school, the other in middle school, shared her good looks, and they'd nearly caught up to her in height. Someday, they might even surpass their big sister. Ichin and Yudaha had already met them once before when dropping Ruri home from company dinner. Smiling at the two girls, Ichin greeted, "Hello, Hinata, Tamaki. Want to come with us today? We got plenty of food." Hinata shook her head with a cheerful smile. "No thanks, Ichin Onizen. Tamaki and I are heading to the library to study. Please take care of our sister today." Ruri, hearing that, reached out and flicked her sister's head. "Do you think I'm a child? Enough, get back inside. Lunch is already made, eat it, and wash the dishes. They'll be back to cook dinner." "Okay." The two called out in unison and waved as their sister got into the car. As the car drove away, Hinata sighed. "What a shame. If Ichin Onizen were single, sis might have chance." Tamaki nodded. "Yeah, handsome, kind, and capable. That's exactly the kind of boyfriend I want someday." "Huh, you? Better worry about passing your midterms first. Come on, back inside to study." Ugh. By 10:30, Ichin's group finally arrived at the park. In the parking lot, the others' cars were already there. He parked beside Hazuki's, and the five of them carried their things to the meeting spot. Under a massive cherry tree, the rest of the group had already gathered, picnic mats spread out. Spotting them, Hajime waved energetically. "Over here. You guys are so slow." Ichin set down his load and replied with a chuckle. "Slow? We're right on time, neither late nor early. You're just fast. How long have you been here?" Aoba smiled. "Not long, less than 10 minutes. We haven't even opened the food yet." Boxes of homemade dishes sat neatly arranged, all still closed. Taking a seat, Itchin grinned. Well then, since everyone's here, let's begin. Open everything up, time to eat, drink, and have fun. Yay! One by one, containers were opened, releasing a flood of delicious aromas that made everyone's stomachs growl, especially those who'd skipped breakfast to save room. Drinks were covered too. Since not everyone was good at cooking, Hazuki had taken charge of beverages. After pouring everyone a glass, Itchin, as company head, stood with his cup. It's rare for us to come out like this, so I won't say anything serious. Today, let's just relax, eat, drink, and enjoy ourselves. Cheers! Cheers! With the toast done, everyone dug in. Eruri picked up one of Itchin's crystal shrimp dumplings and popped it in her mouth. This is amazing, better than the big Chinese restaurants in Tokyo. The translucent dumplings, perfectly made, were both beautiful and delicious. Within minutes, they were gone. Luckily, Itchin had prepared plenty, otherwise they wouldn't have been enough to go around. Chapter 424, 622. Following two in one chapter, Fontaine Opera Epicles. As soon as Farina and Clarendis stepped out, Nolan and his companions quietly followed behind. They didn't even bother hiding their movements, so the pair ahead quickly noticed they were being tailed. Hey, you lot following behind the most beloved Hydro-Archon of Fontaine is extremely impolite, you know? But since I'm in a good mood today, I'll refrain from pressing charges for now. Farina turned around in the grand corridor of the opera house, pouting in mild annoyance as she eyed them. At the same time, something about the group felt oddly familiar to her, like she'd seen them somewhere before. Beside her, Clarendis' hand was already resting lightly on the hilt of her rapier, ready to draw at a moment's notice. No. It's not like that. We just want to talk to you about something. Paimon quickly waved her hands defensively. There are plenty of people who wish to see Lady Farina every day, Clarendis said coolly. You should leave now and stop disturbing her rest. Well, Nolan's main goal had simply been to get her attention, mission already accomplished. Just as he was about to explain, Farina suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." She blinked, her eyes widening in recognition. I know you. Black-haired boy, blonde traveler, and a flying little companion. Oh, you must be the famous travelers, aren't you? Wow, even a Hydro-Archon knows us. Hee, Paimon said excitedly. Of course I've heard of you. Your exploits across other nations are well known. Why? Just the other day, I read a report about you. I've been eagerly waiting for your arrival in Fontaine. Farina has developed good feelings towards you. Obtained 320 affection points. Current affection level LV.3, 2300. Nolan blinked at the notification on his status panel apparently. She really was looking forward to meeting them. Farina folded her arms, lifting her pale chin proudly as she looked at them with a playful gleam. How perfect! Imagine it a grand duel between the Hydro-Archon and the famous traveler. That would make quite the headline. She pointed straight at the group. I hereby accuse you of following Fontaine's most beloved godme, Farina. Paimon gasped. Didn't you just say you wouldn't press charges? That was then. This is now. Farina smirked triumphantly. If you win, they'll graciously listen to what you came to tell me. Oh, Nolan chuckled in mild surprise. So this Hydro-Archon likes to play games, huh? After a moment's thought, he said, Well then, Lady Furina, how can you be so sure we were following you? We simply happen to be walking the same way. You can't just assume that everyone behind you is a stalker, can you? He spread his hands helplessly, looking quite innocent. Exactly. Paimon puffed out her chest. We were just going the same direction. We weren't following you at all. Lumen nodded in agreement. But I heard you say you came looking for me. If that's not following, what is? Clarenda, you heard them too, didn't you? Clarenda sighed softly, helplessly nodding. Yes, I did hear them. She clearly didn't want to indulge Farina's antics, but she was the Archon, after all. See? A witness. Farina said smugly, looking very pleased with herself. That still doesn't prove anything, Nolan replied calmly. Yes, we wanted to meet you, but we planned to do so after the trial was over. Right now, we actually stepped out to use the restroom and just happened to run into you along the way. We even have a witness to Opera House staff. We asked them to keep an eye on our seats while we were gone. Lumen tapped her chin, adding with poise, so you see, this is just a coincidence. Farina frowned, realizing she had no solid evidence to counter their claim. After thinking it over for a moment and remembering the suites waiting for her in the lounge and the trial she'd have to return to later, she sighed dramatically. Fine, they'll let you off this time. You win. Now, then what did you want to talk to me about? That was easier than Paimon expected. Paimon whispered happily, but was quickly silenced when Clorinda gave a pointed little cough. Ahem, let's get to the point, please. Lady Farina still needs to rest. It was rare for Farina to concede so easily. If she heard Payman's comment about beating the Archon, Clorinda knew she'd probably take offense and find an excuse to start another trial. That would be exhausting. Realizing this, Paimon flushed slightly and gestured toward Nolan. All right, you explain. She turned her big eyes toward him, afraid she'd say something wrong again. Nolan nodded and addressed Farina. Lady Hydro Archon, have you heard of something called the Akasha Network? You mean that system everyone's been talking about in Sumeru and Liyue lately? The one that lets people communicate across distances and share posts like a living newspaper? Farina wasn't unfamiliar with it. When she had first heard about such a miraculous device, she had even sent her attendants to Sumeru to buy a Akasha terminal. Unfortunately, it stopped working the moment it left Sumerus borders, something that had frustrated her for quite a while. It's not actually limited to those nations, Nolan explained. Once you log into the Akasha network, you can browse and post content anytime, anywhere, and others across the world can see what you share. I've heard that Fontaine's Oratrice mechanique converts the faith in justice gathered from the people into a special form of energy. If the courtroom proceedings in the Opera House could be broadcast live through the Akasha network, then faith wouldn't have to be confined within Fontaine's borders, which means even more faith and more energy could be generated. He gave a concise rundown of the system's functions. The more she listened, the more Farina's eyes sparkled. She could hardly contain her curiosity, itching to try it herself. But then she remembered the unresponsive Akasha terminal she'd already fiddled with countless times and sighed. TCH, what's the use of telling me all this if it doesn't even work in Fontaine? That's only because the Akasha network hasn't been extended here yet, Nolan replied. Then, why hasn't it been extended? She asked, tilting her head. Good question, he said. It's mainly an energy problem. The network currently doesn't have enough power to maintain connections beyond Sumeru and Liyue. So, that's why we're seeking your cooperation. Would like to ask that while the Oratrice converts faith into energy to sustain Fontaine's functions, a portion of that energy could also be supplied to the Akasha network. That way, the connection could finally reach Fontaine. What do you think, Lady Farina? The Akasha network's expansion would benefit any nation. It was hard to imagine anyone refusing such a proposal. Well, Farina hesitated slightly. If she truly had control over the Oratrice, she would have agreed without a second thought. After all, energy was energy, whether it powered the city or the network made little difference. But the problem was she had no control over the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale at all. From the moment it was created, the machine had operated entirely on its own. The lawful energy of justice it generated was automatically distributed in fixed amounts, just enough to sustain Fontaine's entire city system. If any of that power were diverted to help extend the Akasha network, then many of the city's mechanisms, clockwork guards, and other systems dependent on that energy would be left short on power. Forget it. The Oratrice is far too important to tamper with carelessly. So, I refuse, Farina said, shaking her head. Refuse? Nolan raised an eyebrow. Don't you want to use the internet to gather more faith and justice? Think about it. If you supply energy to the network, you can, in turn, receive more faith from it. The new faith converts into more energy, which can then be used to expand the network's reach again. Then, from the newly connected regions, you'll gain even more faith. It's mutually beneficial for both you and us. A complete win-win. Why reject that? Even Clorinda, standing beside Farina, gave her a curious glance. If things truly worked, as Nolan described, the arrangement would indeed benefit both parties. Oomph. Even if it's a win-win, who agrees to a deal without looking into it first? What if you're trying to deceive me? He'll think about it for now. He'll give you an answer in a few days, Farina said irritably. Her reasoning made sense no matter how she looked at it. Compared to collecting faith only from the opera house, gathering it across several nations through the Akasha network would certainly yield far more power. If the energy produced from just the faith gathered in the opera house was enough to sustain an entire nation like Fontaine, then the scale of energy produced from global faith was unimaginable. Though Farina often acted frivolous, she wasn't foolish. Faced with something that could greatly benefit Fontaine, there was no reason to reject it outright. You have a point, Nolan said with a calm smile. In that case, Lady Farina, we'll return in a few days for your answer. Come to the Palais Mermonia then. Clarenda will bring you to me. Farina exhaled in relief, turning toward her companion. Let's go. I want sweets from the lounge. If she stayed a moment longer, she feared she might cave and agree on the spot. Yes, Lady Farina. Clarenda stepped forward, nodding politely to Nolan and the others as they left. Since their proposal seemed genuinely beneficial to Fontaine, she had developed a faint respect for them. Clarenda has developed good feelings towards you, obtained 320 affection points. Current affection level LV.3, 2300, having at least opened the door to a potential collaboration. Nolan considered the discussion a modest success. But when Farina had mentioned the Oratrice earlier, there had been a distinct hesitation in her voice, a lack of confidence that caught his attention. It was as if the Oratrice wasn't even her creation. Yet according to Fontaine's records, that miraculous device capable of collecting faith and justice and converting it into lawful energy was said to have been built by the god Focalers herself, the very same being known publicly as Farina. Focalers was her true name, just as Ei, the Raiden Shogun, was also called Balzabul. As Nolan, Lumen, and Paimon walked back toward the opera hall, they couldn't help feeling puzzled. Nolan was now fairly certain that this Farina wasn't actually the real Hydro Archon, Focalers. If she were merely an avatar or puppet controlled by the true deity, she wouldn't have shown such uncertainty since memories would normally be shared between them. It seemed he needed to investigate further to uncover the truth and find the real Hydro Archon. After all, from what had just seen, Farina lacked the authority to make major decisions, even those that clearly benefited Fontaine. Her level was only 36. Even with the title of Archon, without the corresponding divine power, there was little she could truly accomplish. Once the trial's over, Nolan thought, I might just have to follow her for real this time. Back in the opera house, they took their seats again. Soon after, Farina and Clarenda returned as well. By then, Chief Justice Nouvelette had already completed his investigation into the thief's identity. As expected, the man's background was suspicious. According to the findings, the so-called thief lived in the Grey River District, a poor man with a gambling habit and mountains of debt. Neighbors confirmed his history. A frail, shaky fellow who could barely lift a bucket of water, let alone sneak into a merchant's estate. Nouvelette gave him a chance to cooperate, and his punishment would be lighter. Resist, and it would be severe. Under the Chief Justice's overwhelming presence, the terrified man confessed everything. He admitted that someone had approached him, offering to pay off his debts on the condition that he act as a thief and falsely confess to destroying the contract during the trial. As for who hired him, it was obvious. Fleur. Yes, the contract had been stolen, but not by this scapegoat gambler. Fleur had recruited him only to frame Kirill. The motive was simple business suppression. Kirill had publicly announced that had optimized the Clockwork Guard production line, drastically cutting costs. If left unchecked, no one in Fontaine could compete with his prices for long. That was something Fleur couldn't accept. Losing one contract was nothing, but losing all future business could bankrupt his company entirely. So he decided to use the trial to attack his rival's reputation and perhaps force Kirill to reveal the secret behind his improved production methods. Even if he couldn't bring Kirill down, he could at least uncover his techniques. End of chapter 425-424. How come no one's hitting on us? After happily eating for a while, more people began arriving at the park to see the cherry blossoms. Most were young people or families of three, filling the place with lively chatter. It was quite a nice atmosphere. But Ichin's group stood out. He was the only guy, surrounded by a crowd of girls, and not just ordinary girls, but every single one notable in appearance, each with a different charm. Fresh-faced youths, elegant older sisters, even striking figures. Some groups of college boys glanced their way, eyes full of envy. Still, none dared to approach. Just looking at their outfits, it was obvious these weren't ordinary people. Yagami-ko and Hazuki were company executives, Yukino, Haruno, and Eri were bona fide heiresses, and even Aoba and the others had earned enough over the past 2 years to buy designer brands. For today's outing, everyone had dressed up beautifully. A group of 2 or 3 might have been approachable, but 15 gorgeous women together? Anyone with sense wouldn't dare try. After finishing a spring roll, Haruno wiped her mouth and remarked, "So strange." Ichin raised an eyebrow. "HM? What's strange?" She gestured at herself, then at the group. "We've got all these different types of girls here, yet no one's even tried hitting on us?" Yukino sighed, exasperated. "How had I never realized before that you want to be noticed?" "Not that I want it." Haruno laughed. "I'm just curious. There's so many people today, it's impossible no one's noticed us." "That's true." Shinoda Hajime chimed in after swallowing a fried wing. "Even just walking down the street, I usually catch boys' sneaking glances. Why has anyone tried here?" Hajime's outfit today was her usual style, a light spring hoodie, denim shorts, and sneakers. Aoba, admiring the look Hajime had clearly put together, offered, "Maybe it's because there are too many of us. If it were only 4 or 5, some guys would probably come over." Looking around, Hajime realized Aoba was right. Their group of 15 dwarfed the others, who mostly numbered 5 or 6 at best. No wonder people were intimidated. True enough. Well, I was just saying. Hajime shrugged and happily focused on food again, picking up another fried wing. Fried foods were high in calories, sure, but also pure happiness, and with her daily workouts, she had nothing to worry about. Haruno's gossip spark was quickly picked up by others. Yagami-ko turned to Yukino with interest. "Yukino, Yudaha mentioned you've been hit on at campus. So how are the guys in your year? Any good ones?" "The guys in my year?" Yukino's lips twitched. "I wouldn't know how to answer that. I've never paid attention. There aren't many in my classes anyway, and they're just average. TSK, 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 that really fits your personality," Ko sighed. "But college is the best time for romance. Not dating at all would be a shame. You'll never struggle with studies. You should enjoy being young. Have fun. Maybe find someone you like." Yudaha chuckled. "I've told Yukino the same thing, but sadly she has no interest." Mochizuki Momiji, munching sushi 2 at a time, asked, "So your standards are too high?" "Not exactly low, that's for sure." Yudaha teased and repeated Yukino's earlier list of requirements. Yukino, calm as ever, showed no embarrassment. That was simply what she thought, and there was no reason to change. The others didn't find her standards unreasonable. With Yukino's looks, height, and talent, it was natural she'd want someone equally strong. If a guy didn't measure up, he'd only feel inferior standing beside her. Hazuki, the eldest among them, tapped her chin and smirked. "Well, it's not like there's no one around us who qualifies. But he's already married." Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Ichin. He was holding an egg tart, not yet bitten into, when the stares made him squirm. He frowned. "What are you all looking at me for?" "Honestly, I think Yukino using me as a benchmark is fine. It means she won't get fooled by some random guy. Not that Yukino's the type to be easily tricked." "I agree with Ichin." Haruno nodded approvingly. "Mother gave Yukino freedom to date, but she still needs to keep her eyes sharp. She's young. She can take her time. And it's fine to be picky. If she doesn't find someone now, she definitely will later." Yukino ignored them all, calmly picking up a fried wing and nibbling it in silence. Seeing she wasn't playing along, the group drifted into general love talk. Unfortunately, very few of them had actually dated seriously, So after a while, Itchin cut in with, "You're just armchair theorists," leaving them no choice but to drop the subject, frustrated. Just then, Hazuki glanced at the time, then pulled 2 big bottles out of her bag with a grin. "Kajda, sake. Who wants some? This is the good stuff." "Oh, Hazuki-ne, you really brought it?" Ko's eyes lit up. She downed her cola and thrust her paper cup forward. "Bulmu-one. Me too. Count me in." Cherry Blossom viewing isn't complete without a drink. As everyone began cheering for sake, Itchin sighed inwardly. This picnic definitely wasn't going to end quietly. "Drink if you want, but don't any of you dare get drunk on me." Chapter 426, 623. Focalur's Secret, 2 in 1 chapter. The trial at the Opera Epicles concluded around noon. In the end, it turned out that the merchant named Fleur had fabricated evidence to frame Kirill simply to suppress a business rival. When the truth came out, the spectators burst into cheers, exclaiming that the trip had been well worth it. Kirill, in turn, countersued Fleur for unfair competition, winning a hefty compensation and leaving the disgraced businessman to slink away in humiliation. However, the question of who actually stole and destroyed the contract remained unsolved. If one followed the logic of the one who benefits is the most suspicious, then Kirill would naturally remain the primary suspect. But Fleur, blinded by greed, had chosen to fabricate proof rather than conduct a proper investigation, a hasty move that ultimately doomed him. Besides Kirill, there was another possible beneficiary, the buyer who had originally placed the order with Fleur's company. It wasn't impossible that the buyer had signed a contract, then discovered that Kirill's clockwork guards were cheaper, and so hired a thief to steal and destroy the original agreement. Still, such a claim would require Fleur himself to file a report and initiate a proper case. Meanwhile, Nolan had observed the entire judicial process from start to finish. He noticed that the so-called Chief Justice served more like a presiding moderator, for the actual verdict of guilt or innocence wasn't decided by him, but by the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Although the oratrice had never once issued an incorrect judgment and its verdicts typically aligned with public consensus, it was still astonishing. He couldn't help wondering what principle powered it. Could it truly possess intelligence? Since the oratrice stood directly beneath the Chief Justice's position, Nolan refrained from extending his spiritual sense to investigate doing so might alert Neuvillette. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. But once the Chief Justice left, there would be no harm in examining it then. Thus, his next plan was set. Wait until Neuvillette departed. Then investigate the oratrice afterward. Follow Farina to see if he could locate the real Hydro-Archon. He might have to pursue both goals simultaneously. Once the Chief Justice left, it meant the trial was over, and Farina would surely depart as well. If he didn't follow her immediately, he'd have to track her down later, though. Finding her at the Palais Mermonia wouldn't be too difficult. And with his stealth abilities, he wasn't worried about being detected. Before long, the audience began leaving the opera house after the trial. Nolan, Lumen, and Paimon exited with the crowd. Using the waymark to communicate silently, he explained his plan to the two of them. "No problem," Lumen replied through the pathmark. Since both she and Paimon could hide using his invisibility technique, there was little risk of exposure. A few minutes later, the trio stepped outside. Finding a secluded spot, Nolan expanded the Void Star Sea, turning them all invisible. Then he summoned one of his Sword God of Lumen, having her also activate her own Void Star Sea to vanish from sight. Because his invisibility had been fused into the world-level skill Lumen's Muzu, even his manifested avatars could use the same untraceable stealth. Once an ability was absorbed into the Star Sea, it became part of it, and any entity able to manipulate the Star Sea could likewise use invisibility. This made things much more convenient. Nolan could summon multiple sword gods, each invisible, to perform simultaneous covert operations without issue. That was exactly what he did now. While one sword god shadowed Farina from afar, he and the others returned invisibly to the empty opera house. By now it was midday. With the spectators gone, only a few cleaning staff remained. The people of Fontaine might love excitement, but they still took cleanliness seriously. After a brief sweep-up, even the staff departed, leaving the vast theater empty. Hidden by invisibility, Nolan and his companions stepped onto the stage, stopping before the enormous scale-shaped machine, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. He silently expanded the void star sea, enveloping the entire opera house within it. Rather than risk using spiritual sense, he used the star sea itself to probe the Oratrice. At first glance, it truly looked like nothing more than a giant balance, scale, nothing divine or special about it. He then used the skill granted by Ye Miko at maximum affection skill prophet's gift of the Fox Shrine Guji. Instantly, information flooded into his mind. Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, a scale over 5 centuries old, handcrafted by the second Hydro Archon, Focalurs. It is protected by divine power and possesses multiple defensive enchantments: fireproof, waterproof, pestproof, and shock-resistant. As a historical artifact, it holds immense value. That's it. Nolan was dumbfounded by the report. It's just an old, well-protected scale. Where was the miraculous function that collected faith in justice and converted it into lawful energy? He shared the results with Lumen and Paimon, who were just as shocked. After all, they had personally witnessed the Oratrice deliver the verdict moments ago. So, if the Oratrice doesn't actually generate lawful energy, Paimon said, frowning, do we even need to work with the Hydro Archon anymore? Even if the Oratrice itself doesn't collect faith, Nolan said, shaking his head, the lawful energy is still very real. If it doesn't come from this machine, then something else must be performing that conversion. After all, the energy that powered Fontaine's cities for centuries couldn't have appeared from nowhere. There had to be another source capable of such a feat. Lumen folded her arms, resting her chin on one hand. The Hydro Archon, Focalurs, her divine authority, comes from Celestia, from her seat in Gnosis. But she's also known by another title, the God of Justice. That title must represent her true authority. Just like Nahida is not only the Dendro Archon, but also the goddess of wisdom, holding dominion over dreams. So isn't it possible, she continued, that the power to collect faith in justice and convert it into lawful energy actually comes from the God of Justice's divine authority itself? Yeah, when you put it that way, Payman's eyes widened as realization dawned. It really could be possible. Nolan nodded slowly, beginning to analyze the situation step by step. Since this Oratrice doesn't possess divine power, then the only one capable of collecting faith in justice and transforming it into energy must be the God of Justice herself. But that Farina we saw earlier was only level 36. If she truly wielded a god's authority, there's no way she'd be below level 100. So the one gathering faith isn't Farina, it must be someone else. And among everyone present earlier, the Chief Justice had an incredibly high life level. He did seem suspicious enough to be the true Hydro Archon. But the information returned from my ability confirmed that the second Hydro Archon, Focalurs, is a female deity, just as Fontaine's records say so. Nouvellette can't be her. While it's technically possible that the God of Justice disguised herself as Nouvellette, I can't think of any reason she would do that. If I'm not mistaken, the real Hydro Archon must have been present at the trial just now. She wasn't seated among the audience, nor was she sitting in the Chief Justice's chair. Most likely, she was hidden somewhere nearby, secretly collecting faith in justice from the shadows. I don't yet know why she would do that. Lumen, Paimon, what do you two think? He turned to them expectantly. That shouldn't be hard to guess, Paimon said, her eyes drifting toward the Oratrice in front of them. Lumen parted her lips thoughtfully. Since the Oratrice itself doesn't have the power to determine guilt or innocence, then that final verdict must come from the true Hydro Archon herself. Remember how the Chief Justice operated it during the trial? The Oratrice produced a small card bearing the ruling. That suggests there's a whole mechanism built behind it. To operate such a machine effectively, the best place would be somewhere out of sight behind the stage. If my guess is right, there's a control room behind the Oratrice, and the Hydro Archon is most likely there. Nolan smiled faintly. Exactly what I was thinking. Let's go take a look. through the void star sea. He could already sense a room behind the oratrice, though it didn't seem like anyone lived there. Using the star sea's transferability, he teleported the group directly into the hidden space. The room contained no bed, no table, not even chairs. It didn't look inhabited at all. In the center stood a massive machine, clearly the mechanism that controlled the oratrice's rulings. They moved closer and discovered that the device had a small entrance. Since they were still cloaked in undetectable invisibility, they didn't hesitate to step inside. Within the narrow control space sat a young woman with long white hair, her fingers moving across the console. She looked exactly like Furina Barato features. Same flawless complexion, except she wasn't wearing a hat, and her long, snow-white hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back. She wore a pale blue dress with elegant lacework. Her legs hung freely, her feet unshod. Though she shared Furina's face, her aura was entirely different, serene, composed, and far Barato mature. Wait, that's Furina? But didn't she just leave with Clorinda? Paimon scratched her head, clearly confused. Nolan quickly checked through the vision of the sword god of Lumen who had been tailing them. Sure enough, Furina was still walking beside Clorinda, heading back toward the Polemarmonia. Then this one before them could only be the real Hydro Archon Focalers. His golden judgment, I confirmed it. Level 113, that was unmistakably the level of a true god. She reminds me a little of EI, Lumen murmured after observing carefully. Her form is physical, yet I can tell it's a spiritual body, not a mortal one. So you mean, this Focalers and Furina are like EI and her puppet, the Raiden Shogun? Paimon asked, eyes wide. It's possible, Nolan agreed. So should we reveal ourselves and say hello? He glanced at his companions. We did sneak in here, Paimon said nervously, rubbing her cheek. Wouldn't it be rude to just pop out? Maybe we should knock first? But she's clearly hiding herself, putting Furina out there in her place. Means she doesn't want anyone to know she exists, Lumen said, shaking her head, her golden hair swaying gently. In that case, Nolan said after thinking for a moment, we might as well greet her directly. We came to Fontaine to find the Hydro Archon. Anyway, it's only right we meet her face to face. True enough. Lumen and Paimon both nodded in agreement. If we appear too close, she might get startled. Let's step back from the console first. They quietly retreated a few steps to keep a respectful distance. Let's hope this god of justice isn't the hostile type, Nolan thought. He withdrew the void star sea, and the three of them became visible again. The moment they appeared, Focalers sensed their presence. Impossible, her divine authority covered this entire space. No one should have been able to enter unnoticed. Who are you? She rose from her seat, glaring at them warily. The task she'd been working on could not be seen by outsiders. Exposure now could ruin everything. It concerned the very future of Fontaine. If not for the need to avoid a commotion, she would have seized them immediately, erased their memories, and thrown them out. But she also understood anyone capable of bypassing her divine domain wasn't ordinary. Hee, finally someone who doesn't recognize us, Paimon said with a cheerful grin, stepping forward to diffuse the tension. Paimon is Paimon, this is Lumen, and that guy is Nolan. We're travelers journeying across the 7 nations. She quickly introduced them, then added brightly, don't worry, we're not here to cause trouble. We just wanted to speak with the real Hydro Archon about a possible collaboration. You've already caused enough trouble. Focalers said sharply, leave at once, and under the authority of justice itself, swear that you will never speak a word about me or this place. If you want to discuss collaboration, talk to Furina. She is the Hydro Archon. After hiding in solitude for centuries and nearly reaching the end of her secret plan, being discovered out of nowhere by a few strangers made Focalers want to cry. Fortunately, her plan was still safe for now. No one but her knew its details. Being seen wasn't the end of the world, as long as these trespassers didn't blab about it to anyone else. If someone pieced her secret together, everything Shed built would collapse. End of chapter. Chapter 427, 425. Hot Springs. Fortunately, Though Hazuki had brought large bottles of sake, there were only 2 in total. With a dozen people sharing, no one was going to get drunk. Still, driving was out of the question until after dinner that evening. Watching the main drivers happily sipping, Ichin sighed. Looks like we'll have to wait until tonight, after dinner, and once the alcohol has worn off before you can drive home. Yagami Ko waved it off, her face slightly red. No problem, it's the weekend. We can stay a little longer. Worst case, we'll book a hotel for the night. Actually, why don't we find a hot spring inn and soak in the baths? Oh, a hot spring inn? That sounds amazing. Haven't been in ages. Now that you mention it, I really want to soak too. Where though? If we want a nice place, it won't be inside Tokyo. Narima does have hot spring inns, but they're pricey. Ko patted Ichin's Barato with a grin. What do you think, boss? You decide. Maybe we'll find a great spot at the hot springs for everyone. Ichin shot her a glare, sipping his sake. Say one Barato stupid thing, and you're not coming tonight. Ko quickly zipped her Barato and stayed quiet. Ichin turned to the group, smiling again. So, everyone wants to go soak in a hot spring? Everyone nodded in unison, even Yukino joined in this time. But then Ruri Goku looked troubled. But, I need to go home and cook for my sisters. Both my parents are working overtime today, and I don't feel comfortable leaving the girls alone. Then bring them along. Hinata and Tamaki won't be any trouble. Ichin decided firmly. It's an important stage in their studies, sure, but proper relaxation is necessary too. Let them enjoy the hot spring for a night. Don't worry about Casa TLL count as company team-building expenses. With Ichin putting it that way, Ruri couldn't refuse, though she still felt a little guilty. Seeing her expression, Nene leaned on her shoulder with a smile. No need to feel bad, Ruri. We don't get many chances for this. Remember last year's company retreat? That cost way more, and Ichin didn't even blink. Our company's doing well. As long as we work hard after, it's fine. Ichin nodded. Exactly. Like Nene said, aside from you, everyone Heirai's been with us since the beginning. Haruno and Yukino, our shareholders, were family. Really, it's me who should be treating you, so you'll keep making great games with me. It's settled. They'll book a hot spring inn in Narima. Sure, Tokyo inns can't match the countryside, but soaking in a bath under the city lights has its own charm. And no long trips back and forth much easier. Ruri, call your sisters. Once we wrap up, you'll go pick them up. Ruri nodded. Okay, I will. She was happy, though she couldn't help but feel it was a shame her friend Karino Kasaka had gone back to Chiba for the weekend. She would have loved this too. With the evening plans settled, the group went back to eating and drinking. Since they had offered shuttle buses, no one had to worry about driving. They let loose, drinking more freely. Hazuki even called a friend in the alcohol business to deliver 2 more bottles. The picnic slowly shifted from flower viewing to sake festival. It lasted until after 4 in the afternoon before winding down. Stretching after a nap, Ko yawned. Ah, that was great. I feel so refreshed. The drinks wore off. Tonight's hot springs bath will be perfect. Nearby, Rin chuckled while tidying up. Ko, since you're awake, stop lazing around and help clean up. Coming as she stood, Ko noticed Oba sitting groggily, still not fully awake. Since turning 20, Aoba had slowly warmed to alcohol. She disliked beer, but enjoyed plum wine. Today's sake, though delicious, was strong and more than enough to overwhelm her modest tolerance. Thankfully, Hazuki had brought honey lemon water for sobering up. After a few sips, Aoba began to recover. Looking around and seeing everyone already packing up, she shivered. Ugh, I can't remember what happened earlier. I didn't do anything weird, did I? Hifumi crouched beside her, patting her head gently. You just passed out and slept. Not even a word of sleep talking. Aoba let out a huge sigh of relief. Good. If I'd gone wild, that would have been mortifying. Huh? Where are Ichin and Yudaha? They went to the library to pick up Rura's sisters, Hifumi explained. Come on, Aoba, time to go. The hotel bus is almost here. All right, we're going to the hot springs tonight. Aoba jumped up, helping Hifumi fold the picnic blanket, then left with the group. Soon, the hotel shuttle arrived, along with staff who would drive their cars over to the inn. Everyone boarded the bus. chattering excitedly about the hot spring evening ahead. Meanwhile, Ichin and Yutaha had picked up Hinata and Tamaki from the library, then stopped at their house so they could drop off their things before heading to the inn. In the back seat, the sisters sat on either side of Yutaha. The elder, Hinata, was calmer, resembling Ruri in many ways. The younger, Tamaki, was lively and energetic, hugging Yuta's arm as she asked brightly, "Yutahane, what's college like?" "Hinata's going next year, but I have to start high school first." Yutaha patted her head with a smile. "College? It's a wonderful place. You learn a lot. For now, Tamaki, focus on high school. As for you, Hinata, study hard and try to get into Todai. Then you'll be Ichin and my Kohai." Tamaki nodded earnestly. I'll do my best." Chapter 428, 624. The Sunken Prophecy 2 in one chapter. Seeing how Focalers was beginning to lose her composure, Nolan realized that sneaking in like this had indeed been rather impolite. With a slightly awkward smile, he explained, "Mainly, our cooperation is related to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. It seems that Lady Farina isn't able to make the decision herself." Focalers fell silent. With her understanding of Farina, if something wasn't important, the girl would have either handed it off to someone else or rejected it outright. If Farina was hesitating, it meant the matter was serious. Since she herself was the cause of that pressure, it was only right to at least see what was going on. After all, these people had come to her on their own initiative. Thinking of that, Focalers shot Nolan and his companions a vexed glare. With visible displeasure, she said, "Fine. Speak. What is this about? This is a grand project that could change the world. If successful, Teyvat's level of science and technology will experience an explosive leap straight into the information age, and perhaps even the interstellar era." Nolan then detailed the concept of the Akasha interconnection network, emphasizing that it required the Oratrice's unique ability to convert belief in justice into compensatory mixed energy. A virtual world that exists everywhere, enabling instantaneous communication and knowledge sharing across any distance. If it really works like that, then yes. A technological explosion est impossible. Focalers hadn't expected Sumerus God of Wisdom to have created something like this. Exactly. The only thing restricting the Akasha interconnection network right now is energy. Even a Gnosis could only support coverage over a single nation at most. To cover all of Teyvat is still difficult, but your Oratrice, or rather, your divine authority, has that potential. With your power supporting it, you could even gather faith and justice from all across Teyvat. When that happens, letting it extend beyond this planet might not be a dream. Nolan went on excitedly. If the Akasha system could harness imaginary energy, then he himself could supply it with infinite power, allowing it to blanket all of Teyvat instantly, even spreading beyond this world. Moreover, after his beloved by maiden specialization evolved at level 90, it had gained the trait of energy transmission. The girls who had been strengthened through his harmonization energy could draw on his own reserves. If he could transmit imaginary energy to Nahida, she'd be able to maintain and expand the network indefinitely. But sadly, imaginary energy was power that warped reality itself, fundamentally incompatible with normal matter. To make it usable like electricity would be absurdly difficult. Had learned as much back on the Herta space station when he accessed the Interastral Peace Network via his phone to research the Genius Society. Its 79th member, Calderon Chadwick, had been recognized by the Aeon of Erudition himself after developing the imaginary implosion pulsing method to manipulate imaginary energy. In other words, without extraordinary power, only the most brilliant minds in the entire galaxy, those who specialized in imaginary energy, could ever hope to utilize it. Unless Nolan got lucky and encountered such a genius someday, or met this Chadwick in person to invite him to help study how the Akasha system could use imaginary energy as its power source, he'd have to rely on Focalers instead. After all, the compensatory mixed energy that transformed faith and justice was already used to power Fontaine's infrastructure. Studying how to adapt it for the Akasha system shouldn't be that hard. That is quite the magnificent dream, Focalers admitted. But since you're acquainted with Sumerus god of wisdom, you should already know the fall sky still blankets Tevat, and that being on Celestia, they might not allow something so miraculous to exist. If not for Fontaine's current crisis, she might have agreed to help. But right now, she was barely able to protect herself, let alone join hands with them. That's not a big issue, Nolan replied with a calm smile. By the time Tevat develops spacecraft capable of interstellar navigation, I should already have the strength to safeguard our achievements. At present, his combat power easily surpassed even EI, one of the top archons. Against the sustainer of heavenly principles, he wouldn't be too far behind either. Though, admittedly, he still lacked confidence when facing the sustainer herself. But now that he had access to the interstellar world, there were surely many places like the giant stinger's stomach, where he could rapidly farm adventure EXP. Reaching the level needed to crush the sustainer was only a matter of time. After all, the strongest archons of Tevat were around level 120. Even if the sustainer were stronger, she couldn't be that far above them otherwise. She wouldn't have been wounded and forced into slumber after that battle long ago. Are you always this arrogant? Focalers crossed her arms, her expression complicated. If the one on Celestia were that easy to deal with, I wouldn't have to. Anyway, you should go back. Try finding another way. I can't help you. It was precisely because of the Sustainer's judgment that Fontaine faced its current crisis. If even a mere prophecy could endanger the entire nation, how could such a being possibly be easy to oppose? What should we do? It looks like our persuasion didn't work at all. Paimon looked worriedly at Nolan and Lumen. You've been hiding in the shadows, letting Farina act as your public face to handle everything. That must mean you're dealing with something important, right? Is there any way we can help? If we succeed, would you be willing to lend us your power as payment for the commission? After thinking for a moment, Nolan proposed this to Focalers. But Focalers simply shook her head. After centuries of preparation, she was already close to completion. She didn't want any unforeseen complications now. With a gentle refusal, she said, I appreciate the thought, but this is my own affair. It has nothing to do with you. There's no need for your help. Focalers has developed good feelings toward you. Obtained 320 affection points. Current affection level, LV.3, 2300. Having learned their true intentions, she no longer felt as angry about their intrusion. In fact, their earnest offer to help had sparked a faint sense of goodwill. You're so hard to persuade. Nolan sighed helplessly. Yeah, helping people is our specialty. You know. Paimon puffed out her chest proudly. We've never failed a commission before. Just tell us what's wrong, maybe we can really help. If you've kept an eye on the outside world, you should have heard of us, Lumen added, nodding confidently. No matter how difficult the task, we always finish it. Seeing that Nolan and his companions had no intention of giving up until they achieved their goal, Focalers sighed helplessly and said, Since you insist on knowing, I don't mind telling you. It's no secret if you asked any Fontainian outside, they could tell you the same thing. Oh, then please tell us. Nolan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Have you ever heard of Fontaine's prophecy? Focalers asked. Prophecy? What prophecy? We only arrived in Fontaine not long ago, and Paimon don't recall anyone mentioning anything like that. Paimon tilted her head, her face full of confusion. Fontaine's people are born with sin, Focalers said softly, and the sea will swallow all who bear that sin, leaving only the Hydro Archon to weep upon her throne. That is the crisis that Fontaine faces. Many knew about this so-called prophecy of Fontaine. As long as Focalers didn't reveal her actual plan, there was no risk of being detected by Celestia. Wait, what? You mean everyone will be swallowed by the sea? Payman's eyes went wide with horror. No need to panic. Only the sinful people of Fontaine will be swallowed. You, as outsiders, won't be affected. Focalers shook her head reassuringly. Phew, that's good. No, wait, that's terrible. Fontaine's people will still be consumed. We've got so many friends here, Charlotte, Navia, Charlotte, and the others. Paimon let out a breath of relief. only to wave her hands frantically a moment later. I see, Nolan murmured thoughtfully. So if even you, the god of justice, take it seriously, then this prophecy must be real. But why would the sea only swallow Fontaine's people and not others? What's the reason behind that? Have you heard of the primordial sea of Genesis? Focalers asked after a moment's thought. Nolan, Lumen, and Paimon exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. That sea existed in the earliest days of this planet. Its waters were different from the oceans we know now. Nearly all life on Teyvat originated there, from the first single-celled organisms. Evolution slowly gave rise to the countless living beings we see today, including normal humans. Focalers spoke slowly and deliberately. Normal humans? Paimon blinked. You mean, there are abnormal ones? Indeed, Focalers said. The previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, stole power from the primordial sea of Genesis and transformed her loyal followers, the pure water spirits, into humans. Those became the people of Fontaine. Outwardly and biologically, they're no different from other humans, but within their veins flows the water of the primordial sea. If a Fontainian comes into contact with that primordial water, their body will dissolve, returning to the sea and becoming one with its collective consciousness. So, to prevent such a fate, as the god of justice, I must find a solution. I can't simply pretend it's false and do nothing. Her tone carried helpless weariness. I see. That's truly unexpected. Nolan and the others were stunned by the revelation. After thinking for a moment, Nolan asked curiously, if ordinary seawater doesn't affect Fontainians, then it must be the primordial water itself that will devour them. But where exactly is this primordial sea of Genesis? It can't just appear out of nowhere, can it? The primordial sea lies beneath Fontaine, Focalers explained. It's been sealed away, but over the centuries, its water level has continued to rise. Sooner or later, it will break through the seal. That will be the day the prophecy comes true. You said you wanted to help now that you know the situation. Do you still have the confidence to do so? She smiled faintly, though a trace of bitterness flickered at the corner of her lips. We've fought Kray's storm terror, the ancient god Ojal, even some harbingers, but this time, our opponent is an entire sea? Paimon honestly don't know how we're supposed to fight that. Paimon scratched her head in distress, then suddenly brightened up. How about letting all the Fontainians evacuate? They could take refuge in other nations until the primordial waters recede, and then come back. She offered the suggestion eagerly. Running away only delays the inevitable, Focalers replied. And that's assuming any other nation would even accept the entire population of Fontaine. If we ignore the primordial water, ITLL soon mix with the normal sea and spread across all of Teyvat. In that case, the escape of Fontaine's people would only be futile self-deception. Centuredo, even if that were possible, and I doubt it is, it must not be done. The primordial water may dissolve Fontainians, but it isn't evil. In fact, it contains an immense amount of planetary energy. If we were to throw it out of the world, that energy would be lost. The planet's environment would gradually decay, and the root problem would remain unsolved. The water would inevitably rise again someday. The real issue isn't the sea itself, but the original sin carried by Fontaine's people for birth. So Focalers rejected that plan as well. Oh, so that means you already have an idea of your own solution, then? Nolan asked curiously. I don't, Focalers replied, shaking her head lightly. If I did, I wouldn't be so troubled. I see. Nolan didn't press her any further. He turned to Lumen and Paimon. In any case, we'll have to investigate the primordial sea ourselves. Only by seeing it with our own eyes can we figure out a real solution. Talking won't get us anywhere. You've got a point, Paimon said, embarrassed but smiling. Lumen crossed her arms and nodded in agreement. Nolan turned back to Focalers, smiling gently. Don't worry. I'll do everything I can to try and resolve Fontaine's prophecy crisis. If I succeed, would you agree to our cooperation then? If you can truly do that, Focalers said softly, then he'll agree to any condition. He'll be watching to see what you can accomplish. Though she didn't believe they could possibly solve the crisis, she herself had been searching for a perfect method, one that could free every Fontanian from the fear of the primordial waters. Focalers was nonetheless touched by their sincerity. Focalers has developed good feelings toward you. Obtained 300 affection points. Current affection level, LV.4, 2400, in a chapter 429, 426. The hotel. By the time Ichin and Yutaha arrived at the hotel with the two little sisters, the others had already gone up and been assigned their rooms. Naturally, Hinata and Tamaki were sharing a room with their sister, Ruri Goku. On the floor where everyone was staying, Ichin walked the two girls over to Ruri's room. "Here you go, your sisters, delivered safely." Holding one in each hand, Ruri smiled. "Thanks, Ichin-kun." Once Ruri had taken them inside, Ichin and Yutaha went to their own room. The hotel was a 5-star establishment in Naruma, and the suite was, unsurprisingly, luxurious. After a quick look around, Yutaha sat down on the sofa in the living area, clearly pleased. "Not bad. So, Ichin, what's the plan now? Didn't Hazuki tell us where she gave the key cards?" "Some of them planned to bathe before dinner. I've reserved 2 bathhouses, one large one for all of you girls, and a smaller private one for myself. If you're tired, you could go soak a bit first. Dinner's also been arranged with the head chef here, so it'll take a little while to prepare." So Hazuki and the others went ahead to the baths? Yutaha nodded, then smiled at him. "Then Ichin, why don't we head over Barato later?" He raised an eyebrow. "Later? Of course. They'll definitely go again this evening, so you'll join them then. But right now, let's get a snack first. What's wrong with keeping you company? Or, do you not want to spend the evening with me? Well, there went any chance of staying sleepy. Let's go," Ichin said without hesitation. By the time dinner rolled around at 6, the two of them finally showed up at the private restaurant they'd booked. Everyone else had clearly already soaked in the hot springs, lounging about in yukata robes with utterly relaxed expressions. Taking his seat, Ichin asked with a grin, "Enjoy the baths?" Yagami-ko leaned back with a satisfied sigh. "Totally. It's been forever since I soaked. This was the best idea. But Yutaha, I didn't expect you to skip the evening plans with us." Sitting next to Ichin, Yutaha laughed softly. "We'll all go again tonight. But in the afternoon? Of course I had to keep Ichin company. The two of them, cozy as ever, and Barato at her goosebumps. Ugh, I shouldn't have asked. Hazuki, already pouring drinks?" Chuckled. "Exactly. No need to ask. It's just a couple being a couple. You'll get used to it." Soon, dinner was served individual plates for each person, which was perfect given the size of the group. And with the head chef of the hotel preparing the meal, the taste was without a doubt first class. Biting into a big piece of tempura shrimp, Hinata and Tamaki's faces lit up with satisfaction. "So good," the two said in unison. Watching her younger sisters, Ruri spoke between bites. "Don't just eat meat. You have to eat your vegetables too, understood? Especially you, Tamaki." I knew, drawing out her voice in protest. Tamaki reluctantly picked up a piece of broccoli and popped it into her mouth. She really didn't like vegetables, but with a chef this skilled, even broccoli tasted good enough to swallow without complaint. After a mouthful of rice, Ichin looked over at Hazuki. "Hazuki, since you all arrived earlier than me, is there anything besides hot springs here for entertainment?" "Oh, plenty," Hazuki replied brightly. "I asked the staff when I checked us in. They have a whole leisure zone, game consoles, PCs for gaming, several indoor courts for activities like ping pong and badminton. There's also karaoke and a bunch of other entertainment options. Since you booked the service package today, all those areas are free for us to use. You really picked the right hotel." Ichin nodded in satisfaction. "So the only downside is the price. After dinner, everyone can choose what they want to do. It's all covered anyway." The rooms he booked were all deluxe doubles, plus a reserved private bath for the girls, and meals specially prepared by the head chef. That definitely weren't small-time customers, so it was normal for the hotel to throw in extras. Judging by the service so far, this was worth coming back to regularly for a break. A soak in a hot spring really did ease the body, much better than a bath at home. By the time they finished the lavish dinner, night had already fallen. Heading into the hotel's recreation area, Ichin turned to everyone. "Do whatever you want for evening activities. Yutaha and I are going for a foot massage. Anyone want to join?" Rin Toyama was the first to raise her hand. Rin, you too? She nodded with a smile. I've been feeling a little worn out lately. A massage sounds perfect. All right then, let's go together. Since no one else was interested, Ichin let the rest of the group decide freely and left with Yutaha and Rin, guided by hotel staff. Meanwhile, Aoba turned to Ko. Kone, you're not going? HM. A spa Barato sounds like too much trouble, so no thanks. Ko shook her head, Barato resistant. Come on, let's play ping pong. I can't beat Ichin, but I bet I can hold my own against you guys. The rest of the group also split off to try different activities. As for Ichin's group, the three arrived at the therapy area and were assigned female staff for their foot massages. Leaning back in his chair, feeling the steady rhythm of pressure on his acupoints, Ichin relaxed, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. This feels pretty great. On either side, Yutaha and Rin both nodded in agreement. After a while, Rin opened her eyes, glanced at the two beside her, and spoke softly. Ichin-kun, Yutaha, there's something I want to ask your advice about. Both turned to her at once. Of course Rin, who usually took such good care of herself, wouldn't complain of feeling tired without a reason. She clearly had something on her mind. Ichin chuckled. Ask away, Rin. We've known each other long enough. What can't you ask us? But let me guess. Does it have to do with Ko? Rin didn't deny it right away. That was enough for Ichin to know Head guessed right. Chapter 430. A chance encounter and a free meal on the way home from work. Yutaha mused aloud. Ichin, I have a question. What is it? Her slender finger tapped against her chin. Don't you think Ko and Rin act a little too normal around each other at the office? It feels different from when we first started dating. That's perfectly normal. Hand on the steering wheel, Ichin chuckled. Everyone has their own way of being in a relationship. Ko may seem carefree most of the time, but she embarrasses easily. Expecting her to show affection openly in front of others? No way. Honestly, even at the company's year-end party, asking her to say 2 words on stage makes her squirm. That's true. Yutaha nodded in agreement, though her tone carried a hint of regret. Sigh. I was hoping to collect some material from them. Looks like that's not going to happen. No ruse. Give it time, you'll see it eventually. Instead of heading straight home, the two drove to the supermarket. Yesterday, Ichin had only picked up ingredients for pasta, and now they were low on snacks and milk, so they needed to restock properly. As they pushed their cart into the meat section, they spotted Haruno and Yukino doing the same. Haruno ne Yukino. Hearing the voice behind them, the sisters turned. Haruno smiled brightly. Oh, you're here too, just got off work? Yeah, just got off. Ichin pushed the cart closer, lifted a steak for inspection, and asked, Haruno ne, you also just finished work? That's right. Haruno nodded. My car's in for maintenance, so Yukino came to pick me up after class. We're having dinner at her place tonight. Oh, Ichin, Yutaha, why don't you two come eat with us? Ever since Haruno and Yukino had accepted Ichin's mother as their godmother, their relationship had grown even closer. Sharing meals at each other's homes had become normal. Since they'd run into each other today, there was no reason for Ichin and Yutaha to refuse. Yukino had already chosen enough groceries for the 4 of them, but Ichin still picked out a few more items to drop off at home first. He also bought snacks and drinks with Yutaha, something to enjoy while chatting after dinner. After shopping, Ichin asked Yutaha to head over with the Yukinos while he drove home to put the food in the fridge and bring along their cats. When Yukino saw Peppa and George arrive, she happily hurried over, opening the carriers herself to let the big cats out. By now, both cats had grown so much no longer tiny kittens, but plump, round adults. Still, even bigger, they were just as adorable. Once Peppa spotted Yukino's familiar cat tower, he happily ran over his mate, Sesame, and their 2 kittens were waiting there. Though they lived apart and had been neutered after the litter, Peppa and Sesame were still affectionate. The moment they reunited, they cuddled close and started grooming each other. Meanwhile, Machi, the senior of the household, lounged lazily at the very top of the tower, eyes half closed, clearly just waiting for dinner. After playing with the cats a while, Yukino went back to cooking and Yutaha joined her to help. They didn't let Ichin into the kitchen, so he stayed in the living room, chatting with Haruno instead. With George sprawled on his lap, Ichin stroked his fur and asked, Haruno, you look pretty tired. Lots going on at work? Of course. Haruno leaned back against the sofa, took a sip of the yogurt drink Ichin had bought, and explained, I might be the heir to a family business, but you know how those companies are plenty of older staff who lean on their age and seniority, resisting proper management. When my mother was still fully involved, it wasn't a problem. But now she's gradually stepping back, leaving things to me unless it's something big. Taking full control of the company requires a lot of energy. It's not the same as starting a company from scratch. Ichin nodded in agreement. He knew that his own good fortune had been meeting Hazuki and the others just after they'd left their old employer, instantly gaining a highly skilled team. If he had started completely from zero, it would have been far more difficult. There's no way Hollow Knight would have been completed within half a year of founding the studio. Even if it's tough, I don't think it's beyond you, Haruno ne. ITLL, just take time. Everyone knew how capable Haruno was. Her mother stepping back was also proof of trust that she believed her daughter could manage the company well. Haruno bit at the straw, sipping her yogurt. Exactly. It's just a matter of time. Besides, I've already found a few veteran employees with some irregularities in their accounts. You'll need to deal with that properly. Family businesses always had such headaches. In that moment, Ichin couldn't help but feel his own company had it easier. No shareholders, no external meddling, just him, Haruno, and Yukino. Everything was in his control. After talking about Haruno's challenges, the conversation turned to Ichin's current projects. Hearing about his plan to secure Garo's adaptation rights from New Northeastern Pictures and develop it into a game, Haruno looked surprised but didn't oppose. When it came to management, Haruno might be more confident than him. But in game development, even if you added her and Yukino together, they couldn't compare to Ichin. If he wanted to take on a project, it was because he knew he could handle it. Her role was simply to support him and wait to see the results. About an hour later, the kitchen began to fill with delicious aromas. Ichin sniffed the air and smiled. Something fried tempura? Haruno grinned and nodded. Yukino's great at making tempura, and today we found some really fresh shrimp. A few minutes later, the kitchen door opened. Yukino walked out with a bowl, heading straight to the cats. She filled their dishes with kibble, then added chopped shrimp and fish, mixing it all together. The moment the smell hit, all the cats rushed over, including George, leaping off Ichin's lap. Once she finished feeding them, Yukino turned to Haruno and Ichin. Dinner will be ready in just a little bit. Chapter 431. A new neighbor next door. Yukino's cooking had improved by leaps and bounds thanks to both her experience living alone after high school and the guidance of Ichin's mother. Her dishes were still on the lighter side, but the taste was excellent. After eating their fill, the four of them brewed tea and sat together in the living room to relax and chat. The cats, having had their dinner too, were all curled up together, eyes half closed in lazy contentment, unwilling to move. Taking a sip of hot tea, Ichin said, Yukino, your cooking's gotten even better. I think you've already surpassed me. Of course she has. Haruno grinned. Godmother's passed on everything she knows to Yukino, not just to you and Yutaha. That's true. Looking at Yukino, Ichin suddenly remembered what he had discussed with Yutaha before leaving work, and added, Yukino, are you free Thursday afternoon? They'll be tied up with work and probably won't make it back for dinner. So can you keep Yutaha company? Yukino, who had just been about to scoop up one of the cats, looked at him and nodded. Work, huh? Got it. I don't have many classes Thursday afternoon. I can go with Yutaha-senpai. Yutaha smiled, surprised that Ichin brought it up before she could. In that case, Thursday afternoon, we'll go shopping, then find a nice place to eat dinner. And we won't bring Ichin. Haruno perked up, looking interested. We'll be stuck at work, so I can't shop, but count me in for dinner. And so, the three women launched into plans for Thursday's outing, paying no mind at all to Ichin sitting right there. Not that he minded, he'd be busy anyway, so he let them chat about restaurants and shopping as much as they liked. Around 8 in the evening, Ichin and Yutaha left Yukino's place and drove home. After letting the cats out of their carriers, Yutaha glanced at him. Ichin, I'll go take a bath first, okay? Yeah, go ahead. Itchin opened the laptop on the coffee table. He'll work on a few things in the meantime. He intended to use the time at home to push forward with some game project plans. After a good night's rest, he and Yutaha got up at 8 sharp the next morning. They didn't have first period classes today, so they could head to school a little later. Once they'd washed up, had breakfast, and played with the two cats a bit, it was time to leave. But as soon as they stepped outside, they noticed that the apartment next door was in the middle of a move. The neighbors had been a family of 3. They hadn't interacted much, but whenever they did, the relationship was friendly. After a morning greeting, Ichin asked what was happening. It turned out the father had received a promotion, requiring him to transfer to the company's Kyoto headquarters. So they were moving out these few days, and the apartment itself was being put up for sale. Ichin and Yutaha watched as the family loaded their belongings onto the moving company's truck, then drove off in their own car. Smiling, Yutaha said softly, "What a nice family atmosphere." "Yeah, it really is." Ichin nodded, then glanced at her with a teasing smile. "What's this? Are you feeling a little envious?" Yutaha clasped her hands behind her back and shook her head. "Not really. It's not like our relationship is any weaker than that family of 3. He'll agree with that." Ichin crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and analyzed, could it be about marriage? Or children? But I'm not at that stage, yet well have to wait a while. There's a little of that. Hugging Ichin's arm, Yutaha smiled. "Even though I like kids, I'm not in a rush. I still want to enjoy more time with just you first. And if my mom starts pushing us..." Hearing that, Yutaha frowned slightly, looking troubled. "In that case, maybe we'd just have to hurry up and have kids. If you don't want in the short term, you could just tell her directly. She won't force you." "I know. I don't dislike the idea, I just think it should happen naturally." She looked at Ichin, her eyes narrowing in a smile. "Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to our child. She'd definitely be beautiful, don't you think? You're already assuming ITLL be a daughter? That's called intuition." Ichin chuckled, twirling his keyring. "All right then, intuition it is. Anyway, we should get going." That morning their classes were fully scheduled, so by the time they finished, there wasn't much time left to head to the company. When the last class ended in the afternoon, Ichin picked up Yutaha from her class, and the two went home together. As soon as they got upstairs, they saw 2 real estate agents inspecting the apartment next door. When Ichin unlocked their own door, he could still hear their conversation faintly. "We need to check this carefully. No cutting corners. Don't worry, I'm not about to miss out on a bonus." After closing the door, Ichin said in surprise, "Didn't expect that. Just one day, and the place next door is already sold." Yutaha nodded in agreement. "That really was fast. Remember, before you moved in here, this place had been empty for nearly half a year. And yet the unit next door found a buyer so quickly. I wonder what kind of new neighbor we'll get. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. Anyway, we'll start dinner. You go ahead and rest." Sure enough, by Wednesday, as the two were heading out, people had already arrived to begin renovations on the apartment next door. They brought plenty of materials, even new flooring. Clearly they planned a full remodel, rather than keeping the old owner's style. By Thursday, Ichin had finished his morning class and headed straight to the company to prepare for the afternoon meeting with Thoka Shinsha. Yutaha, meanwhile, stayed at campus since she's still at classes. At lunch, Yutaha naturally ate with Yukino. The two went together to the cafeteria. With plenty of students sneaking glances at them, they each ordered food, found an empty table, and sat down to eat. Yutaha had ramen. After sipping a little of the broth, she looked at Yukino's face and said, "Do you have a lot of coursework lately? Even with makeup, I can still see a bit of dark circles." Yukino didn't deny it and nodded. These past few days, with classes picking up, there's a lot more to memorize. Some of it is pretty difficult." Yutaha recalled something. When Nene was still in college, she said the same thing. Not only did she have to memorize the material, she had to organize it all clearly in her mind and go through tons of case studies so she could tell them apart when similar ones came up. "I got curious and looked at their law textbooks. Once no wonder it was ridiculously complicated. So Yukino, it's good to take things seriously, but don't push yourself too hard." I want." Taking a bite of rice, Yukino said, "But this way it's more of a challenge." Chapter 432. A newly opened pet supply store. Yukino had only one class that afternoon, but Yutaha had two. So after Yukino finished hers, Yutaha dragged her along to her classroom to keep her company. At university, sitting in on classes wasn't unusual, and with Yukino's strong background in literature, tagging along to a literature lecture wasn't boring for her at all. She was actually interested. When Yutaha's classmates saw her bring Yukino, they all looked curious. Keikasumiga-kaka-san, who's this? She's so pretty. I think I've seen her before. You three often eat together, right? You and Ichin too. Holding Yukino's hand, Yutaha smiled and introduced her. And she's someone Ichin's mother considers a goddaughter, so I treat her like my younger sister. This is Yukino Shida. Yukino, a freshman in the law faculty. The girls crowding around all looked at Yukino with curiosity. One of them suddenly remembered something. Oh, I recall back at the start of the semester, there were photos of her posted on the school forum, but they got deleted pretty quickly. Yutaha nodded. Yep, that was her. Since the photos were taken without permission, we had the admin remove the post. After chatting for a bit, class began, and everyone returned to their seats. Yutaha leaned over to Yukino and whispered, "Don't be fooled by how gossipy they seem. They're actually nice people. Anyway, the professor's here. Let's pay attention." The lecture wasn't too difficult for Yukino to follow, and the professor's teaching style was engaging, so she listened seriously. After class, Yutaha and Yukino left campus to go shopping. But instead of heading to their usual mall, Yutaha insisted they drive a bit farther to a different one. Once they parked and stood before the large shopping center, Yukino asked curiously, "Why do we come here?" Yutaha's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I saw online that a new pet supply store opened here. They got lots of new toys, premium cat food, and canned meals, and even grooming services. I thought it'd be nice to check it out." Interested? Ever since she started keeping cats, Yutaha's interests had expanded from just writing novels to diving deep into feline care. She often researched tips on raising cats. The moment Shed learned about this new shop, Shed wanted to come in. Today was the perfect chance, especially with fellow cat lover Yukino. Naturally, Yukino was intrigued and agreed right away. Together, they entered the mall. Taking the elevator up to the 4th floor, they soon found the new store and stepped inside. The place was warmly decorated, giving off a cozy vibe. Quite a few people were browsing with their pets in tow. Through a pane of glass, they could see a Labrador being bathed by staff. Judging from its relaxed posture, the dog seemed to be enjoying the treatment, not squirming at all. After glancing around, Yukino remarked, "This shop looks pretty good. Let's take a look." "Yeah, let's browse." Yutaha agreed. They started in the toy section. Both of them kept cats, so most of their toys at home were feather wands or battery-powered toy mice. Each of their homes already had a couple of cat towers, more than enough. Yutaha picked up a box containing a remote-controlled toy mouse. "This looks fun. Should we try it out?" Yukino tilted her head. Yutaha Sanapi, "Do you think Peppa and George would even be interested? They're rescues, and they never really developed hunting instincts. That's fine. I'm not expecting them to catch mice. Our house doesn't have any anyway." Holding the toy, Yutaha explained, "The main thing is exercise. When Ichin and I are out, I check the cameras, and most of the time they're just lying around in their beds, on the sofa, or on a cat tower. Hardly any activity. Just climbing the tower isn't nearly enough, especially for orange cats. And lately George is starting to copy Peppa's laziness too. We need to watch out." Under Peppa's influence, and after playing around with Mizuku at the company, George had already adopted a lazy, lounging cat lifestyle. But that couldn't go on. They couldn't let the cat's weight creep up unchecked. A bit over 10 pounds was fine, but pushing close to 20 or more would be unhealthy and potentially dangerous. Yutaha also wanted Peppa and George to be healthy enough to one day grow up alongside her and Ichin's future child, so they had to take care of them properly. Hearing this, Yukino thought about her own cat's activity levels and picked out 2 toys as well. As for treats, both their homes had plenty, so there was no need to buy more, though cutting back on snacks in the future seemed wise. After they'd finished selecting items, they saw the Labrador being let out after its bath and blow-dry. Its chocolate-colored coat gleamed beautifully, and the dog looked in excellent shape. The owner was clearly pleased, buying some chew toys before leaving with their pet. Next, a ragdoll cat was brought in for a bath. Watching, Yutaha and Yukino immediately decided to book weekend grooming services for their cats. Bathing them at home wasn't impossible. For Yutaha, splitting the work with Ichin was manageable. But for Yukino, handling 4 cats alone was a huge task, exhausting by the end. Finding a professional shop that offered quality bathing and grooming was a godsend. They made an appointment for Saturday, left their contact info, and exited the store. Checking the time, Yutaha said, "There's still a while before Hirone gets off work. Let's wander around, look at some clothes. Maybe find a nice restaurant. If we like something, we'll just eat here." Ichin hasn't sent me a message, yet he's probably not joining us for dinner. Yukino nodded and followed at her side as they strolled deeper into the mall. Chapter 433. Initial cooperation reached TN. There is one translation mistake from my side. Garo is owned by Thoka Shinsha, not New Northeastern Pictures. I changed it now. Sorry. Crying face. Throw some power stones, okay? On Ichin's side, the meeting and negotiations with Hazuki at the Thoku Shinsha offices had taken quite a bit of time. Thanks to Hazuki's connections smoothing things over, plus the strong sales of their games, especially Persona, which had already sold over 10 million copies, the discussions went smoothly. Although some issues still required further detail, the cooperation was basically confirmed. After finishing business, both sides headed to an izakaya, where they shared dinner, chatted freely, and enjoyed themselves. Coming out of the izakaya, Ichin checked the time. It's already close to 9 o'clock. Hazuki, let's call a designated driver to take us back. Since they had come in Ichin's car, he first needed to send Hazuki home. Hazuki's cheeks were slightly flushed from drinking, though she wasn't drunk. She nodded. Sure, I need to get some rest early anyway. Still have work tomorrow. No ruse. If you're tired, just rest more at home tomorrow morning and come to the office in the afternoon. As he spoke, Ichin booked a driver through his phone app, then let Hazuki rest inside the car while he leaned against the door, enjoying the night breeze to clear his head. 10 minutes later, the driver arrived. They dropped Hazuki off at her apartment before Ichin finally returned home. Taking the elevator upstairs, Ichin glanced at his phone. It was already past 9:30. Even though I called Yutaha before dinner, she hasn't sent me a single message or called. She's that confident in me? He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. When the elevator arrived, Ichin stepped out, passing by the neighboring apartment. He noticed the door had been replaced. The renovations were even more thorough than had imagined. At his own door, he unlocked it and stepped inside. The lights were on, and the sound of the TV floated from the living room. Looked like Yutaha was already home. In the living room, Yutaha stood up from the sofa and walked toward the entrance. "Welcome back, Ichin." She smiled and embraced him tightly. Savoring the warmth of her hug, Ichin replied with a smile, "Yeah, I'm home." After releasing him, Yutaha sniffed faintly. "You been drinking?" Just a little." "Don't worry, I'm not drunk. I called a driver to bring me back." Pinching her cheek playfully, Ichin changed into slippers and followed her into the living room. "So, how long did you and Yukino stay out?" "Earlier than you. We came back around 8. Yutaha leaned against Ichin's arm without minding the faint smell of alcohol on him. After class, we went shopping and checked out a new pet supply store. Hirone joined us later at dinner. "Look, that toy over there is what we bought this afternoon." Ichin looked over to see George clutching a mouse toy in his paws. "It's remote-controlled. We let them play with it after coming home, and they went absolutely wild." That's great. And that's not all." Yutaha shook his arm lightly. "That store also does pet bathing and grooming pretty well. So Yukino and I booked an appointment for Saturday to take the cats for a spa day. You'll come with us, right?" "Of course. I've got nothing planned this weekend anyway." After Yutaha finished talking about her day, Ichin told her about the meeting with Thoka Shinsha. "So most things are settled," Yutaha said happily. "When her team visits our company next week to finalize details, we can sign the contract." "Pretty much. Over the next few days, they'll refine the game proposal further. I already have ideas for the gameplay. The main work will be on the story. Since we're adapting it into an ARPG, the narrative will be just as important as the combat system. Though Head said he had no plans for the weekend. He still needed to draft the proposal. It wouldn't be too exhausting, though. Since it was late and Head had some drinks, Itchin didn't plan to keep working. Instead, he went to shower and turned in early. Friday, after class, Itchin arrived at the company. He gathered the middle and senior management into the meeting room and explained the results of the negotiations with Thoka Shinsha. That's the situation. Next week, they'll come here for final discussions, then we'll sign the contract. After that, once Fall Guys development wraps up, aside from those maintaining live service, everyone else will join the new project's early preparations. The Dark Souls team remains unchanged and continues their current work. As for HR, once the contract is signed, start recruiting according to the requirements it'll send. The HR manager quickly nodded and took notes. Looking around the room, Itchin continued, "That's all for now. While this project won't be our company's main focus compared to others, it is our very first collaboration with another company and adaptation project in a new field, so it must be taken seriously. I'll personally oversee it. Once Dark Souls is finished, you'll also help me out." Yagami nodded. "Got it. But Itchin, aren't you stretching yourself thin? Between Dark Souls development and preparations for the new project, plus your university work, that's a lot of pressure." Itchin waved it off casually. "It's nothing. Il manage fine." All right, that's it for the meeting. Everyone back to work. After the others left, Hazuki, Yagami and Toyama Rin stayed behind. Hazuki looked at Itchin seriously. "Are you sure you can handle so much? The company isn't as small as it used to be. The workload is huge. Relax. I'm not going to gamble with my health." Itchin stood with a grin. "Even if I wanted to overwork, Yutaha wouldn't let me. So there's no need to worry. Come on, Rin. Let's check your progress these past 2 days." Since Itchin said so, Hazuki and the others didn't press further. Still, Senchurado, I heard from Hazuki-ne that you've added even more work for yourself. Hearing this, Itchin lifted his head, smiled, and said, "Hazuki really likes to exaggerate. Relax, it's not as much as it sounds. Most of it is just preliminary prep work." Even though he said that, Yutaha still looked worried. She came closer, poked his cheek with her finger, and said, "You're already the boss. Can't you delegate some of the tasks?" "I do, but this time it's our very first IP adaptation project. I have to be extra cautious." He took her hand, pulled her onto his lap, and hugged her. "You wouldn't want the money I put into this to go to waste, right? If it fails, it won't just be about losing money. ITLL also hurt the reputation our company has built up. We're not a giant studio with dozens of IPs to fall back on. In the first 5 years of a company, every project is crucial for its future. That's why I can't relax for the next few years." Yutaha tilted her head and said, "I don't fully understand all of that, but Itchin, you must take care of yourself. They'll be watching you closely." "Sure, no problem. You can keep me in check." After a brief, friendly pause, Itchin went back to work. Like Yutaha said, with her watching him, there was no way he could stay up late grinding away at tasks. So he made sure to finish as much as possible during office hours. Fortunately, writing project proposals was one of his strengths, so it didn't feel difficult or draining. For the Garo adaptation game, Itchin had already decided to use the first TV series as the base. The story would follow that arc, with additional content added in, possibly even material from the specials that came afterward. He wasn't planning on making the game too large. The first one would serve more as a trial. After all, he had never worked on a tokusatsu adaptation before. Unlike the Ultraman and Kamen Rider games published by Bandai, Itchin had no intention of making a shallow, fan-only cash grab. Every game he worked on, he wanted to treat seriously. The tone could lean a little darker. Combat would be action-focused, with flashy skill effects, and the maps would need solid design. As for gameplay structure, it wouldn't be open-world or even semi-open. Instead, he envisioned a level-based format like tokusatsu episodes unfolding one by one. It's the story presentation that needs careful work. Can't just be characters standing around and talking. Scratching his head, he muttered to himself, thinking about how to merge Garo's story and the game so players could feel fully immersed. Yutaha, who was busy typing away, heard his muttering. She glanced up smiled, shook her head, and went back to her manuscript. His seriousness always rubbed off on her. But no matter how serious the work, weekends were for rest. Especially this Saturday, they had already booked appointments to take the cats for baths and grooming. That morning, around 10, Yukino and Haruno arrived at the apartment, bringing along their cats too. Lunch was planned at Ichin's place. Then afterward, everyone would head out together. Once all the cats were freed from their carriers, the living room instantly became a chaotic circus. Normally 2 cats already made things lively, but now, with 4 more suddenly joining, the whole place was dizzying with activity. Machi and Sesame were used to visiting and didn't get nervous. The 2 younger cats, on the other hand, jumped right into exploring without any shyness. Since the apartment was well kept, there was no worry about kittens getting into dirty corners. After chatting with Haruno and Yukino for a while, Ichin went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Seeing this, Yukino stood up wanting to help, but Yutaha quickly pulled her back onto the sofa. "It's fine, Yukino. Let Ichin handle it." Yutaha smiled. Better to have him cooking than spending all his time buried in work. Yukino nodded. "So, he's been really busy lately?" "For a boss like him, it's easy to delegate if he wants to," Yutaha explained. "But you know how he is. He loves game development. Plus, since the Garo adaptation with Thoka Shinsha is pretty much settled, he's been refining the proposal himself. And for the early prep and early dev phase, he insists on leading by example. That's why I keep such a close eye on him." "I see." Yukino understood well. She knew the type people who poured themselves endlessly into what they loved. Without someone to remind them, they could easily lose themselves in it. Looking toward the kitchen, Haruno chuckled. "If he's that obsessed, will he even focus on going out with us this afternoon?" "That's nothing to worry about," Yutaha said firmly. "If he dares to be distracted, he can sleep alone tonight." There was no way Head dared to slack when spending time with his girlfriend. Her remark made both Haruno and Yukino laugh. Hearing their laughter, Ichin poked his head out of the kitchen. "What are you all laughing about?" Nothing. Yutaha waved quickly. "Ichin, what's for lunch?" "Sweet and sour spare ribs, shredded pork with green peppers, garlic stir-fried lettuce, and a fish soup." "That should be enough, right?" Haruno's eyes lit up at the mention of spare ribs. She gave a thumbs up. "Nice. You got my favorite. Love you, little Ichin." Ichin rolled his eyes at her and went back into the kitchen. Watching the kitchen door close, Haruno rubbed her chin. "Could it be my charm has faded?" Yutaha and Yukino exchanged a glance, then quietly turned to the TV, ignoring her nonsense. After lunch and a half-hour break, they packed all the cats back into their carriers. Finally, it was time to head out for the grooming appointments. Ichin had originally thought about inviting Yagami-ko and Eruri along, but Yagami was out with Toyama Rin, and Eruri had already taken her own cat for a bath last week. Today, she just wanted to stay home and play games. Since no one else could join, the group decided to head out as planned. Chapter 435, Smooth Cat Bathing and Driving 2 Cars. They quickly arrived at the mall, where Yutaha and the others had been before. Inside the pet supplies store, their appointment time was only minutes away, and since there was no one else waiting, they could start immediately. Among all the cats, the eldest, Machi, was first to be bathed. Ever since Yukino brought her home, Machi had lived without any worries. After Sesame had kittens, Machi sometimes helped look after them, but most of the time she lazed around the house, snacking and sunbathing, enjoying a good life. This wasn't her first time being bathed either. When she was carried onto the professional grooming table, Machi calmly looked at Yukino waiting nearby, then glanced at the staff Barato who was about to bathe her and sat down. The staff Barato smiled in surprise. So well-behaved. Most older cats, unless very well-trained, usually squirm around restlessly their first time here. Yukino smiled. She has a calm personality. Pretty easy to care for. It's the 2 little ones that are more troublesome. The bathing began. Ichin and the others didn't go in. They sat outside with the remaining cats still in their carriers, chatting casually. Noticing Ichin scribbling away on his tablet, Haruno nudged Yutaha. "In this situation, shouldn't you ban him from the bedroom tonight?" Hearing that, Ichin immediately looked up. Haruno-ne, don't set me up like that." "I'm not." Yutaha said it herself at lunch. Yutaha shrugged. Relax. I wasn't planning to restrict him right now. As long as he doesn't keep doing this when we're shopping later, it's fine. You're going shopping afterward? Ichin glanced at the carriers. What about the cats? You'll take them home, of course. Yutaha smiled. We'll start first, and you can meet up with us after dropping them off. It's not far anyway. Ichin's mouth twitched. Yeah, not far. Neither he nor Yutaha had thought of leaving the cats at the store. That would mean keeping them in carriers the whole time, which was worse than Ichin driving them back. The round trip wouldn't take too long anyway. Haruno, sitting on Yutaha's other side, narrowed her eyes with anticipation. Last time you went shopping, Yutaha and Yukino picked out clothes for you. I'm very interested in this part. Today, I must experience it too. Ichin, be ready to play dress-up model. I already have plenty of new clothes. That's fine. It's getting hotter time to pick some summer outfits. You can never have too many. Haruno thumped her chest grandly. Big sis will pay. Ichin gave up resisting. 3 against 1, no way to win. One look at Yutaha's expectant gaze told him everything. This afternoon, maybe even all evening, he was doomed to endless shopping. Luckily, it was Saturday, with Sunday still free. At least he could sleep in a bit. No, wait, he already planned his workout schedule. He'd have to get up early after all. When Yukino came out carrying freshly bathed Machi, she saw Ichin slumped in a chair, looking lifeless. Puzzled, she glanced at Haruno and Yutaha. What happened to him? After Haruno explained the shopping plans, even Yukino showed a faintly tempted expression, which made Ichin's heart sink further. One by one, the cats were taken in, bathed, dried, their fur trimmed neatly, nails clipped, even paw fur groomed, each coming out fresh and renewed. Though it took time, the quality of service was impressive. Their coats looked smooth and silky, completely different from before. Once all the cats were tucked back into their carriers and the bill was paid, the 4 of them left the mall and loaded the carriers into Ichin's car. Opening the door, Ichin looked at the 3 women. All right, you go shop first. They'll drop the cats off and come back. Haruno waved happily. All yours then, Yutaha, Yukino, let's go. Shopping time. And with that, she pulled the 2 along into the mall. Ichin scratched his head, exhaled with a wry smile, and slid into the car. After being put through his paces most of Saturday, Ichin finally enjoyed a proper rest on Sunday. Compared to being dragged through endless outfit changes by Yutaha, Haruno, and Yukino, collage and work truly felt relaxing. He didn't hate shopping per se, just not when he was the one being dressed up, especially with 3 people picking for him. That was real suffering. After class, he went to the company with Yutaha. She watched him head straight into the Dark Souls programming group, fully absorbed in work. Aoba noticed and asked Igami curiously, have we run into any development problems lately? Why does Ichin-kun look so urgent? Ko, who knew what had happened Saturday, chuckled and shook her head. Relax. It's not a work problem, just a happy kind of trouble. Huh? Aoba tilted her head in confusion and turned to Momiji beside her. What does that mean? Momiji was equally baffled. After thinking hard, she said no idea. Maybe he really does have sudden work issues. Her mind was simple aside from drawing and food. She didn't care for other puzzles. Yutaha, of course, had no intention of explaining. After chatting a bit with Toyama Rin, she went over to the Fall Guys team to check their progress before public testing. She was genuinely interested in the game and definitely planned to play it when testing opened. As for the Dark Souls team, Ichin had hurried there partly because of a real technical issue. The boss is acting up? He frowned at the code for Pontiff Sullivan on the screen. Looks like we'll have to comb through everything. On the surface it seems fine, but something else must be interfering. Don't worry, Narumi, leave this to me. You go handle other tasks, we've still got plenty. Reassuring the troubled Narumi Tsubame, Ichin sat down and began tackling the issue himself. Chapter 436. Fall Guys announced this particular problem in the code was something Ichin hadn't expected at all. When the initial programming was done, Senshirato Ichin confirmed the issue and then explained it to Narumi. All right, Narumi, this isn't your fault. Without multiple test passes, it really would have been hard to catch. They'll fix it now. Once I'm done, take a look at the records of the fix. That way, if something similar happens again, you'll know how to handle it. Hearing that, Narumi finally let out a sigh of relief. If it had really been a mistake from her development process, she would have been depressed to no end. Thankfully, it was just one of those unpredictable bugs. On the side, Nene grinned happily. That's great news. This boss moves look so cool. If something in the design went wrong, we wouldn't get to see it in action for quite a while. Yeah, good thing got caught early. Narumi nodded, glancing at Ichin before clenching her fists to cheer herself on. All right, back to work time to keep improving myself. Once the bug was identified, Ichin spent about 20 minutes fixing it all. After testing, the misaligned boss actions and missing special effects were completely gone. With that settled, Ichin casually grabbed some unfinished code from the programming group and started working on it himself. Since he was already sitting there, he figured he might as well spend the rest of the day buried in programming. He worked straight through until nearly 6 o'clock. At that point, the door opened and Yutaha came over, gently patting his head. Ichin, take a break. It's almost time to clock out. Snapping back to his senses, Ichin pulled off his headset, stretched his neck, and said, already? Time sure flew by. He saved his current work to continue tomorrow, shut down his computer, and stood up. After telling the team to wrap things up, he left with Yutaha. That evening, they ate dinner at Yuta's parents' place, so Ichin didn't have to cook. Back home afterward, he had been planning to relax with some games, but the moment he entered the bedroom, Yutaha pulled him from his chair and pushed him onto the bed. Lie down. We'll give you a back massage. Looking at him, she said, you had class, then sat at the computer all day at the office. You barely move your body, right? Let me help you relax a little. Don't overwork yourself. Moved by her thoughtfulness, Ichin smiled as he lay down. All right, thank you for taking care of me. Yutaha sat beside him and began carefully massaging the muscles in his back. Within moments, Ichin felt so relaxed that his eyes narrowed. Surprised, he asked, have you studied this? Her hands applying steady pressure, Yutaha replied, I watched a few tutorials and picked up a little. Looks like it's paying off. This was an unexpected surprise Ichin had no idea when Shed learned the technique. Regardless, the fact that she wanted to do this touched him deeply. After 10 minutes, he told her to stop. He could feel her strength fading, meaning she must be tired. Sitting up, he pulled her into his arms, gazing at her slightly flushed face. Thanks for the effort. Take a break. Yutaha nodded and nestled against him as they went to the living room to watch TV together. The rest of May passed in this rhythm Ichin buried in study and work. Aside from the occasional shopping trip with Yutaha, most of his free time was spent reading technical books to improve himself. Though Dark Souls development didn't feel too difficult for him now, if he was going to continue making games in the long run, he couldn't afford to stand still. He had to keep growing. Days passed quickly in this tight schedule until June arrived. It was finally time to announce Fall Guys, along with its first public online test. On June 4th, Ichin teased on his account that a new game would be revealed on June 6th, with the first round of free online testing. But it was only a teaser, no details about the game genre were given. Still, based on the studio's track record, expectations were high. Then came June 6th. Early in the morning, both Steam and Switch released a demo for Fall Guys, Ultimate Knockout. At the same time, all of the company's official accounts dropped a reveal video. Fall Guys, Ultimate Knockout was officially announced. The video showed colorful bean-like characters tumbling through wacky obstacle courses, dodging oncoming contraptions, jumping across platforms, and racing toward the finish line. As the footage continued, bigger maps and funnier costumes were revealed, instantly giving players a clear sense of the gameplay. Wait, this looks just like those obstacle course variety shows. Indeed, it was, but as a battle royale with online multiplayer. It looked hilarious and fun, and since the test was free with low system requirements, there was no reason not to try it. Downloads of the demo on Steam and Switch began climbing rapidly. That Saturday, Ichin and the Fall Guys dev team were all at the office. Not only them, but even the Dark Souls team came to watch the first day of testing unfold. As the download numbers and online players steadily rose, Hazuki narrowed her eyes. Everything stable on the network side? The network team member monitoring the backend nodded. All good. Servers are fine for now, but with how quickly numbers are rising, we'll probably need to spin up another cluster this afternoon. Hearing that, Hazuki looked at Ichin. He nodded. No problem. We knew we'd need more than just this initial setup anyway. Right now, the numbers aren't overwhelming, but once the streamers we contacted go live, the player count will rise even further. It might be in just the first public test, but since it was free, it was bound to attract a wave of players eager to try it. Chapter 437. The first round of testing in the morning, the online player count for Fall Guys wasn't very high, but still climbed up to 15,000 concurrent players, which was already an excellent result. Checking the comments on several gaming forums, the reviews for the game were overwhelmingly positive. Most players left favorable impressions. The controls weren't difficult. The stage designs were interesting and plentiful. And with 60 players competing on the same stage at the start, a crowd of bean-like characters tumbling and shoving into one another was undeniably entertaining. Even if you lost a match, you could still witness all kinds of hilarious and unexpected eliminations impossible not to laugh. By the afternoon, as more streamers went live, Fall Guys' popularity surged even further. As a variety-style multiplayer party game, its streaming value was beyond doubt. Ichin browsed through several streams from his office, and each one showcased different comedic moments. It was clear, as long as the game maintained a steady update schedule and gained traction with streamers, its sales and daily active players wouldn't be low. What we need to watch now is our server capacity. Closing the browser, Ichin asked Yutaha to play Fall Guys in the office while he stepped out. Outside, the Dark Souls team had naturally abandoned work and were all at their computers, controllers in hand, playing Fall Guys. Compared to the earlier internal builds, this public network test was vastly improved both in maps and character cosmetics. As soon as Ichin walked out, he saw Airi leap from her chair, controller in hand. Yes, first place. Now I could buy a skin. Beside her, Aoba and Momiji had matched into the same game, but unfortunately both were eliminated in the second round. Still, seeing Airi secure the win made them cheer as well. Watching Airi enter the in-game skin shop, Aoba asked curiously, "Airi, which skin are you going to buy?" Of course, the orange tabby cat skin." Without hesitation, Airi spent the 3 crowns Shed saved up and purchased it. Once equipped, her round little Fall Guy turned even plumper, covered in yellow and white stripes, complete with cat ears and a swaying tail and unmistakable fat orange cat. Seeing Airi get her first skin, Aoba and Momiji exchanged a look and quickly queued for another match themselves. After observing for a while, Ichin walked over to the Fall Guys development team. Since it was the first day of testing, Hazuki, the producer, had been glued to her desk all day. Even lunch was just a delivered bento eaten in front of the monitor. Ichin approached her. "Hazuki, how's the backend data looking?" "Downloads have already broken 80,000, Hazuki replied. 30,000 on Switch, 50,000 on Steam, and the numbers keep climbing. Concurrent players on Steam are close to 20,000, and Switch has already passed 10,000. How's the server load?" "So far, stable. No significant pressure yet." Hazuki leaned back in her chair. "Even on Switch, after our optimizations, the frame rate is holding steady at 30 FPS. Even the 2 largest maps don't stutter. And this is just 1-2 full weeks should be more than enough to build momentum. I'm confident online numbers will keep rising." "That's great to hear." Ichin smiled in satisfaction, glanced around at the busy developers, and said, "It's the afternoon already. I'll order some milk tea and snacks for you all. Don't forget to take a break." Half an hour later, milk tea and freshly baked pastries arrived. Under Hazuki's direction, the devs grabbed their drinks first, then rotated to the break area to enjoy the sweets. Taking a small bite of Swiss roll, Hazuki finally let out a breath. Even though it's just network testing, it's still nerve-wracking. Luckily, things have gone very smoothly so far. Yagami Ko chuckled nearby. Judging by the current results and the online reviews, when Fall Guys officially launches, sales will be strong for sure. Ichin agreed with confidence. Exactly. For this test, we've only released part of the maps. During the second network test, well, add more maps and skins. When the full release comes, there will be tons of stages and cosmetics, plus ranked seasonal modes. Players who join the tests won't ever feel bored. The success of Fall Guys is practically assured. As the company's first live-service online multiplayer game, Fall Guys required continuous updates. The half-year to one-year post-launch operation plan was already prepared. Once released, they just needed to follow the roadmap and perhaps explore collaborations for crossover skins. Of course, that would require a dedicated business team later on. As evening fell, part of the company's staff stayed behind to monitor network data. With 2 weeks of testing ahead, it was crucial to stay sharp. No one complained. Instead, they volunteered for rotation shifts. After grabbing dinner outside and returning home, Ichin took a shower while Yutaha settled into the bedroom, booted up the PC, and dove back into Fall Guys with her controller. This test included several appealing skins, and she was determined to unlock them all. By the time Ichin came out of the shower, Yutaha was already wearing headphones, completely absorbed in the game. He didn't interrupt her, instead opening his laptop on the bed and working quietly. Yutaha didn't play games often, but when she found one she liked, Cinchureto, he never bothered grinding, he shelved the game right after. Yutaha played until nearly 10 o'clock. After finishing a round, Ichin gently removed her headphones. "All right, take a break. Go shower first." Rubbing her eyes, Yutaha nodded obediently and headed off with her change of clothes. Watching her leave the bedroom, Ichin smiled. "Fall Guys, huh? I wonder just how high its popularity will climb next." Chapter 438. Fall Guys. Early release. The 2 weeks of public testing flew by day after day. During the first 3 days, Ichin had been watching the game's online player numbers closely, witnessing with his own eyes as the count grew from just over 10,000 at launch to a peak of 300,000 in the final days. For Fall Guys, still only in a network test stage, this was nothing short of miraculous. Sitting in his office, Ichin stroked his chin as he read through the endless stream of reviews and comments about the game. After some thought, he called Hazuki into his office. "What is it, Ichin?" Facing her across the desk, Ichin asked, "Hazuki, how do you feel about the current stability of Fall Guys servers during the network test?" "Quite stable," Hazuki answered with a smile. "Apart from a few regions with occasional connection hiccups, most areas are smooth and stable, with very acceptable latency." "Why the sudden question? Do you have a plan in mind?" "An early release." "What do you think?" "Early release." Ichin nodded and handed her the tablet filled with data from the test period. "Honestly, the popularity and player count for Fall Guys exceeded my expectations. The peak reached 300,000 concurrent players. We had to activate every prepared server just to keep things stable. With hype this strong, there's no need for a second test. We should just launch." Hazuki was still stunned when Ichin snapped his fingers with a grin. "That settles it, doesn't it? We never actually announced a release date anyway. So instead of doing a second network test, let's just announce the launch. Let's see, it's mid-June now. We'll set the release date for July 10th, a Friday. The first day should bring in excellent numbers. Since you, the boss, have decided, I can't really object." After taking a moment to think, Hazuki realized he was right. This momentum couldn't be wasted. It had to be leveraged. "So that means we have half a month left to prepare?" "Exactly. Half a month. Luckily, we held back a portion of content from the test, and more is still in development. By launch, there will be plenty of content. Also, push the entire post-launch update schedule forward a bit. This year, before Titanfall releases, Fall Guys must keep its grip on popularity. Then next year, Dark Souls and Apex can take over." "Got it." He'll inform the dev team. Soon after Hazuki left, the company's official accounts across the web announced the news. Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout would officially release on July 10th. The Steam price was set at $8.15 USD, 1205 yen, with similar pricing across other regions and platforms. Given the fun already proven in testing, plus the announced previews of map and skin counts, buying the game at that price was more than worth it. The day after the announcement, pre-orders opened across platforms. Pre-orders on Steam and Switch shot up quickly. Steam was no surprise. It was their home base, With a massive PC player base and consistently solid optimization, players were happy to buy there. Console sales were also strong, especially on Switch, thanks to its portability. While it couldn't match Steam's numbers, Switch still broke over 100,000 online players during testing. The only thing Fall Guys didn't achieve was full cross-platform play. It would have been too costly and troublesome for the payoff. Still, crossplay between Steam and Epic Games Store was enabled. Of course, whether many would actually buy on Epic was another question. Even Itchin mostly logged into Epic just to claim freebies. Within just 3 days of pre-orders, Fall Guys had already sold over 500,000 copies across all platforms. For an always-online multiplayer party game that couldn't appeal to everyone, this was already an outstanding figure. When the game released and live operations began, maintaining a healthy player base would be enough. Just then, the office door opened. Yudaha walked in, came over, and patted Itchin on the shoulder. "Itchin, I have a question." He looked up from his notes, where he'd been drafting detailed system specs for Garo. "HM, what is it? Since Fall Guys is launching next month, doesn't that mean the skins I earned in the test won't carry over to a second test?" "That's right. There won't be a second test." Itchin nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, though. When the game officially launches, there'll be even Barato fun skins. You can grind for those." Yudaha smiled and spun his chair around to face her. "Can't you just transfer my save data into the official release?" "Well, technically I could, but you didn't grind that many skins. If I remember right, only 5? Yudaha pressed her hands against his cheeks. "That's because you didn't play. You have no idea how much time those 5 skins cost me. Except for one cheap one. The other 4 each needed 5 crowns. It was easy at first, but as time went on and players got better, winning crowns became harder and harder." All right, I get it." Itchin gently pulled her hands down and said with a wry smile, "When the game releases, just go talk to Hazuki. She'll sort it out for you. Even if you wanted all the skins outright, it wouldn't be a problem. That's not necessary. I just want the ones I already worked for. I don't want to grind them all over again." Satisfied with his answer, Yudaha smiled sweetly, leaned in to kiss him, and then hopped off his lap. "I'm going to check what new skins are coming." Watching her leave, Itchin chuckled and shook his head. This game's skins really did have a strong appeal for girls. Chapter 439. A visit from Akane Kosaka. Another game had opened for pre-orders, and it was going to be released directly next month. Players were thrilled, but many developers in the industry were utterly baffled. How on earth was this company developing games so quickly? Among those with the same doubts was Akane Kosaka. Her own company was currently split into 2 development teams. One was using the engine she had obtained from Itchin to work on small, high-quality indie games, while the other was sticking to the original plan of developing a large-scale single-player game. Neither team was taking too big of a step this time. The smaller team was working on a pixelated roguelike action platformer inspired by the binding of Isaac and Hollow Knight. The larger team, meanwhile, was developing a linear RPG. As for making another open-world game, the studio had decided against it for now. To do it well would consume enormous effort and costs, and there was no guarantee of success. It simply wasn't worth it. Just when both of her company's games were moving along smoothly, with plans to announce something in about half a year, Itch Inside suddenly launched a free 2-week online test of a brand new game, Fall Guys, Ultimate Knockout. Akane Kosaka couldn't for the life of her figure out when this game had even been developed. Out of curiosity, she downloaded Fall Guys, and then she ended up playing it for 2 straight weeks, logging in almost every day for over 2 hours at a time. Her grind was far more extreme than even Yudaha and Ariri's. When the test ended and the servers closed, she barely had a chance to catch her breath before the game opened for pre-orders set to release officially the very next month. Even during testing, Kosaka could already feel how polished the core gameplay system was. All that remained was adding new maps and levels over time to keep the game fresh. And knowing Itchin, she was certain the official release would still have plenty of content that hadn't yet been shown. There was no need to worry about the game becoming dull. Still, with her head full of questions and thoughts, Akane picked up her car keys and left her company, heading straight to Ichin's office building. After parking in the underground garage and confirming Ichin's car was there, she pulled out a compact mirror from her bag, touched up her lipstick, and only then took the elevator up to the company floor. She had been here several times before, so the receptionist didn't stop her. After signing in and being announced over the phone, she stepped inside. As always, the place was bustling with energy. In the art department, she spotted Eri discussing something with Koyagami. Kashiwagi Eri-sensei, long time no see the name, made Eri instinctively flinch. Eyes wide, she turned and snapped at Kosaka. I told you not to call me that. And didn't we just meet at a banquet last month? What are you doing here? As a fellow developer, of course I'm here to pay a visit and learn a little. After all, your company's results have been amazing. With a bright smile, Kosaka walked over and glanced at the 3D modeling on Yagami-ko's screen. Nothing I shouldn't be seeing, right? Ko waved her off without much care. It's just a model in progress, nothing sensitive. Miss Kosaka, you're really here to see Ichin, aren't you? Then I won't disturb you. We'll go find Ichin-kun. Nodding politely to Aoba and Hifumi, who were watching nearby, Kosaka headed for Ichin's office. She knocked, then stepped inside. Sorry to intrude. Ichin-kun, long time no see, Miss Kosaka. Though a little surprised by her sudden visit, Ichin didn't turn her away. He stood up with a smile and gestured toward the sofa. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Coffee, perhaps? We just got a batch of great beans. And since it's afternoon tea time, there are also fresh pastries from a nearby bakery. Then I'll trouble you for that. It's no trouble at all. He sent a quick message to HR, and before long someone brought in steaming coffee and a slice of cake, setting them down before her. Ichin carried his own cup to a single armchair and sat. People don't usually drop by without reason. You must have something in mind, Miss Kosaka. After tasting the cake with a satisfied nod, she said, Yes, I do. It's something that concerns both my company and myself. Your company? And you personally? Ichin sipped his coffee, curious. What's the matter? Ichin-kun, the game your company just released for testing Fall Guys, I played it. Kosaka said with a smile. It was so much fun. The moment I tried it, I was hooked. So, was she just here to praise his game? If you think the game is excellent, you should really be telling that to Hazuki. I only came up with the initial concept. She was the producer and handled most of the development. But that's still your contribution, isn't it? The initial concept is vital. It sets the tone for the whole game. Smiling warmly, Kosaka continued. Actually, the main reason I came today is to discuss game development with you. My company is currently working on 2 titles. One is a pixel-style roguelike action game. The other, a linear RPG. 2 projects at once? Given her company's size, it wasn't unreasonable. She went on, development is going smoothly, but I keep wondering about the future. Should my company focus on making big AAA single-player games, or should we follow inspiration and create different kind of titles? From what I see, your company has clearly chosen the latter. Ichin nodded firmly. That's right. I don't set a single rigid target for development. As for you, if you're unsure of your company's path, why not simply follow your instincts for now? Didn't you hire a lot of talent? Put all the ideas on the table, let everyone discuss them, and pick out the ones that are most suitable to develop. You hired them for a reason. Make use of them. Make use of them. Indeed, she was still clinging to her old way of doing things. Maybe it was time to give her team more freedom to shine. Akane Kosaka fell silent, deep in thought. Chapter 440. Fun is what matters most. Although they were technically competitors, there wasn't any direct conflict of interest between them, so Ichin didn't mind sharing his own thoughts on game development with Akane Kosaka. Honestly, the genre or theme doesn't matter whether it's an RPG, an action game, a card game, or even a racing game. For me, there's only one thing that truly matters: fun. If it's fun, then it's worth developing. Fun is the only thing that matters, isn't it? Ichin leaned back on the sofa, shrugging. Games are meant to be played. The reason I want to make games is because I want to make fun games so that everyone can enjoy them. Making money is just the natural result of creating something fun. Think about it. Players feel a sense of accomplishment when they beat a level. For me, I get satisfaction when I release a fun game, sell copies, and make money. In the end, it's basically the same thing. The corners of Kosaka's lips lifted. Fun being the most important thing. Your philosophy reminds me of Nintendo. Because that's the essence of games, isn't it? Ichin chuckled. I can't call myself a diehard Nintendo fan, but I really do love their games. The very first game I played as a kid, apart from Tetris, was Super Mario Bros. On the Famicom. Back then, I was awful at it. Die multiple times just trying to clear 1-1, and for years I never actually beat the game. But it was fun. Even today, I still find it fun. That's what a good game should be. There's so many different ways to make a game fun, whether it's the adrenaline of a shooter, the tricky platforming in a jump-based game, or the visceral impact of a fighting game. These are things players can feel directly. You know immediately if it's fun or not. Of course, technology has advanced. Graphics have evolved from pixelated 2D to realistic 3D, and they keep improving. But I don't think graphics should be the end-all. No matter how gorgeous a game looks, if the core gameplay isn't fun, then it's not a good game. As he spoke, Ichin couldn't help but think of Ubisoft. Their games were still solid overall, but they often ended up feeling repetitive like Ubisoft open-world formula in a can. Still, there was no denying that among the major publishers, Ubisoft was still near the top. If they could just shift their design philosophy and innovate on gameplay, they could definitely go further. The only question was when they'd actually make that change. Shaking his head, Ichin pushed Ubisoft out of his mind and looked back at Kosaka. I don't know what made you decide to formally step into the game industry, but since you've done so, I naturally hope my peers will also make fun, interesting games. You've already proven you can write best-selling novels, which means you're never short of good ideas. What matters is figuring out how to make those ideas fun in game form and keep players engaged. Finishing his words, he took the last sip of coffee from his cup. Kosaka sat in thought for a while, before clarity dawned on her. Ichin's words resonated deeply with her. After all, when she wrote novels, her approach had been the same. If readers found her stories interesting, they would naturally spread and succeed. But when she first started developing games, she had chased after what the big companies were doing, giant open worlds taking steps that were far too ambitious. The final product had been decent, but for someone as perfectionist as Kosaka, it was barely a 70 out of 100. In some places, even worse. Taking a bite of cake, she exhaled lightly. Looks like I really came to the right place today. My company is working on 2 games right now, but after seeing your success, I kept obsessing over how to make a big hit when, really, I was overlooking the most important thing. Games should be fun. If a game is fun, people will discover it naturally. And since I already have plenty of promotional resources, as long as the game itself is fun, I can always get it exposure. The two will feed into each other, and sales won't be a problem. Ichin-kun, thank you. You saved me from overthinking myself into a corner. Ichin smiled. It's nothing. Just sharing my own thoughts. If it helps you, all the better. With the serious talk over, Kosaka relaxed and glanced around the office. By the way, is Kasumiga not here? I didn't see her on my way in. Yuta? She's with the Fall Guys team. You know the game is launching next month, right? She really likes it and went over to pick out some skins so she can grind them out right after release. Oh, is that so? Kosaka's interest peaked. Can I go see? I really like Fall Guys too. Of course. They'll take you. After leading her to the Fall Guys development team, Ichin left her in Yutaha and Hazuki's care, while he himself headed over to the Dark Souls art team to check in with Koyagami on their progress. Kosaka genuinely was fascinated by Fall Guys and stayed until past 5 before finally taking her leave. After seeing her off, Ichin returned to his office with Yutaha. This time he didn't go back to work. Instead, he sat on the sofa with her, letting her cling to his arm. Who would have thought? Yutaha murmured, leaning against him. Akane Kosaka actually came here. Was she asking for your advice? Ichin nodded. Yeah, she probably felt somewhat lost after seeing how quickly our games come out and how well they do. Can't blame her. Honestly, we're just too strong. Not just her. Hazuki told me several other well-known studios are also scratching their heads at our efficiency. Our pace really is outrageous, Yutaha agreed. It's not that the developers at those big studios aren't skilled. More likely, it comes down to planning and project management stretching out the development cycles. Project management. Yes, that was a huge factor. And that was something their company had always excelled at, breaking down every part of a project's design and organizing it clearly. That was how they could maintain such efficiency. Chapter 441. The everyday life before release. It was now July, with less than 10 days left before Fall Guys launched. The dev team was already fully prepared and had even begun developing more skins and stages for future updates. After lunch at campus, Ichin dropped Yutaha off at the publishing house, then returned to campus for his afternoon classes. Sitting in the lecture hall, he listened half-heartedly to the professor explaining knowledge he already knew, while his mind wandered back to game development, specifically the Garo adaptation. The battle system had already been designed, simplified from the one being made for Tales of Berseria, with new mechanics tailored to specific characters. The combat was guaranteed to feel thrilling. As for the story, Ichin planned to meet with Garo's original author and scriptwriter later to discuss and shape a narrative path suitable for a game. Just the first season plus the special episodes wouldn't be enough to fill an entire game. Head need to add more. After class, he turned down classmates' invitation to go sing at KTV. No one was upset. Everyone knew Ichin was busy managing a company. Leaving the lecture hall, he headed to the library, where Yukino was waiting for him with a book. They had already agreed yesterday that they'd have dinner at his place tonight and later go pick up Haruno from work. Sure enough, when he arrived at Yukino's study area, all the nearby seats were occupied by male students. Ichin doubted they were really here to study. Yukino had already rejected several confessions, yet these guys didn't seem to give up. He figured it must be because her sharp tongue had softened since high school. If she were still that caustic, there probably wouldn't be so many guys sitting around her now. Carrying 2 cans of juice, Ichin walked straight over and sat beside her. He glanced at the book she was reading. It was full of law content, far outside his expertise. Setting the juice down in front of her, he whispered, "Still reading? Take a little break." Without looking up, Yukino murmured, just let me finish this section." Ichin didn't rush her. He cracked open his juice, took a sip, and idly scrolled through his phone, ignoring the hostile stares radiating from nearby. He didn't believe these guys didn't know about his relationship with Yukino, but jealousy rarely cared about logic. He was used to it anyway, back in high school when he dated Yutaha, and even now at Todai, had long since learned how to brush it off. After about 10 minutes, Yukino finally closed her book and finished the last of her assignments. Seeing her rub her temples, Ichin asked softly, "Is law classes tough? There's so much to memorize, isn't there?" "There really is a lot, especially concepts you have to memorize and fully understand without any mistakes." She took the juice and drank, then asked, "Are we picking up Yutaha-senpai first?" "Yeah, it's on the way. She's just discussing the release prep for her new volume and grabbing tea with Sonoko. Rest a bit. We've got time. We'll head out in about 10 minutes. Yukino nodded, sipping her juice. She was tired after a full day of study. Ichin glanced at the guys around them and said quietly, "Yukino, I bet people from other departments sometimes come sit in on your classes too." "Huh?" HM? Surprised, she followed his gaze, then sighed, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Yes, but thankfully the girls in my class sit around me, so I don't get bothered too much." Her personality had mellowed a lot, and though there weren't many girls in her major, they had good tempers and got along well with her. They were happy to help, so classes were manageable. "Good, that's a relief. Haruno's asked me more than once to keep an eye on you at collage." Ichin smiled. "Since you're on good terms with your classmates, maybe you can rely on them a little too. Tomorrow, if I've got time, they'll treat your friends to milk tea." As Yukino's godbrother, it was only right to show his thanks. But Yukino hadn't expected that. Her cheeks warmed slightly as she whispered, "That's not necessary. I can treat them myself. It's fine. You can still take them out shopping or treat them later. I just want to meet the new friends you've made. And besides, if I don't go, then Haruno will, and compared to her, isn't it better if I go?" At that, Yukino fell silent. He had a point. Her relationship with Haruno was much better now, but given her sister's personality, Who knew how far she might tease or meddle with her classmates? Better let Ichin go. Then he'll trouble you. After finishing their drinks, Yukino packed up, and they left the library together. As soon as they were gone, the boys who had been crowding her area began trickling away too. Yukino hadn't driven that day. Ichin had picked her up in the morning, so she rode back with him in the afternoon. They headed to Fujikawa Publishing. After sending Yutaha a message, she told them to come in first. Ichin parked the car, and he and Yukino went inside. They walked straight to the editorial department, where Yutaha was sitting with Sonoko Machida. "Good afternoon, Miss Sonoko." Ichin greeted her, then asked, "Is there still something unresolved?" Smiling, Machida replied, "Don't worry, it's nothing major. We're just waiting on the sample copies of Yutaha's new volume. They're on the way. What would you two like to drink? He'll prepare it." Ichin and Yukino both asked for coffee, so Machida headed to the break room. This was only Yukino's third time here, so she looked around curiously. "There aren't many editors here today. It's the start of the month," Yutaha explained with a smile. "Most of them are out chasing manuscripts. Some went to pick up printed samples." Her novel was already in its latter half and progressing smoothly. All that was left was to wait for the anime adaptation schedule to move forward. Though many new authors had debuted in the past 2 years, none had managed to overshadow Yutaha. At this rate, she was already on track to become the pillar author of Immortal River Publishing. Chapter 442, Digging a Pit for Haruno Before Long. Sonoko Machida returned with the coffee. Several editors came in with her, carrying bags that held freshly printed samples of the new light novel volume. After setting down the coffee, Sonoko pulled out 5 copies and placed them in front of Yutaha. "Here you go, Yutaha, your sample copies. Take a look." "Thanks, Sonoko-san." Yutaha smiled and picked one up, carefully checking through it. Even though she was no longer a rookie, that moment of seeing her work in print still filled her with joy and excitement. Ichin had already read the manuscript when she finished writing it, so now he was only curious about the print quality. Yukino, on the other hand, lit up immediately, eagerly taking one of the samples to flip through. Seeing her reaction reminded Ichin Yukino was also one of Yutaha's fans. So he turned to Sonoko and asked, "Miss Sonoko, would it be all right if we took an extra copy home?" Sonoko waved her hand with a smile. "Of course. Even if you took all of these, it'd be fine. They're just samples. No need for that much. 2 copies are enough." After thanking her, Ichin said to Yukino, "Let's read them later at home. Since Yutaha's business is settled, we should be heading to the office now." At his words, Yukino closed the sample and nodded, thanking Sonoko politely. "Thank you, Sonoko-san." Yutaha soon finished checking as well and said with satisfaction, "The quality's just as good as before. The illustrations printed very clearly. I'm pleased. That's what matters most." Sonoko nodded happily, then picked up the remaining 3 copies. "All right, that's everything here. He'll take these to the editor-in-chief for review. Yutaha, good work today. You can head home." They'll be going. "See you later, Sonoko-san." After their goodbyes, the 3 of them left the publishing house and drove to the Yukino-Shida family's Tokyo office. Ichin gave Haruno a call. Inside, Haruno had already finished her work. Hearing his voice, she cheerfully said, "Okay, he'll be right down. Give me 2 minutes." After hanging up, she informed her assistant, grabbed her bag, and left the office. The moment she stepped out of the building, she spotted Ichin's car parked by the curb. Smiling brightly, she hurried over, opened the back door, and slipped in beside Yukino. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Stretching with satisfaction, she grinned. "So, next stop is Ichin's company?" As he started the engine, Ichin replied, "Yeah, we'll stop by the office first so I can check on development progress. Won't take long. After that, we'll head to the supermarket for groceries and go home to cook dinner." It was already late in the day by the time they left the office. It would be just about dinner prep time. "Sound good. It'll go with the flow. I'm just here for a free meal anyway." Haruno had no objections. Relaxing in her seat, she glanced at Yukino reading her novel and teased, "So, Yukino, did any boys confess to you at school today?" "No," Yukino replied calmly, then added, "I think, rather than worrying about me, you should be worrying about yourself, Wani-san. Don't make mother worry too much." Though her demeanor had softened over time, Yukino never passed up a chance to tease her sister. Her words made Haruno puff out her cheeks, glaring at her little sister. Yukino, can we not talk about this? Mother was nagging me on the phone just last night. It took me forever to placate her. If you really want to stop her worrying, why don't you help me find someone at Todai? I'm just looking for a suitable match. Yukino raised a brow at that. Her sister sounded serious, but Yukino knew better. It was just bravado. Haruno herself was well aware Yukino would never actually do such a thing. Shaking her head slightly, Yukino figured her sister wasn't escaping singlehood anytime soon. Who knew when their mother would arrange the next round of blind dates or what kind of person she'd set her up with? Hopefully, better than last time. Just then, Ichin spoke up from the driver's seat. If you're really serious about finding a boyfriend, Haruno-san, I think you should ask my mom. She'd love to help, as long as you don't mind a long-distance relationship. Oh, godmother, huh? Haruno tapped her chin thoughtfully. I've never considered that. But if she can find someone as outstanding as you, little Ichin, I wouldn't mind being introduced. Then you better give up. A guy like me only comes along once in a million. At that, all three girls, including Yutaha, pursed their lips simultaneously. They all wanted to complain about his arrogance, but none could actually refute it. At his age, with his achievements, and without leaning on family connections aside from borrowing money once to buy the apartments that became his first studio, Ichin had built everything himself. Even without that, he could have just rented an office. And so, his accomplishments truly had no rival among his peers in recent years. Handsome, capable, and with a strong personality, he was practically the perfect image of an ideal partner. With a playful expression, Haruno looked at Yutaha. Yutaha, you'd better take good care of your relationship with Eiji. Otherwise, I might ask him out. Yutaha didn't get angry. She smiled and turned to her. Don't worry. Haruno-san, I won't give you the chance. The conversation flowed easily until they arrived at the office. Ichin spent half an hour checking on development progress before the four of them headed to the supermarket to buy groceries. After returning home with bags full of food, Ichin took out his phone before they started cooking. He called his mother on a video chat, and before Haruno realized what was happening, he casually brought up finding her a burrito. Then he handed her the phone, leaving Haruno to deal with his mother's excited barrage of questions. Ichin walked off with a satisfied grin. Guys, please give it a try to the new FIC, DXD, the transfer student of the demonic high school. Don't forget to add it to your library. Chapter 443. New demo videos for Dark Souls and Titanfall. Stealing a glance at Haruno still trapped in a video call with Ichin's mother in the living room, Yukino quietly returned to Ichin's side and picked up the kitchen knife to resume chopping vegetables. Brother, I think Wani-san is definitely going to want payback later. That's fine. I'm already prepared. Ichin, holding a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, beat eggs while declaring righteously, "This is all for Haruno's future happiness, isn't it?" On the other side, Yutaha lightly kicked his calf and said with exasperation, "You only did this because of what Haruno-san said in the car earlier, didn't you? All right, you saw right through me." Ichin shrugged. But hey, not just anyone gets to covet my good looks. He was getting more shameless by the day. Yutaha poked his waist twice with her fingers in mock annoyance before returning to dinner prep. Meanwhile, after enduring 10 minutes of interrogation from Ichin's mom, Haruno finally ended the call and appeared in the kitchen doorway. She glared at Ichin. "Nice going, Ichin." "HM?" Ichin glanced over and grinned. "So, Mom agreed to help find you a boyfriend?" Haruno's lips twitched, her face twisted in frustration. "Yeah, Godmother's actually planning to do it. She's probably already on the phone with my mom to discuss it," which made sense they'd have to coordinate. Ichin laughed at her sour expression. "Don't worry, Haruno. It's nothing serious. With how much my mom likes you, she won't introduce just anyone. She'll screen them thoroughly, probably 3 or 4 times. That'll take at least a month. So you're safe for now. If there's a blind date, it won't be until late July or August. Just treat it as a trip to China go sightseeing and squeeze in a date or 2. Ichin." Haruno exploded. She stormed over and locked her arm around his neck from behind, rubbing his hair furiously. "If that day really comes, you're coming with me." Ichin just laughed, nodding. No problem. And not just me, Yutaha and Yukino will definitely come too. Both Yutaha and Yukino nodded in unison. Oomph, that's more like it. In truth, Haruno wasn't actually that opposed to Ichin's mother setting her up. She was mostly upset at being blindsided like this, her rhythm thrown off. But with Ichin obediently letting her ruffle his hair, her anger quickly melted away. Once she let go, Ichin said with a smile, "All right, Haruno, you've worked all day. Go relax in the living room. Tonight we've got your favorites crispy fried pork and sweet and sour ribs." Now that's what I like to hear. With good food promised, Haruno's mood lifted completely. Humming a tune, she left the kitchen. Yutaha and Yukino exchanged glances at Ichin. He just shrugged. Even a girl like Haruno-san can't resist good food, right? Day by day, the release date for Fall Guys drew closer. But before that, Ichin wanted to stir things up again to draw even more attention to their company. So on July 8th, just 2 days before Fall Guys launched, the company's social accounts dropped 2 brand new gameplay videos, a fresh demo of Dark Souls, and the one shooter fans have been dying to see, a demo of Titanfall. Rather than spacing them out, Ichin dropped both at once, right before the big launch. The Dark Souls demo showed much more than the first teaser flashy boss moves. New monsters large and small, and players unleashing dazzling spells, sorceries, and weapon arts. If basic swordplay was pure warrior gameplay, then with the addition of spells and skills, the overall spectacle had risen several notches. I saw so many dragons, and they're huge. A dragon just jumped me after 2 steps in a castle. This game's gonna hurt. Looks brutal. Don't care, remaining a sorcerer when this comes out. Magic is cool, but melee looked amazing too, those massive greatswords and heavy armor. Did nobody notice the lightning spear? That's different from the blue magic. There are blue, yellow, and red spell effects. Multiple casting systems confirmed? Because the magic and miracles looked so flashy, most players focused their discussions there, leaving melee in the background. But that was exactly what Ichin had expected. He hadn't shown everything late-game sorceries like White Dragon Breath, Soul Stream, and Giant Lightning Spear were still under wraps. Had also added plenty of new spells, making mages far more versatile and fun to play. Of course, pure warrior builds got upgrades to the weapon arts were even more powerful and spectacular, though with higher risk. Then came the Titanfall demo, which exploded with hype. The protagonist looked ridiculously powerful wall running, sliding, cloaking, turning battles into cinematic showcases. If not for the UI visible on-screen, many would have mistaken it for a CGI trailer. And once the pilots called in Titans, the action hit a fever pitch. Beyond the default Titan loadout, 2 new classes were shown. Ronin with explosive close-range combat and high damage. Scorch, even flashier, unleashing walls of fire and seismic shockwaves that wiped out enemy Titans in seconds. 2 very different games, 2 very different genres, but both demos showed incredibly polished gameplay. And yet neither had a release date. Both ended with the same line, still in development. Release date to be announced soon. With graphics and polish like this, and it's still in development, that means there's even more content hidden away. Too much good stuff. I can't wait any longer. Hurry up and release already. Go play Fall Guys first. The very next day, the final pre-release trailer for Fall Guys dropped as well. Guys, please give it a try to the new FIC. DXD. The transfer student of the demonic high school. Don't forget to add it to your library. Chapter 444. Fall Guys launch. Unlike the 2 games shown before, Fall Guys had already gone through a public test. Players had experienced its quality firsthand, and it was also the closest to release. In the latest launch trailer, many stages that hadn't appeared during the test were revealed. A giant, exaggerated roller coaster map, a mountain climbing map where players had to reach the summit, and a pyramid map where lava relentlessly chased from below. Compared to the test run, the new courses were larger and far more complex, fueling players' excitement. And, of course, the wacky costumes for the little bean-shaped characters became a major motivator for players to grind the game. Dinosaur skins, panda skins, astronaut skins, dragon skins, even crossover skins from their own titles like Hollow Knight and Slay the Spire. So many skins, I saw several Hollow Knight ones. Smart crossing over with your own games means no extra licensing fees. Still, I want skins from other games too. If the sales are good, we'll definitely get them, right? Ichin naturally saw the community's discussions. He had long prepared a huge list of potential crossover skins. If negotiations went smoothly, he could release 2 collaborations per month for a whole year. Whether from games or anime, anything was possible. The designs would look great regardless. Since we're already planning a Garo game project, why not release a Garo collaboration skin before that game launches? With that thought, Ichin immediately called the folks at Tohoku Shinsha, briefly explaining his idea. After about 10 minutes of talks, the deal was settled. If Fall Guys maintained its heat within a month of launch, the collab skin could go live. For Garo, which hadn't had a new series this year, it was perfect cross-promotion, a way to stay visible so tokusatsu fans wouldn't forget it. As for other collaborations, Ichin planned to wait until the first week sales numbers came in, then use that leverage to approach IP holders. And so, amid eager anticipation, on July 10th, Fall Guys officially launched. Even before release, pre-orders had already surpassed 1 million. On launch day itself, sales skyrocketed to 2 million copies across all platforms. By that evening, Steam concurrent players alone passed 500,000. Combined with Switch and PlayStation, the total active players were nearly 1 million. That figure was staggering normally. Only evergreen multiplayer or competitive titles like Battlefield, Call of Duty, or CS reached those heights. Of course, Battlefield and COD had declined in recent years. 2042's flop was still fresh in everyone's memory. Regardless, the data was reason for Ichin to celebrate. That very night, he messaged Hazuki, still at the office, telling her to issue a bonus for the Fall Guys dev team on payday as encouragement. The game wasn't expensive, but with strong quality, sales had already hit 2 million. Conservatively, Ichin estimated that as long as they steadily updated with new courses, skins, and seasonal rankings, both sales and online population would keep growing at a healthy pace. The only real threat was cheaters. For anti-cheat, Ichin had partnered during development with a friend of Yumiko's, a specialist in anti-cheat systems. Together, they built tailored protections into the game, designed to be effective without burdening system performance. He had also set up a dedicated security team within the company to monitor and respond to online cheating. Still, since the game had just launched, no one yet knew how many cheaters would appear or how advanced the hacks would get. From day one, Fall Guys became the darling of live streaming platforms. With its more varied maps, new skins, and endless comedic moments, viewership shot up dramatically. And from those countless viewers, even if only a small fraction bought the game, it still meant huge profits for the developers. Within a week, global sales hit 3 million. Ichin wasn't too surprised. It was an affordable multiplayer title, so rapid sales were expected. But for games like this, what mattered most was long-term operation, retaining the massive wave of players gathered at launch. Development costs had already been recouped. Now it was all about ongoing updates. Hazuki had already dispatched staff to negotiate with selected IP holders for collaborations. As for Garo, the crossover content entered production just 3 days after launch. They chose 2 skins, Garo himself in gleaming gold, and Jinga, a striking silver and red mix. The designs combined Fall Guys' cuteness with the ferocity and flair of Makai Knights. Alongside the skins, they also designed a new castle-themed map inspired by Garo. After reviewing the design drafts, Ichin nodded and told Hazuki, "Send these over. If they don't request changes, proceed with this version. 2 skins and 1 map. How long will development take?" "Not long at all," Hazuki smiled. "Once the skins are designed, making them only takes a few days. The map's bigger, so it'll take a little longer, but overall less than 10 days. And of course, it's not just one person working on it." "Good. If you're confident, then schedule the update for early August. And make sure to put out a preview video beforehand, so players know what's coming." "Let's do that for every major update going forward." "No problem. Leave it to us. Guys, please give it a try to the new FIC, DXD. The transfer student of the demonic high school, don't forget to add it to your library. Chapter 445. First month S update plan after launch. Fall Guys' popularity continued climbing steadily, quickly reaching the top of various streaming platforms. Of course, Itchin knew it was impossible to keep that level of hype forever. After all, Fall Guys was fundamentally different from traditional competitive games. At the beginning, everyone would be highly invested, but later most players would just log in for a round or two daily, or grind when new skins and maps dropped nothing more. His goal for this game was to keep popularity at its peak for the first year. Afterward, it could gradually decline, but as long as the average online player base stabilized around 50,000, that would already be a huge success. But the game had just launched not even a month yet, so it was far too early to seriously think about those things. For now, everything was just projections. When Itchin returned from the Fall Guys dev team, he saw Yutaha in the office, completely engrossed in grinding the game. It had only been about 10 days since launch, yet Yutaha had already unlocked 17 skins. According to the data Itchin saw from the back end, that already put her in the top bracket of players. The one with the most skins had unlocked 24. Players with over 15 skins were all heavy grinders who spent at least 5 hours daily, and who also won frequently to pull it off. And right now, Fall Guys was harder than Itchin remembered, especially the final rounds. Winning required not just skill, but also a fair bit of luck. Still, the game's popularity was unquestionable. Even streamers who didn't main Fall Guys would often warm up their streams with a few matches before moving on to new releases or their usual MOBAs and FPS games. Itchin sat down next to Yutaha, who had just entered the final round, a familiar hexagon stage. She carefully hopped from tile to tile. Only 3 players remained competing with her for first place, and by their movement, it was obvious they were veterans. Itchin stayed silent, so as not to disturb her focus. After a tense minute and a half, Yutaha's superior pathing forced the others to fall one by one. She claimed first place and secured the win. Seeing the victory screen, Yutaha happily waved her controller. Another win. That means I can exchange for my next skin. After switching into a new costume, she looked at Itchin with a smile. Not bad, right, Itchin? Itchin chuckled and nodded. Yeah, really impressive. You're already better at this than me. He wasn't particularly skilled at Fall Guys himself. Since launch, his wins had been few, and had only managed to trade crowns for 3 skins total. Most of the time, he just played for relaxation, not to chase victories. He gently pinched Yutaha's cheek, took the controller from her, and said, "All right, you've played long enough. Time to rest." "Yeah, I'm a little tired." She shut off the game, stretched, then leaned on Itchin's shoulder. "Fall Guys is really popular, huh? Are the next updates already planned?" "Of course," Itchin replied. "Early August. Well, push an update. Besides the crossover skins and maps with Garo, there'll also be 3 new stages and 5 new skins. As for Season 1's ranked mode and team mode, those will officially start by the end of August. Seasonal rank play, exclusive season skins, those would roll out gradually. On top of that, the new team-based mode was lined up for release too. Itchin was determined never to let players feel bored with the gameplay. Hearing that team mode would arrive by late August, Yutaha nodded in satisfaction. "Perfect. Then we can play with Eruri and Yukino at that time." Both Eruri and Yukino had recently become hooked on Fall Guys, spending their free time grinding matches. "By the way, Itchin, when are we going back to visit your uncle and aunt? I talked to your mom the other day, and she told me she's already making the final selection for Haruno-san's blind dates." "So soon?" Itchin blinked in surprise at Yutaha. "And you're only telling me now?" Yutaha narrowed her eyes playfully. "Your mom said to keep it a secret. Right now I'm the only one who knows. She even showed me the profiles and photos of the candidates. They all seem decent, but I don't know which one she'll finally pick or whether he'll fit Haruno-san's taste." "Well, that's anyone's guess. No one can truly predict Haruno's preferences, not even her mom. Certainly not us." After thinking it over, Itchin said, "Tonight when we're home, he'll call Mom to check. He'll also ask Haruno-san how much free time she has in August. Then we'll book tickets back. Returning in the summer meant enduring the heat, but fruits back home were cheap eating chilled watermelon to cool off without worrying about the cost. Even now, with more money coming in, Ichin still thought buying watermelons in Tokyo was outrageously expensive. That night after dinner, Yudaha went to bathe while Ichin video called his mom. She quickly answered, her face appearing on the screen. "Mom, have you eaten?" "Yes, yes," she smiled at her son. "Where's Yudaha?" "She's taking a bath." After replying, Ichin asked about Haruno. "Mom, how's the selection for Haruno's blind dates going? When would be a good time for us to come back?" His mom thought for a moment. "Yudaha told you, right? You two can come back anytime. I've almost finished shortlisting. Do you want to take a look at the candidates I've chosen?" Ichin quickly waved his hand. "No need. You can just arrange it for Haruno directly. Since any time works, he'll ask her about her schedule, then we'll book tickets together." "All right, just let me know a day ahead. He'll prepare a big feast for you." It was clear she was excited about making the final choice, so Ichin didn't dampen her mood. After ending the call, he dialed Haruno's number. "Guys, please give it a try to the new FIC. DXD, the transfer student of the demonic high school. Don't forget to add it to your library." Chapter 446. Nene, as planned, Haruno, of course, had her own fixed vacation time. And since there weren't many projects in August, plus after dealing with a few troublemakers in the company, things were firmly under her control. Leaving for a few days wasn't a problem. Going to China with Ichin meant she'd have to face the blind dates her godmother arranged for her. But to Haruno, that wasn't anything hard to handle. More than anything, it was simply a chance to relax and take a holiday. After weighing things, Haruno quickly set the departure date, next Friday. Today's Thursday, so that's about a week. Time to book tickets. After hanging up the call, Ichin opened his laptop and started booking flights. As for Yukino, no questions there. She had already promised to come along. All she needed was a date. Among them, Yukino had it the easiest during summer break. 10 minutes later, Yudaha came out of the bathroom, hair still damp from blow-drying. She walked over, glanced at Ichin's screen, and asked curiously, "Already decided when we're going back?" "Yeah, next Friday. I just talked with Mom and Haruno." Ichin nodded. "Since we've got a week to go, better to lock the tickets now, so everything else is easier to arrange." Leaning lightly on his shoulder, Yudaha smiled. "How long do you plan for us to stay this time?" Maybe 10 days to half a month. Fall Guys is already out. August updates are set. Dark Souls and Titanfall just got new content drops. This month I can afford to relax a bit." "Oh, right, I can also arrange a summer company trip. We'll bring it up tomorrow at the office and see where everyone wants to go." "You're right. It's about time for the annual retreat." Yudaha nodded. "But since we'll be in your home country, we can't join. I bet Ko-senpai and the others will be disappointed, especially Hajime and Aoba. They love hanging out with you." Ichin shrugged. "Nothing I can do. Can't exactly skip going home, right? Anyway, forget that." "Yudaha, should we take a morning or afternoon flight?" "Afternoon. Eat lunch first, then head to the airport. I don't want to eat airplane food. Even in first class, lunch isn't that great. Better to eat your mom's cooking once we arrive." "All right, afternoon it is." The next day at the office, Ichin called the senior staff into a meeting. "Relax," he said once everyone was seated. "This isn't about work." At once, Ko's face lit up. "Summer retreat, right?" "Exactly." His confirmation made the whole room brighten. Work at their company was already enjoyable. Even when things got busy, no one felt drained. But the words company retreat were enough to spark excitement in everyone. Ichin smiled. "First thing, the retreat. But this year I won't be joining. You all decide together. The budget is about the same as last year, plenty for a good trip. As for me, we'll be going home next week to visit family." Ko rested her chin on her hand, looking regretful. "Oh, so no chance then. I thought summer would be the perfect time for everyone to enjoy a break together. Guess I'll have to enjoy it alone." Ichin rolled his eyes at her. "Anyway, retreat planning is up to you. Discuss and finalize it with HR. Then show me the budget. Once it looks good, you can pack your bags. Second thing, you'll be gone about half a month. Aside from the retreat days, the team leads need to keep your groups in check. Don't slack off. And if anything urgent happens, don't hesitate, just call me." Once everyone promised, Ichin left the room, giving them space to discuss the retreat. Half an hour later, the internal company chat launched a poll about the retreat destination. As Ichin expected, everyone got a vote. The options were the ones brainstormed earlier in the meeting's solid travel spots. Not too far, affordable, perfect for a relaxing trip. After watching a lively chat for a bit, Ichin closed it and went back to work. But only a few minutes later, someone knocked on his office door. Yudaha opened it and blinked in surprise. Nene? Here to see Ichin? Nene nodded. Yeah, I've got something. Come on in. As she entered, Ko from the art team glanced over curiously and whispered to Aoba. Do you know what Nene wants to talk about? Aoba shook her head. No idea. But the past couple days, she seemed troubled. Not sure if it's something she can solve. Troubled, huh? Ko rubbed her chin. Then her expression shifted as though she understood. I see. So that's what it is. Flicking her long hair back, she dropped the matter and returned to modeling. Meanwhile, Ichin gestured to the sofa for Nene. Seat. So what's bothering you enough to weigh so heavily on your mind? Her expression froze. Huh? Was it that obvious? Yudaha chimed in with a nod. Yep. Written all over your face. Aha. So it was like that. Sitting down, Nene placed her hands on her knees, looking a little nervous. Ichin-kun, you're going back next week, right? Yeah. Ko mentioned it? Wait, don't tell me what you're about to say is... Ichin already had a guess. Nene nodded. I was wondering if... I could come along. As expected, Ichin smiled, eyeing her with interest. Looks like Yumiko being stuck in Shanghai these past months has really been hard on you, huh? At that, Yudaha immediately understood. Oh, lovesick are we? It's not that bad. Now that he knew it was about wanting to see Yumiko, Ichin had no doubts. He readily agreed to let Nene join them next week. Of course, Shed need to book her own ticket. Guys, please give it a try to the new FIC, DXD. The transfer student of the demonic high school, don't forget to add it to your library. Chapter 447. Before departure, after Nene left the office, Yudaha checked her phone calendar and said with a start, that's right. Everyone originally planned for Yumiko to come back this month, so we could celebrate her birthday properly. But in the end, she decided not to come, choosing to wait until the end of the year instead. In part, that's my fault too. Leaning back in a chair with a wry smile, Ichin said, remember the Titanfall gameplay demo video? To make sure it looked perfect, the Shanghai studio worked several extra days, finishing projects that weren't even due yet. That's why the final demo turned out so good. But because of that, Yumiko canceled her plan to come back and just kept working. Sigh. I really need to give her a big bonus, and the rest of the team too. As for the Shanghai office's retreat summer, there was even hotter. After his meeting, Ichin told them to plan it later. They kept discussing and eventually decided to push it till October, when the weather would be cooler. With the scorching sun now, everyone preferred staying in the air-conditioned office anyway. Plus, most of them didn't like beach trips, so a summer outing was unlikely from the start. Since the decision was made, Ichin didn't push further. Postpone it, then. That afternoon, Nene quickly booked her own ticket for the same flight as Ichin and the others' first class as well. By now, she was practically a little rich woman. Booking first class didn't even make her blink. When Aoba found out Nene wouldn't be joining the company retreat, she looked surprised. Nene, why not? I already told you I'm going to Shanghai with Ichin-kun. Nene held up her phone, showing a chat with Yumiko. I already told Yumiko-ne I'd visit her next week. So you guys just go enjoy the retreat. Don't worry about me. Oh, I see. Aoba finally understood. So that was Nene's plan, nothing to be done about it. Ko, listening to them, folded her arms. TSK. Such careful scheming. Makes me want to tag along, too. Nene laughed. You could, Ko-senpai. Want to come? Forget it. I can't. As our director, I can't bail when the boss is skipping the retreat already. I have to stay with the team. Without her supervision, the art team kids would go completely wild. Hajime rolled her chair over, envy all over her face. Shanghai, huh? Doesn't that mean endless cheap watermelons? Even though I make good money now, I still feel guilty buying a whole watermelon. Nene gave her a sharp look. Hajime-senpai, I wouldn't even have thought about that if you didn't say it. You really only ever think about food. And come on, it's just a watermelon. Even Tokyo prices are nothing with your salary. No way. Instead of spending that money on a watermelon, I'd rather buy a new figurine. Watermelon? Can it compare to the fragrance of a brand new figure? Her words left everyone around shaking their heads with a sigh. Truly, she had never lost her original spirit. Just then, the office door opened. Ichin spotted Hajime hanging around the art team. Hajime, there you are. No wonder you didn't answer my messages. Come on, I've got some work to discuss with you. Oh, coming. Hajime leapt up and quickly ran into the office. Watching her leave, Aoba glanced at herself in the mirror and sighed deeply. My proportions are fine, but compared to her height, I'm just too short. Time passed quickly, and soon the day of Ichin's trip home arrived. The company also finalized their retreat destination not far. They chose Aizu. Beaches, hot springs, fun activities, everything they needed to relax for a few days. 8 p.m. at Ichin's house. Like when they went home for New Year, everything they need was already there. So Ichin and Yutaha barely packed, just a few clothes, laptops, and the Switch. The Shanghai home PC had already been upgraded to the highest specs, powerful enough for any work. With so little to bring, they didn't even need suitcases, just one backpack was enough. Zipping it up, Ichin hefted it. Not bad. Not heavy at all. Yutaha, do you need to pack anything else? Nope. Sitting on the bed, Yutaha gently swung her legs, then rested her left foot on Ichin's lap. Your mom already bought me skincare stuff, so I don't need to bring any. I can just use what's waiting at home. Perfect. Traveling light. Ichin scratched her foot with a grin, making her pull it back quickly. So stingy. Can't even let me rest it for a minute. Rolling her eyes, Yutaha lay back on the bed, grabbed her phone, and texted Haruno and Yukino, who were also preparing at home. Hey Ichin, let's have Harunane, Yukino, and Nene come over for lunch tomorrow. Then we can all head to the airport together. Sure, Ichin nodded. Ask if they're okay with it. We need to finish the leftover veggies anyway. By the way, what's Yukino doing with her cats? Typing, Yuta said, she's boarding them at Ariri's place. I already checked Peppa and George are fine with my mom. No problem. Ichin had no issue with his pets, but he never thought Ariri would dare take on Yukino's 4 cats. Still, Ariri lived in a villa, and the cats were well trained they wouldn't make a mess outside the litter boxes. A few minutes later, Haruno and the others replied. They'd come by before noon, have lunch together, then head off. Lying on the futon, Cinchuredo, hair still messy from sleep, blinked at her in disbelief and let out a deep sigh. Didn't we agree on 10 o'clock? Why are you here so early? Because I couldn't sleep. She even said it with a look of absolute righteousness. Shaking his head helplessly, Ichin still let her inside. Sit down. If you want a drink, there's some in the fridge. Help yourself. I haven't even washed up yet, so don't expect me to play host. No witties, no witties. Nene had been over countless times already and knew the place well. She immediately turned to play with Peppa and George. A little later, Yutaha came out, freshly washed and dressed. Seeing Nene cuddling both cats in her arms, she laughed. Nene, you're really early. Not excited, huh? Nene beamed at her. Of course. The anticipation practically overflowed from her eyes. It was impossible to miss. Yutaha smiled and shook her head, then went into the kitchen to brew some coffee. By the time she finished, Ichin had also washed up and changed. The two of them solved breakfast with just some biscuits and coffee, no need for more since lunch was coming soon. The three chatted in the living room while teasing the cats. At exactly 10, the Yukino Shida sisters finally arrived. When she heard that Nene had shown up at 8:30, Haruno looked surprised. So eager, huh? That's wonderful. Is this what you feels like? Ichin, on his way to the kitchen to prep lunch, shot her a glance. Haruno-ne, that doesn't sound right coming from you. You're not Hiratsuka-sensei. Fair point. Haruno nodded with mock seriousness, then picked up a cat teaser toy and started playing with the cats. Turning to Yukino, Ichin asked, You dropped the cats off at Ariri's? Yukino nodded. Yes. After that, I came with my sister. Good. Since lunch was meant to be simple, no elaborate feast, Ichin didn't ask Yutaha or Yukino to help in the kitchen. He handled it himself. 4 people, 3 dishes, and a soup just enough to use up all the leftover ingredients at home. After happily finishing lunch, sipping her soup from a small bowl, Nene asked, "So, everyone from the company is heading out for the trip tomorrow, right?" "Yeah, they're going to Izu." Draining his bowl, Ichin exhaled. "I'm not worried. With Hazuki keeping an eye on things, she'll manage just fine." "The seaside, huh?" Haruno pictured it and shook her head. "Still not my kind of thing." "Yukino, how about you?" "Pretty much the same," Yukino replied. The main reason, of course, was the crowd's too many people watching, approaching, or try to strike up conversations. Even if they rented a private beach, swimsuits, sunscreen, spending all day under the blazing sun, none of that suited Yukino style. If she really went to the beach, Yukino would probably just stay under a parasol with a book in hand, reading quietly by herself. After pausing, she said, "Compared to the seaside, I'd rather go to a hot spring." "Hot springs are indeed nice," Yutaha agreed wholeheartedly. Last time they all went together, it had been a lot of fun. But it's summer now, so there's no need to soak in hot springs. After a short rest, they went next door to inform Yutaha's mother. Then Ichin and the others set out by car. Security check, boarding, the whole process went smoothly, and soon they were seated in first class. Stretching out comfortably in the luxurious seats, Nene sighed with satisfaction. No wonder it's first class. So comfy, definitely worth the money. Stowing his bag and sitting down, Ichin glanced across the aisle at her and asked with a smile, "By the way, when we get to Shanghai, are you staying at Yumiko's place?" "Of course. We already agreed on it," Nene replied happily. "And tomorrow's Saturday, so we could go out together." Rubbing his chin, Ichin mused, "Actually, Yumiko should still have quite a few unused vacation days. Probably hasn't taken them, right?" "Vacation days? How many?" 15. "So many." Nene's eyes widened. "I only get 7, that's a whole 8 days less." "Well, Yumiko is one of the company's main pillars. If this were a normal large company, her role would be at least a director-level position. Of course, she gets the best benefits." Handing a pair of earphones to Yutaha, Ichin added, "As for you, Nene, keep working hard. In another couple of years, when the company expands further, your position, along with Aoba's and the others, will all be promoted upward." Since he had said it, it wasn't an empty promise, it was something that would definitely happen. Nene instantly broke into a radiant smile, clenching her small fists with determination. "Hee. Then I've really got to work hard, so one day I can lead a team of my own." With her talent, that was almost certain to happen in the future. But with her petite frame and slightly baby-faced cheeks, she hardly looked like someone who could be a leader. Still, so what? In a way, wasn't that the company's charm? Other game developers' live streams featured middle-aged men and women, while theirs was full of unique, beautiful women. Sure, it might not fit the correct image abroad, but who cared? As long as they looked good, it worked. Soon, the plane took off. Some slept, some listened to music, and the cabin grew quiet. 2 hours of flight passed in a flash. When Ichin opened his eyes again, the plane was already preparing to land. He raised his wrist to check his watch right on time. Yutaha was still asleep, leaning against his shoulder. "Dear passengers," the in-flight announcement began as Ichin gently nudged her awake. "Yutaha, we're about to land." We're here already?" Yawning, Yutaha rubbed her eyes, then peered out the window. Sure enough, they'd arrived. Looking across Ichin toward the opposite seat, Nene was still sound asleep with her mask on, completely unaware. Yutaha pointed at her and said, "Better wake her too." Ichin nodded, leaned over, and carefully tugged the mask upward, then suddenly let go. Snap! "Ah, my eyes!" Nene shrieked. Chapter 449. Long-awaited Yumiko, after getting off the plane, Nene trailed behind Ichin, repeatedly kicking at his calf. "That's for yanking my eye mask. That's for yanking my eye mask." Ichin dodged nimbly, grinning. The announcement had already played. "You were the only one still dead asleep, so I just picked the most effective way to wake you. Urusai, I'm definitely telling Uncle and Auntie about your crimes later." Her threats rolled right off him. Ichin simply flicked a finger against her forehead, making her freeze. "Always bullying me. Fine, you're the boss, you win." Seeing Nene's sulky face, Ichin exchanged a look with Yutaha, then laughed. All right, I'll apologize. When we get home, I'll buy you a chilled watermelon. Half for you alone, you can hug it and eat it with a spoon. Oh, really? The last time they'd gone back to China in summer, that way of devouring a watermelon had left a deep impression on her. In Tokyo, she never dared have a watermelon that cost a fortune. Of course, in the countryside fruit was way cheaper, but since life and work kept her in Tokyo, she never had the chance. Just picturing it, Nene's irritation melted away. Truthfully, she had never been mad in the first place, just the usual playful bickering. They picked up their luggage, and in the arrivals hall, they spotted Yumiko, who had come to meet them. Compared to those around her, Yumiko's slightly darker skin stood out. The moment Nene saw her, she dropped her suitcase and sprinted ahead. Yumiko-ne. Smiling, Yumiko waved only to see Nene charging at full speed, then leaping to cling onto her. Startled, Yumiko quickly caught her. Good thing I've kept up my training, or I wouldn't have managed that. Hee. Of course I knew you could handle it. After rubbing her cheek against Yumiko's, Nene finally slid back down. By then, Ichin and the others had caught up. Ichin smiled. Long time no see, Yumiko. Though honestly, I expected a bit more of a touching reunion scene. That was it. Haruno chimed in, you don't get it, little Ichin. The rest isn't free for us to watch, and this place isn't exactly appropriate either. Oh, I get it now. As expected of Haruno-ne. Yumiko, of course, heard the teasing undertones in their words. She shot Ichin a glare, then pulled a car key from her pocket and handed it to him. Here, this is for you to drive back. It'll take Nene to drop off her luggage at my place first, then head over to your home. By the way, are Haruno and Yukino still staying with you this time? Not this time, Ichin shook his head. It's summer cramming the sisters into one room is too hot, even with AC. Back at New Year, I asked Mom to buy another apartment in our complex. One happened to be up for sale. It's already renovated, so Haruno-ne and Yukino can move in. Later, if anyone else comes to visit, they can stay there, too much more convenient. What? How did I not know? Haruno was stunned. It wasn't a big deal. And I'm telling you now, aren't I? As they walked out of the terminal, Ichin explained, we're family, no need for so much fuss. Prices in Shanghai will only keep rising. Buying was no loss. The previous owner already knew my parents. Their daughter got married and moved to another city for work, so they sold it to us at a friendly discount. Basically market value, but still a favor. In that case, good. Haruno finally relaxed. He was right, they'd definitely be coming often in the future, so a stable place to stay was ideal. Yukino, recalling something, added, I remember, apartments in that area were quite expensive, weren't they? I looked it up once out of curiosity. They're high, yeah, but not outrageous for Shanghai. They've broken 150,000 per square meter these past 2 years. There are at least 40 or 50 places pricier than our complex. But honestly, unless you're buying, it's not worth worrying about. And your family's business doesn't extend into China anyway. So just relax and enjoy your vacation. Yukino nodded. She really had only searched out of curiosity, but those numbers had been shocking. Nene tugged at Yumiko's sleeve and whispered, Yumiko-ne, is your place expensive? Not too bad. Ichin helped me find a nice environment. Close to work, very convenient. Price? Not sure, maybe 70 or 80,000. That's still so expensive. Nene's eyes went wide. Ichin turned his head and said, it's just an apartment. Its value doesn't compare to what Yumiko has contributed to the company. Well, did that speech move you? Make you want to work for me for decades? Yumiko laughed. As it happens, I do plan on staying at your company until retirement. How's that sound? You're 100% welcome. And you, Nene? Me? I never thought of changing jobs. Just don't let the company go under, and we're fine. With laughter and chatter, the group left the airport. Ichin drove Yutaha, Haruno, and Yukino home, while Yumiko took Nene back to her apartment first. In the car, Haruno glanced out at the sweltering weather. Shanghai summers really are hot. So, where are we going to play these next few days? Hands on the wheel, Ichin answered, there are plenty of places. Let's rest at home for a day, then decide. Mom's free anyway, so wherever you want to go, will be your driver." From the back seat, Haruno nodded approvingly. "Good, good. Very sensible. In return, he'll reward you with a nice rest. He'll pass. I already have Yuta as company for that." He knew better than to trust Haruno's so-called reward if he accepted. Who knew what scheme shed spring next? Chapter 45450. Family Hierarchy. The car pulled into the complex. Parked in the family spot, and Ichin led Yutaha and the sisters upstairs. Instead of heading straight to his own place, he took them to the apartment prepared for Haruno and Yukino, where his mom was already waiting. The doorbell rang, and moments later the door opened. Ichin's mother appeared with a broad smile. "You're back. Komein, Komein." Once the four entered, she hugged Yutaha, Haruno, and Yukino one by one, pointedly leaving Ichin out. He had long since expected this and only laughed, helping carry in the sisters' luggage. Holding each sister by the hand, his mother said warmly, "Come, let me show you the setup. I prepared everything in advance without knowing your preferences, so I'm not sure if you'll like it. If you want to change anything, it'll take you shopping in the next couple of days." Looking around the living room, Haruno nodded in approval. "This is already very nice. We never liked overcomplicated decor. Simple is best." Yukino agreed. "Yes, it's similar to my Tokyo apartment style. Very comfortable." They checked the living room, study, bedrooms, and bathroom. His mother had put a lot of effort into redecorating, leaving both sisters thoroughly satisfied. Yukino's room, in particular, was like heaven. Knowing her love for cats and pandas, Ichin's mom had prepared themed items. She even managed to track down several of the now sold-out Bing Dwin mascots from the Winter Olympics and place them in her room. Seeing her two goddaughters so pleased, Ichin's mom finally felt relieved. She told them to unpack, then brought Ichin and Yutaha upstairs to their own home. Opening the door, Ichin stretched comfortably. "Back home at last. Nothing feels quite like it. Mom, did you buy groceries? There'll be a lot of people at dinner tonight. Yumiko and Nene are coming too." "Don't worry, I bought everything this morning." She pointed at his bedroom. "Go unpack. Yutaha, stay here and chat with me. Fine. My place in this family is already the same as Dad's rock bottom." Shrugging, Ichin carried his bag to his room. He turned on the AC, opened drawers, and unpacked bit by bit electronics on the desk, clothes into the wardrobe. It didn't take long. Soon he was sprawled on his bed, yawning lazily. May as well nap for a while. Dinner doesn't need me anyway." Sleep took him quickly. In the living room, Yutaha chatted with his mom. When Ichin still hadn't reappeared after 10 minutes, she grew curious and peeked into his room only to find him fast asleep. His mom joined her, chuckling at the sight. "This boy, how did he fall asleep so fast?" "He must be tired," Yutaha whispered. "So he could stay longer here. He's been handling extra company work these past few days. Since we've nothing to do this afternoon, let him rest." She gently picked up a blanket and tucked it over him, making sure he wouldn't catch a cold from the AC. Ichin's mom watched silently from the doorway, her face warm with affection. Their relationship was strong. She felt reassured. The only thing that bothered her was timing. Ichin wasn't yet old enough to register marriage with Yutaha. They need 2 more years. As for children, that could wait even longer. She would never allow Yutaha to interrupt her university studies with a pregnancy. Blanket tucked in, Yutaha left and returned to watch TV with his mom. Soon after, Haruno and Yukino came upstairs, and half an hour later Yumiko and Nene arrived too. Even though her son was still snoring away, Ichin's mother didn't mind. With 5 lively kids keeping her company, who needed him? Her son? Whether he was here or not made no difference. Near 5 o'clock, the bedroom door creaked open. Nene and Yukino tiptoed in. Nene clutched a feather plucked from a duster. Yukino eyed it with a twitching mouth. "Are you really going to do this?" She whispered. This is revenge. Nene never let a grudge last overnight." Chin raised, she crept toward Ichin's bed. He was still deeply asleep, not stirring even as they entered. Kneeling beside him, Nene murmured softly as she studied his face, "Say what you will, he really is pretty handsome. Better looking than those hosts in Tokyo." "You been to a host club?" Yukino asked flatly. "Of course not. I saw it on YouTube. Pulling out her phone, Nene started recording, then brought the feather to his nose, brushing lightly. The tickling made him scrunch his nose and frown, but he still didn't wake. Nene's grin twisted mischievously eerily like her best friend Aoba's. Tickle, tickle. Achoo. The explosive sneeze startled both girls. Ichin finally woke, staring at Nene holding a phone in one hand and the feather in the other, with Yukino behind her looking embarrassed. Realizing instantly, he exhaled, then ground out between clenched teeth. Nene, are you prepared to face your punishment? Hee Nene gave him a silly grin, quickly pocketed her phone, and bolted from the room. Ichin scratched his head helplessly, glancing at the blanket covering him. That must have been Yutaha's doing. If it had been his mom, she'd have slapped him awake for daring to nap in his room alone. Guys, please give a try to the new FIC. DXD. The transfer student of the demonic high school. Don't forget to add it to your library. Chapter 451. A beautiful day. Starting with being pinched awake, yo. Throwing off the blanket and getting out of bed, Ichin stretched a little and said to Yukino, I really didn't expect you to join in with Nene's little prank. A faint smile flickered in Yukino's eyes as she replied, Actually, it was Godmother who told me to wake you. Nene just tagged along on her own, saying she wanted to get back at you for what you did at the airport earlier. I figured as much. Picking up the phone from the desk, Ichin noticed it was already 5 o'clock. Guess I really did sleep for quite a while. Slipping the phone into his pocket, he walked out of the bedroom with Yukino. In the living room, Sakura Nene and Haruno were watching TV. Ichin walked over, grabbed a cherry tomato from the fruit plate on the coffee table, and popped it into his mouth. The sweet and sour taste woke him up a little. He shot a look at Nene, who was half hiding behind Haruno, then turned to Haruno and asked, Where's Yumiko? Don't tell me she's in the kitchen too? Haruno smiled and nodded. Yep, she's helping out in the kitchen. Ichin, Godmother, said that once you're up, you should go give a hand too. All right, let me wash my face first. After rinsing his face in the bathroom, Ichin headed into the kitchen. Inside, his mom, Yutaha, and Yumiko were busy preparing dinner. When his mother saw him come in, she gave him a glare, then told Yumiko to hand over the kitchen knife she was holding to Ichin. All right, Yumiko, you go rest. Let Ichin handle things here. Of course, Yumiko happily agreed. Passing the knife to Ichin, she even untied her apron and handed that to him as well. I've chopped most of the vegetables already. The rest is all yours. Got it, Yumiko. Go rest. You're the guest today. Once Yumiko left, Ichin took over her work, finishing up the chopping. Mom, why don't you rest too? I can handle the stir-frying. Seeing her son so eager, Ichin's mother smiled and nodded. All right then, he'll enjoy a little break. Come on, Yutaha. Let's go to the living room. Huh? Yutaha was dragged off with her, leaving Ichin staring blankly for 3 seconds before he finally snapped out of it. As expected of my real mom. Picking up the spatula, he looked at the neatly prepared ingredients in front of him and got to work. Half an hour later, the kitchen door opened. Yukino peeked inside at the busy Ichin and asked, Need me to help? Ichin, checking on the soup simmering in the pot, shook his head. No need, Yukino. Just stay in the living room. If Mom finds out you came to help me, she'll nag again. It's my first day back, let me handle the cooking. Yukino didn't go back immediately. Instead, she stepped inside. Glancing at the pot, she asked curiously, Is that loofah? Yeah, loofah. You don't see it often in Tokyo, but Mom bought some today to make soup. Loofah egg drop soup, it's really good. Yukino leaned closer, surprised at the light, savory fragrance rising from the pot. It really did smell nice. Pouring oil into the wok to heat it up, Ichin said, All right, time for me to stir-fry. Yukino, you should head out. Even with the exhaust fan on, the smell still gets strong. She nodded lightly, then finally stepped out of the kitchen. When dinner was ready, Ichin's father happened to return home as well. So everyone gathered at the table. Seeing the feast laid out, his father smiled, fetched a bottle of red wine from his study collection, and said to Ichin, Come on, Ichin, drink a little with me. Haruno, Yumiko, you two should have some as well. Naturally, no one objected. They ate and drank happily together. It was only after the meal, when Yumiko glanced at the 2 empty wine bottles on the table, that she suddenly remembered she had planned to drive home. Oh, that's bad. Ichin realized that at the same time Yumiko couldn't drive anymore. But it wasn't a big problem. Even though he and his father couldn't drive her themselves, they could always call for a designated driver. Yumiko, just call a driver service. Driver? Oh, right. I drank too much and forgot. She tapped her forehead, then pulled out her phone and booked one. Since it was the two of them going back, she specifically chose a female driver, just to avoid any possible complications. Of course, they could have stayed in the apartment downstairs where Haruno and Yukino were, but Ichin didn't bring it up. After all, today was their first day here. Better to let Nene and Yumiko spend time alone. If they stayed over, Nene would probably feel too restrained. Ichin was honestly looking forward to their reactions when he saw them tomorrow. Before long, the driver arrived, and Yumiko and Nene said their goodbyes and left. Haruno and Yukino didn't stay much longer either. During dinner, Yukino had tried a little red wine, and it was starting to hit her. Combined with the fatigue of a day of flying, it was definitely better for them to rest early. With enough energy, they could enjoy themselves properly tomorrow. Back home after half a year, Ichin slept especially well that night, so well that he didn't wake up until 9 the next morning when someone pinched his face awake. Opening his eyes, he found Yutaha wasn't beside him. Instead, leaning over his bed, one hand pinching his cheek, was Haruno. A beautiful day, starting with being pinched awake. Meeting Ichin's gaze, Haruno laughed cheerfully. Good morning, Ichin. Time to get up. Or, do you want your big sister's good morning greeting instead? Expressionless, Ichin swatted her hand away. Sitting up and ruffling his hair, he muttered, Why are you so free anyway? With all this energy, can't you go for a jog or something? No need. I already train regularly. I'll never skip my Aikido practice. My skills are pretty good, you know? She proudly flexed her fist, then stood up. All right, mission accomplished. Now hurry up and wash up. Ichin, breakfast is already bought. Yeah, I'm getting up. Ichin yawned and was about to throw off the blanket when he noticed Haruno was still standing there, staring at him without leaving. After staring at each other for a good 5 seconds, Ichin finally said, Haruno, I think you've really been single too long. How about letting Mom set you up with a blind date in the next couple of days? That finally sent Haruno obediently out of the bedroom. After changing clothes and washing up, Ichin went to the dining room. Yutaha and Yukino had almost finished their breakfast. When Yutaha saw him come in, she poured him a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Come on, Ichin, have breakfast. Finally, I get to eat these pan-fried buns again. Sitting down, Ichin took a sip of coffee, then pulled a napkin to wipe a bit of broth from the corner of Yutaha's lips before picking up a bun himself. Yutaha, smiling as she enjoyed his attention, picked up a piece of fried dough stick and placed it into his porridge. Chapter 452. Mom's shopping story. After breakfast and a short rest, Ichin's mom went out with the girls. On the way, they picked up Yumiko and Nene, making 6 people in total for the shopping trip. As for Ichin, for once his mother spared him from bag-carrying duty today. Even his father was spared. With all the women out of the house, Ichin and his dad sprawled on the living room sofa, brewed 2 cups of tea, put on a war movie, and enjoyed a lazy afternoon. Taking a sip, Ichin smacked his lips and said, Dad, don't tell me you've run out of pocket money? This tea isn't as good as the stuff you used to drink. You think I want it this way? His father drank and sighed. Think back. Since you were a kid, have I ever had private money? Well, that's true. Looking into his cup, Ichin frowned. But Mom wouldn't deny you decent tea, would she? This isn't terrible. It's just that the harvest these past 2 years hasn't been great. I got this batch from a friend, but compared to before, it's weaker. If you want good tea, the price is up at least 30 or 40%. We're not short on money, but there's no reason to let ourselves be fleeced. Once prices go down, they'll buy better again. After thinking for a moment, Ichin turned to his father. Since Mom and the others are out shopping and left us to fend for lunch, why don't we eat out, then check out some tea shops? I don't have much tea left back in Tokyo anyway, so I might as well buy some. And I can bring a couple of boxes for Yutaha's father, too. Don't worry about the cost. Dad, your son's got money now. It's on me. Hearing this, his father's eyes lit up. All right, let's go this afternoon then. Oldie told me he got a batch of ridiculously expensive Da Hong Pao. They'll message him to hold some for us. Other than the occasional card game with friends, tea was his father's only real hobby. But everyone knew good tea was rare and costly, usually too much for him to justify. But now it was different. With Itchin making plenty of money, he could happily cover his dad's tea expenses. After the movie, the two went out. Itchin's dad called up his tea specialist friend, and the three of them had lunch together before heading to the man's tea house. They spent the afternoon sipping fine tea and playing cards in comfort. By the time they returned home, it was already past 4. Yudaha, eating watermelon in the living room, spotted the bags in their hands and smiled. "What did you buy?" "There." Setting the bags on the table, Itchin leaned forward so Yudaha would feed him a slice of watermelon. Nice. Sweet melon." After swallowing, he added, "There wasn't much tea left at home in Tokyo, so I figured I'd buy some while I was back and grab a little for your dad, too. He loves tea, right?" "Ah, I see." Yudaha picked up a box from the bag, reading the label. Da Hong Bao. That must have been expensive. Tea prices are steep right now, especially for the good stuff. Scarce supply dries it up. 9 boxes in total. 3 Da Hong Pao, 3 Kimun, 3 Bilyuakan. All top quality. Not cheap. They'll bring a set for your father. He can enjoy it at home or share with colleagues. Hearing this, Yudaha's eyes curved in a smile. Once Dad sees this, he'll definitely be thrilled. Soon after, Itchin's mom came back, unloading ingredients in the kitchen before stepping into the living room. Seeing the pile of tea on the table, she frowned. "Spent a lot, didn't you? You only needed to get some for yourself and Yudaha's father. Why so much for him? He still has a box left from before." Itchin grinned. "It wasn't that much, Mom. When you find good tea, of course you buy it. Besides, it keeps. Better to have extra than run out. Anyway, forget tea, what did you buy? And where are Haruno and the others?" "They're downstairs with Yumiko and Nene, checking out the apartment. They'll be up soon." Sitting down with a wedge of melon, his mother's mood brightened. "We bought some clothes today, mostly for the girls. They needed new outfits for the season. They look good in anything." That remark applied to everyone except maybe Nene. Well, to be fair, aside from being short, her proportions weren't bad. She just couldn't pull off Yudaha or Haruno's elegant style, nor Yumiko or Yukino's cool tones. At best, she fit the cute, pastel look. "And you, Mom? Didn't buy anything for yourself?" "Of course I did." She beamed. 2 new summer outfits. The girls helped me pick, and Yudaha even paid. I told her I could pay myself, but she insisted on swiping her card. Yudaha hugged her arm and said with a smile, "It's fine. I earn plenty from writing now, and you've taken such good care of me. Buying you a couple of dresses is the least I can do." Oh, and Itchin this afternoon, we even ran into one of Annie's old university classmates. "Oh, really?" Itchin glanced at his mom. Had only ever met 2 of her old classmates, both from Shanghai. His father, seeing her expression, chuckled. "But it wasn't someone you were close with?" "You can tell." She shot him a glance, her face smug. "It was our old class monitor. Remember her? You met her a few times when you came to pick me up." "Oh, right, I remember." His father clapped his hands, recalling. "The one from a well-off family. Always acting so superior? That's her. I didn't expect to see her again after all these years, but we recognized each other instantly. She's got a daughter, a few years older than Itchin, just returned from studying abroad. The moment we met, she started bragging how successful her daughter is, how she works for a foreign company, how much she earns each month, and what a great son-in-law she's found." Why did that sound so familiar? Itchin tilted his head, then realized, wasn't this straight out of those cliché face-slapping novel scenes? He hadn't run into it himself before, but apparently his mom just had. Chapter 453. Haruno's upcoming blind date. Itchin didn't even need to ask to know how things had turned out. Never mind that his mom had sharpened her tongue years ago while building a business with his dad even without her stepping in. Just Haruno alone would have been enough to handle it. And indeed, that was the case. At first, she saw Yudaha and the others and started asking which one was my kid, whether the rest were relatives or whatnot. His mom's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she spoke. So I introduced them properly. This is my future daughter-in-law. These two are my goddaughters, and those two are my son's colleagues and friends. After that, I talked a little about your and Yudaha's studies and careers. Halfway through, she found an excuse to slip away. But it's fine since I ran into her. I thought I'd organize a class reunion. Reunions a few years after graduation are for showing off careers and love lives. But reunions a decade or two later, that's for showing off family and children. Itchin hadn't expected his mom to enjoy that kind of thing too. Still, he supported the idea. It sounded fun, and she did have a few close university friends worth catching up with. Sound good, Mom. You arrange it however you like. If it runs late, Yudaha and I will drive over and bring you home. Just then, the front door opened, and Haruno walked in with the others. Oh, Itchin, you're back already? Slipping off her shoes, Haruno strode into the living room. Noticing the tea boxes on the table, she said, while we were shopping today, I bought some really cute skirts, the trendy kind, too. What do you think? Itchin gave her a brief look, then glanced at Yudaha. I think Yudaha's fine enough, don't you? Mom, looks like Haruno really wants to fall in love. Better set her up on a blind date before your class reunion. His mother chuckled and nodded. I agree. Let's arrange it for tomorrow. It's Sunday, and that young man has the day off. Haruno's composure cracked. Tugging at her lips, she said, Godmother, isn't that a little fast? Fast? Not at all. Her godmother pulled out her phone. I've spoken with him twice already and even showed her your photo. He has a very good impression of you. Says he'd like to meet. Just trust me, he'll go with you tomorrow. She's even coming along? Haruno had thought she could get away with treating it casually. She hadn't even let her own mother accompany her to past blind dates. But now her godmother insisted on tagging along. Her mind spun quickly, and soon she realized what must have happened. Her mother must have had a talk with her godmother. Seeing her godmother's beaming face, Haruno could only sigh inwardly. There was no escaping tomorrow's plan. Taking another bite of watermelon, Itchin found her defeated expression especially amusing. Checking the weather forecast on his phone, he turned to Yudaha and the others. Since Mom and Haruno have plans tomorrow, where should we go? Amusement park? Nene raised her hand eagerly. Disney? No, just a regular amusement park. Itchin gestured. The kind with huge roller coasters and giant pendulums. Maybe not. Sakura Nene imagined it and shook her head repeatedly. Don't you have something less intense? How about go-karting? Not the bumper car kind, but proper karts with a racetrack like Mario Kart. Oh, that sounds great. Sakura Nene's eyes lit up, clearly interested. Since Nene wanted to go, of course Yumiko would as well. She smiled and added, I know a good place. There's even a shooting range there. I've been twice. Want to try it too? Sure, why not? I came back on vacation, after all. The whole point is to have fun. And just like that, Sunday's plan was set. As for Itchin's father, had already decided on his own schedule, spending the day with old friends, drinking tea and playing cards. He was practically semi-retired now, with far more free time than before. Once the chatting was over, Itchin's mom went to prepare dinner, with Yudaha and Yukino following to help. His dad carried the newly bought tea into the study to examine it properly, while also messaging his car buddies about tomorrow's game. With half the people gone, the living room grew quiet. Itchin finally had a chance to turn his attention toward Yumiko and Sakura Nene. Rubbing his chin, he let his gaze shift back and forth between them. Haruno, how were these two acting when you want to pick them up this morning? Haruno chuckled. If I had to put it into an idiom like why use glue to lacquer? Well, even Yumiko, usually boyish in her hobbies and demeanor, was flustered by their light-hearted jokes. Nene's face turned even redder. Unable to endure Itchin and Haruno's looks any longer, she grabbed Yumiko's hand and dragged her into the kitchen. They ran away. With a sigh, Itchin turned to Haruno. You'd better hurry up, Haruno. Don't end up the only single one when everyone else is paired off. Haruno waved him off without a care. Don't worry about me. No matter what, there's still someone ahead of me in line. Poor Hiratsuka-sensei. Such bad taste in friends. And at that very moment, elsewhere in the city, Hiratsuka Shizuka was walking down the street with an iced Coke in hand when she suddenly sneezed. Ashu. Sniffling, she muttered to herself. "I'm not sick. Must be someone talking about me. Probably Haruno or that Ichin brat. Whatever, better find somewhere to have dinner first." Sunday. With all the plans set, Ichin got up early, ate breakfast, and then drove Yukino, Yumiko, and Sakura Nene to the go-kart track they'd reserved. Haruno, meanwhile, obediently stayed home, waiting until the afternoon to go meet her blind date with Ichin's mom. Patting Haruno's head, Ichin's mom smiled. "Don't be nervous. No one's forcing you into a relationship, just meet him. If you like him, give it a try. If not, just treat it as making a new friend. His family runs a foreign trade building materials business. Even if the blind date doesn't work out, you two might still cooperate on the business side, right?" That was news to Haruno. She hadn't heard this before. Looking at her godmother in surprise, Haruno asked, "Godmother, you've talked about this with my mom, haven't you?" Ichin's mom nodded with a smile. Haruno immediately understood and finally let herself relax completely. Chapter 454. The sudden appearance of Hiratsuka Shizuka. After heading out in the morning, everyone first went to the go-kart track for a proper racing experience. They were all used to driving sedans, but this was everyone's first time in a go-kart. Even Ichin had only ever tried bumper cars before. Though small, the karts packed surprising speed, and the tracks were complex enough to feel almost like real professional racing. Ichin, Yutaha, and the others all had a blast. Even Yukino, usually the one with the fewest expressions, was shining with excitement. After they'd had their fill of karting, they found a seafood restaurant for a feast. In the afternoon, Yumiko led them to a shooting range, where they spent hours practicing. That part mainly appealed to Ichin and Yumiko. The others weren't as interested, though Yukino tried the archery section. Since she had once practiced Kyudo, she picked it up surprisingly quickly. Yutaha and Sakura Nene weren't bored either. They spent the whole time taking photos and videos on their phones, thoroughly enjoying themselves. By evening, after a quiet, high-end dinner, Yumiko and Nene went home, while Ichin drove Yutaha and Yukino back. On the way, Yutaha stretched with a tired sigh. "Today was nonstop fun. I don't want to move tomorrow." "Ichin, let's stay home and rest, and go out again the day after." "Yukino, what do you think?" Yukino nodded. "It was fun, but exhausting. I'd like to rest too." Her stamina was never great, and a whole day of excitement had nearly drained her. Once she'd bathed and lay down, she'd probably be asleep instantly. "Hands on the wheel," Ichin chuckled. "Then you two stay home and rest tomorrow. It's Monday, so we'll stop by the studio here. This boss hasn't shown his face in ages. It's about time." "I see. All right then." Yutaha didn't insist he stay, nor did she suggest tagging along. Clinging to Yukino's arm, she smiled. "Yukino, let's binge a drama at home tomorrow?" Yukino nodded. That sounded nice. If she got bored, she could always play games. She still hadn't unlocked some Fall Guys skins she wanted. And with August around the corner, new maps and skins were coming. She'd need to set aside time to grind, or the backlog would just keep piling up. Who would have thought the once aloof, bookish, cold beauty had, bit by bit, become something of a gamer girl? Soon, the car pulled into the neighborhood. Instead of heading to her own place, Yukino followed Ichin and Yutaha upstairs. When they opened the door, the lights were already on. His parents and Haruno were there. Changing his shoes, Ichin asked, "Mom, when did you get back?" "Haruno and I came home after dinner. Your father got back maybe 10 minutes before you." As she spoke, Haruno was slumped on the sofa, motionless, looking utterly defeated with life. Ichin walked over, smiling as he sat down. "What's wrong, Haruno?" She shook her head. "Looks like the single life continues." "Huh?" Ichin glanced at his mom in surprise. Today's blind date didn't go well. His mother spread her hands helplessly. "More or less. The boy was nice, but after talking it through, both he and Haruno agreed they're just not compatible." Yukino sat beside her sister, curious. "Not compatible? In what way?" "Though honestly, with my sister's personality, that's not surprising." Haruno rolled her eyes. "Yukino, you're getting less and less cute saying that about your sister. It's just that our ways of handling things don't match. He's a good person as a friend or business partner, fine. But as a partner, we'd break up in less than half a month. No point continuing. Today was less a blind date, more like a business discussion. In that sense, it went well. Her mom sighed. I thought you two would be a good match. Guess I was wrong. At least it didn't end badly. I see. Rubbing his chin, Ichin guessed with a grin. Let me guess the guy was too domineering, Cinchuredo. That's not the kind of relationship I want. True enough with Haruno's personality. Her partner needed not just ability, but also fun. Boring people weren't even worth a second glance. Her mom shook her head. With you like this, I don't even know if I should keep arranging dates for you. Haruno just hugged her arm with a laugh. No need, godmother. I'm still young. There's no rush. Instead of worrying about me, why not look forward to Ichin and Yudaha's kids in a couple of years? That's a sure thing. Nothing to look forward to. You just don't want to go on blind dates. Admit it. Her mom's words made Haruno make an awkward face. Luckily, her phone rang, saving her from the moment. She picked it up. It was a voice message from Hiratsuka Shizuka. Good evening, Shizuka. What's up? Are you free tonight? Huh? Haruno froze, glanced at Ichin and Yudaha, and said in surprise, Shizuka's. Cinchuredo, they went downstairs to the place where Haruno and Yukino were staying. Wow. So, this is where you've been living the past few days? Not bad at all. Looking around at the place, Hiratsuka was impressed. Your mom really treats you too well. Perfect. They'll just freeload for a while. Sorry for the intrusion. Since the apartment was mainly for living, it hadn't been fitted with a study, just 3 bedrooms. The spare one was now Shizuka's. After dropping her luggage, she joined everyone in the living room and explained why she had suddenly appeared. Simple. My mom wanted to drag me into more blind dates. After seeing the profiles of the 3 candidates, I couldn't be bothered. I just ran away. Summer break is long for teachers, so I figured I'd vacation in Shanghai instead. She bit into freshly cut watermelon with satisfaction. I was bored after dinner and thought I'd call Haruno, since she hadn't sent me a single update. Didn't expect to find out you're all in Shanghai too. I see. Yudaha nodded, then asked, So, Hiratsuka-sensei, have you been wandering around alone today? Finishing her watermelon, Shizuka wiped her hands. Yep, I was planning to tour around Shanghai for a while, maybe head elsewhere after. But after one phone call, I find you're all here finally. Some company. So what about you guys? What have you been up to? Ichin didn't tell me much after picking me up. As soon as she finished, Ichin, Yudaha, and Yukino all turned their eyes on Haruno. What are you looking at me for? Meeting their stares, Haruno shrugged. It was just a blind date, nothing worth hiding. Huh? Haruno, you went on a blind date? Shizuka was stunned. Haruno calmly nodded and gave her a brief rundown of what had happened. By the end, Shizuka looked both shocked and thoughtful. As expected, this godmother of yours really does care for you. Worrying about your love life makes sense. Finding you a partner is probably harder than finding me one. At least if I lower my standards a bit and fix some bad habits, I could find someone. You? Not so sure. I know. That's why I'm not in any rush. I'm still young, aren't I? Haruno, completely unfazed, grabbed another slice of watermelon and grinned. Anyway, enough of that. Shizuka, have you thought about where you want to go tomorrow? Ichin has to check in at the company. And Yudaha and Yukino want to rest at home. They wore themselves out today. Then we'll need to plan properly. By the way, how long are you staying? About half a month. Perfect. I brought my laptop. Let's look up some travel guides and plan our trips. The 2 friends quickly got into arranging their schedule. Meanwhile, Ichin, Yudaha, and Yukino broke out a deck of cards and started a game of dodiju, sticking slips of paper on their faces as penalties. Half an hour later, Ichin was completely plastered in notes after the 2 girls teamed up against him. Once Haruno and Shizuka finished planning, Ichin suggested the 4 of them switch to mahjong while he went upstairs to his room to busy himself. Even on vacation, he just couldn't stay idle. The half-month holiday passed in a flash. Ichin spent 2 days at the studio to check on progress, then spent the rest sightseeing with Yudaha and the others. After touring around Shanghai, they also visited a few places outside the city. Sakura Nene didn't stay long. After a week, she flew back to Tokyo. With the company's group trip over, she had to return to work. Still, her goal had been achieved. She had spent almost every day with Yumiko, even celebrated her birthday with her alone. Of everyone, Nene left the happiest. She had arrived with just a backpack, but departed with an extra suitcase stuffed full of random purchases. Haruno and Yukino were similar. Their luggage grew from 2 to 3 cases, the extra filled with clothes, gifts, souvenirs, and snacks. Shizuka was no exception. Her suitcase was packed to bursting, plus a new backpack. The longer you play, the more you buy. Thankfully, with a car, hauling everything to the airport wasn't a problem. 2 hours later, the 5 of them were back on Tokyo soil. After collecting their bags, Ichin turned to Shizuka. "Hiratsuka-sensei, did you park your car here?" She waved him off. "Of course, don't worry. I left it here." Haruno leaned over, bumping her shoulder with a grin. "Still, you should be worried. Like, what do you think your mom's going to say when she finds out you vanished for days?" "What could she say?" Shizuka replied with a resigned look. "She's used to it. Probably won't say much. Anyway, that flight wore me out. Time to head home." After saying her goodbyes, she hopped in her car and drove off alone. Ichin pulled out his keys and looked at Haruno. "Are you two going back to Chiba or staying in Tokyo?" "Tokyo. You'll rest today, then get back to work tomorrow. No point running to Chiba. Next week you'll probably go back once with Yukino." Loading her suitcase into the trunk, Haruno walked over and patted Ichin's head with a smile. "Thanks for keeping us company these days, Ichin. I had a great time. Remember to invite your big sis next time you go traveling." "Of course." Getting into the driver's seat, Ichin and Yutaha left the parking lot first. Watching their car go, Haruno smirked at her sister. "Come on, let's head home." But seeing that smile, Yukino couldn't help feeling a strange unease. Somehow, something didn't feel quite right. Chapter 456, A New Neighbor? On the drive back, Yutaha, sitting in the passenger seat, smiled happily. "We're home, Ichin. Once you've dropped off the luggage, let's go next door together. We need to bring the gifts we bought for my parents." "Of course. I can also tell Uncle about the tea I brought back." Nodding, Ichin glanced at Yutaha beside him, then said after some thought, "Yutaha, how about I talk something over with you?" What is it?" Choosing his words carefully, Ichin said, "We're sophomores now. In 2 years, we'll graduate. I want to talk with you about settling down and getting married after that." Hearing this, Yutaha immediately understood. Though they rarely spoke about marriage, it was something both knew they would eventually face, and they both looked forward to that future. The only complication was that Ichin was studying abroad. After graduation, even with a career here, he'd still need to shift his focus back to Shanghai. Had mentioned that before. After marriage, a decision on where to live would have to be made. Yutaha had long since thought about this, though she had never said it aloud. Looking at him, she smiled. "That's simple. Whatever you decide, it'll follow. My career path is novelist and scriptwriter, and that kind of work isn't tied to location. I can write anywhere. As for my parents, it's not like we'd never come to Tokyo again. You'll still have your company here. We can visit whenever we want." Her answer brought a broad smile to Ichin's face. It was what he expected, but hearing it from her own mouth made him even happier. "Then it's decided. Maybe we can arrange to spend part of every year here with your parents. Or once they retire, we could bring them to Shanghai for vacations. As long as the company keeps growing steadily, we won't have to worry about finances. The elders can enjoy life however they like." Yutaha nodded, and they began chatting about future plans. It was still a few years away, but it was fun to picture the future together. But as they talked, Yutaha glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed a familiar car. "Ichin, isn't that Haruno's car behind us?" Ichin looked in the mirror and blinked in surprise. "It is. But this road doesn't lead to Yukino's place. She should have turned 2 intersections back. No way she took the wrong turn. We'll give her a call." Yutaha dialed Yukino. "Yukino, didn't you say you were going home? Why are you on this road?" "Huh?" Haruno said she had some errands. "She didn't tell you the details?" "Okay, I see. We just noticed your car behind us and got curious. Bye." Putting down her phone, Yutaha said, "That's it. Apparently Haruno has something to do." "Well, if it's Haruno, nothing strange about that." Ichin shrugged and went back to chatting with Yutaha. But 6 or 7 minutes later, as they neared home, Haruno's car was still behind them. Frowning, Ichin muttered, "What is Haruno doing near our place?" Yutaha, shook her head. No idea. Maybe we should ask later. Yeah, I'm curious now. Soon they pulled into their apartment complex. Haruno's car entered the parking lot right after. As Ichin and Yutaha got out, he looked over and asked, Haruno, what's going on? If you were coming here, you could have told us earlier. Closing her car door, Haruno grinned. You'll find out soon enough. Yukino grabbed the luggage. Huh? Yukino, just as confused as Ichin and Yutaha, still obediently took the suitcase from the trunk. Come on, Haruno said cheerfully, I'll explain upstairs. They went up together. But instead of stopping at Ichin's door, Haruno walked right to the apartment next door, pulled out a key, and click, the door opened. Turning around to their dumbfounded faces, Haruno beamed. I'm your new neighbor, Yukino Shida Haruno. Please take care of me. 5 minutes later, Ichin and Yutaha stepped into the apartment. Looking at the freshly renovated interior, Ichin suddenly understood. So that's it. The place that was for sale before you bought it, Haruno? Exactly. It's all mine. Haruno folded her arms proudly. The old place I lived was closer to work, but boring. No friends nearby. I'd even thinking of moving. When I visited here before, I learned this apartment was up for sale. So I bought it and renovated it. Yukino frowned. Why didn't you tell us earlier? You could have stayed at my place. I didn't want to bother you, little Yukino. Haruno hugged her sister. You're always studying so seriously. If I lived with you, I'd just distract you. That's why I stopped coming over much. But now it's perfect. Next door are Ichin and Yutaha. Downstairs are Aoba and the others. I won't be lonely at all. Ichin and Yutaha exchanged a glance and shook their heads with a wry smile. They didn't mind Haruno moving in fact, it'd be livelier. But her secrecy, waiting until she had the key in hand to reveal it, that was just like her. Glancing at the sparsely decorated living room, Ichin said with a smile, even though it's renovated, it doesn't feel very homey yet. You'll need to add more personal touches. I was thinking the same. Haruno nodded vigorously. This will be my permanent home now. I'll be busy with work this week. But next weekend you, too, have to come shopping with me to decorate. Chapter 457. Back to the company. Collaboration data. Since Haruno had moved into a new home, of course a housewarming party was in order. A few phone calls later, Hazuki, Hajime, and Aoba all agreed to come, along with Yagami-ko and Rin from downstairs. As the host, Haruno had to entertain the guests, so grocery shopping fell to her little brother Ichin. Luckily, Yukino was sensible enough to tag along, and with Yutaha as well, the three went shopping together. After more than an hour in the supermarket, they returned lugging several large bags filled with ingredients, drinks, and plenty of snacks. Since Haruno's new place came with an oven, Ichin even planned to bake some cakes for the evening. When he returned, the girls were already gathered together, chatting animatedly. Remember the class reunion Godmother hosted the other day? At first we were just waiting to pick her up later, but I got bored and went over early. Turns out, reunions for parents are just like ours, only instead of comparing careers, they compare their children. So I called Ichin, Yutaha, and Yukino over. It was lively. Godmother's classmates looked at us with envy. Quite a few even said they wanted to introduce their sons to me or Yukino, but I turned them down flat. Oh, Aoba's eyes went wide. But Haruno-senpai, are you really not planning to date at all? Date? How can I date if I can't find someone suitable? Haruno smiled, pulled Aoba into a friendly hug, and teased. But if I didn't limit myself so much, I might consider different options. Will you say, Aoba, surprised? Aoba shivered, immediately wriggled free, and hid behind Hazuki. No way. Dumping the snacks on the table, Ichin said irritably. Haruno, stop scaring Aoba. And Aoba, don't take her seriously. If Haruno really wanted a girlfriend, should have ended up with Hiratsuka-sensei already. Oh, right. What do you mean, right? Haruno shot Aoba a glare, then walked over to swat Ichin's arm. You know what Shizuka is like, don't you? I don't want to be around her cigarette stench all day. That was true. Haruno liked cleanliness. She wasn't a neat freak, but being around someone who reeked of smoke was unpleasant. Looking at her, Ichin said thoughtfully, Haruno, it doesn't matter if you want a Barato or a Barato. Just don't set your sights on anyone from the company, especially the likes of Aoba. They're all pure-hearted and too easy to trick you really might hurt one of them. Relax, Yvonne. Haruno waved it off breezily. I was only joking. Besides, no girl is cuter than our Yukino anyway. Hearing that, Yukino, who had been about to step closer, instantly retreated to Ichin's other side, clinging to his arm and glaring at her sister warily. Big sis, you're getting more dangerous by the day. From now on, you're banned from my apartment. I'll change the locks the moment I get back. I was just kidding, Yukino. Don't take it seriously. In the kitchen, Ichin, Yutaha, and Yukino were busy prepping dinner. Seeing Yukino still on edge, Ichin chuckled. Relax. Even if she were interested, she wouldn't bother you. You've got nothing to worry about, right? Yukino nodded, a little relieved. Still, I'll tell Mother when we get back. She should keep arranging blind dates for sister. It'll help her screen the candidates. Let's marry her off sooner. Not marry off bringing a son-in-law. Ah, right, that's what I meant. Meanwhile, Yutaha sliced meat with practiced ease, smiling. Even if you keep finding candidates, matching Haruno is tough. Harder than getting Hiratsuka-sensei married. I'd call it even. Both are near impossible. Somehow, teasing Hiratsuka had become part of their daily routine, not a good habit, but one hard to break. After a lively housewarming dinner, Haruno was officially settled into her new home. With Ichin, Yutaha, and Yagami downstairs, the place was bound to get even livelier. The next day was Monday. Though it was summer break, Ichin headed to the company. Yutaha, meanwhile, accompanied Yukino to fetch her cat from the Sawamura family. Then the two of them went to Fushikawa Publishing. Having taken half a month off with Ichin, Yutaha figured it was time to show her face at the publishing house and talk with editor Machida Sonoko about her novels and anime adaptations. The Love Metronome anime had been a huge success. Ratings, BD sales, and overseas licensing had brought great profits to Kyoto Animation, Fushikawa, and Yutaha alike. As a result, her next work's adaptation had already been signed with Kyoto Animation. But since KyoAni still had one TV series and a movie in production, Yuta's anime had been pushed back slightly. Now that those projects were finished, it was finally her turn. While Ichin worked at the company, Yutaha brought Yukino along to keep her company. Yukino was also curious about anime production and was glad to sit in. At the company, Ichin was greeted with a warm welcome. After saying hello to everyone, he headed straight to the Fall Guys dev team. It was already August, and the early August update had rolled out a major patch adding several new maps and, besides skins, a crossover with Garo. Though Garo wasn't as popular as the big three of Tokusatsu, Kamen Rider, Ultraman, and Super Sentai, it still had a loyal fanbase. The Fall Guys Garo skins were especially well-received chibi versions with the distinct armor of Garo and Shurna. Players went all out grinding to unlock them. Just the other day, when Ichin logged in from Shanghai, he saw plenty of players running around in those golden skins. They looked flashy and cool. Hazuki handed him a report with a smile. Thanks to the Garo crossover and our promotions, this update brought in a lot of new players. Plus, in the patch notes, we advertised Toyui's new Garo project, so their series got extra attention too. A win-win. Looking over the collaboration data report, Ichin nodded again and again. With results like this, negotiating future collaborations would be much easier. Chapter 458. The game's action system. When he entered his office and sat down, Ichin stretched lazily in comfort. Aside from home, this was his favorite place, quiet, where he could think freely about projects, then step outside to check on the team's progress. Booting up his computer, he began working on his next proposal. The Garo game proposal was already finished, and Toho Kashinsha was very satisfied with it. Once Ichin wrapped up his current projects, development could begin. Now, it was time to write the plan for Tales of Berseria. The Tales series had many entries. Ichin hadn't played them all, but he had played plenty, especially the most acclaimed ones, both old and new. To remake all the ones he liked would be a huge effort, especially since everything needed to be reimagined in modern 3D. So, instead of starting from the oldest, he chose one he knew best to set the tone. Berseria, despite having a female protagonist, had excellent combat. Ichin planned to push it further refining the system to make battles even more exhilarating than in the original. Arise had a decent system, but it simplified too much compared to its predecessors. That might work for Garo, but not for Berseria. So Ichin wanted to keep part of the classic input command system, letting characters unleash a wide variety of moves and create dazzling combos. Still, had need a simpler option for less skilled players. The ceiling, however, would remain different. Combo systems, huh? Rubbing his chin, Ichin decided that once the proposal draft was done, he'd build the combat system first. He'd model the heroine Velvet and create her move set, so the dev team had a clear direction. Flashy battles were fine, but there was another crucial element: impact. The feel of combat came from many details: hit stop, sound and visual effects, screen shake, even controller vibration. Of the studio's released games, only Hollow Knight had any real sense of impact, but even that wasn't perfect. Looks like it'll need outside help. I can muddle through, but it'd be better to learn from the best and avoid pitfalls. And who better than Capcom? The king of action. Street Fighter, Devil May Cry, Onimusha, Monster Hunter, Sengoku Basara, plus countless arcade hits. Capcom was legendary. Outside of Nintendo titles, Capcom games had shaped most of Ichin's childhood. Even Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6 carried solid action mechanics. For Berseria, his goals went beyond story and open-world exploration. Combat had to shine. Exhilarating combos, team synergy, stylish animations, and visceral impact, none of which could be compromised. For delivering fluid moves, satisfying impact, and visual spectacle, Capcom was his ideal model. Snapping his fingers, Ichin made up his mind. Once Velvet's combat demo is ready, he'll ask Nintendo to connect me with Capcom. We'll collaborate on the system and learn from them properly. Nintendo and Capcom have been close ever since Monster Hunter moved to the 3DS, even developing Monster Hunter Rise and its Sunbreak DLC for the Switch's limited hardware. Thanks to Capcom's optimization magic, those games still ran smoothly at 30 FPS on seamless maps. Visuals took a hit, but fluidity was flawless. Optimization wasn't what Ichin needed, though. He wanted Capcom's expertise in action designed the way Devil May Cry blended flow, impact, and spectacle into one perfect whole. Dark Souls had slower pacing, with bosses built around big, sweeping attacks, not high-speed action. Could he really get Capcom on board? Ichin wasn't worried. His ties with Nintendo were strong. His games sold well on Switch, and Nintendo had profited greatly. Acting as an intermediary would be trivial for them. As long as he paid enough, Capcom would come. All right, with a clear goal, time to work. Flexing his hands, Ichin dove into the proposal. That afternoon, Hazuki brought him milk tea and cake for tea time, only to find him still working tirelessly, just as in the morning. Peeking at his screen, she saw tales of Berseria's proposal. She had heard him mention it before, an ARPG with a female lead. It sounded right up her alley. This is the next project? Exactly. Once Dark Souls is done, some of that team and the Fall Guys team will handle updates, while the rest move to Garo and Berseria. Garo's combat is simpler, but Berseria, my standards are higher. Ichin explained his ideas, including seeking Capcom's guidance. Working with Capcom to polish the combat system? That's a great idea. We definitely need to strengthen our skills, especially since you plan to make so many action-heavy games. Hazuki nodded in agreement, already excited for what was coming. But first, eat something. She set the milk tea and cake on his desk. Chapter 459. The script of Tales of Berseria. At around 3:30 in the afternoon, Yutaha and Yukino finally arrived at the company. Of course, afternoon tea time at the company was already over, but the two had bought iced milk tea on the way, so there was nothing to worry about. Since both Yutaha and Yukino were fond of Fall Guys, the first thing they did after arriving was head over to the Fall Guys development team. After checking out the new skins under development, they came to Ichin's office. Seeing Ichin working hard in front of his computer, Yutaha walked over with a smile, stood behind him, and gently kneaded his shoulders. Ichin, don't tell me you've been working the whole day. Pretty much. I just had something to eat and rested a little. Without stopping his hands, Ichin chuckled. By the way, Hazuki brought me 2 slices of cake earlier. I already ate one, so you and Yukino should share this cheesecake. If it's not enough, they'll have someone bring in another piece. Cake, huh? Just perfect. We only bought milk tea and didn't grab any snacks. Picking up the cake, Yutaha said cheerfully, but 1 slice between the 2 of us is fine. Milk tea already has plenty of calories. She then sat down on the office sofa with Yukino, and together they polished off the cheesecake. Watching Yutaha sip her milk tea after the cake, Ichin thought for a moment and asked, Yutaha, would you be interested in writing another script for one of our games? Oh, you're calling on me again? Putting down her milk tea, Yutaha's interest was piqued. So what kind of game is it this time? Tales of Berseria. I mentioned it to you before. Oh right, the one from the heroine's perspective? A revenge-themed story? After recalling, Yutaha reached out her hand. Do you have the world setting, an outline of the plot, and character drafts? Let me see them first. Yeah, I've already written most of that part. Ichin printed out the document from his computer and handed it to her. It's not in its final form yet, but it should give you a clear idea of what the game is about. Taking the material, Yutaha began reading. This time, the game was set in a fantasy world of swords and sorcery completely different from the novels she usually wrote, or even the Persona story she had previously worked on. Accepting this task would be a brand new challenge for her, but Yutaha never feared challenges. By the time she took the documents from Ichin, she had basically already decided to accept. Yukino, sipping her milk tea, also curiously leaned in to read along. Although Ichin was a science student, Yukino knew he was also very talented in creative work. Whether it was building world settings for games or giving Yutaha advice for her novels, he was always impressive. She herself read plenty of novels, but all she could really do was offer critiques pointing out strengths or weaknesses. She could probably make a good editor if she ever abandoned law in the future. But to become a creator like Yutaha or Ichin, that wasn't realistic for her. Half an hour later, both Yutaha and Yukino had finished going through the documents. Yutaha set the papers down, her eyes sparkling with a creative fire. Ichin, they'll take this script. They'll write you a main story you'll be satisfied with. Seeing her willingness to take it on, Ichin felt relieved. He could write it himself if needed, but Yutaha's delicate prose was leagues ahead of his. And with the protagonist being Velvet, it was far more fitting for a female writer like Yutaha to capture her perspective. All right, once I refine the project proposal a bit more, we can discuss the details of the main story. But before that, make sure you handle your own novel properly. I don't want Sonoko coming after me for stealing your writing time. Yutaha smiled and nodded. Don't worry, il manage. At this point, Yukino picked up the document on the coffee table and flipped through it again before looking at Ichin. So, about the game's ending, you don't plan to write one? I've thought about the ending, Ichin said with his arms folded. But after weighing it all, I decided this conclusion works best. After all, this character was created solely for revenge. Nothing can stop her, and she has no room left in her heart for other emotions. For a character like that, what would count as a good ending? Meeting someone she loves, completing her revenge, and then living peacefully ever after? That wouldn't really fit, would it? Yukino furrowed her brows, thought for a while, then sighed and nodded. True. Since you've already set the tone for the character, this ending may indeed be the best. So after Tales of Berseria, do you plan to make a sequel? A sequel? Not for now. Ichin tapped his chin. But I am considering building on this battle system to create more Tales titles in the future. The sword and sorcery setting is versatile, with a lot of room to expand. Even if it's not a direct sequel, I could write a prequel set hundreds or thousands of years earlier, or a story set centuries later, or even tales from another world within the same universe. As long as the scripts were solid, the system could be reused for a long time. Making 3 to 5 games with it would be no problem at all. Ichin had already planned the company's future teams, one focusing on small to mid-sized boutique games, one on Souls-like titles, one on the Tales series and other RPGs, and finally, the Titanfall Apex group which, besides developing new titles, also had to run Apex's online service. But if the studio was to split into 4 groups, more recruitment would be necessary. Hearing Ichin's vision for the Tales series gave Yutaha new ideas. Ichin, in that case, this could totally become a full-fledged IP. Have you considered expanding into anime, light novels, or manga as well? Of course. Ichin snapped his fingers. That's all in the plan. Since I intend to make the character designs top tier, it'd be a shame not to expand. Anime and manga, sure. As for light novels, that'll need more thought. I want Dump That Work on You, Yudaha, and I don't trust just anyone else with it either. For anime, they could continue discussions with Kyoto Animation, or if they were unavailable, Ufotable and similar studios were also possible options. For manga, there were plenty of mangaka under Fushikawa's label to choose from. In short, there were countless possibilities to explore. Chapter 460. Is this game training hardcore players? Ichin didn't need to share this whole string of ideas with the rest of the company just yet. After all, the Dark Souls project still wasn't finished. No matter how much they sped things up, the earliest release date would be around February or March next year. After briefly discussing some details of Tales of Berseria with Ichin, Yudaha pulled Yukino away, not wanting to disturb his work in the office. Once outside, Yudaha headed straight for the Fall Guys development team again. Tales of Berseria wasn't at the point where her script was needed yet, so she figured she might as well spend more time with the team brainstorming new skin designs. Yukino, on the other hand, walked over to the art department and sat down beside Eriri. At the moment, Eriri hadn't noticed Yukino's arrival. She was frowning intently as she worked on modifying the model of a pitch-black monster that looked as though it had been coated in oil. Just one glance at the model made Yukino frown. Eriri, is that also a monster from Dark Souls? Only then did Eriri realize Yukino was sitting next to her. She glanced over and nodded. Yeah, it's one of the Dark Souls monsters. I'm reworking it right now. The first version didn't meet Ichin's standards, so he gave me some notes. I'm making the changes now. As she spoke, Eriri added a glossy sheen to the monster's black surface, making it look even more repulsive. Ugly, isn't it? Yukino still frowned. It really is unpleasant. I don't know much about Dark Souls. Are there a lot of monsters like this? There are plenty. Hardly any of them are beautiful designs. This game leans heavily into dark aesthetics. A lot of monsters are downright nightmare fuel. The one I'm revising now is actually one of the tamer ones. It's mainly just twisted limbs and disgusting color tones. What's this monster called? Pus of Man, Eriri explained. According to Ichin, it's basically the result of being corrupted by abyssal power in the Dark Souls setting. The body turns into this thing like it's wrapped in tar. In the game, it doesn't appear often, but it's strong. Its weakness is fire. Honestly, this one's not too bad. Hey, Yin, show Yukino the basilisk, will you? Hearing Eriri, Yin Ijima smiled and nodded. Sure, they'll send you the picture. She forwarded an image, which Eriri opened on her computer. Yukino found herself staring at a frog-like creature with grotesquely oversized eyes. Just a couple of glances made her feel deeply uncomfortable. Eriri closed the image after a few seconds and returned to her work. To be honest, I don't like looking at these monsters either. But the game's type makes it addicting. Once development is done, I'm definitely going to play through it. Sai, what a sin. Yukino, do you want to try it with me? It has co-op. Yukino shook her head immediately. No thanks. Just seeing these monsters kills any desire I might have had. I'd rather play The Binding of Isaac. Compared to this, Isaac's art style looks almost cute. That one's 2D pixel art, so of course it feels different. Eriri shrugged, still tweaking the monster model. Not playing might be for the best. One of Dark Souls' maps was designed personally by Ichin full of malice. That basilisk you just saw shows up there, along with huge poison swamps. Just stepping in them builds up poison. Running and rolling are all affected. ITLL definitely disgust a lot of players. Who knows what's going on in his head? Always trying to torment players. Although Eriri said that, the look on her face made Yukino feel like she enjoyed that kind of player trolling design. Recalling the company's previous playtests, Yukino couldn't help but think, once this game releases, Centuredo. After gathering Yudaha and Yukino and bidding the others farewell, they left for the day. In the elevator, Ichin turned to Yukino. Yukino, Haruno is coming over for dinner. You want to join? I knew it. Yukino finally confirmed her sister's true motive for moving in next door to freeload meals. Thinking it over, she nodded. All right, I'll impose then. Since they still had plenty of ingredients left from yesterday, there was no need for a supermarket run. They drove home in 2 cars. While Yukino and Yutaha played with the cats in the living room, Ichin headed into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Cradling the steadily growing Peppa in her arms, Yukino glanced toward the kitchen. Shouldn't we go help? He's been working all day. No need. If Ichin needs help, he'll say so. Yutaha, feeding George a small treat, smiled. He invited you to eat, not to cook. It'd be ridiculous to have you in the kitchen. They'll check on him later. If he's struggling, they'll lend a hand. Yukino nodded. Her attention was soon stolen by Peppa, who was stretching its head longingly toward George's snack. By 6:30, Haruno had also returned from work. After putting her things away and changing into casual clothes, she came next door. I'm home. She greeted Yutaha and Yukino in the living room, then slipped into the kitchen. There she found Ichin focused on cooking. Looking into a bowl of blanched pork belly slices, her eyes sparkled. Braised pork for dinner. Ichin nodded while heating the pan. Yeah, braised pork, dry pot cauliflower, asparagus with shredded pork, and a winter melon rib soup. 3 dishes and a soup should be enough, right? Barato. Hearing the menu, Haruno was delighted. She gave Ichin a quick, friendly peck on the cheek. That's your reward from your big sister. Keep it up. I'll head back out. Ichin rolled his eyes as she left. Less than a minute later, laughter and noise floated in from the living room. With a helpless shake of his head, he went back to cooking. Chapter 461. Can't you learn from your sister? With a clay pot covered. The braised pork only needed a little more simmering before it was ready. The pork rib and winter melon soup was about done too, so Ichin turned to preparing the 2 vegetable dishes, or rather, one purely vegetarian and one mixed with meat. Just as he finished washing the pan and added oil, the kitchen door opened again. He turned his head, and sure enough, Haruno was back. This time, her hair was messy, as though she had just woken up. Seeing her like this, Ichin chuckled. Really now? You went and brag about that kiss? You really think Yutaha doesn't mind? You heard that? Haruno grinned. Don't worry, Yuta was tongri. Then what are you here for? Seeing her mischievous smile, Ichin instinctively shuffled a step aside creepy. After quickly fixing her hair, Haruno tugged on his arm. Ichin, can you make me a bento tomorrow? Huh? Ichin blinked in surprise. Doesn't your company have a cafeteria? Can't you just eat there? I'm sick of it, Haruno declared. The cafeteria only rotates through the same few dishes. When they try to make Chinese food, it's a poor imitation, honestly, better not at all. As for the restaurants around the office, I've eaten at all of them already. I can't stand them anymore. I see. So moving in next door really did have a lot of motives. Scratching his head, Ichin switched off the stove, then pulled Haruno out of the kitchen. Looking over at Yutaha and Yukino, he said, Yutaha, Yukino, Haruno wants a bento. What are you 2 planning for lunch tomorrow? If you want bentos, he'll make them all at once in the morning. I'm not going to make just one for her, it'd be too much trouble. Yutaha smirked at Haruno. See? I told you, Ichin wouldn't make you a solo bento. Haruno pouted, though not too seriously. Fine, as long as there's a bento, I'm happy. Then Yutaha smiled at Ichin. Ichin, what'll trouble you then? Yukino and I were planning to go to the city library tomorrow morning for some research, so you can just bring the bentos to the office. We'll meet you there at noon. All right, it's settled then. Seeing Yukino hesitating, Ichin reassured her. Come on, it's just a bento. Don't refuse. If I'm making one, I might as well make enough for everyone. Before heading back into the kitchen, Ichin rolled his eyes at Haruno. Seriously, can't you learn from your sister? Being thick-skinned isn't something to be proud of. Haruno stuck out her tongue at him, then plopped herself on the sofa to watch dramas with Yutaha and Yukino. Dinner was 3 dishes and a soup, enough to fill the 4 of them comfortably. Even the 2 cats got some scrapped chicken breast, mixed with broth, and kibble, after which they sprawled on the floor, stuffed. Patting her stomach, Haruno leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied smile. Not bad at all. That braised pork was amazing. I think my taste buds are shifting toward Chinese food. Haven't touched miso soup in days. Miso soup was nice, sure, but compared to the rich soup she had at Ichin's or his mother's, Haruno had no contest. Shed choose the latter every time. Yukino nodded silently in agreement, then started counting on her fingers. Shed had 3 pieces of braised pork and quite a few ribs. That meant at least an extra half-hour of ring fit tonight. Ichin, chewing on a toothpick, was also lost in the days that came with being overly full. Without realizing it, his cooking had improved a lot. He had originally just wanted to learn a few dishes so he wouldn't be stuck eating takeout while living alone. But years later, with the household situation having changed so drastically, he had also picked up most of his mother's recipes that she had developed over more than a decade. It wasn't a bad feeling at all. Being a foodie himself, he genuinely enjoyed making delicious meals and sharing them with those around him. It was just like making games that players loved. It gave him the same kind of joy. Since she had eaten a lot in Shanghai, Yutaha was more restrained this evening and ended up being the only one not completely stuffed. She brewed some tea and brought it over with a smile. Drink some to help digest. Oh, right. Ichin, will you have enough ingredients for tomorrow's bentos? Don't worry. Ichin waved her concern aside. There's still some meat in the fridge. He'll go buy fresh ingredients in the morning, maybe some fish too. Actually, now that I think of it, I kind of want seafood. If there's fresh squid, how about I stir-fry some tomorrow? Spicy dishes are perfect in summer. They really whet the appetite. The 3 girls all nodded in unison. Seafood was always welcome. After resting an hour, Yukino drove back to her apartment to look after her own cats. Haruno, of course, had no intention of heading back so early. She stayed at Ichin's, linking arms with Yutaha as the 2 of them watched an evening idol drama, tossing out commentary as they went. Ichin wasn't interested in that, so he retreated to his room to continue working on the unfinished Tales of Berseria project plan, while also sketching out ideas for the combat system. The next morning, since he had to prepare bentos, Ichin set his alarm for 6:30 and went to bed early at 11. Early to bed, early to rise. The alarm woke Yutaha, who blinked at Ichin already out of bed. Pulling the blanket over her head, she mumbled, "Ichin, it's so early." She and Haruno had stayed up past midnight watching TV, and by the time she washed up and got back to bed, it was nearly 1. She definitely hadn't had enough sleep. Ichin gently ruffled her hair. "Keep sleeping. I'll go do some exercise, then buy groceries. What do you want for breakfast?" Hiding under the blanket, Yutaha stayed quiet for a few seconds before replying. "Anything's fine, just save me a little." "All right, I'll make you a sandwich. You can grab the milk yourself when you wake up." With that, he left the room morning workout, wash up by breakfast, finish it, then prep the bentos. By the time he was done, it was almost 9. Calling Yukino to confirm she was up and on her way, Ichin packed several bentos into 2 bags, then stepped out and rang the doorbell of Haruno's apartment next door. Chapter 462. Progress on Dark Souls. By the time Ichin rang the doorbell, Haruno was already up and about. She had to head to work anyway. She quickly came running to open the door. Dressed neatly in a form-fitting office outfit, she looked ready for the day. Ichin handed her the bag of lunchboxes he was holding. "Morning, Haruno. Hey, race your lunch for today. Have you had breakfast? If not, I've got some extra sandwiches. You can take one to the office." "Good morning, Ichin." Taking the bag with a smile, Haruno said happily, "Give me 2 minutes, he'll grab my things and head out. Make me a sandwich. Please, I'll eat at the office. There's a morning meeting, and I need to hurry." "All right, he'll wrap one up in foil for you." Back inside, Ichin wrapped a still warm sandwich and handed it to her. Haruno tucked it into the bag with her lunch, her mood even better now. "Moving here really was the best decision I've made. At my old place, there wasn't anywhere good for breakfast. I always had to settle for a convenience store ice ball or some bread at home. Only when I stayed with Yukino sometimes did I get a decent breakfast." "Come on, Ichin, let your big sister give you a hug." Ichin immediately sidestepped with a look of polite refusal. "Enough already, Haruno. It's just a sandwich. You better get going. You said you had a meeting." "Oh, right, time to head out." After fixing her hair, Haruno smiled. "Then I'm off. Oh, by the way, I won't be back for dinner tonight. I've got to meet with a business partner. There will be drinks." "Tonight?" Ichin frowned slightly. "If you'll be drinking, Will someone drive you back? Do you want me to pick you up? Don't worry. I've got an assistant and a driver. They'll bring me home. Pleased by his concern, Haruno left for work with a smile. After she was gone, Ichin looked around the house. Yudaha had just dragged herself out of bed and was shaking off her drowsiness. After telling her Yukino would be arriving soon, he also headed out for the company. He arrived right on time, as everyone else was getting in. A few were still munching on breakfast, but Ichin didn't mind. As long as the work got done, he wasn't the type to be strict about such things. Grabbing a cup of coffee, he sat down next to Kei Yagami. Kei, the monster and NPC models should be mostly done by now, right? She nodded, picking up a task sheet. Pretty much. We've still got 4 bosses, 3 mobs, and 2 NPCs unfinished. Plus, 2 bosses are being reworked. If I count it up, we should be done by the end of August. But the maps are still far from finished, at least 2 more months to rough them out. After that, fine-tuning and placing monsters will take even more time. About what I expected. Ichin checked the task sheet. Let everyone keep working at this pace. We haven't set a release date yet anyway. Well, finalize one in October. By October, once monsters and maps were done, he could accurately estimate how much time would be needed for integration and optimization. His projection wasn't far off. Release around March or April next year. As for Titanfall, once the Shanghai Studios report came in next week, and if it confirmed release within the year, they could announce a launch date and open pre-orders. Just as Ichin finished reviewing the sheet, Kei received a modeling file from Hifumi. It was the rework of the Devourer of Gods, Aldrich. Oh, Hifumi, you're quick. A few desks away, Hifumi replied shyly. I had it mostly finished yesterday, but Aoba and Nene dragged me out to dinner. So I wrapped it up right after getting in today. I see. Kei nodded, opening the file. She and Ichin examined it together. The rework was mainly for weapon design and improving the texture of Aldrich's robes and crown. After Hifumi's changes, the adjustments were solid. What do you think? Kei asked Ichin. Looks good. No problems. Send it to the animation team for the next step. I think so too. Closing the file, Kei smiled at Hifumi. All right, approved. Get back to your other tasks. Hifumi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The game style didn't really match her strengths, and this was the 5th time one of her models had been sent back. The changes were never big, just small tweaks, but it was obvious to both her and Kei that she wasn't fully suited for this kind of dark, grotesque design. After a bit of hesitation, Hifumi walked over, mainly addressing Ichin. Ichin-kun, I have a request. Seeing her expression, Ichin chuckled. Let me guess it's about the style not fitting you? Yeah, a little. Hifumi lowered her head. I feel like I'm better at modern or fantasy styles, like Persona. This darker aesthetic, especially the twisted monster designs, I can manage, but I can't bring out the same ease I had back then. Ichin had noticed this too, though he hadn't expected her to admit it outright. Clearly, her social anxiety had improved a lot. Rubbing his chin, Ichin said, I understand. But you know the company's situation. We'll have to finish Dark Souls before the next project. After Fall Guys launched, most of the team was shifted here. Only a small group stayed for operations and post-launch content. Hey, race what well do. For now, hang in there. Kei can assign you to tasks that better suit your strengths. Once the new projects start, ITLL be your time to shine. Hifumi could take the lead on designing protagonists and humanoid villains for Garo, and she could also contribute to character designs for Tales of Berseria. Hearing this, Hifumi smiled, thanked him, and went back to work. Chapter 463. Lunch. After finishing up with Kei Yagami, Ichin went to check in with the programming team. Their progress was a little slower, but still within the estimated schedule. As for Fall Guys, there was no need to check. A big update had dropped in early August, and the game's popularity remained sky high. All they needed to do was steadily prepare the next wave of content. Future update plans were already laid out with generous cycles, and with Hazuki overseeing things, Ichin didn't need to worry. Back in his office, he returned to drafting the Tales of Berseria project plan. By the end of the morning, he had finished it. That afternoon, he could finally dive into the battle system, building a rough demo. But before that, I need to finalize Velvet's character design and 3D model. plus a few monster models for combat testing. Those he would have to make himself. If they managed to negotiate a partnership with Capcom later, he would have to handle the talks personally. If not, then he had to rely on his own research all the more. Better to get a head start on the new project while development's smooth and before optimization and integration eat up all the time. He was just about to begin when there was a knock at the office door. Komein. The door opened, and Hazuki appeared. Still busy? It's already lunchtime. Take a break. Only then did Ichin glance at his watch. It was already noon. All right, let's eat. He got up and headed out. In the break room, he grabbed his packed lunch from the fridge, heated it up in the microwave alongside the other employees, then went to the art department to eat with Hazuki. Besides the two of them, Kei Yagami, Rin Toyama, and Hifumi had also brought lunches. Narumi, Momiji Mochizuki, and Ruri Goku were still in line waiting to heat theirs. The others had gone out, or ordered delivery to avoid the sweltering summer sun. Aoba and Nene had chosen delivery just 5 minutes away, apparently. As they waited, Aoba noticed Ichin opening his lunchbox. A mouth-watering aroma wafted out. Oh, that smells amazing. Kei twitched her nose and leaned closer. Squid. Ichin, let's trade. Rin made sweet and sour pork ribs today. He'll give you 2 pieces for some squid. Sure, but my stir-fried squid's pretty spicy. Go slow, Kei. He took 2 ribs from her box while she picked some squid from his. No need for extra chopsticks since no one had started eating yet. No problem. After mooching from you this many times, I've built up my spice tolerance. She grinned and eagerly ate. Delicious. The squid's fresh, isn't it? Yep, bought it first thing this morning, Ichin replied, biting into a rib. Not bad at all. Honestly, Rin, your cooking's already on par with my mom's. Rin smiled softly at the compliment. Not that good. I still have a lot to learn. Your mother taught me plenty of dishes, but I haven't mastered them yet. By the way, Ichin-kun, why the sudden bento today? That's rare. Blame Haruno. Ichin ate a bite of rice. She pestered me for one last night when I was making dinner. So I just made enough for myself, Yudaha, and Yukino too. If you're cooking, might as well make a few more, right? Speaking of them, why aren't they back yet? Just as he reached for his phone, Yudaha and Yukino walked in together. Ichin, we're back. Hot out there? Ichin asked. Your lunches are in the break room fridge. Heat them up and come eat. Drinks are in the fridge if you need them. Got it. Let's go, Yukino. Soon, the two returned with their warmed lunches, along with Narumi and the others. The lunch circle grew even larger. Opening her box, Yukino took a sip of chilled orange juice and smiled. Even though it's summer and a weekday, the city library was still pretty crowded. Did you find everything you were looking for? Yes. Utep Petstiapek. I also borrowed 2 books on creative writing. He'll read them tonight. I found my references too, Yukino added, and borrowed a professional text. Opening her lunchbox, Yukino inhaled deeply, lips curving slightly. She murmured a polite itadakamasu and began eating small bites. Seeing everyone eating happily, Aoba propped her chin on her hands, sulking. Nene, where's our food? Soon, I think. She didn't sound confident. Luckily, 5 minutes later, the delivery call came. The two rushed out to the front desk to grab their meals. Woo, cold noodles. Because of the heat, they'd ordered chilled noodle sets from a nearby restaurant. Ichin and the others had eaten there before. It wasn't perfectly authentic, but the flavor was good and worth having. After lunch, Ichin poured himself an iced coffee and returned to work. Despite the early start, he felt fine thanks to a full night's sleep, no nap needed. Yukino, though, was a bit tired. She grabbed a blanket and laid down on the office sofa for a nap. Yudaha pulled her chair to Ichin's desk. While he worked, she read the book she had borrowed. Ichin had just sketched a rough-line draft for Velvet's design when his phone buzzed. It was a message from Haruno A. Photo. In it, she sat with her co-workers, holding the bento head made. Alongside it came a text. Lunch was delicious. Make me another tomorrow, okay? Ichin stared at it for 3 seconds, then quickly replied, Cook it yourself. Self-sufficiency is the key to a full stomach. Chapter 464. Afternoon tea time. Ichin ignored all the follow-up messages Haruno sent, slipped on his headphones, and focused on work. When she got no reply, Haruno turned her attention to Yutaha instead. Yutaha, Ichin's ignoring me. Yutaha chuckled at the complaint and replied, Haruno-san, don't bother him. Ichin's working. Haruno, working already? It's not even afternoon office hours yet. Is it? Yutaha. He's in good spirits today, so he skipped his nap. But Yukino's resting right now. Yutaha then mischievously snapped a picture of Yukino's sleeping face and sent it over. Armed with her sister's sleeping photo, Haruno, who is overly attached to her sister, stopped pestering both Yutaha and Ichin. She didn't even reply again. At last, Yutaha could quietly enjoy her book. It wasn't until 2 o'clock that Yukino slowly woke from her nap on the sofa. Rubbing her eyes, she saw Ichin still working at his desk, while Yutaha was nowhere in sight. Catching her stirring, Ichin smiled. Awake? Go wash your face. Afternoon tea will be here soon. Since you were sleeping, I went ahead and ordered you a taro milk tea, half sugar. Thank you, Oni-san. Yukino stretched her neck. Where's Yutaha-san? She finished her book and went to hang out with Hazuki. If you're bored, you can join them. They're brainstorming some weird skins again. That caught Yukino's interest, but instead of going right away, she washed her face first and touched up her makeup. Like Yutaha, she was naturally beautiful with fair skin, but both of them still wore light makeup when going out. Especially in summer, with the sun blazing. Even if they drove everywhere, sunscreen was non-negotiable. After freshening up, Yukino told Ichin she was stepping out and headed over. A quarter of an hour later, Ichin also left. His office afternoon tea had arrived. Grabbing his milk tea, he strolled over to sit behind Eruri and Aoba, watching the two of them sip their drinks while playing Fall Guys in co-op. Afternoon tea breaks were perfect for a couple of rounds. Lately, Iriri's luck in Fall Guys had been terrible. Her win rate was low, and out of the 2 Garo crossover skins, she had only unlocked one. She still hadn't gotten Garos. So today she dragged Aoba into teaming up. The two were currently in the tail tag minigame. On a trap-filled map, players were divided into red, yellow, and green teams. A set number of tails were on the field, and everyone had to grab tails from opponents and keep them until time ran out. The team with the fewest tails was eliminated. 3 people are chasing me. Aoba, help. I can't, I've got people on me too. Their shouting drew a crowd. Soon both girls scrambled onto a platform, each with a line of enemies on their heels. After a chaotic scramble, the tails they had worked so hard to snatch were stolen. Just as the timer hit 0, their red team was wiped out. Lost again. Dropping her controller, Eruri slumped and took a sip of milk tea. I just want one win. Just one win so I can unlock the skin. Why is it so hard? From behind, Ichin chuckled. The longer a game's been out, the more skilled players it attracts. And there's no shortage of talented gamers these days. You two don't grind for hours daily, so it's natural you can't beat the hardcore crowd. Fair point. Eruri nodded, then asked, I heard from Hazuki-san that the first season pass will go live at the end of the month, and ranked mode next month? But why is the pass free? No paid content at all? What, free's not good enough? Ichin smiled. We discussed monetization, but decided against charging for the pass. The game's not a hardcore competitive title, it's more for fun. Paid passes would probably just drag down reviews. The pass will stay free. But bundled skin packs? Those will definitely come later. Running Fall Guys long-term would be costly. Game sales alone could cover the short term, but for ongoing support, they'd need extra revenue streams. Paid skin packs were inevitable whether or not many people bought them. It was still income. Paid skin packs? Now that I like. Despite being a console gamer, Eruri was also a longtime gacha addict. She had been playing FGO for years, and Ichin had often caught her charging quartz in the office. She had had more disastrous pulls than lucky ones. So, of course, she had no resistance to the idea of paid skins. And with her small rich girl status, spending a little extra on cosmetics barely registered. After another sip of milk tea, she and Aoba jumped back into Fall Guys, determined to win before break ended. But the more she wanted victory, the further it slipped away. Twice in a row, just before reaching the goal, grief first yanked her back, ruining her run. Her wail of despair marked the end of the break. Watching from start to finish, Kei Yagami gave her a sympathetic pat on the head before returning to her desk. Eriri, meanwhile, stayed frozen in her seat, sulking with frustration written all over her face. Chapter 465. Next wave of collaboration skins when Yudaha and Yukino finally had their fill of fun at the Fall Guys dev team and came back. Ichin was already back at work, and at this moment he was deep into making Velvet's 3D model. Looking at Velvet's character design on Ichin's screen, Yudaha tilted her head thoughtfully and said, "This outfit is pretty torn up, huh? And those black leggings on her legs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Once this design is released, I guarantee it'll attract a whole bunch of attention seekers. Isn't that the point?" Ichin didn't feel embarrassed at all, calmly continuing his modeling while replying, "A heroine's design has to grab attention and stick in people's minds. I can't exactly make her look like a random NPC with no distinct traits, right?" "That's true." Yudaha nodded, then glanced at the screen again. "What about the other 2 playable female characters in the game? Them? Their styles won't be as bold as Velvet's." Ichin opened a drawer, pulled out a stack of written notes, and handed them to her. "These are just some preliminary settings. I drafted basic backstories, personalities, things like that. The detailed designs aren't started yet, so no rush." Taking the notes, Yudaha quickly flipped through them. "All the main party members look pretty interesting. Combined with the story bits you told me yesterday, I've already got a rough idea." She snapped her fingers, immediately grabbed her laptop, and sat down at the side to jot down her inspiration. Even though Ichin hadn't given her a full outline of the main plot yet, she could still build subplots based on these character profiles. With their personalities intertwining, she could create plenty of fun little side stories. Glancing between Ichin and Yudaha, Yukino realized she couldn't really help much with game development. So she simply pulled out her law textbooks and immersed herself in study. Once she graduated and became a licensed lawyer, she'd be able to handle the company's legal affairs herself. After afternoon tea, the rest of the workday slowed into its usual rhythm. Everyone was used to this. After a break, they quickly threw themselves back into focused development. Aside from dropping by the programming team once to help solve a small issue, Ichin spent the rest of his time in the office working on modeling. Near closing time, Hazuki came into Ichin's office. "Ichin, Nintendo has confirmed the Fall Guys collab skins. Basically no problem anymore." "Oh, that fast? Already got a reply?" Ichin paused his work and looked at Hazuki in surprise. "So, do you guys have any ideas for the skin designs? Nintendo must have given some requirements, right?" "Yeah, they did." Hazuki nodded. "The Zelda and Mario skins will only be available in the Switch version of Fall Guys. They can't be logged into on PC or other consoles." "Knew it." Ichin scratched his head, not particularly surprised. "Really not possible to put them on other platforms?" Hazuki sat down beside Yudaha with a smile. "Well, not entirely impossible. On PC, Nintendo isn't that stingy. It can still be released there." At that, Ichin understood. In other words, mainly, both of them were thinking along the same lines. If one platform had collab skins, but the others didn't, it would be hard to keep things balanced for players. "All right then, Hazuki, reach out to them again. See if we can arrange another collab IP to balance things out." "Got it." They'll get in touch and see what we can line up. After Hazuki left, Yudaha asked curiously, "So what skins are in the Nintendo collab? Zelda and Mario really made the cut?" "As long as Nintendo agrees. At least a Link skin and a Mario skin are guaranteed, if they're feeling generous. We could even split it into 2 waves, one themed around Zelda, since Breath of the Wild alone has tons of characters to pull skins from. And Mario? That's Endless Luigi, Princess Peach, Toad, even Bowser could all work." Honestly, Nintendo had a ridiculous number of IPs. If they were lenient, Ichin could ride their catalog for 12 straight months, churning out collab skins non-stop. But of course, that was impossible. Once or twice, sure. More than that, Nintendo would never be that generous. Still, there were plenty of other publishers to collaborate with. First, let's secure Zelda and Mario. As for others, we'll eventually have to talk with Capcom anyway. Might as well ask about collab skins too. Capcom loves crossovers. Just look at Monster Hunter. They've done collabs with both their own series and plenty of outside IPs. And that wasn't all. Itchin's public collaboration inbox had already received proposals from domestic developers too. For example, the creators of Gunfire Reborn had reached out asking if he'd be interested in a collab skin. Itchin was still considering it. But right now, his games had far more hype than most small or mid-sized studios in China. That meant the terms wouldn't be equal. Details of such collaborations would have to be negotiated carefully. Stretching lazily, Itchin smiled. No need to rush the collab skins. We'll take our time. So, do you two have any skins you'd like to see? You can tell me. Yutaha and Yukino exchanged a glance, thinking it over. Yutaha spoke first, Pokemon. Maybe Pikachu or Gardevoir. Then Yukino chimed in. ID like Doraemon. Well, that was unexpected. Who knew Yukino had such a childlike side? Then again, it made sense. Doraemon was still a cat. After all, of course Yukino would like it. And honestly, who doesn't love Doraemon? Probably not many. Maybe it was worth negotiating for. Chapter 466. Haruno coming home after a drinking party after work. Yukino didn't come over for dinner today. She went straight back to her own place. On the way home from the supermarket with groceries, Yutaha asked, Itchin, did Haruno-san have a drinking party tonight? Yeah, so it's just the two of us for dinner. Yutaha tilted her head. Then should we prepare some sobering tea for her later? Yeah, we could. Just not sure when she'll be back. They already had tea for that at home once Haruno came back. They could brew it for her. Still, Itchin hoped she wouldn't drink too much. After dinner, both Itchin and Yutaha sat in the living room with their laptops, working on their own things while occasionally teasing the cats to relax. Typing away, Yutaha said, Itchin, the new semester starts in about 10 days. Got any new plans? New plans, huh? Itchin thought for a moment. Not really. Same as before classes and then the company. Dark Souls development is at a crucial stage now, so I can't relax. Why? Do you have something in mind? Not really. I just wanted to ask. Yutaha smiled. We already have enough on our plates, collage, and work. But once the semester starts, don't spend every weekend working, okay? I want you to take me out. Don't worry, of course I will. Itchin reached over and gently touched her cheek. There are a few new movies coming out in September, some sci-fi, some romance. Want to go watch? Yes. Yutaha knew Itchin was always focused on game development, so she never made many demands. She understood, since she herself also had times when she was completely absorbed in work and tuned out the outside world. But at the same time, she hoped Itchin would cherish their relationship as well. So, with just a few words, Itchin set their next date, and Yutaha was overjoyed. After all, they had been together for years now. They didn't need the clingy kind of dates from the beginning. A simple stroll or a movie was enough. Around 9, nearly 10, Itchin was in the living room playing Zelda on the big TV, while Yutaha was in the bedroom playing Fall Guys with Airi and Yukino. After slaying a Linel, Itchin glanced at the time. Haruno's still not back. Even though Haruno said she had an assistant and driver to take her home, Itchin still pulled out his phone and called. After about 10 seconds, the line connected. Haruno's voice was slightly slurred. Itchin? Haruno, you're not back yet? MHM, almost. Just turning at the intersection ahead. My head hurts a little. Itchin, do we have any sobering tea at home? Yeah, they'll prepare it. Want me to come down to meet you? Sure, thanks. After hanging up, Itchin told Yutaha to brew the tea once she finished her game, then went downstairs. As soon as he stepped out, Haruno's car was already parked outside the apartment. Itchin recognized her assistant and greeted her. She opened the door, and Haruno slowly stepped out of the back seat. Itchin rushed over to support her, immediately smelling the alcohol. How much did you drink? Not much, not much. Haruno leaned against him, laughing. Relax. It was a family elder with me at this dinner, so nothing dangerous. After reassuring him, Haruno turned to her assistant and driver. All right, it's late. You two head home and rest. No need to pick me up tomorrow morning. I can go in a bit later. Once they left, Itchin took Haruno upstairs, not to her place, but to his. Inside, Yutaha had already brewed the tea and was holding her phone, video chatting with Yukino. Through the camera, Yukino saw her sister and frowned. Why did you drink so much? It's bad for your health. Don't worry, Yukino. I know my limit. Just a little dizzy, not drunk. Her face was flushed, but she smiled. And I wasn't meeting clients alone, so no problem. Anyway, it's late, you should rest too. We'll drink some tea here with Ichin and then go to bed. Yukino nodded, then said to Ichin and Yutaha, Brother, Yutaha-san, please take care of her. Don't worry, Ichin said with a smile. She's fine. After ending the call, Ichin handed Haruno the cup of tea as she sat on the sofa. Thanks, she took a sip, her expression softening into a lazy smile. Moving here was the best decision ever. Ichin sat down, giving her a helpless look. You're managing the company now. Do you really need to drink this much at dinners? Hee, today we landed a huge project, so I got carried away. Haruno hugged the cup, face glowing with happiness. Tired, sure, but I love this feeling. It's just like how you love making games, Ichin. Although her upbringing played a role, Haruno truly had a knack for business. The Yukino-Shida family's company wasn't small, yet she took control in little time and pushed it to further growth. Starting a business or inheriting a family one were both hard. One meant building everything yourself. The other meant earning the trust of entrenched veterans. But Haruno managed both, earning trust and respect from everyone in the company. Closing his laptop on the coffee table, Ichin looked at her. I can tell you're happy, but still, don't drink so much. Alcohol isn't good for you. Health is more important than work. Yutaha chimed in. She's right, Haruno-san. If you keep drinking like this, in a few years your body will definitely suffer. All right, I get it, Haruno chuckled, ruffling both their heads, then took another sip of tea. Oh, I'm kind of hungry now. Ichin, do we have anything to eat? Chapter 467. Sticking to free meals until the end the next morning. As usual, Ichin was the first one up, waking early to prepare breakfast. Considering how much Haruno had drunk last night, and the fact that she still had to go to work today, Ichin figured he'd better make her a bento as well. After a night of drinking, the following day's meals had to be carefully prepared, otherwise it wouldn't be good for the body. Celery and white radish were both excellent for relieving hangover discomfort, so Ichin had bought them. He planned to cook stir-fried shredded pork with celery, along with a pork rib and radish soup. At 8:30, Ichin pressed the doorbell at Haruno's place next door. I'm coming. Almost 30 seconds passed, and it wasn't until Ichin followed up with a phone call that Haruno finally appeared, wearing pajamas, yawning as she opened the door. Seeing her still half asleep, Ichin said, Haruno, wash up and come have breakfast. It's already 8:30. You drank quite a lot last night, so you should eat something this morning. Haruno nodded and turned back inside to change and wash up. 10 minutes later, she came over to Ichin's place and sat at the dining table. Today's breakfast was simple plain porridge and steamed buns. Since Haruno didn't need to be exactly on time at the office, it was perfect for her. Let's eat. Taking a sip of porridge with pickled vegetables, Haruno let out a contented sigh. Having millet porridge in the morning, this is the best. After that, she picked up a bun and bit into it. Ichin had made both meat and vegetarian buns. The one in Haruno's hand was vegetarian. Even the veggie ones are good. Before long, half a bowl of millet porridge and a bun were gone, and Haruno leaned back, satisfied. If I keep coming over like this, I'm really going to get fat. That's not going to happen. Yutaha smiled from across the table. Look at me after being with Ichin for so long. I haven't gained any weight. As long as you get proper exercise, you'll be fine. Haruno shook her head, unconvinced. You can manage proper exercise, Yutaha, but I can't. After all, I've always been single. Seriously? How did she manage to twist it that way? Ichin rolled his eyes at her. Come on, can't your thoughts be a little pure? Or is it really just that you've been single too long? Looks like Annie and my mom will still have to keep arranging blind dates for you. No. They'll stop talking. At the mention of blind dates, even Haruno immediately surrendered and obediently focused on eating. Senchuredo Ichin ladled the freshly simmered pork rib and radish soup into 2 thermos flasks, handing one of them, along with a bento box, over to Haruno. Here, your lunch and soup. It's pretty light today. Light is good. If it's from Little Ichin, I can always trust it. Haruno accepted the food happily, smiling as she headed back to get ready for work. After feeding the cats, cleaning the litter box, and taking out the trash, Ichin and Yutaha also finished getting ready to head to the company. Yukino, however, wasn't coming today. She planned to stay home with the cats and finish the books she had borrowed from the library yesterday. Ichin changed into the dress shirt his mom had bought for him back in Shanghai when she had gone shopping with Yutaha and the others, and then turned to Yutaha. "Let's go. Time for work." That morning, instead of focusing on the Tales of Berseria project plan, Ichin joined the Dark Souls programming team to research AI behavior for several bosses and discuss some visual effect optimizations. Before long, noon arrived. Meanwhile, over at Haruno's company, after hosting a meeting and then 2 online conferences with business partners, she was finally able to take a break and eat lunch. Since graduating from university, she had recruited a few outstanding classmates and even some older peers into her company, making them the core of her team. Together, they've been achieving solid results lately. Calling everyone together, she led them to the company cafeteria. Seeing that Haruno had once again brought her own lunch, a girl with glasses and a side ponytail asked curiously, "Haruno, are you sure you haven't started dating someone?" "I told you already, I haven't." Rolling her eyes, Haruno opened her bento box as she explained, "It's my godmother's son. I recognize him as my younger brother." As she opened the neatly packed bento and then the thermos, the rich aroma spread through the air, making all the girls gulp involuntarily. "Are all Chinese guys this good at cooking?" Hearing this makes me want to find a boyfriend who can cook too. The cafeteria food is fine, but after a while it gets tiring. "Why don't you cook for yourself then?" "No talent for it. I just can't learn." Haruno chuckled at their complaints, ladled some rib soup in her bowl, then glanced at how much was left. "Help yourselves if you want, there's plenty of soup." Yay! 5 drinking soup and eating the bento, Haruno quickly felt her spirits lift after a tiring morning. She might not have found a boyfriend yet, but Ichin was a pretty great little brother. No messy boyfriend problems, and she still got delicious meals. Perfect. Tonight, she'd go freeload dinner again. She would stick with freeloading meals until the end. But to avoid little Ichin getting annoyed with her, she'd better have someone buy some good beef this afternoon. That way, he couldn't accuse her of just mooching. Haruno grinned as she picked up some stir-fried celery and pork with her chopsticks, her little abacus clicking away in her head. At that same moment, over at Ichin's company cafeteria, he suddenly shivered for no reason, goosebumps running up his arm. Seeing him, Rin asked what's wrong. Did they set the air conditioning too low? Ichin shook his head. No, just suddenly felt a strange wave of malice. Feels like someone's plotting against me. For real? Yagami-ko gave him a doubtful look. Did you offend someone? Oh wait, you did. You trolled Aoba and Aerie in games so many times they were cursing at you. That doesn't count. Ichin frowned, thinking it over, then shook his head. Messing with each other is just part of Fall Guys. If you don't like it, don't play. And I even warned them beforehand it's their fault for not being prepared. But who could be plotting against me? Akane? No, that doesn't fit either. Ko tilted her head, puzzled, then turned to Yutaha. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Yutaha swallowed her food before adding, but I think it's probably not work-related. More likely it's just Aerie and the others. Or maybe Harunone? And truth be told, women's intuition was often spot on. Chapter 468. A new office building plan to match the schedule upgrade September. The new school term began. During the rest of August, Ichin and his team continued their project steadily, and by the end of the month successfully launched the very first season of Fall Guys. As one of the activities to keep the hype going, the season pass was released free of charge, with plenty of great rewards tied to season levels. Of course, alongside it came paid skin packs, giving less skilled but well-off players a chance to grab premium cosmetics. For the big spenders, the price of a skin pack in Fall Guys was nothing just 50 or 60 yen equivalent, not even close to the kind of 648 packs common in mobile games. Since the skins were of high quality and couldn't be unlocked through grinding, sales turned out surprisingly strong. That morning, Ichin arrived at school with Yutaha. After they split up, Ichin had barely walked into class before several guys surrounded him with questions about the game. Though Fall Guys didn't look as large in scale as action or RPG games, it was undeniably fun, and even several girls in class who normally didn't play games much had gotten hooked. After Ichin dropped them a few hints about upcoming updates, the bell rang, and everyone settled into their first lecture after summer break. The second half of sophomore year meant classes much harder than freshman year. But for Ichin, who constantly engaged in practical work and research, it wasn't particularly challenging. After class, the professor called him into the office. A recruitment fair for graduating students? Ichin nodded and immediately agreed. Of course, our company's already planning to expand. Hosting a recruitment fair right here on campus would be perfect. Plenty of fourth-year computer science students had excellent skills, and Ichin had already been planning to scout a few of them after term started. A job fair was inevitable anyway. Compared to public job fairs, an on-campus event might draw fewer candidates, but Tokyo University's graduates, even fresh ones, were guaranteed to be high caliber. And thanks to his good relationship with professors, Ichin could even learn in advance about students' abilities, making recruitment much easier. Besides programmers, Ichin also wanted a few economics majors to form the future business department handling the company's integrated online merch store and managing business partnerships for upcoming games. But there was no rush. That could wait until fall, a couple months away. After a quick discussion with the professor, Ichin left the arrangements to the school. All he had to do later was bring his people to the assigned venue. At noon, Ichin picked up Yutaha, then met with Yukino, and the three headed to the cafeteria together. On the way, Yukino said, "During break, my sister messaged me. She said she has no lunch today." Ichin chuckled. "Haruno already came pestering me this morning, but unfortunately we used up all the ingredients last night and she herself ate quite a lot. Looks like she ran to you to complain instead." Yukino nodded, a small smile on her lips. "Yes. She said you didn't reply to her message at all, not even a read receipt." Ichin pulled out his phone and tapped it on. "Well, obviously. Who checks their phone during class? I'm a model student." Both Yutaha and Yukino rolled their eyes in unison. After ordering, the three sat down to eat. Between bites of fried rice, Ichin told them about his talk with the professor regarding the job fair. Job fairs? True. It's about time for seniors to start job hunting. Yutaha nodded. And yeah, the operation side really does need more people. Right now, it's mostly Hazuki handling partnerships with her own connections. That can't last forever. Still, beyond fresh recruits, you should bring in a couple experienced hires to lead the teams. Don't worry, public recruitment already started at the end of August. Still, with expansion continuing, the company would need to lock down a new office space by next year, a dedicated office building. It didn't have to be huge, but it had to be independent, better suited for the company's future. In Japan, the company would need at least 3 development groups, plus an online operations team, a business department for partnerships, and a whole set of support and logistics teams. All of that together would make the company more structured and push it step by step toward becoming a true major studio. Right now, its internal organization was still too simple. Snapping his fingers, Ichin decided he'd ask Haruno tonight to scout for potential locations. If an existing office building was available, they could start renovations step by step. If it was empty land, construction would take longer, but that was fine. Financially, the company was in great shape. Such an investment was no problem. Watching Ichin's shifting expression, Yutaha leaned toward Yukino and said knowingly, "Looks like he's plotting something new again." Yukino thought for a moment, then said, "Recruitment, expanding staff. Is this about moving to a new site?" "Oh, you figured it out, Yukino?" Ichin looked at her with surprise. "I didn't even say anything yet. It was just a simple deduction from what you've been saying." Yukino smiled and shook her head. "If that's the case, you'll need to go through my sister. Say be ready to get taken advantage of." Ichin spread his hands helplessly. On that point, I'm already prepared. Senchuredo, who was walking out of the kitchen with the last dish, a plate of crispy fried pork. With a graceful movement, Haruno walked over to him, laid her hand on Ichin's barato, and smiled mischievously. "Offering a feast for no reason? You must be up to something. Come on, Ichin, tell me, what do you need my help with this time?" Setting the dish on the table, Ichin chuckled. Let's sit down and eat first. We can talk while we eat. Well, fine. Once everyone sat down and poured their drinks, Haruno first picked up a piece of her favorite crispy pork, nodded in satisfaction, then looked curiously at Ichin. All right, spill it. If you don't say it soon, I won't even be able to enjoy my meal. Hearing that, both Yudaha and Yukino were already holding back their laughter. Having spent so much time with Ichin, Haruno's personality had mellowed a bit, but her quick wit remained as sharp as ever, never giving Ichin a chance to butter her up unchallenged. With no other choice, Ichin could only explain his plan about the new company office building. Oh, so that's what it is. Haruno took a sip of juice, smiling as she recalled something. Ichin had mentioned this before, but since the timing hadn't been right, it was left as just a passing thought. Now, however, with the University of Tokyo about to host a job fair and Ichin's company needing to expand recruitment, the new office building had become a pressing matter. In fact, Haruno had already helped Ichin look for an office back then, but none of the places she found were suitable, so she never brought it up again. But now it was time to put in some real effort to find a good location. After all, both she and Yukino held shares in this company. It was their business too. Once they had a proper new space and more people on board, the company's reputation would naturally grow even further, which could only be good for its future development. Although Haruno had already decided internally to help Ichin wholeheartedly, she wasn't about to miss the perfect chance to shear some wool off her little brother. With a playful, devilish smile curling on her lips, she rested her chin on her hand and said, I can help you, and he'll even give you the best deal possible, but Ichin, you've got to show a little sincerity too, right? Before Ichin could say anything, Haruno pointed at the table full of food and smirked. This alone isn't enough. You know, good grief, she saw right through him immediately. Ichin sighed helplessly, then raised his right index finger. All right, how about this? He'll make you lunch for a month. On weekdays, he'll prepare your bento, and on off days, as long as you're in Tokyo, you can come over for dinner. 1 month, huh? Haruno shook her head, spooned some mapo tofu in her bowl, and then raised 3 fingers. 3 months. 3 months of lunches, and I also want midnight snacks of the nights I come home late. 2 months. 80 days. 65 days. Final offer. Deal. 65 days it is. Haruno agreed, satisfied. She had originally been aiming for about a month and a half, but now she had wrangled an extra 2 weeks out of him, 65 days in total. A clear win in her book. He'll take care of finding your new office building, Ichin. Leave it to your big sister. Seeing the smug, triumphant look on Haruno's face, Ichin couldn't help but purse his lips. Her conditions were exactly what had expected. After all, Haruno wasn't the kind of person to demand money from him. Their relationship didn't work that way. So naturally, her payment was going to be something food-related. But 65 days, that was going to drain him dry. Just thinking about what dishes to make for the next day was enough to make his scalp go numb. And sure enough, as Ichin's gaze shifted toward Yudaha, she said, since you're making lunch for Haruno-senpai, you can't forget about me and Yukino, right? Knew it. Ichin didn't even dare to refuse. He immediately nodded. Of course. I was planning to make for all of you anyway. I don't really need any. Yukino started to protest, but Haruno held down her sister's arm and grinned. Come on, Yukino, just accept it. Your big sister's going to be working hard for this deal, you know? But if you're feeling guilty about it, you can come over in the evenings and help with dinner. That way, you'll be easing Ichin's workload, right? If you're willing to shave off a few days from the deal, that would actually ease my workload. That's absolutely impossible, and just like that, Ichin's life as a bento master began. Every day, he had to plan the next day's lunchboxes. Since they were for his own family, he also had to ensure a balanced diet and account for everyone's different tastes. The first month went smoothly enough, but as time went on, Ichin gradually started to run out of ideas. He began hunting everywhere for new recipes, even consulting his mom and Yudaha's mom for advice. Days passed one after another. By late October, the University of Tokyo's autumn job fair officially began. For this round of recruitment, the company had prepared openings for over a dozen positions, aiming to hire 40 graduating students. Of course, that was only the target number. If the actual qualified candidates didn't reach that figure, they just take however many met the standard. Itchin didn't have to involve himself too much in the recruitment process. The company's HR department was more than capable. In addition, Yumiko from the programming team had specially come back to help. The art team was led by Kei Yagami and Rin Toyama, and other positions had their respective leads in charge. All Itchin had to do was quietly observe from behind the scenes, particularly focusing on a few key interviewees he was personally interested in. After 3 days, the job fair came to an end. Although they didn't fill all 40 positions, the 32 interns they recruited were more than enough to make Itchin satisfied. As long as they could adapt during their internship, there was a high chance they'd get a full-time offer afterward. Of course, Itchin wasn't about to let these fourth-year seniors think they could just coast. The tasks he assigned them were going to be intense bug fixes, network optimization, visual effects tuning, and other challenges far more complex than anything they'd done in university. And there'd be no time for them to flip through textbooks. Moreover, Itchin selected some of the most outstanding recruits and had Sakura Nene lead them in developing a new game, Project Castle Crashers, following up on BattleBlock Theater. That project had always been intended as a training assignment for newcomers, and now was the perfect time to test these near-graduates' abilities. And just as Itchin expected, even with Nene guiding them, the interns still ran into plenty of issues. Time flowed by, and before anyone realized it, December had arrived. Titanfall was released. Chapter 470, Game Optimization Status. Before Titanfall officially launched, Itchin sent the final build of the game to several gaming media outlets, both in Japan and overseas, for review. After a week of hands-on experience, those media outlets all gave it extremely high scores. Excellent storyline, tightly paced progression, the evolving bond between the protagonist and the Titan is deeply engaging, and the game's optimization is remarkably well done. The only shortcoming is that the campaign feels a bit short, leaves you wanting more. IGN, 9/10. Besides IGN, other major rating sites and domestic game media outlets also gave the game very strong ratings, mostly above 8/10 or 85 points. As a result, Titanfall's hype skyrocketed to new heights almost instantly. Of course, in this day and age, game review scores don't exactly carry much weight with players. But given the track record of Itchin's previous releases, players still placed a good deal of trust and anticipation in this one. In particular, every single reviewer praised the game's optimization, something that gave players confidence that it would actually run well on their systems, rather than being one of those games that stuttered or crashed after purchase. Still, along with the excitement came some skepticism, especially because Titanfall was a first-person game. On that point, Itchin couldn't really do much. He could only optimize the game as much as possible to make sure performance was smooth and stable. Even then, there were bound to be players who avoided it purely because of the first-person gameplay. Itchin had anticipated that, so he wasn't too disappointed. Fortunately, even before release day, pre-orders had already exceeded 500,000 copies. The promotional PVs showcasing massive Titans had built up a strong wave of anticipation. On launch day, streamers across various live platforms began broadcasting Titanfall. Many of them initially assumed the game was just a straightforward shoot-and-stomp kind of title run around shooting enemies and pilot a Titan, but they were surprised by how good the story actually was. Right from the start, the tutorial mission helped players get used to the controls while letting them compete for record times. Some challenge-loving streamers immediately got hooked on speedrunning the tutorial course. Meanwhile, others who preferred story content advanced to the next chapter, and soon discovered that the protagonist, Jack Cooper, was actually just a regular grunt. Just like the PV had hinted, he wasn't some elite Titan pilot from the start. During the next drop operation, his squad's landing pod was ambushed. Most of his teammates were wiped out, and Cooper himself was gravely injured and knocked unconscious. The Titan pilot who saved him ended up surrounded by enemy Titans and sacrificed himself. His Titan, battered and nearly out of power, was left behind. Even though this was just the opening act, both players and viewers watching the streams were already hooked. Wait, so the protagonists get to Titan for free? This looks so smooth, and the environments are awesome. Hey, what's the frame rate like? Noticing the chat's curiosity about performance, some streamers opened their FPS display tools and began testing. Okay, I'm running at 2K resolution. Let's see, turn off motion blur, turn off depth of field, leave everything else default. DLSS off, ray tracing off. Frame cap is 60 by default. Let's push it to 144. After tweaking the settings, the streamer's FPS shot up from 60 to a steady 144, maxing out his monitor's refresh rate. Wow, this optimization is solid. If I turn on ray tracing and drop the frame rate a little, say, to 90 FPS, I'd still call that perfectly acceptable. And that was just the PC version of Titanfall. Players who had pre-ordered the console editions also discovered upon launch that the game's optimization was excellent. Within half an hour of the game's release, discussion threads about Titanfall flooded gaming forums everywhere. I'm using hardware model. If you switch to performance mode and dial down the graphics a bit, the frame rate shoots up even higher. Even without mentioning gameplay or story, one thing was clear to everyone: the optimization was outstanding. And not just for high-end PCs or consoles. Even players with mid-range or weaker rigs could run the game smoothly at 1080p medium settings, holding a stable 60 FPS after a bit of tweaking. Inside the office, Ichin scrolled through the forum posts and live stream chats, finally letting out a quiet sigh of relief. He picked up his phone and called Yumiko, who was over in Shanghai. "Yumiko," Ichin said with a smile, "you've worked really hard these past few weeks before launch. The optimization turned out amazing. Now we just wait for the players' feedback." Though it was already night, Yumiko was still at her office with her team, monitoring the online response to Titanfall. Holding her phone, she smiled. "Yeah, feels like I can finally breathe a little. All that effort wasn't for nothing." Optimization had always been one of the toughest challenges in game development, especially for first-person shooters. But thankfully, the dev team had pulled it off, pushing Titanfall's performance to its limits without sacrificing much visual fidelity. Hearing her words, Ichin replied, "All right. For the game's first week after release, keep your team on standby and make sure no hidden bugs slip through. Once we get past this week, it'll give everyone some time off." "Got it," Yumiko said. After hanging up, Ichin stretched his arms, then called out to Yudaha, Kei Yagami, and Rin Toyama, who were still in the office. "Let's go meet up with Haruno. She's still working late. We'll grab some late-night snacks together." But the moment he stepped outside the office building, a sudden chill made him shiver. "Ashu." Seeing Ichin sniffle repeatedly, Yudaha frowned in concern. "Did you catch a cold? The temperature really dropped these last few days." Shaking his head, Ichin replied, "Not sure. I'm wearing plenty of layers, though." Yudaha thought for a moment. "Could it be you got chilled during your morning run?" "No way, right?" Ichin muttered, frowning as he sniffled again. Rin glanced at him, thinking for a moment before suggesting, "Maybe we should skip the late-night meal. Your health's more important, Ichin. It's fine, I can still eat." Ichin waved his hand dismissively, then sighed. "But Rin's right. He'll pass tonight. Yudaha, go with them. He'll head home, take a hot shower, and rest." "How about I go back with you?" Yudaha offered. "No need. It's probably just a minor cold. You've had a long day, classes, your work at the publishing house, and then coming here to keep me company. Go enjoy some good food with Kei and the others." Saying that, Ichin turned toward Kei Yagami. "Kei, I'll leave Yudaha in your care. I'm heading back first." Chapter 471, Ichin becomes the patient after driving home. Ichin went straight to take a bath. When he came out and dried his hair, he felt much better. Pouring himself a glass of water, he took a sip and smiled as he looked at Peppy and George, Centuredo, and Haruno sitting together at a restaurant. Seeing that, Ichin felt reassured and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just finish my bath, going to sleep soon." After playing with the cats for a while, he returned to his bedroom, hoping a good night's rest would push back the oncoming cold. Once he crawled under the blanket, he quickly drifted off. Half asleep, Ichin vaguely heard the sound of the door opening and felt Yudaha's hand lightly touch his forehead. But his body felt so heavy he couldn't move at all, and he soon sank back into sleep. When he finally opened his eyes again, It was already past 9 in the morning. His head was foggy, his throat dry and sore. There was no doubt Head caught a bad cold, and he was running a slight fever too. Glancing around the room, he realized Yudaha wasn't there. It seemed she had already gone about her day. That made sense. She must noticed he was sick when she got home, and if Shed stayed beside him, Shed probably have caught it too. Just as he was thinking about getting up to grab some water, the bedroom door opened. Ichin turned his head and saw Yukino walking in. Shed opened the door carefully at first, but the moment she saw him awake, she pushed it wide open and hurried over. "Big brother, you're awake. How are you feeling, Yukino? Why are you here? Where's Yudaha?" "Yudaha-senpai has classes today, so she asked me to come take care of you." Sitting down by the bed, Yukino smiled gently. "If I remember right, this might be the first time I've ever seen you sick." Ichin nodded, his voice hoarse. "Yeah. Ever since high school, I've barely been sick at all. Even after moving to Japan, it's been the same. Guess I got careless this time." Yukino gave a small laugh. "That's what they call illness strikes like a mountain falling. People who rarely get sick tend to have it worse when they finally do catch something." After her comment, she picked up the thermometer from the bedside table and handed it to him. "Let's check your temperature first. Are you hungry? I made some porridge." Ichin tucked the thermometer under his arm and said, "Porridge sounds good. I'm a bit hungry, but I'd like some water first. My mouth's so dry." Yukino nodded quickly, went out, and came back with a cup of warm water. She helped Ichin sit up and gently held the cup to his lips as he drank half of it. The warm water soothed his throat and mouth noticeably. Lying back down again, Ichin looked at Yukino and smiled faintly. "Thanks, Yukino. You're really taking care of me today." Yukino set the blanket back down and said softly, "It's fine. I only have one class this afternoon, so I've got plenty of time. By the time I head to campus, Yudaha-senpai should be back, so we can switch shifts." Hearing her words, Ichin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Getting sick really was troublesome not just for himself, but for everyone around him. With the weather getting colder and colder, he'd definitely have to start being more careful. A few minutes later, Yukino checked the thermometer. 38.7 degrees. "Yep, you've got a fever. Let's get some food in you first, then take your medicine." She went out briefly and came back carrying a small clay pot of porridge on a tray, setting it on Ichin's lap after helping him sit up. After another sip of water, Ichin felt a bit better enough to eat something. Yukino had made vegetable porridge, which was perfect for him right now. Given his cold, anything too flavorful like meat porridge wouldn't taste like much anyway. The small pot was just enough. Ichin finished it quickly. His appetite wasn't great, but it was enough to fill him. After taking the dishes out to wash, Yukino returned and gently urged, "Big brother, take your medicine and get some more sleep. It's a bit hot." Ichin mumbled, then glanced at her as she sat down with a book. "If you're bored, you can go to the living room. You don't have to stay here the whole time." Yukino smiled and shook her head. "It's all right. I can read here. You're a patient now. After all, someone has to keep an eye on you. I promised Yudaha-senpai I'd take care of you. It's just a cold, you know. You don't have to exaggerate." Even so, seeing the firm look on her face, Ichin knew there was no talking her out of it. So he simply closed his eyes and focused on resting, hoping his body would recover quickly. The medicine soon took effect, and drowsiness crept over him. Before long, Ichin was fast asleep. Once his breathing settled into a steady rhythm, Yukino looked up from her book and observed him quietly for a moment. Confirming that he was truly asleep, she checked the time on her phone and quietly stepped out of the bedroom to make a call to Yudaha, who had just finished her class. "Yukino, how's Ichin doing?" Yudaha asked immediately after picking up. "He still has a bit of fever, but he ate some food and took his medicine. He's sleeping again now." "That's good." Hearing that, Yudaha finally felt relieved. This was actually the first time Shed ever seen Ichin sick. When she came home last night and found him burning up, she had immediately gone to her mother for help, then spent most of the night tending to him with cool towels to bring down his temperature. By morning, his condition had already improved compared to the night before, something Ichin himself probably hadn't noticed. According to her mother, Ichin's body was very strong. With medicine and a full day of rest, he'd likely be fine by tomorrow. Thank you for taking care of him today, Yukino. After your class this afternoon, come over to our place for dinner. Ma'am, I will. After hanging up, Yukino went back in the bedroom and resumed her post on the chair beside Ichin's bed. But once she opened her book again, she found she couldn't concentrate. No matter how hard she tried, her focus kept drifting from the page to the sleeping Ichin on the bed, and then back to the book again. She told herself to stop looking, but her mind kept wandering. After a long moment of thought, Yukino realized that this might be one of the very few times she had ever shared such a quiet moment with Ichin. Her thoughts began to wander in a strange direction, and flustered, she quickly shook her head, grabbed her book, and hurried out of the room, choosing instead to distract herself by playing with the cats. Chapter 472. Recovery. Around 4 in the afternoon, Ichin woke up groggily. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized his body felt much better, at least not as heavy as it had been that morning. He was drenched in sweat, though, his clothes sticking uncomfortably to his skin. Sitting up, he noticed that Yukino was no longer in the room. Checking his phone, he saw the time and figured she must gone to her afternoon class. He changed into clean pajamas, threw on a jacket, and stepped out of the bedroom. The moment he did, he heard the sounds of someone working in the kitchen. When he followed the noise, he found Yudaha already home, busy preparing dinner. Hearing his footsteps, Yudaha immediately turned around and said with concern, "Ichin, you're awake? How are you feeling now?" "Much better," Ichin replied with a smile. "When did you get back?" "About 3 o'clock. I picked up some ingredients for dinner on the way." After washing her hands, Yudaha gently pushed Ichin out of the kitchen and guided him to the living room. She made him sit on the sofa, turned on the heater, and handed him a thermometer. "When I came back, I touched your forehead. It felt cooler, but let's check your temperature just in case." Ichin nodded and tucked the thermometer under his arm, then looked at her curiously. "When did you come back last night? I kind of remember hearing something, but maybe I just dreamed it." Yudaha smiled and sat beside him. "It wasn't that late. I came home right after eating, but as soon as I got back, I found you burning up. I immediately called my mom over to take a look, and we put a cool towel on your forehead. If your temperature hadn't dropped, we would have taken you to the hospital. Luckily, around midnight your fever started to go down, so we could finally relax. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared go to class this morning." "I see. No wonder I felt so heavy and dazed last night," Ichin said, nodding in realization. Then he looked at her gratefully. "Thank you, Yudaha, and please thank your mom too." Yudaha smiled softly and brushed his hair aside. "It's fine as long as you're okay. Besides, every month when I have those days, you're always the one taking care of me, so now it's my turn to look after you. I actually planned to skip class today, but Haruno Senpai came by in the morning and told me to attend as usual, since Yukino didn't have class and could watch over you first. Thanks to her, I could go to class without worrying. So that's how it was. I was wondering why Yukino was here when I woke up." Glancing at the clock on the wall, Ichin said, "Judging by the time, Yukino should be back soon. We should treat her to something nice for dinner to thank her." Yudaha chuckled. "Don't worry, I already bought fish and sweet and sour pork ribs, her favorites." Before long, the thermometer beeped. His temperature was still a little high, but noticeably lower than in the morning. Another good night's rest, and he'd probably be completely fine. Looking at the reading, Ichin smiled. "Even though I got sick, my body still bounces back fast. Just one day, and I'm already halfway recovered." The sudden illness had caught him off guard, but years of regular exercise had clearly paid off. His immune system was doing its job. After chatting with him for a bit longer, Yudaha saw that the room had warmed up and went back to the kitchen to finish dinner. At 5 o'clock, Yukino returned from her class. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw Ichin sitting on the sofa, watching TV. "Big brother, how are you feeling?" "Don't worry, much better now," Ichin said with a smile and a nod. "Thanks for taking care of me today, Yukino. Yuda's making lots of delicious food tonight, so eat plenty." Seeing that Ichin had recovered well, Yukino finally let out a small sigh of relief. Not long after Yukino arrived, Haruno also showed up. "Little Ichin, your big sister's here. Feeling better yet?" She came running in with a bright smile, still in her office attire, not even having changed yet. Ichin looked at her and asked, "Haruno, You got off work early today? It's not even 6 yet, right? Hands on her hips, Haruno said proudly. Hey, I'm the boss too, you know? Leaving an hour early once in a while isn't a big deal. Besides, I came not just to check on how you're feeling, there's also news about that office building you wanted. Huh? Really? At that, Ichin immediately perked up. The last time they talked about the company's new office building was back in early September, nearly 3 months ago now. Haruno had found 2 standalone buildings before, but none of them really satisfied Ichin, so he told her to keep looking slowly. And now there was news again? Judging by the sparkle in Haruno's eyes, it must have been something good. Taking the cup of tea Yutaha handed her, Haruno took a sip, then said proudly, "It's a newly built independent office building. Originally, it was leased by a software development company, but their operations went south. The shareholders started infighting, and the company collapsed in less than 3 months after moving in. I just got word about it and immediately contacted the developer. If you're interested, once you're fully recovered, I can take you there in a couple of days. I've already seen some photos and videos. The place looks great. If you're saying it's good, Haruno, that must be," Ichin said with a smile. "All right, let's go check it out in a few days." After that, Haruno leaned over and touched his forehead, nodding in satisfaction. You're recovering nicely. Looks like you can join us for dinner tonight." Ichin rolled his eyes at her, watching as she followed Yutaha into the kitchen to check on dinner preparations. After inspecting things to her satisfaction, Haruno happily went next door to change clothes. Shaking his head, Ichin took a sip of water and said, "I can't help but feel Haruno's personality's gotten even more lively lately. What do you think, Yukino?" Yukino smiled faintly and glanced at him. "It has, yes. But compared to before, she's much easier to get along with now. Though, she still likes to tease people every now and then. Well, as long as she's not actually causing trouble, a few jokes now and then are fine," Ichin said with a chuckle. After another full day of rest, Ichin's condition had almost completely recovered. He still had a slight cold, though, so whenever he went out, he made sure to wear a mask to avoid passing it on to anyone else. When he arrived at the company after class, everyone welcomed him back warmly. Aoba looked at him curiously. "Ichin-kun, it's only been a few days. Are you sure you don't need to rest a bit more?" Kayagami, standing nearby, laughed. "Don't be fooled into thinking he suffered. When I dropped by, Opuyuta, Yukino, and even Haruno were all fussing over him. Fruits and tea delivered right to his hands. Meals prepared and served, a full-on lord's treatment." Seriously? Aoba looked at Ichin in disbelief. "Yutaha and Yukino I can understand, but Haruno-senpai? She's that type to take care of people?" Ichin slowly turned his gaze toward her, narrowing his eyes. "Aoba, if those words ever reach Haruno's ears, what do you think will happen?" In an instant, Aoba clapped her hands over her mouth and shook her head violently, eyes wide with panic. Chapter 473. Word progress. After giving Aoba a small scare, Ichin returned to his office, quite satisfied with himself. It had only been 2 days since his last visit, but finally he was back. Sitting in his executive chair, he stretched lazily, booted up his computer, and began checking the team's progress during his absence. First was the batch of new recruits who had been assigned directly to a fresh project, Castle Crashers, a 2D side-scrolling action game supporting up to 4-player co-op both online and offline. The art style for this game wasn't very complex. What mattered most was ensuring the combat felt rich, teamwork was fun, and there was room for playful sabotage between players. Games like this, compact, polished, and stylish, didn't usually require large budgets, but their charm and gameplay always stood out. From the current reports, the team's progress was smooth. Everything looked solid. According to Sakura Nene's estimate, the project could be completed by April or May next year. Once this game was finished, these new developers would have gained enough experience to move on to more challenging projects. On the Dark Souls side, nearly all monster, NPC, and map models were done. Only a few final touches and adjustments remained. The biggest strain was on the programming team, who were busy tuning boss and enemy AI, balancing numerical values, and adjusting weapon stats. Still, The game was now firmly in its final development stage, with all storylines already implemented. Rubbing his chin, Itchin muttered to himself, let's announce the release date by the end of the year and start pre-orders. This version of Dark Souls differed quite a bit from Miyazaki's Dark Souls 3. Beyond new maps, Itchin had added a whole batch of weapons, reworked battle arts and magic, and rebalanced the overall combat flow, making every playstyle viable and enjoyable. The number of monsters and bosses had also increased. Regular enemies now range from easy to tough, while bosses were designed to be truly intimidating, whether they were power-based or agility-based. Each one, he aimed, should leave players with a lasting impression after victory. As always, the Ashen One, the player character, remained physically unimpressive, capable of rolling but still unable to truly jump, only performing a short forward hop after a running start. But that's the Souls series for you. A weak protagonist facing terrifying, overwhelming bosses with fluid, varied attack patterns and absurd damage. That's exactly what makes victory so satisfying. Itchin kept the roll invincibility frames reasonably generous. Unlike Monster Hunter, where they were painfully short, players needed some room to show skill. Otherwise, the game would just feel cruel instead of rewarding. Next came Fall Guys. It had been several months since launch. While its initial surge of popularity had cooled slightly, the player base remained strong thanks to constant map updates, new skins, season passes, and a later added ranked mode. Checking Steam, Itchin saw that the game still maintained over 60,000 concurrent players, and that didn't even include the Nintendo Switch and console versions. Overall, as long as Fall Guys maintained this level of activity, Itchin was satisfied. And of course, adding new and creative stages or unique modes would no doubt rekindle even more excitement. For a live service game like this, post-launch maintenance was just as critical as the initial release. After reviewing Tokyo Studio, Itchin switches attention to the Shanghai branch, which was still buzzing with activity. Titanfall had just launched. Though no major bugs had appeared, players naturally found a few minor ones after release. The dev team reacted quickly, rolling out patches and fixes immediately. Player feedback had been overwhelmingly positive. The storyline, gunplay, Titan combat, and optimization all received widespread praise. Even the online modes have been well received. Many players who finished the story jumped straight into multiplayer. Besides standard PvP, the developers had designed asymmetrical modes, as well as pilot-only and Titan-only battles for variety. While it didn't have as many concurrent players as Battle Royale titles like PUBG, the numbers were solid, and Itchin didn't worry much about it. After all, Apex was the real next step, and that would be the major project. Once Titanfall got through its launch week, and the Shanghai team had a short rest, Apex's development would officially begin. With Titanfall's systems and assets already in place, making Apex wouldn't be nearly as difficult. Itchin was also planning to personally fly over and help with the early development phase. After finishing his review, Itchin wasn't in much of a working mood. Still feeling a bit sluggish from his recent illness, he decided to call it a day. Leaving his office, he toured the art department, then stepped next door into the animation team's workspace. As soon as he entered, he saw Shinoda Hajime sitting in front of her monitor, which wasn't showing any animation software, but a browser page displaying the newly released RTX 40 series GPUs. Walking up behind her, Itchin gently patted her head. Doing some window shopping during work hours, are we? Startled, Shinoda quickly turned around. No, I just finished my task. To prove it, she hurriedly opened the completed final boss, the Soul of Cinder animation module. It was by far the most difficult boss animation Shed ever made, taking nearly a full month to meet Itchin's detailed specifications. She stepped aside to let him review her work. I was actually planning to show you this later, she explained. But then Kay told me you were busy checking everyone's progress, so I figured I'd wait and kill some time looking at new hardware. Itchin nodded. He didn't doubt her explanation. After all, had personally assigned her the Soul of Cinder design, giving her numerous notes and creative directions. He knew how overworked Shed been throughout November just to meet his vision. As he watched her finished work, Itchin commented, So you were looking at the 40 series GPUs, huh? Planning to upgrade again? I thought you already had a 3090 at home? Well, when something new comes out, of course I want to take a look. Shinoda grinned. But that price tag is brutal. Kind of kills my motivation to buy one right away. They'll wait a bit longer. Indeed, the 40 series was priced a whole tier above the 30 series, especially right after launch. Ichin laughed. He had no plans to upgrade either. His 3090 was still more than powerful enough to last for years. Chapter 474. Haruno helping in the kitchen after about 10 minutes. Ichin finished reviewing Shinoda Hajime's work and nodded in satisfaction. This new soul of Cinder was far more complex than the one in Ichin's memory. He had designed 3 full combat phases, packed with style and flair, each transition more intense and spectacular than the last. And Shinoda Hajime had perfectly executed everything Head asked for. Handing the seat back to her, Ichin said, "Very nice. Every move matches exactly what I envisioned. Considering how well you finished this, it'll overlook that little break you were taking earlier. Keep up the good work." Shinoda's expression fell a little, but she still nodded. Got it. The rest of the programming team, who had watched the whole thing, were all holding back laughter, heads down to avoid being noticed. They had warned her earlier to be careful. The boss might drop by. Ichin was easygoing most of the time, but everyone knew he didn't tolerate slacking during work hours. And it was well past afternoon break time already. But Shinoda, as usual, hadn't cared about their warnings, and sure enough, barely 2 minutes later, Ichin had appeared. As soon as he left, Shinoda turned to the now silent group. "Okay, which one you snitched?" No. Absolutely not. We'd never betray you, boss. Why were there bootlickers in every department? Still, to be fair, with Shinoda's straightforward personality and tall, confident presence, she was quite popular among the male employees. A few even secretly liked her. Unfortunately for them, she had already made her stance clear during a previous company dinner. She wasn't interested in dating anyone. That declaration had shattered quite a few hopes. After getting ganked by Ichin, Shinoda dropped the idea of browsing GPU listings and went back to work, picking up the next task at hand. By 6:30 p.m., Ichin and Yutaha returned home. When they arrived, Yukino and Haruno were already there, busy preparing dinner. Seeing Haruno standing in the kitchen as well, Ichin blinked in surprise. "Haruno, what are you doing in the kitchen? Aren't you just getting in Yukino's way? What's that supposed to mean? I can help chop vegetables, you know," she protested while proudly lifting her kitchen knife to show off. "I might not be great at cooking, but my knife skills aren't bad at all." "Seriously?" Ichin glanced at the cutting board in front of her. The slices of meat were actually perfectly even, not a single one thicker or thinner than the rest. That earned Haruno a look of genuine surprise from him. Noticing it, Haruno straightened her back, triumphantly, puffing out her chest. Impressive, right? Of course, this was something she had only recently practiced. Back then, her chopping skills had been disastrous. But naturally, she wasn't about to tell Ichin that because that would ruin the moment. Sure enough, Ichin nodded sincerely. "Yeah, that's actually pretty impressive." However, before Haruno could bask in her own pride for long, Ichin immediately followed up with, "But that's about all you can do. Since you're only good at chopping vegetables, you can go relax in the living room. The rest of the cooking can be handled by Yukino and Yutaha." Before Haruno could even react, Ichin took the knife from her hands, handed it to Yukino, and gently but firmly pulled her out of the kitchen. Hey, wait a second. As Haruno was being ushered out, Yutaha leaned closer to Yukino and whispered, "Haruno-senpai didn't cause you any trouble, did she?" Yukino shook her head with a small smile. "Not at all. She actually practiced her knife skills when I wasn't around. I was surprised when she started cutting the meat. It was really neat. But just like my brother said, once the meat was done, there wasn't much else for her to do." "I see. All right then, Yukino, just hold on a minute. It'll finish up here and come help you." After dinner, Ichin sat on the sofa, sipping a cup of tea with a satisfied smile. "Yeah, I'm definitely feeling better now. Food actually tastes good again. The night before last, I couldn't taste anything. It was miserable. Yesterday was a bit better, but still dull." Haruno nodded in agreement beside him. Right? That's the worst part about having a cold, everything tastes like nothing. But since you're mostly recovered now, how about we go check out that office building in the next couple of days? Sure, Ichin replied readily. It'd be best to settle that before the year ends. He wasn't worried about the finances. Titanfall had met its sales expectations, and Fall Guys continued to generate steady revenue, bringing in a fresh wave of funds. Even after setting aside 2 months' worth of payroll, he still had more than enough to secure a new office property. Despite still driving the same car he bought 2 years ago and living in the same apartment he'd moved in back in high school, Ichin was, in truth, very wealthy. His accumulated assets had long surpassed those of people his age and even outstripped many established business professionals several years older than him. Even if the new office required a significant investment, there was always Haruno and Yukino. The sisters were both shareholders. He could easily borrow a bit from them or transfer a small portion of shares to them or the Yukino Shida family in exchange for liquidity. Given his relationship with the Yukino Shida family now, there was nothing to worry about on that front. If this new building turned out as good as Haruno claimed, it could serve as the company's headquarters in Japan for the next 5 to 10 years. After chatting and drinking tea at Ichin's place until 8 o'clock, the Yukino Shida sisters finally took their leave. On their way downstairs, Yukino turned to her sister and said, "Sis, I've been thinking about something." "HM?" Haruno looked at her curiously. "What is it?" "Your apartment, it's 2 bedrooms, right? Would you mind if I moved in?" "Move in?" Haruno's eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed Yukino's hands with delight. "Of course you can. That spare room was always meant for you. You can move in any time. But wait, what's brought this on? You usually don't even like me dropping by your apartment." Yukino gave her sister a sidelong glance and replied, "Because you're too lazy, that's why. You made Ichin cook your lunch for 2 months under the pretense of helping find an office, when you could have just agreed to a deal straight away. So I figured, fine, if I move in, at least you'll have breakfast in the morning and won't ruin your health skipping it all the time." "Uff. Yukino, you're the best. Come here, let your sister hug you." But before Haruno could lift her arms, Yukino sidestepped neatly and walked straight toward the elevator. "Then it's decided he'll move in this weekend." As the elevator doors closed, Haruno lowered her arms, thoughtful for a moment, then shook her head with a small smile and headed back in her apartment. Chapter 475. The company building confirmed the matter of viewing the building went very smoothly. Although this office building had slightly more floors than the 5-story one Ichin originally had in mind, it wasn't much of a difference. With Haruno acting as the middle person, the price also wasn't unreasonable, well within what Ichin could afford. After the initial inspection, Ichin called Hazuki over as well, the former head of Eagle Jump, to take another detailed look together. Standing inside an office on the 6th floor and gazing out at the city view, Hazuki nodded in satisfaction. "This place is really nice. If this becomes our future headquarters, I think everyone will be delighted. But are you sure our company's finances can handle buying it?" "Don't worry, it's just a small issue," Ichin replied confidently. "Hazuki, you know how our company's revenue looks. At most we'll be a bit tight for a month or 2, but paying salaries won't be a problem. Worst case, it'll just be a freeloader for a couple months and let Yutaha feed me." Hearing that, both Haruno and Hazuki couldn't help but laugh. After a short round of laughter, Hazuki composed herself and said, "Since you've decided, go ahead with it. Once you tell everyone back at the office, I bet they'll all be thrilled." "Yeah, I think so too." Having made up his mind, Ichin signed the contract and began the paperwork. Thanks to Haruno's help, everything proceeded smoothly, and within just 3 days, all the formalities were done. Once the payment was completed, the 6-story office building would, after renovation, become their new Tokyo headquarters. With the building secured, it was time to plan for the interior design. Since Haruno's family owned a construction firm, that part was also easy to handle. No need to worry about being overcharged. When Ichin arrived at the Yukino Shida family's Tokyo office, he went straight to Haruno's room to discuss renovation plans. "For the interior, I don't want anything overly flashy or high-tech," Ichin explained. "Keep things simple. For the relaxation areas, the design should make people feel comfortable and unwind The color palette will be important there. And the cafeteria on the second floor. That's also something I'm counting on you to handle properly, Haruno-san. He laid out a rough concept for the entire building's layout, then passed his ideas to Haruno's in-house designers so they could draw up detailed plans. After listening to Ichin's outline, one of the designers smiled and said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Ichin. We've done interior designs for several IT companies before. You'll definitely be satisfied." Well then, President, we'll get started on the meeting and draft work. Go ahead. Haruno nodded. When the designers left, she stretched lazily against her chair and smiled. It won't take long. Based on the usual schedule, they'll have a preliminary design ready within a week. If there's anything you want changed, revisions are easy. Once the New Year holidays are over, construction can begin. All right, once you move in, you'll need office furniture and equipment. Want me to handle that too? You know someone? Ichin asked. Of course, and at a friendly price. Haruno snapped her fingers proudly. There's a furniture manufacturer run by a friend's family, the president's daughter, actually. I helped her deal with a persistent admirer once, so she owes me one. She'll definitely give us a good deal. If you got connections like that, all the better. As expected of you, Haruno-san, reliable as ever. After settling the details, Ichin checked the time and got ready to leave. I still have to pick up Yutaha from the publishing house. Oh, and Haruno-san, remember to heat up the lunchbox I brought you, and don't forget to drink the soup. I started simmering that chicken soup early this morning. Indeed, Ichin had brought along a home-cooked bento and a thermos of chicken soup for Haruno, both sitting neatly on her desk. His words instantly lifted Haruno's mood. She had been wondering what to eat for lunch, and here came Ichin delivering food right to her office. This little brother really did know how to take care of people. Of course he'll eat it all. Now go pick up Yutaha and have lunch together back at your office, Haruno said with a bright smile. After Ichin left, she returned to finishing up her pre-lunch tasks. News of the new office building had already spread through the company in the past 2 days, so everyone's morale was through the roof. Even during breaks, people kept chatting excitedly about what their new workplace next year might look like. At lunchtime, a few of the girls went to a nearby restaurant, eating while gossiping cheerfully. 6 floors, huh? Then our meeting room must be huge. The one we have now is already too cramped with all the new hires. All you think about is meeting rooms. Can't you focus on something else? Yeah, I heard we'll even have our own cafeteria, and the company's actually hiring chefs. Remember, our boss likes eating good food. You know what that means? We're totally getting some cuisines. Oh, now you've got me drooling already. A girl from the art team swallowed hard and looked at Kei Yagami. Yagami-senpai, you said the boss cooking is amazing, right? So when he hires chefs, he won't pick bad ones, will he? Of course not, Kei laughed, taking a bite of rice. Knowing Ichin, he'll personally interview them himself. I asked him once. He plans to hire at least 2 chefs trained in authentic cuisine. You girls are in for a treat next year. While Rin Toyama could already make some decent dishes, having an in-house cafeteria would make daily meals much easier for everyone. And just as Kei said, Ichin definitely took food seriously. Whoever he hired would surely have real skills. By the time they moved next year, most employees would probably stop bringing bentos or eating out. The company cafeteria would become everyone's favorite spot. But renovations are going to take months. I can't wait that long. I know, right? Still, even without the cafeteria, imagine it. An entire 6-story office building all to ourselves. Doesn't that make us a big company already? We're not small anymore anyway. Don't forget, we've also got an office in Shanghai. Titanfall is selling and trending really well lately. I know. I'm so glad I switched jobs and came here. Listening to their lively chatter, Yagami Kei and Rin Toyama exchanged smiles, both equally eager to see their company take its next big step forward in the coming year. Chapter 476, Dinner and the Capcom collaboration skins. The interior design draft for the new office space was completed in less than a week. When Ichin went to Haruno's company to review it, he was very satisfied. As expected from the top designers Haruno had personally called in, their work was impeccable. With the design plan confirmed, All that was left was some preliminary preparation before construction would officially begin after the New Year holidays. After reviewing the blueprints, Ichin returned to his company, just in time for afternoon tea. Grabbing his cup of hot milk tea, he happily made his way back to his office. Seeing him in such a good mood, Hajime leaned over to Yagami Kei and whispered, "Kei-senpai, did Ichin go see the new building's renovation design today?" "Yeah," Kei replied. "Haruno's handling it. She brought in her company's best designers." "Oh," Shinoda Hajime shook Kai's shoulder excitedly. "Then go ask him. If the design's done already, when can we move in?" "What's the rush?" Kei laughed. "It's almost the end of the year. Construction won't start until after New Year. Even after that, we'll need to air the place out after renovations, so at least 3 months from now." Since this was going to be the company's main base for the next few years, there was no way they'd do a rushed job. Besides, with Haruno having a stake in the project, she'd never allow the construction team to cut corners. Every aspect would be handled with care, which naturally meant it would take time. Still, since Hajime was curious, Kei decided to stop by Ichin's office to check. A few minutes later, she came back out with her own milk tea, looking cheerful. "Well?" Hajime asked eagerly. "What did he say?" Not only her, everyone else enjoying their afternoon tea turned their attention toward Kei, curious for any news about the new office. Kei made an okay gesture and grinned. "No worries. Ichin already confirmed the construction schedule. Haruno's assigning plenty of manpower. They'll make sure it's both fast and high quality. We'll definitely be able to move in before the end of March." That news sent a wave of excitement through the group. The end of March. It was already late December, and with New Year just around the corner, that meant in just 3 months they'd be moving into their own brand new office building. Sure, it wasn't as massive as those towering corporate headquarters, but for them, it was more than enough. After all, it had only been 4 years since they started as a tiny studio. Everyone in the company firmly believed that, at their current growth rate, the future held limitless potential. From the day the company began hiring until now, no one had ever quit or switched jobs. Everyone genuinely enjoyed working there, developing games, and contributing their part. That strong sense of belonging was something Ichin had cultivated perfectly. A young and vibrant team, fixed working hours, no mandatory overtime, and excellent benefits. In such an environment, it was hard not to enjoy your job. Inside the office, after explaining the details to Kei and asking her to share the update with everyone, Ichin turned toward Yutaha and Yukino, who were sitting on the sofa playing games. That week after Ichin's cold had fully healed, Yukino had moved out of her old apartment and into Haruno's building, right next door to them. Her reasoning was simple. She wanted to help prepare breakfast and dinner for her sister, to make sure Haruno didn't skip meals and harm her health due to overwork. It was a valid concern. Skipping breakfast for too long can really hurt the stomach. Naturally, Ichin, Yutaha, and even their downstairs neighbors, Yagami Kei, Rin Toyama, and the newly moved-in Narumi and Momiji, were all happy about Yukino's arrival. She had even brought along her 4 cats, which meant more furry company during weekends and evenings, making their shared downtime even livelier. After Yutaha and Yukino finished their round of Mario Kart, Ichin asked, "So, if we're not eating at home tonight, what do you girls want for dinner?" "Yukino, have you asked Haruno yet?" Yutaha set down her Switch. "It's cold these days, hot pot sounds great. Though yakiniku would also be fine. What do you think, Yukino?" Yukino thought for a moment. "Hot pot, I think. There's more variety that way. As for my sister, no need to ask, just call her after work. She's not picky." Indeed, Haruno would eat practically anything, from fine cuisine from any country to McDonald's and KFC, which she enjoyed just as much. Of course, if given a choice, she'd always go for the better food. Snapping his fingers, Ichin grinned. "All right, hot pot it is. There are a few authentic places in Tokyo. He'll just pick one and book a table." After browsing on his phone for a bit, he reserved a nearby restaurant and sent the address to Haruno so they could meet there after work. "But with just the 4 of us, isn't that a bit small a group? Should we invite a few more?" "They'll go ask Kei and the others," Yutaha said, walking out. 2 minutes later, she returned. "Kei and her group aren't coming. They're doing yakiniku at home." But Eriri and Hazuki-san said they'll join us. 6 people then, Ichin nodded. Perfect. Everyone had their own car, except Eriri, who'd just get a ride home with Hazuki afterward. No one planned to drink tonight anyway. Just as they were wrapping up that topic, Hazuki herself walked in. Before we head out for Hot Pot, Ichin, I've got some news for you. Oh. Ichin raised an eyebrow, then smiled knowingly. Collaboration skins? Bingo. Hazuki clapped her hands, smiling brightly. The Capcom collaboration skins are confirmed, and it's a two-way collab. Fall Beans will get Hunter-style outfits, while Monster Hunter will feature costumes modeled after our Bean characters. Oh, and before the end of the year, we'll head to Capcom's office. Remember, we were supposed to discuss the action system collaboration too? We'll bring it up while we're there. Sounds good. I was planning to check in with them before year's end anyway. It looked like there were still quite a few tasks left to tackle before New Year, but they were all fun ones. If everything went smoothly, next year was going to be a truly exciting one. Chapter 477, Eriri's Sudden Idea After Work. Ichin and the others drove straight to the Hot Pot restaurant. Since Eriri didn't have a car, she rode with Ichin, sitting in the back seat together with Yutaha. Glancing at Yukino's car following behind them through the rearview mirror, Eriri thought for a moment and said, "Hey, do you think I should move out and live on my own? I'm already a university student now, and I've got a job too." HM? Yutaha looked at her in surprise. "That's your reason? Isn't that reason enough?" Eriri countered. "I go home every day, and it still feels like nothing's changed since before. Now that I've grown up and have my own income, shouldn't it be fine if I want to live by myself?" "It's not wrong," Yutaha admitted, nodding, "but I think you should think it through carefully. First of all, if you live alone, what will you do about meals every day? You can't just eat out for every meal, right? Even with your income, the expenses will add up quickly. And after a while, you'll get sick of all the takeout and restaurants near your place. So in the end, you'll still have to cook for yourself, but you don't know how to cook, do you?" Ugh. Eriri was instantly speechless. That really was a problem she couldn't dodge. She didn't know how to cook. Well, she could make food if you counted instant noodles and fried rice. But things like mapo tofu, braised pork, or tempura, that was way beyond her. Flicking her twin tails in frustration, Eriri groaned. "Then what am I supposed to do? I can't just stay living with my parents even after I graduate, right?" From the driver's seat, Ichin said, "What's wrong with staying home? Your place is a villa, remember? If you move out, you'll have to live in a regular apartment. It won't be anything like your current room, that's for sure." Yutaha nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Since you already live in a villa, why put yourself through that? You're thinking about moving out now, but once you actually do, I bet you'll start wanting to move back home in just a few days." Eriri frowned and fell silent, lost in thought. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Hot Pot restaurant for dinner. Since Haruno's office was closer, she had already arrived. The group followed the waiter to their reserved table, where Haruno was already waiting with a menu in hand. She waved and smiled. "You're here. I've already started ordering. If there's anything you want, just add it." Ichin turned to the waiter, taking notes. "It's fine, Haruno. You know what everyone likes. Just order what you want. There are 6 of us, so get plenty, and don't forget the vegetables." "Okay, leave it to me after all. It's Ichin's treat," Haruno replied cheerfully, then proceeded to order a mountain of food. Since it was Hot Pot and everyone could eat at their own pace, the 6 of them would finish it all eventually. Soon, the pot arrived. Haruno had ordered a less spicy soup, since Yukino couldn't handle spicy food. While the soup was heating up, Haruno noticed the troubled expression on Eriri's face and asked, "What's wrong, Eriri-chan? You look like you've got something on your mind." "Oh, well." Eriri hesitated, then told them what she had been thinking about. None of them had expected that Eriri was seriously considering moving out to live alone. After listening, Yukino nodded. "I think brother and Yutaha-senpai are right. If you want to move out, you need to think carefully about all the aspects of living independently. When I first moved out, I already knew how to cook a few things, but it still took time to get used to everything." Haruno followed up, "Exactly. There's nothing wrong with wanting to move out, but you have to plan it properly, not just act on impulse. That said, I actually think you should try it. You've always lived a comfortable life where you didn't need to worry about cooking or chores. If you move out, you'll force yourself to learn things you never did before. Isn't that a good thing? Who was already leaning toward moving out, immediately perked up. You're right. If I move out, I could just learn on my own. Am not stupid how hard can cooking be? That's it. He'll tell my mom when I get home and start looking for an apartment. Ichin fell silent. He looked at Yutaha, then at Yukino. Their expressions were identical. Hazuki, on the other hand, glanced toward Haruno and noticed the faint, mischievous smile on her lips, which made her own lips curl in amusement. Soon, the mountain of meat and vegetables was served, and everyone began to enjoy the hot pot. As they dipped the meat into the bubbling broth, Aruri excitedly talked about her plans for living alone, her voice full of anticipation for her new, independent life. As for loneliness, probably not an issue, since she had a cat. But Ichin, Yutaha, and Yukino were all worried about her meals. None of them believed this girl could master cooking in a short time. During her first few weeks alone, she'd probably survive on instant noodles and convenience store food. Whether she could endure, that was another story. After thinking for a moment, Ichin whispered something to Yutaha, then said to Aruri, "Hey Aruri, do you want me to check if there are any vacant apartments near my place?" "No need." Aruri waved confidently. "If I live near you guys, they'll just end up mooching off you every day they're going to your place, or to Yukinos, or Kos for meals. I don't want that. Just wait within a month. They'll invite you all to my place for a home-cooked feast." No one knew where that confidence came from. Still, as long as she was happy, that was fine. After all, even if she couldn't handle living alone, she could always move back home. Ichin knew full well that Aunt Sayuri would probably allow Aruri to try living on her own, but she'd definitely be ready, waiting for the day her daughter came running back. Chapter 478. Year S. and Aruri was clearly not joking about moving out. Over the next few days, whether she was at school or at the company, she spent all her free time searching for apartments to rent. When Sayuri Sawamura found out, she agreed without hesitation. That didn't surprise anyone. Ichin and the others all knew Sayuri well. She'd never stand in the way of Aruri wanting to become independent. However, since the year was almost over, it wasn't realistic for Aruri to move out right away. No matter what, she'd have to wait until after the new year. As the year drew to a close, everyone's workload gradually eased up. Taking advantage of the downtime, Ichin reviewed the final development schedule and officially announced the release date of Dark Souls, March 25th, next year, Friday. Most of Dark Souls was already complete. Only a few maps still needed optimization, and some bosses, monsters, and NPC storylines required final adjustments. 3 months was more than enough to finish everything. Alongside the release date announcement, pre-orders also opened and immediately attracted a flood of attention. After all, judging from the previous trailers and live demos, the game looked brutal. It practically screamed painful to play. But the harder the game, the more players wanted to challenge it. Ichin wasn't worried that the difficulty would scare people away. In this era, there were plenty of dedicated players who loved a challenge, and he was quite proud to be training Barato of them. By the final week of the year, Dark Souls had sold over 350,000 pre-orders across all platforms. That number wasn't quite on the level of Persona, but it was within expectations. The darker, more oppressive aesthetic wasn't something everyone could easily accept at first. Still, pre-orders had only just begun. Ichin wasn't in a rush once the marketing phase kicked in and the next wave of trailers rolled out. He was confident they'd hook the hesitant crowd too. With the release date announced, his final major task for the year was complete. Now it's time for Party! New Year's Party. On December 27th, Saturday, at Ichin's home, Shinoda threw both hands up and declared, "You guys all ditch Christmas for your own lovey-dovey dates. So this time we have to throw a New Year's party. It's been forever since we all gathered." Munching on chips beside her, Ijima Yun gave her a sidelong glance. "You just want to play, don't you? You don't have to drag the rest of us in. New Year's is already busy enough. Then we can just push it back a few days. It's a week-long break anyway. They'll be busy the first few days too," Shinoda insisted. "It's the end of the year. What better time for us old friends to get together? Ichin-kun, what do you think?" Carrying a tray of freshly made milk tea, Ichin set it down with a smile. I've got no objections. A get-together to celebrate the new year sounds great. But if we're doing it, let's hold it downstairs at Kansas Place. She already decorated for it. It's way more suitable than here. Hazuki picked up her cup and said warmly, that works for me. If everyone agrees, let's set the date for the 6th. We'll be heading back to my hometown for the first few days, and on the 7th, we'll need time to reset before work starts again. Everyone discussed it for a bit and agreed, including Hifumi, Nene, and Aoba, who weren't there in person but gave their okay in the group chat. Yumiko, who was currently in Shanghai, was also coming back tomorrow, so she could join the party too. Perfect. Then it's settled for the 6th, Shinoda said with satisfaction. By 4 in the afternoon, Shinoda and the others had left, and KS Group went back down to their apartment. Stretching lazily on the sofa, Haruno smiled. It really is lively around here. It sure is. Ichin nodded. Aside from Kay and her team, everyone else lives pretty close, only about 20 minutes by train at most. Once the new office building's done, the commute will be a bit longer, but it's fine. Everyone's got cars now, and those who don't can just hitch a ride. Hearing that, Aruri tilted her head thoughtfully. Then when I look for an apartment, should I find one closer to the new office instead? You should start by finding one near where you are now, Yutaha said, cutting her off dryly. I seriously doubt you'll last 3 months living alone. Huh? Are you underestimating me? Aruri puffed up angrily. Vanna, bet. After New Year's, they'll find a place, move out, and show you I can handle living alone just fine. Yutaha folded her arms, accepting the challenge. Sure, they'll look forward to seeing that. But since it's a bet, what's the wager? Let's keep it simple. The loser treats everyone to dinner. Deal. As the two sealed their bet, Haruno gently nudged her sister's shoulder and whispered, Yukino, who do you think's gonna win? Yukino shook her head. Hard to say. Iriri's never lived alone before, and everyone adapts differently. That's true, Haruno said with a grin. But no matter who wins, as long as we remember to crash the winner's dinner, it's a win for us. After handing out the year-end bonuses, the company officially went on holiday. The year had finally come to an end. It had been a smooth year for the company. Many new members joined. Projects went well, and Ichin's own studies were also progressing perfectly. By April, he'd be a third-year student, with only half his university life remaining. Driving home from the office, Ichin sank onto the sofa and rested his head on Yutaha's lap. Closing his eyes, he murmured, another year gone already. Time surely flies. Yutaha gently stroked his hair and smiled. It really does. You've worked hard this year, Ichin. Let me guess, the next line is please continue working hard next year, right? Even if I didn't say it, you'd still do it, wouldn't you? You're not wrong. After resting on her lap for a while, Ichin sat up and stretched. All right, we'll go make dinner. Once we finish tonight's meal, we could go next door tomorrow and freeload off your parents. Chapter 479, New Year game sales and Yukino's birthday. With the arrival of the new year, Ichin had already gotten used to spending the first couple of days accompanying Yutaha and her parents to visit their relatives. On the evening of January 3rd, after a family dinner out, Ichin drove Yutaha and her parents home. Yutaha's father had drunk quite a bit, so after returning, her mother helped him back to their room to rest. Ichin and Yutaha then returned to their own place. He poured 2 glasses of water, turned on the TV, and the two of them sat together on the sofa, each holding a cat in their arms. As for Haruno and Yukino, they had naturally returned home to Chiba for the holidays. The Ikinoshita family tended to have far more New Year's visits to make. Taking a sip of tea, Ichin said, it's the 3rd today and the gathering's scheduled for the 6th. So we got 2 free days before that. Yutaha, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Somewhere to go. Yutaha thought for a bit, then shook her head. Nah, we've been out so much already these past few days. Let's just stay home. We've been to all the usual spots anyway, movies, shopping, everything. And during New Year's, it's so crowded outside. Let's skip the chaos. Clinging lazily to Ichin's arm, she smiled softly. Going out is nice, but I still prefer staying home with you, Ichin. I see. Then we'll stay in and rest. And so, for the next 2 days, aside from occasional grocery runs, They spent all their time at home playing with the cats, watching TV, gaming a little, and putting work aside for once. Every night, after dinner, Itchin would check on the sales numbers for their games. With the New Year's arrival, all major titles had kicked off discount events. Among their catalog, Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight saw the biggest price drops, followed by BattleBlock Theater and The Binding of Isaac. Their biggest title, Persona, was on a 30 discount and Fall Guys at 20 off. The newest release, Titanfall, wasn't discounted at all. Meanwhile, Dark Souls pre-orders had climbed slightly during the New Year sale period, still decent, though far behind the discounted titles, naturally. After all, its release was still 3 months away, and no media reviews have been published yet. Just as Itchin was reviewing the sales data, the bedroom door opened behind him. Yutaha, freshly out of the bath and wearing her pajamas, stepped into the room. Her long hair, still slightly damp from the dryer, carried a faint, sweet fragrance that reached him as soon as she got close. As Itchin turned around, she wrapped her arms around him from behind, plunging his vision into darkness. It's a new shower gel rose scent. What do you think? Itchin chuckled. Centurato, how are the game sales doing these days? Pretty well, Itchin said. The discounts helped a lot. Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight hit their lowest Steam prices ever. The Switch discounts weren't as steep, but sales still climbed noticeably. And games like Isaac and BattleBlock, the ones that fit the Switch, well, got a nice bump too. The company's development strategy was now clearly defined. Big single-player projects, online multiplayer titles for long-term support, and smaller, high-quality indie projects. Centurato released one large single-player game every 2 years or two in 3 years, and small-scale ones like BattleBlock and Isaac at a rate of 1 or 2 a year. He intended to try nearly every genre except sports and was already doing so. Leaning back against his chest, Yutaha smiled. With that pace, other developers are probably going to lose their minds. Of course, that's just the ideal pace, Itchin laughed. Well, adjust according to reality. He gave her a brief, warm smile, then got up to go shower. But before he left, Yutaha said, by the way, Itchin, Haruno, and Yukino will be back tomorrow afternoon. Since they left early, we didn't get to celebrate Yukino's birthday at all. Should we make it up to her tomorrow? Oh, right, her birthday. I totally forgot. Itchin smacked his forehead and looked at her. You already have something planned? I sure do. Yutaha grinned proudly. I ordered a limited edition Mr. Pan character pillow cover. ITLL arrived tomorrow. I checked, Yukino doesn't own that one, and it's super rare. Wait, why are you only telling me now? Itchin sighed in exasperation. You're really making it hard for me. How am I supposed to prepare something in just one night? Yukino's favorite things, aside from cats, included Mr. Pan, a niche panda character with a perpetually grumpy face. No one quite understood her taste, but she adored it. Now that Yutaha had already bought a Mr. Pan item, it'd be awkward for him to get something similar. What do I do? He sat cross-legged on the carpet, thinking hard, the idea of showering now completely forgotten. Yutaha watched him struggle, smiling, then sat down beside him. How about baking a birthday cake? Tomorrow's the party anyway, let's surprise her with a mini birthday celebration too. Her birthday's on January 3rd, and we didn't get to celebrate it properly. A cake would make up for that. That's a good idea, Itchin nodded. We got all the ingredients at home. Should we let Kay and the others know? No need. We don't all have to bring gifts, just us is enough. The others can play along for atmosphere. But we should tell Aoba and the rest to come a bit early to help us set up. Okay, sound good. With the plans set for tomorrow, Itchin finally stood up and headed for his long-delayed shower. Chapter 4, 8480. Preparations before the party, January 6th, the day of the planned New Year gathering. After breakfast, Itchin got straight to work preparing the birthday cake for Yukino. Yutaha had already contacted Haruno secretly in advance, letting her know they planned to make today's get-together double as a belated birthday celebration for Yukino. After hearing that, Haruno told them what Yukino's birthday had been like this year. There hadn't been any kind of formal party at home. It wasn't her milestone 18th birthday, so the family just had a simple meal together to celebrate quietly. This gave Itchin and the others the perfect chance to hold a more lively celebration. Something cheerful yet comfortable since everyone attending was close to Yukino. Knowing that, Haruno was delighted to help. With her as an inside agent, everything could be arranged more smoothly, such as ensuring that she and Yukino arrived later than the others, giving Ichin's group enough time to prepare. After lunch, around 1 in the afternoon, Kei Yagami and the others who lived downstairs came up first. Soon after, Aoba and her team arrived one by one. Munching on chips, Kei walked into the kitchen just as Ichin pulled a freshly baked cake out of the oven. She swallowed hard and said, "Smells amazing. And wow, that's a big cake." "Well, we got a lot of people. Everyone needs a slice, right?" Ichin replied, setting the cake aside to cool. "Kei, Haruno and Yukino will be here around 2. Make sure you all get ready before then." "Relax, no problem." Kei grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Yumiko just got here, and everyone's asking about how her work's been going in Shanghai. Once they're done chatting, we'll start setting up. With this many people, we'll have it all ready in half an hour. "All right, you said it. I'm counting on you," Ichin said with a smile before shooing her out so he could focus. He pulled out the decorating tools and began whipping the cream for the cake. As time passed, while Ichin worked in the kitchen, Yudaha and the others began setting up the decorations in the living room. They hung up the colorful party streamers they'd bought that morning. When Kei caught Peppa the cat trying to paw at the ribbons, she immediately scooped it up and carried it away. "Hey, don't mess with those. Go play with your toys." Peppa looked up at her, then simply turned and wandered off toward Arari. Arari hadn't been assigned to decorate. She was instead on cat duty, trying to manage the growing herd of cats in the house. During the New Year break, Yukino hadn't brought her 4 cats home since her family lived right next door, so she had asked Ichin and Yudaha to take care of them. Now they'd all been brought over for the party. 4 from Yukino, 1 from Kei, 1 from Arari, 2 belonging to Ichin and Yudaha, and 1 from Hazuki, a total of 9 cats. Poor Arari was completely overwhelmed trying to keep track of them all. When Peppa wobbled over, Arari immediately called out, "Peppa, come take care of your kids. I can't handle them all by myself." But of course, the cat didn't understand a word. It pawed a yarn ball, plopped down, and began playing on its own, paying no attention to the kittens running wild around the room. There wasn't much to be done about it. Peppa had only fathered them while they were very small. Once they were weaned, had mostly stayed at Ichin's place, so he wasn't that attached to them anymore. Thankfully, Peppa wasn't very territorial. Otherwise, 9 cats in one apartment would have been a recipe for disaster. At least they were only noisy, not fighting, a small miracle in itself. Seeing Iriri's frazzled state, Hifumi quietly approached with a fully inflated balloon in hand. "Hang in there, Arari. We're almost done with the setup," she said gently. "Really?" Arari asked, glancing around the living room. The letter balloons were all up, and the streamers and regular balloons were mostly in place. She finally let out a sigh of relief. "Good, that's pop." The sudden explosion of the balloon in Hifumi's hands made Arari shriek, which in turn sent all the cats scattering in panic. As for Hifumi, she stood frozen, staring at the shredded remains of the balloon, which George, one of the cats, had just pounced on and clawed open. After that small incident, everyone eventually got back on track. By 1:50 p.m., the living room was finally decorated. Aoba stood with her hands on her hips, surveying their work. It was supposed to be a simple setup, but everyone just kept adding things here and there, and now look at it. It's totally over the top. "Looks great, though," Hazuki said with a smile, snapping a photo with her phone. "Yukino's going to be so touched when she sees it." Next to her, Yudaha glanced at her phone and said, "Haruno just texted me. They're on their way. Should be here in about 5 minutes." At that, everyone picked up one of the small handheld confetti poppers, faces full of anticipation as they waited for Yukino's arrival. 5 minutes later, the Yukino Shida family car pulled up in front of the apartment building. Haruno and Yukino had brought no luggage, just small bags with their electronics and a few books. After sending the driver off, Haruno turned to Yukino. "Come on, let's drop our things off, then head to Ichin's place. The others should be there by now." "All right," Yukino said softly, looking up at the familiar building with a faint smile. Home life had gotten much better over the years, but even so, she still preferred it here. her cats, her friends, and the warmth she'd come to love. They rode the elevator up and first went to Yukino's own apartment. As soon as she stepped inside, Yukino noticed her cats weren't there. Haruno immediately said, "Erori," and Kei brought them over. I checked the security feed earlier. Ichin took Sesame and Machi over this afternoon. Come on, once you put your stuff away, you could see them again. Yukino nodded, set her things down in her room, and followed her sister next door. Just as she reached for the doorbell, Haruno said with feigned surprise, "Huh? The door's not closed properly? Well, they should be home. Let's go in, Yukino." She pushed the door open and gestured for Yukino to go first. Without thinking much of it, Yukino stepped inside. Chapter 481. Birthday Surprise and Gifts for Yukino. Visiting Ichin's home was nothing special. She had been there countless times and was long used to it. But today was different. Today, there were things prepared that she had no idea about. As soon as she stepped inside, she noticed that the room was pitch black, no lights on, and all the curtains in the living room were drawn. "What's going on?" Tilting her head in confusion, Yukino bent down to change her shoes and was just about to call out when suddenly several heads popped up right in front of her, holding something she recognized. "Pop, happy birthday!" The sound of the bursting confetti startled Yukino so much that she froze in place. Just then, Haruno stepped up beside her, a confetti popper in hand, and gently pulled the string. "Pop, happy birthday, Yukino-chan." That was when Yukino finally snapped out of her daze. "Be birthday?" As the living room lights flicked on, Yudaha revealed the beautifully decorated space. The entire room had been transformed into a birthday party scene. On the wall, large balloons spelling out happy birthday gleamed under the light. Kei and the others stepped aside as Ichin emerged, carrying a large cake topped with candles. "Happy birthday, Yukino. Make a wish." Yukino blinked in astonishment. Something like this had never happened to her before. In past years, her birthday always fell while she was back home in Chiba, so there'd never been a chance for her friends to throw her a party. As for gifts, the last couple of years they had given them either before New Year's or when she returned to Tokyo. She had assumed this year would be no different, so she hadn't thought much about it. Never had she expected this. Looking at the cake and the flickering candles, Yukino opened her mouth slightly, unsure what to do. Haruno patted her shoulder, smiling. "Go on, make a wish and blow out the candles." Led by her sister, Yukino finally stepped forward into the middle of the party. As soon as she sat down, Erori plopped a paper birthday crown on her head. "Yukino's the star of today. You have to wear this." Touching the crown, Yukino's face flushed red. Everyone gathered around as Ichin placed the cake before her and dimmed the lights. Yudaha smiled and said, "All right, go on. Make your wish and blow them out." Yukino looked at the candles, then at everyone around her. Smiling softly, she closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. After about 10 seconds, she opened her eyes and blew out the candles shaped like the number 20. In the past, turning 20 had marked the age of adulthood in Japan, though it had been lowered to 18 in recent years. Still, even if it no longer carried that same formality, this 20th birthday was without a doubt the most memorable one Yukino had ever had. Yukino lowered her hands and looked at everyone, her voice soft but heartfelt. "Everyone, thank you for preparing all this for me. I'm really happy. It's too early to be happy yet." Aoba grinned, pulling a small box from behind her back and holding it out. "Here, your birthday present." "Hey, Aoba, you beat me to it," another voice cried. "Yukino, this is my gift, take mine first." In my mind, before Yukino could even react, everyone began piling their presents in front of her, one after another, until the gifts were stacked in a small mountain before her stunned eyes. Meanwhile, Yudaha had quietly slipped away, only to return from her room with an enormous Mr. Pan body pillow in her arms, which she promptly shoved into Yukino's embrace. "Of course the first gift you open has to be mine, Yudaha. That's cheating." "Wadash, you bought that huge thing? You're totally making the rest of us look bad." Yudaha just ignored their protests and sat down triumphantly. Yukino, clutching the giant panda pillow, froze for a few seconds It was like her breath had stopped. Mr. Pan, with a delighted gasp. She buried her face into the pillow and took a few deep breaths like she was inhaling pure happiness. Nearly a minute later, she finally lifted her head and looked at Yudaha, her cheeks pink. Thank you, Yudaha-senpai. I really love it, as long as you like it. Yudaha propped her chin on one hand, smiling smugly. It took me quite a bit of effort and some connections to get that pillow. Right, Ichin? You should take out the one you prepared too. I saw you sneaking around this morning after shopping. Don't think I didn't notice. You must have gotten something else, right? Huh. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Ichin shrugged and pulled a small, palm-sized wrapped box from his pocket, setting it down in front of Yukino. Yudaha told me that baking the cake was enough, but after thinking about it this morning, I decided to prepare a little extra. Go on, open it. Just as Yukino was about to pick it up, Nene immediately reached out to stop her. Hold it. That's not fair. We gave our gifts first, so ours should be opened first. But before she could argue further, Yumiko grabbed her from behind and pulled her into a hug. Don't fuss. What difference does the order make? Besides, Ichin's family with her. It's only natural she opens as first. With Yumiko holding her in place, Nene went quiet right away and nodded obediently. Everyone silently gave Yumiko a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly impressive. With no more objections, Yukino picked up Ichin's gift and carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a small box from a niche but high-end Japanese accessory brand. The moment they saw the logo, Aoba, Nene, and Ijima Yun, all of whom love fashion trinkets, had their eyes light up. Yukino clearly recognized the brand too, and with a hint of excitement, opened the box. Inside lay a beautiful hair clip with a cat motif, gleaming softly against the black velvet interior. Oh, that's adorable, Yun exclaimed, leaning closer with envy. Wait, isn't that one of the upcoming Animal Series hair clips for the spring release? Ichin-kun, how'd you even get one? Pretty much the same as Yudaha. Pulled a few strings, Ichin admitted. Got lucky too. Akane happens to know someone from that brand and helped me get one early. After grocery shopping that morning, Head sat in the car searching for a perfect gift for Yukino. When he found this one, he knew it was right, and thanks to his connections, he managed to snag it early. The moment Yukino saw the hair clip, she picked it up immediately, gazing at it for a long while before fastening it into her hair. She didn't wear clips often, but every now and then she liked changing her style. Thank you, Oni-san. I really love it, she said with a bright smile. Watching the joy on Yukino's face as she compared Ichin's and Yudaha's gifts, Haruno quietly puffed out her cheeks on the side. Great! Her real sister's gift just got outclassed. Chapter 482. The party continues after receiving the gifts from Ichin and Yudaha. Yukino went on to open the rest of the presents everyone had prepared for her. Originally, when the invitations were sent out, everyone had been told not to bring any gifts. But of course, once they arrived, it turned out that everyone had secretly prepared something anyway. That caught Ichin a little off guard, but also made him happy. It showed just how close everyone had become with Yukino. No one even needed to be told. They just naturally wanted to do something for her. Haruno's gift for her younger sister was a necklace, elegant and simple, carefully chosen to suit Yukino's style without being flashy. Yukino's 20 now. When you go out, you should dress up a little. You're such a beautiful girl, after all. Her words were immediately met with nods and murmurs of agreement. There was no denying Yukino's beauty, and lately her sense of fashion had improved quite a bit too. But when it came to makeup or accessories, she still barely paid them any mind. As an unrepentant siscon, Haruno of course wanted her sister's charm to shine even more. Listening to her sister's teasing, Yukino frowned slightly in embarrassment, but seeing the necklace, she nodded in the end. Try my best. Once all the gifts were unwrapped, Yukino's haul for the day was quite impressive. Next came the cake cutting. Holding the knife, the birthday girl carefully cut a slice for everyone. With the milk tea Ichin had prepared, it made for the perfect afternoon tea. It was only a little past 2 in the afternoon, still plenty of time before the evening party, so everyone was happy to indulge a bit. After her first bite, Haruno closed her eyes in satisfaction. Wow, Ichin, this cake is amazing. As the birthday girl, Yukino also abandoned her usual restraint on sweets and was already on her second slice. Since Ichin had made it himself, every ingredient had been top-notch. Both the sponge and the cream were perfectly balanced, even though it was a bit heavy on calories. Yukino didn't mind in the slightest. It was delicious, with the smooth outer cream and fruit-filled layers giving it a rich, vibrant texture. While everyone enjoyed the cake, Ichin turned to Yumiko. "So, Yumiko, how was your trip back home?" "Pretty good," Yumiko replied with a smile. "I was gone quite a while, but since my income's gone up a lot, my family doesn't object as much to me being a programmer or living in Shanghai alone. Though," she sighed playfully, "they have started pestering me to get married. So I was thinking, maybe you'll take Nene home to meet them this year." "Oh," the entire group, including Yukino, turned to look at Yumiko and Nene with mischievous grins. Nene's face turned crimson. She smacked Yumiko's arm in embarrassment. "Don't just say things like that out loud." Yumiko only laughed. "It's fine. Everyone here knows anyway. It's not like they're outsiders." Everyone nodded eagerly. A scene like this, sweet and wholesome. Who wouldn't want to see Barato of it? Ichin, noticing Peppa trying to sneak a taste of the leftover cream, picked up the cat and set it back on the floor before looking toward Kei and Rin. "Kei, Rin, what about you two?" "Ahem, the cake's really good." Kei's clumsy attempt at changing the subject made everyone's sweat drop. Finally, Toyama stepped in to explain. "We've been talking about it too. It's not as complicated for us as it is for Yumiko's side. Our families are pretty laid back." That was good to hear. Doing the math in his head, Ichin realized had known Kei and Rin for almost 4 years now. Back when they met, both had already been 25, which meant they were 29 now. Not exactly old, but definitely not the youngest in the group anymore. After finishing their afternoon tea, everyone decided to move the party downstairs to the old studio, which was now Kei and her team's shared dorm. Ichin's apartment had been fine for the birthday celebration, but with so many people, it was starting to feel a bit cramped. Downstairs, the space had already been set up, blankets, cushions, snacks piled high, and a fridge stuffed with ingredients for the grand dinner they were planning to cook together later. After putting away all her birthday presents, Yukino arrived last. As soon as she stepped in, she found everyone deep in discussion about the dinner menu. Yumiko rolled up her sleeves, her expression full of confidence. "During my time in Shanghai, I stopped by Ichin's house a few times and learned some cooking from his mom. I'm not just good at grilling anymore. I've picked up quite a few other dishes too. Let me handle part of dinner tonight." Aoba's eyes widened. Yumiko Nizan, you've been learning to cook?" Ichin nodded. "Since she's volunteering, let's count her in. The kitchen's small, so I'll keep it to a few people. Me, Yumiko, Rin, and one Barato. The rest can relax." "They'll join too," Yukino said, raising her hand. But before she could even stand up, Ijima Yin pressed her hand back down. The girl in the frilly dress, speaking in her lively Kansai dialect, declared, "Not today, Yukino. You just had your birthday party. You're off kitchen duty. Leave the dinner prep to me. I've been practicing hard at home over New Year's." Shinoda raised an eyebrow. "Oh, bridal training, huh? Makes sense. You're about the right age for matchmaking now, Yin." "Shut up. Who said anything about matchmaking? You'd better be careful, or there won't be any dinner for you tonight." "Wait dash. I'm sorry. Anything but that." Chapter 483. The party begins. The dorm here was actually 2 apartments connected together, which meant there were 2 kitchens. Ichin's group was using one for dinner prep, but the other, thanks to Yudaha's suggestion, had been turned into a mini baking studio. After a few rounds of games, everyone gathered in the spare kitchen to make pastries. After all, it wasn't often they could all hang out like this. Making desserts together to enjoy later that evening sounded like the perfect way to keep the fun going. Palmiers, huh? That sounds really hard to make. Watching Yudaha knead the dough, Nene pulled out her phone and started looking up pictures of the pastry. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. "Yudaha, you can even make this?" "Of course," Yudaha said proudly, chin tilted slightly. "Ichin's mom makes them. I learned from her. It's not 100% perfect, but the taste passes the family test. I've got the official approval of the elders." Her face was glowing with pride as she spoke. Yutaha had gathered a few people around her to help, while Yukino led another small group nearby, teaching them how to make chocolate chip cookies. Leaning closer, Nene whispered, "Hey, Yukino, since you're making chocolate cookies, does that mean you know how to make chocolate too?" Yukino suddenly realized it was January now, and next month was February 14th, Valentine's Day. Chocolate. The connection was obvious. Understanding dawned on her instantly. Seeing Nene's slightly flustered, secretive expression, she lowered her voice with a faint smile. "I can teach you. Come by then, and I'll show you how to make your own chocolate." Nene's face lit up with joy. "Really? Thanks, Yukino." With that settled, Nene joined in enthusiastically, learning the steps for making chocolate cookies. "If I can make these, I can give some to Yumiko too," she thought excitedly. While that group focused on dessert, the others continued preparing dinner. Before long, evening arrived. It was a different atmosphere from when the studio had first started. Back then, Ichin and Yutaha had only been 17. Now, both were 21, and even Yukino had turned 20. So when dinner began, everyone had half a glass of red wine in front of them. It was New Year's, after all, the perfect excuse for food, laughter, and a bit of wine. Even if anyone got drunk, Haruno had already arranged for a driver to make sure everyone got home safely. Cheers! The sound of glasses clinking filled the room, and then the feast began. Arari picked up a cola chicken wing and took a huge bite without hesitation. So good," she exclaimed with her mouth full, not caring at all about manners, as she quickly finished one and sighed in satisfaction. "Ugh, these last few days, I had to go to a bunch of boring banquets with my parents. I couldn't even sneak away. The food, there was terrible. I actually ended up eating instant noodles when I got home on the third night." Haruno spooned some tomato beef stew in her bowl, looking at her curiously. "Wait, didn't you say you weren't interested in business or politics? Why go to those banquets then?" Yukino only attended one local family gathering in Chiba on the second day of the new year. She skipped all the others, and your parents shouldn't be forcing you either, right? "Well, yeah, technically." Arari puffed her cheeks in frustration. "But that's not the real reason. It's because I'm almost 20 now, and my mom's suddenly worried about my future. Those banquets were apparently so I could meet more boys my age. I almost lost it." "Well, that's pretty normal," Ichin said calmly. "Everyone here, except Aoba, Nene, and the younger ones, has been nagged about marriage by their families at some point. You can ask them for survival tips." Several people, including Kei and Ijima Yun, nodded knowingly. Aoba, however, frowned and shot Ichin a look. "Hey, what do you mean accept us younger ones?" "Oh, that's simple." Ichin grinned and pointed at her. "Just look at Aoba's height and face. Who'd dare to try setting her up? Even if she did start dating someone and they held hands in public, the police would probably stop them for questioning." Kei gave Aoba a quick once-over and nodded seriously. "He's not wrong." Rin added with a nostalgic chuckle. "I remember when Aoba first joined Eagle Jump. I thought she was a middle schooler wandering into the office. I was so shocked when I found out she was a new hire." Shinoda chimed in helpfully. "And that first suit, she wore totally looked like a school uniform too." Stop talking about that already." Aoba groaned, clutching her head. "It's not like I want to be short. I'd love to have long legs and a tall figure too. But what can I do?" Ichin munched on some vegetables, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Ife met Aoba's parents. They're not short at all. How did she end up this way?" "Nene, was she a picky eater in high school?" Nene rested her chin on her hand, thinking, picky eater? Let's see. Aoba's always loved snacks, Sunbae and Yokan especially. And she can't eat spicy, bitter, or strong-flavored foods. No green peppers, no bitter melon, barely any carrots. But lately she's been able to handle a little spice. Her favorite food is still hamburger steak, though. Everyone had the same thought at once. That totally fits her youthful appearance. Despite already working for years, ever since graduating high school, Aoba was 23 now. Yet if she stood on the street in casual clothes, people would swear she was a high schooler. Even her voice matched perfectly, not a trace of mismatch. Haruno popped a piece of braised pork in her mouth, took a sip of wine, and looked around. "I have to say, You people are unbelievable. All of you came out of Eagle Jump, but none of you look like typical game developers. For a field where everyone's supposed to be sleep-deprived and pale, you all still look ridiculously young. Must be natural talent, Hazuki said, swirling her glass. Take Kei, for example. Back at Eagle Jump, she practically lived at the office, working overtime half the time. Yet she didn't grow a single gray hair or wrinkle. And now, after joining Ichin's team, no more overwork, more rest. And look at us. Every single one of us looks younger and healthier than before. So for our reunion, and for our flawless skin, cheers. Cheers! Everyone shouted in unison, raising their glasses once more. Happy New Year's! Chapter 484. The first company meeting of a new year. That night's grand dinner stretched from 6 all the way until nearly 9 o'clock. With Yagami Kei's stash of red wine, plus the bottles that Hazuki and Haruno brought, everyone ate and drank leisurely, and time flew by without anyone noticing. By the end, most people were a little tipsy, especially Aoba, Nene, and Arari, who weren't used to drinking. The three of them were already flushed and dizzy, sitting dazedly on the sofa. Toyama Rin originally wanted to make them some sobering tea, but they waved her off. Aoba, cheeks bright red and grinning, said, "Come on, it's a New Year's party. We're not even drunk yet. This is the perfect vibe." Yeah. Nene nodded in agreement. Ichin walked over, smiling helplessly. "Fine, just let them rest for a while. It's only a glass each. They'll be fine in an hour or two." They were planning to stay up late anyway, so letting the tipsy ones take a break for a bit was no problem. After everyone was full and relaxed, the fun began in earnest. Yagami Kei turned on the TV and pulled out 2 microphones. I went shopping the other day and found this karaoke set on New Year's sale. Let's sing. Let's do it. I was just thinking about going to karaoke. Now we can save the money." And so began a lively home karaoke session. Ichin, though he knew plenty about music production and often worked on game soundtracks himself, wasn't much of a singer. So for this part, he was content to be a listener and part of the cheering section. After karaoke came Ubisoft's Just Dance, and this time Ichin wasn't spared. The girls dragged him up by force. He cast a desperate glance toward Yutaha for help, only to see his girlfriend smiling mischievously as she stood behind him. "Cinchureto, our boss girlfriend, is filming too. If you've got a problem, complain her first." "Fine, you win." Ichin glared at Kei, then slipped the Joy-Con controllers onto his wrists and got ready. It's just dancing, he told himself. Follow the screen, that's all. It was awkward at first, but once he let go of his self-consciousness, it wasn't that bad. His fitness training paid off. The moves weren't too difficult, and by the end, his score actually beat Ijima Yun, Shinoda, and even Haruno. Putting the controller down, Haruno whistled. Well, didn't expect you to be that good at this, Ichin." He shrugged modestly. "It's just that this song's choreography is simple. If it were one of those complicated dance routines meant for girls, I wouldn't have stood a chance." There was no way he was ever doing those flashy moves. After one round, he was done. He handed the controller straight to Yukino, smiling slyly. "Since you took so many photos and videos, it's only fair we get some fun ones of you too." "Oh, so it's Yukino's turn now?" Haruno grinned, pulling out her phone. "Come on, Yukino. They'll make sure the photo looks great." Yukino's expression softened slightly as she looked over at Yutaha for bravado. But Yutaha only smiled, taking a controller from Shinoda. "I was planning to play anyway," she said cheerfully. "I ate too much dinner, and too many cookies and palmiers." Yukino sighed. There was no escape. So this is what they call karma. Still, the light buzz from the wine helped her relax. Before long, even Yukino was laughing, moving along with the group, completely forgetting that she was normally far too shy to dance. The chaos continued until well past 2 a.m. before finally winding down. Haruno and Arari coordinated drivers to make sure everyone who didn't live nearby got home safely. After a shower, Ichin came out yawning, only to find Haruno and Yukino still there, sitting on the sofa chatting with Yutaha instead of heading home. "Haruno, Yukino, aren't you two going to rest?" he asked. Haruno smiled. "We were just waiting for you. Wanted to say goodbye before heading back." "Oh," and Ichin, Remember to count us in for lunch tomorrow, all right? We're coming over to Mooch. Sure, no problem. There's still plenty of food left, so I won't even need to shop. On the 7th, they spent another peaceful day at home. Then came January 8th, the first workday of the year. Not only was it the day everyone returned to the office, but the renovation for the new company building officially began as well. After reviewing the pictures, Itchin headed into the company meeting room to hold the first meeting of the new year. Once everyone had settled in, he smiled at the room packed full of staff. All right, no need to take notes today. This meeting's just to go over the general plans and direction for the year. Your department leads will give you the specific January assignments afterward. He paused briefly, then continued with a grin. First off, let's talk about something you've all been asking about, the new company building. Construction officially began this morning. In 3 months, we'll be moving into our very own headquarters. The room immediately erupted in cheers. The excitement was contagious. Even the new hires, fourth-year university students from Tokyo University who had just joined last year, were thrilled. None of them had imagined that in such a short time, they'd already be working in a company with its own building. But as soon as they remembered that their probation periods wouldn't end until the end of the month, nervousness quickly replaced excitement. They had less than a month left to prove themselves before the full-time evaluation, and none of them wanted to lose a spot in such an amazing team. Once the cheers died down, Itchin smiled again, straightened his notes, and officially began the company's first meeting of the new year. Chapter 485. The meeting, plans for the first half of the year. Long chapter. For this meeting, Itchin didn't bother preparing any PowerPoint slides. He simply jotted down a few notes in his notebook and began speaking directly to everyone. Over the past year, our company released 2 games, Fall Guys and Titanfall. Titanfall was developed by the Shanghai studio, while our team mainly focused on Dark Souls throughout the year. So aside from that major project, the only title we launched was Fall Guys, our flagship multiplayer party obstacle course game. Even so, Fall Guys performed extremely well, with sales surpassing 1 million copies early on. Once we finalized the update roadmap, we also secured a good number of collaboration skins. As for Titanfall, even though it was released late in the year, it still achieved over 1 million units sold. That's an amazing result. To think that in just 4 years since the company's founding, every title released had achieved both high quality and strong sales, from the stylish RPG Persona to Titanfall. Their output and performance were exceptional. And not just now. We'll keep producing many different genres in the future. A garden of many blossoms. That was Itchin's vision for the company's future. In a studio where every game sold over 1 million copies, it was only natural that everyone felt optimistic about what lay ahead. Seeing the eager, excited faces around the table, Itchin smiled and continued. That's how things stood last year. But we can't get complacent. Today, we keep pushing forward. We'll briefly go over our first half targets. First, Dark Souls is entering its final pre-release stage. By mid-February, the game's development must be completed, and the console version should move to the disc printing phase. Next, Fall Guys collaboration skins. All platform-specific crossovers for console and PC have been finalized. We'll roll those out simultaneously in February. And then, there's the Castle Crashers team. At that point, everyone in the small group, led by Sakura Nene, straightened in their seats. Before Itchin could speak again, Nene said firmly, "Don't worry. Give us 1 more month. We'll have the game finished and ready for release." Castle Crashers wasn't intended to have a physical edition. Its scale was too small, unlike Battle Block Theater with tons of stages, or The Binding of Isaac with its roguelike depth. As a test project for the new team, a digital-only release was perfectly fine. After all, Slay the Spire had launched that way too. As long as the game was fun, there'd be no problem. After Nene spoke, her teammates all voiced their determination as well. Itchin nodded. Good. They'll be waiting to see your finished product. Once Dark Souls and Castle Crashers are done, we'll move on to new projects, the Garo adaptation, and Tales of Berseria, which we'll co-develop with Capcom on the action combat system. Meanwhile, the Shanghai studio has already started on the Titanfall spin-off battle royale project, Apex. and we'll also be assigning some staff to develop Dark Souls expansion content. 3.5 projects altogether, Ichin said. So once we move into our newly renovated office building in March, we'll need to recruit again. Same as before. If any of you have talented friends in the industry, internal referrals are welcome. Successful referrals that lead to a hire will earn a bonus. For the first half of the year, including Shanghai's work, 3 projects would be in progress. Ichin's schedule was to have Apex released by year's end, with Dark Souls DLCs, The Painted World, and Ring City following afterward. Next year's focus would then shift to Garo and Tales of Berseria. Of course, this was just the initial plan for the year. Adjustments would likely occur as development progressed. But overall, the direction wouldn't change much. After wrapping up his overview, Ichin clapped his hands lightly. All right, that's all for the plan. No need for empty talk. Once you're back at your desks, each team should distribute tasks and kick off the first workday of the new year. Also, as I mentioned before, if you come up with new game design ideas during downtime, write them down. At the end of each month, we'll hold a creative meeting to share concepts, gameplay systems, world building, anything. Okay, that's it. Dismissed. After everyone filed out of the meeting room, Ichin took a sip of water, turned to Hazuki, and asked, Hazuki, the meeting with Capcom is set for tomorrow, right? Hazuki flashed an okay gesture. Don't worry, everything confirmed. Just bring the battle demo you made. They're very interested. Thanks to Nintendo's introduction, cooperation with Capcom was practically secured. However, before formal collaboration, they wanted to see a combat demo. After all, the company's most popular title so far, Persona, was a turn-based RPG. The only real action game in their portfolio was Hollow Knight. If their core action system wasn't up to par, even the masters of action Capcom might find working together troublesome, since they'd only serve as consultants, not the main developers. Discussing the Osaka trip for tomorrow, Ichin and Hazuki left the meeting room. Back in the workspace, even though it was the first day after the New Year break, everyone's energy was sky high. They were all true game lovers, developing fun, creative titles, not cheap, soulless products. Naturally, their passion was infectious. Not to mention, the company's work culture and benefits were great too. After a brief look around, Ichin headed toward Yagami K's art department. Having just finished distributing tasks to her artists, Kay turned and said with a playful smile, "What's this, big boss? No work for you today? Not for now. All prep for tomorrow's Capcom visit is done. My job today is just to supervise you all." Kay rolled her eyes at him and plugged in her drawing tablet. "If you really have nothing to do, go handle the office snack restock. It's the first day back, and we're totally out of snacks and drinks." "Oh, right." Remembering that, Ichin laughed, stood up, and went straight to the logistics department to arrange it. After the new year, the company's projects progressed smoothly. Dark Souls entered its final integration phase, with optimization and debugging moving along steadily. At the end of January, Ichin flew home with Yutaha and Yukino to spend the Lunar New Year with their families. Originally, Haruno had wanted to come too, but her family's company had several new projects after the holidays. Plus, she needed to oversee the new office building's finishing work, so she had to reluctantly stay behind in Tokyo. After celebrating the new year with family, Ichin returned to his usual Tokyo routine. Talks with Capcom had gone perfectly. Both the Garo adaptation and Tales of Berseria scripts and gameplay plans were finalized. Once the Dark Souls project wrapped in March, development could begin in earnest. And on February 10th, 1 month before Dark Souls' release, Castle Crashers, the small-scale 2D side-scrolling co-op action game, officially launched. Up to 4 players could team up, clearing stages together while also engaging in all sorts of friendly chaos. Whether online or local, it was the kind of game you could enjoy anytime with friends. Thanks to its party game appeal, it gained solid popularity and decent sales upon release. Though due to its simple art style and short overall playtime, it was never meant to be a major hit. Still, Ichin was quite satisfied with how complete the game turned out. After its release, The new team, composed of senior year university students who had joined the company last year, successfully passed their probation period and officially became full-time employees. Once they transitioned to full-time status, and with graduation ceremonies still ahead, they joined the idle members from the Dark Souls project to begin early preparations for the Garo game. By this stage, the art department had finished all remaining tasks for Dark Souls and was ready to move on to new projects. With that team restructuring done, time quietly moved on to February 14, Valentine's Day. Although it was a normal work day, Ichin had already made plans for the evening, had reserved a restaurant for a candlelit dinner with Yutaha to celebrate a special occasion. That morning, when he arrived at the university, the Valentine's atmosphere was stronger than ever. College was much freer compared to high school, after all. Walking along the path to the lecture halls, he could see couples everywhere, and groups of girls huddled together, holding chocolates and chatting about how to give them to the boys they liked. Meanwhile, the male students were all secretly wondering if they'd receive any chocolates today. Holding onto Ichin's arm, Yutaha smiled playfully. "Hey, Ichin wants some chocolate. HM, did you prepare some?" Ichin turned to her with a small grin. "We don't really need to, do we? We've been exchanging chocolates for years. It's not that important anymore." Yutaha nodded with a chuckle. "You're right, I didn't prepare any. But a few days ago, Nene went to see Yukino. Apparently, she wanted to learn how to make really good homemade chocolate." "Oh, she actually went that far?" Ichin was a little surprised. But then he remembered that Nene had taken the day off to go to Shanghai, so clearly she had been preparing for Valentine's quite seriously. Still, two girls giving chocolates to each other? That was a bit unexpected, and he doubted Yumiko even knew Nene was heading her way. After walking for a while, Ichin and Yutaha split up to attend their respective classes. Before parting, Yutaha took his hand and said with a teasing smile, "If any girl gives you chocolate today, you have to tell me, okay?" Ichin laughed and shook his head. "Don't worry. Everyone at school already knows about us. No one's going to try that. At most, I might get some obligatory chocolates from classmates, the kind all the guys get together." We'll see about that." Yutaha leaned in and gave him a friendly smile before walking off toward the literature department. When Ichin reached his own classroom, sure enough, he and the other guys received some group-made chocolates from a few girls in the class. He accepted them politely, of course. As he sat down with the chocolates in hand, he overheard the guys in front chatting excitedly. "Man, getting chocolates from classmates is nice and all, but I really want to get one from a girl who actually likes me. Yeah, and if it's from a cute underclassman, even better." "Huh, dream on. How many freshman girls do you even know? Who's going to give you real chocolates?" They laughed, then turned around to look at Ichin. So, Ichin, Cinchuredo, the bell rang, signaling the start of first period, and the conversation ended as everyone turned their attention to class. The first lecture went by uneventfully, but right after the second period ended, a girl suddenly appeared at the classroom door asking specifically for Ichin by name. Amidst the teasing whistles and cheers from his male classmates, Ichin could only sigh helplessly. He stepped outside and, in the gentlest way he could, declined both the chocolate and the confession that came with it. He genuinely couldn't understand it. Why were there still people trying to steal the man from Yutaha? Did they really think she was someone easy to mess with? Sure enough, when Yutaha heard about it at lunchtime, she didn't show anger on her face, but she quietly canceled her plan to visit the library that afternoon. Instead, she followed Ichin straight to his classroom, intending to sit in for his afternoon lectures. Ichin glanced to his right, where Yutaha was now sitting beside him, then to his left where Yukino was also seated. "Yuta has one thing, but Yukino, why are you here too?" Turning a page in her novel, Yukino replied softly, "Yutaha told me. I didn't have any afternoon classes anyway, so I figured I'd come and take a look. What's wrong? Am I not welcome?" "It's not that," Ichin said with a wry smile. "It's just, this is a computer science lecture. You're not going to enjoy it. I never planned to listen," she said calmly, flipping another page. "That's why I brought a book." "Fair enough. As long as she's happy." Ichin finally understood. Even Yukino was curious to see whether any more girls would dare come by to give him gifts. Meanwhile, he could feel the envious stares from several male classmates all around the room. watching him sit between Yutaha and Yukino like something out of a dream. Chapter 486. The final work on Dark Souls. Ichin knew perfectly well why the others were jealous, but he didn't care. He was long used to this kind of situation. Ever since Head moved to live next door to Haruno, Yukino often came over on weekends or whenever she had free time. Sometimes with Haruno, sometimes by herself. So even though this was the first time Shed sat next to him in class, one on each side with Yutaha and her, it wasn't enough to make him nervous. Still, today was Valentine's Day, a slightly special occasion, and having Yukino sitting so close could easily lead to unnecessary gossip. But when Ichin turned to glance at her, he saw that she was calmly reading her book, completely unbothered. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to bring it up. When classes ended that afternoon, the three of them left the building together. Thankfully, no more girls showed up to confess or offer chocolates. That alone was enough for Ichin to feel relieved. Just that one encounter in the morning had already been exhausting. The girl who approached him earlier had been polite and well-mannered, so he couldn't reject her too bluntly. Head had to think carefully about how to word his response. As they walked toward the parking lot, Yutaha looped her arm through his and smiled teasingly. Ichin, no girls came to give you chocolates this afternoon. Huh? Feeling a bit disappointed? Disappointed? Not really. I already got one from my classmates. Ichin said casually. Besides, if too many people gave me chocolates, I'd never finish them all. In the end, I'd have to share them with others. And each one that's given, I'd have to thank again. And if someone misunderstood, I'd have to turn them down. That's way too much trouble. How is that so? Yutaha wasn't bothered about the group chocolate from Ichin's class, since all the boys received one. In a class with only a few girls, the boys usually treated them kindly. So giving out chocolates on Valentine's Day was more like a gesture of gratitude than anything romantic. As for chocolates with other intentions, there was no way Yutaha would let Ichin accept those. At that moment, Yukino, walking on Ichin's other side, glanced at Yutaha, then at Ichin. Without a word, she reached into her bag and pulled out a small box, holding it out toward him. Ichin blinked in surprise. What's this? Chocolate, Yukino said calmly, looking him straight in the eyes. When I taught Nene how to make chocolates the other day, I had a lot of ingredients left over. So I made some extra. It's from me. I think it's okay for you to accept it, right? Of course, if it's from you, Yukino, Ichin said with a smile as he took the box. Thank you. I'll make sure to eat it all. Yutaha, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes slightly and turned toward Yukino. Yukino, where's mine, then? I made one for you too, Yukino replied calmly. But my bag didn't have enough space, so I only brought one box with me. The other's at home. They'll give it to you later, Yutaha. Hearing that, Yutaha finally nodded in satisfaction. Still, somewhere deep down, she felt that Yukino seemed a little different today, though after observing her for a while, she couldn't quite pinpoint how. A little troublesome. But even if Yukino really did have some kind of feeling for Ichin, Yutaha wasn't worried. Their relationship wasn't something so fragile that it could be shaken easily. Once they reached the parking lot, Ichin and Yutaha got into the car, ready to head to the company. Yukino, meanwhile, didn't come along. She was planning to stop by the supermarket first, then head home. Before getting into the car, Yukino looked at Ichin and Yutaha and asked, Big brother, you and Yutaha aren't coming home for dinner tonight, right? Ichin nodded. Yeah, we got a dinner reservation tonight. As for Haruno, she should be coming back for dinner, right? She will. In fact, she told me yesterday that she invited Hiratsuka-sensei over as well. Ah, got it then. We'll head to the office first. Drive safe, Yukino. With a nod, Ichin and Yutaha got in the car and left the parking lot first. Watching their car pull away, Yukino finally opened her own car door and sat down. She inserted the key, buckled her seatbelt, but didn't start the engine right away. Instead, she sat there in silence for a while, staring ahead in a daze, before finally starting the car and driving away from campus. After Valentine's Day, Ichin's life finally returned to normal. Following that one incident with the confession and his polite refusal, the girls at school had apparently given up. He no longer had to worry about being stopped or confessed on his way to class. After lectures, He went about his usual routine, heading straight to the company and diving into the programming department to help debug Dark Souls. It was the final phase before the game's master build, and Ichin had joined the team himself to make sure everything could be finished on schedule. Meanwhile, after finishing a monster design for Garo, Yagami Kei glanced over and saw Yukino walking into the programming room, carrying a tray of snacks and drinks. She quietly shuffled over to Toyama Rin's side. "Rin, have you noticed something lately?" "HM? What?" Rin asked without looking up, her pen still moving across the tablet. "Don't you think Yukino's been coming to the company a lot more often lately?" "Yukino?" Rin finally put down her stylus and gave Kei a questioning look. "What are you getting at?" Leaning close to her ear, Kei whispered, "I heard from Ichin that Yukino gave him chocolates on Valentine's Day. Don't you think that maybe it wasn't just friendly chocolate?" Rin froze. She had wanted to deny it immediately, but then hesitated, realizing she didn't quite know what to say. Now that she thought about it, Yukino had been acting a little differently lately. "Wait, seriously?" Rin frowned. "Aren't we overthinking it? I mean, they live right next to each other. If anything weird were going on, Yutaha would notice right away. But she hasn't acted strange at all. She's even been busy with the TV drama script meetings at the publisher." Kei pumped her small fist. "Even so, we should still try to probe a little. Yukino's a great girl and all, but I'm loyal to Team Yutaha." Rin rolled her eyes. "Would you quit stirring things up? Can't you just quietly watch from the sidelines? Yukino's sharp if even Aoba can see through your little schemes. What makes you think she won't?" "Oomph. I'm not that easy to read." Kei puffed up her cheeks in protest, but still heeded Rin's warning, turning back to her work reluctantly. 5 minutes later, the programming room door opened again, and Yukino stepped out carrying the now-empty tray. At that moment, Shinoda Hajime walked down the hallway, holding a stack of documents. Spotting Yukino, she smiled brightly. "Oh, Yukino, you brought Ichin some snacks again? Seems like you've been visiting the company a lot lately." Her voice wasn't quiet at all, loud enough that Kei and Rin immediately heard it. The two exchanged glances, and then, ever so slowly, turned their heads to sneak a look toward the hallway. Interesting. We've our second FL now? XD, Chapter 487. A rare overtime night. Hearing Hajime's question, Yukino smiled and said, "Yutaha-senpai has been busy these past few days negotiating that screenwriting job. So she asked me to come to the company whenever I have free time to help look after my brother a bit. Make sure he doesn't get so absorbed in work that he forgets the time." "Oh, so that's how it is." Hajime suddenly understood. "Aoba mentioned something about that to me. No wonder Yutaha hasn't been coming by much lately." Does that mean in a while we might be seeing a drama on TV written by Yutaha herself? If the talks go well, yes. But even if it's greenlit, ITLL still take quite a bit of time to produce. At least a year, I'd say. Hajime sighed a little. "A whole year, huh? I was hoping we'd get to see it this year. But that might be a stretch. Still, it's fine. As long as she lands the job. With Yutaha's ability, she'll definitely pull it off. All right, I'm off to report to Ichin about my work." After Hajime dashed off to the programming team to find Ichin, Yukino placed down the tray she was holding and went into Ichin's office to quietly read her book. Yagami Ko and Toyama Rin exchanged glances, then nodded and went back to work. Looks like they really had been overthinking things. "Tien, and me too, stupid brain." At 4 o'clock, Yukino stepped out of the office with her bag and walked over to the programming section to find Ichin. "Big brother, I'm heading to the publishing house to pick up Yutaha-senpai. Make sure you come back on time after work." About that, Ichin looked up from his screen and said, "You two go ahead and eat dinner without me. I've run into a tricky issue here, and fixing it will probably take a few extra hours. I might not finish until after 8. So tonight, our programming team will be staying a little later. They'll ask HR to arrange bentos for dinner, so don't worry, you'll eat properly." "I see, all right then." Yukino nodded, didn't press further, and left the programming room. Once she was gone, Ichin turned to everyone and said, "All right, everyone, you'll need you to tough it out a little tonight. Let's focus on fixing the issue we just located. There's only 1 week left before we have to send the build for mastering. No problem. Just 2 extra hours of work, and we're getting dinner too. What are we eating tonight? I kind of want a burger, not really in the mood for rice. As the group started chatting about dinner choices, Itchin laughed and said, Okay, make a list of what everyone wants and Nene will send it to HR. But don't go overboard, we can only order from 3 restaurants total. Got it? Got it. Time slipped by. Around 5:30, dinner arrived. After everyone in the programming team finished eating, the other departments gradually clocked out, leaving Itchin's team to keep working. Even though it was overtime, they were getting paid extra, and it was a sudden issue and with their boss staying to work alongside them. No one had any complaints. In fact, this rare bit of overtime actually felt kind of fun. While debugging his code, a nearly 30-year-old programmer turned to Itchin and said, Boss, I've got a question for you. What's up? Work-related? Nope, relationship advice. You're a married man asking a single guy for advice? Ha ha. Well, it's just that you and the boss lady get along so well, so I figured you might know a thing or two. Itchin chuckled and nodded. All right, ask away, but I can't promise I'll have a good answer. Their exchange immediately drew the attention of the others. A few of the girls like Narumi and Ruri Goku were all single, and naturally, their curiosity about this kind of topic was endless. The male programmer thought for a moment before speaking. It's like this March will be my wife's and my 3rd wedding anniversary. I've been thinking about how to celebrate it and what kind of gift I should get her. After all, we don't have kids yet, and once we do in a couple of years, ITLL probably be harder to celebrate properly. So, boss, do you think I should find a nice restaurant and pick out a good gift? I'm not exactly good at that kind of thing. A male programmer, understandable. Usually, when it comes to romance and atmosphere, guys tend to be a bit lacking. Even Itchin himself had only improved in that department after spending time with Yutaha. After listening, Itchin paused his work to think for a moment before replying. For anniversaries, if your wife is someone who values those moments, then yes, it's worth preparing something nice. It's only once a year, after all. As for restaurants, I actually don't think that's necessary unless you book a private room. You'll still be surrounded by other customers, which kind of ruins the mood. My suggestion is to prepare a candlelight dinner at home. Do everything yourself that way. The atmosphere will feel barato, personal, and warm, and shall really feel the effort you put in. When the day comes, tell me ahead of time, and I'll approve you some time off to prepare. As for the gift, that's the easy part. We've got plenty of women here with good taste. You could just ask everyone to help you pick something. At that moment, Nene raised her hand enthusiastically. That's right. A candlelight dinner at home can feel just as romantic as any fancy restaurant. Trust us, we've been there. Exactly. And we can help you pick out the gift, too. A wedding anniversary. Huh. How romantic. Now I kind of want to get married myself. Then let's go to Mixer. Maybe not. I heard from Hazuki that mixers are tough. You can hardly find anyone suitable. After finishing the relationship consultation, Itchin let everyone chat for a bit before returning to work. Time flew by. It was now 7:40 p.m., almost 8. The programming bugs they'd found were nearly fixed. Once the final checks and tests were done, they could call it a day. Just then, the door to the programming department suddenly opened. Everyone looked up to see Yutaha and Yukino walking in, each carrying several large bags. Seeing them, Itchin blinked in surprise. What are you two doing here again? Yutaha smiled. Yukino told me you guys were working overtime tonight, so after dinner we decided to make something to reward you all. Here, freshly made fried chicken. We'll leave it here for you, so once you're done, you can have a late-night snack. Her words made Itchin smile. He turned to the programmers and said, You all heard that, right? Get those bugs fixed quickly or there won't be any chicken for you. Oh, fried chicken. The moment they heard there was food involved, everyone suddenly became full of energy. Within 15 minutes, the remaining work was cleanly and efficiently finished. After that, they brought out some drink from the break room, while Yutaha and Yukino unpacked the thermal containers filled with crispy fried chicken. As soon as the lids came off, the rich aroma of fried chicken filled the air. There's dipping sauce here too, and some disposable forks. Everyone dig in. Awesome. I'm digging in. Chapter 488. Yutaha's screenwriting job. Itchin picked up a steaming piece of fried chicken and popped it into his mouth. The crispy coating and the juicy leg meat made him narrow his eyes in pure satisfaction. Eating something after working overtime, that really hits the spot. After swallowing, he looked at Yukino and Yutaha. You two eat some too. I can't finish a whole box by myself. All right, what about Harinone? She's at home. Yukino speared a piece of chicken with her fork and started eating before replying. Big Sis seemed really tired from work today. She originally wanted to come along, but I didn't agree. I left her a portion of the fried chicken and told her to rest at home instead. I see. Yeah, Haruno's been really busy lately. Ichi nodded. He knew very well how packed Haruno's schedule was these days on top of her company projects. She was still making time to supervise the interior work on his new office building. It was already mid-February, and the renovation was nearing completion. Since the new building could be considered partly their own family's project, Haruno naturally took it seriously. Ichin thought for a moment maybe he should cook her a big dinner this weekend as thanks. All right, that settles it. As he ate, Ichin asked Yutaha about her screenwriting negotiations earlier that day. Had been busy all afternoon, so Yutaha hadn't called to disturb him, and only now did he have a moment to ask. Yutaha smiled and said, "The meeting went pretty well. In a couple of days, he'll meet again with the drama's director and investors to discuss the writing schedule and what elements they want included." Ichin nodded. "Do you need me to come with you?" "No need," Yutaha replied. "You focus on your work, Ichin. Sonoko and the editor-in-chief from the publishing house will be there, and Aunt Sayuri will come too." This offer came partly through her connections anyway, so with her around, I don't have to worry about getting taken advantage of. Hearing that, Ichin finally relaxed. The TV screenwriting job was a great opportunity, but he still didn't want Yutaha overworking herself. Some production teams and investors gave writers little to no time for creative work, then blamed them when the show turned out bad. Ichin absolutely didn't want that happening to her. Right now, Yutaha was Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko's Golden Author 1 series finished, another still serializing, with both adaptations and merchandise earning the publisher tons of profit. There was no way they'd let anyone push her around. Not to mention, she also had Sayuri Sawamura backing her. Still, if Yutaha took on the drama script, then Tales of Berseria's script, Ichin shook his head and kept that thought to himself. At worst, had just handle it himself. Yutaha should focus on what she wanted to do. Seeing him shake his head like that, Yutaha gave Yukino a puzzled look. Yukino also tilted her head slightly, signaling that she had no idea either. After finishing their food, it was finally time to call a day. Ichin arranged for the girls who lived far away to share cabs home and expense it through the company. Then he, Yutaha, and Yukino headed home together by car. When they arrived and went upstairs, Ichin discovered that when Yukino had said Haruno was watching the house, she meant his house. Sitting comfortably on the sofa with a can of cola in hand, straw between her lips, Haruno took a sip and greeted them cheerfully. "Welcome back." Ichin changed into his slippers and looked at her helplessly. "Haruno, if you're tired, why didn't you just rest early instead of hanging around here?" Haruno laughed. "I just ate the fried chicken. If I sleep this early, I'll definitely gain weight. So I thought I'd wait for you all to come home first." "So, Ichin, finish your work?" "Yeah." Ichin nodded, sitting beside her and scooping up Peppa the cat. "We found a nasty bug this afternoon. High trigger rate caused major performance drops. Tracking and fixing it took quite a while. A rare overtime day." Haruno leaned back, and Ichin added, "We're in the final stage, now can't afford to slack off." She was also eagerly looking forward to Dark Souls' release. Out of the previous game's Persona, Titanfall, Fall Guys shed like Fall Guys the most for its competitive online fun. But grim, atmospheric titles like The Binding of Isaac and Dark Souls were far more her style. She even had a soft spot for slightly Lovecraftian aesthetics. And like Yukino, Haruno was a natural-born genius. Her gaming skill was nothing to scoff at. Any game she wanted to learn, she picked up quickly. She had even played Battlefield and CS Go with Yumiko and Nene before, and performed impressively. Seeing her eager expression, Ichin chuckled. "Just wait, this one will definitely give you a real challenge." Also, the Shanghai studio's already developing Apex. That game should be right up your alley too. It's basically a battle royale. Stretching lazily, Haruno wrapped an arm around Yukino, who'd sat beside her. You guys really make great games, but I barely have time to play. Honestly, just Dark Souls alone will probably take me a month or two to finish. Take your time, Ichin said with a smile. I don't get much time to play games myself anymore. He pulled out his phone and skimmed through the latest gaming news. Like Zelda, Breath of the Wild 2, it came out last year, and I still haven't finished it. I've just been playing it bit by bit. And the new Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I probably won't have much time for those either. I haven't even looked at the newly designed Pokemon yet. Right now, Dark Souls was at a critical stage. After release, Ichin would still be involved in the DLC development, the Garo project, and Tales of Berseria. He'd likely have to handle Berseria's script personally too. His schedule was packed. Given that, it was no surprise he barely had time for gaming anymore. Thinking about it made him sigh a little. This year was going to be full of interesting releases, Pokemon moving closer to open-world design after Arceus. Starfield from Bethesda finally coming out after years of hype. And Elder Scrolls 6 supposedly launching by years, and it felt like every major title was piling in at once. As for GTA 6, they said it was still in development, but who knew if it'd actually make it this year? After going through the lineup in his mind, Ichin realized if Dark Souls wanted to compete for TGA's Game of the Year at the end of the year, it would face some serious competition. Chapter 489. Development complete. There were many games to look forward to this year, but before Ichin could enjoy any of them, he had to finish developing his own. After sitting at home for a while, Haruno and Yukino headed back. Ichin was also feeling exhausted. After playing with the cat in the living room for a bit, he took a shower and went straight to bed. Lying in the dark, he lazily scrolled through his tablet until Yutaha, freshly showered, slipped into bed beside him. She crawled into his arms and murmured, "Sleepy?" "Not really, just tired." Turning off the video he'd been watching, Ichin held Yutaha close, breathing in the faint scent of her shampoo from her hair. It made him feel instantly relaxed. Yutaha, resting against his chest with her eyes closed, said softly, "The next 2 weeks are probably going to be tough for you, especially since you still have classes too." "The classes aren't a big deal. I can't skip them, but the workload's light. I already know most of the material, so I just have to follow along in lectures. But enough about me, what about you? This is your first time officially working as a screenwriter. Are you sure you're okay with it?" Yutaha raised her head and gave him a teasing look. "Oh, are you underestimating me? Ichin, you do remember who I am, right?" she said with a small smirk. "I've already read plenty of books on screenwriting." Ichin glanced toward the bookshelf in their bedroom. Sure enough, there were several volumes she had read, including professional guides on screenwriting. Then, as soon as they started talking about scripts while still lying in his arms, Yutaha suddenly remembered something. Wait, hadn't she also agreed to write the script for Ichin's Tales of Berseria project? Because the project's planning hadn't formally begun yet, and with Dark Souls nearing its final phase, the matter had been pushed aside for a while, so long that Yutaha had nearly forgotten. Ah, Ichin, the Tales of Berseria script. Seeing her suddenly remember, Ichin smiled and brushed his hand over her cheek. "It's fine. Don't worry about that. Focus on your drama script and make it the best you can. As for Berseria, I can handle the story myself. It's not that complex of a script. Besides, Ruri Goku has some experience writing novels, nothing published, but she's got a knack for darker, heavier plots. I can ask her for input." Even though Ruri was now thriving as a programmer, Ichin often heard from Narumi and others that she still spent her free time sketching out world-building ideas and character concept for games or stories. If he involved her, she'd definitely be a big help. Yutaha smiled confidently and said, "Then I'll do as you say. But, to make up for it, how about I handle things for you this evening, my dear producer?" Gladly, Ichin chuckled. February 25th. Yuta's deal for the TV drama screenwriting job was officially signed. The show was to be a modern urban romance, Yuta's specialty. So far, the project team only had a rough concept and no finalized title. The details still needed refining through further meetings. She was about to get busy, but fortunately it coincided with spring break after exams, so she could pour her energy fully into it. 2 days later, on February 27th, Itchin posted a photo on social media. In the picture, he held a CD labeled in marker with the words Dark Souls, Master Build in his left hand, and an NS game cartridge in his right. Behind him stood the entire development team. Dark Souls development is complete heading into the mastering stage. Get ready, everyone. After months of effort, the team successfully completed Dark Souls development before the end of February. There might still be a few undiscovered bugs, but the game was now stable and fully playable from start to finish. Over the next month before release, Itchin's team would continue to find and fix remaining issues, compiling them into a day-one patch to ensure that players would have a smooth experience when the game launched. Once Itchin's photo went public, gaming communities across social media exploded with excitement. Looks like it's not getting delayed after all. Can't wait for next month. Perfect timing, no big titles in March. They'll clear my schedule for this. Wonder how much content is still unrevealed. There are over 100 weapons. How am I supposed to choose for my first run? In the PvE, you could literally go without any gear and fight bosses. I'm totally trying that. Most players had only seen short clips of Itchin's test footage. They didn't yet realize what kind of difficulty awaited them. They still thought this was just a normal ARPG. They'd start shouting in frustration soon enough. Before players could get their hands on it, various game media outlets had already received early review copies. Along with the builds, Itchin sent each outlet a brief official guide and notes of caution. He knew not every reviewer was skilled enough to finish Dark Souls, and he didn't want frustrated journalists giving it bad scores out of spite. After all, some reviewers were infamously bad at games. They were the kind of people who'd write lines like, "This game is too hard to be fun." In his note, Itchin included a disclaimer. Players who enjoy high difficulty challenges may ignore this guide. The so-called guide merely offered basic survival advice. Be cautious at map corners, check inconspicuous areas, and watch out for dark zones. Even with those hints, Itchin was sure most reviewers would still fall into his traps. After all, his malicious level design tricks easily outdid anything Miyazaki had ever pulled off. After sending out the review builds, March 2nd arrived while reviewers were still struggling through Dark Souls. The next project from Sakura Nene's team, Castle Crashers, was officially released. Itchin hadn't invested much into marketing this title, but had enlisted several streamers to promote it. The game was priced low, 35 renminbi on Steam China, with roughly similar prices in other regions and on console stores. Cheap as it was, its fun, chaotic multiplayer gameplay, and comical art style quickly spread through live streams, attracting plenty of players. Over the past few years, Itchin Studio had earned a strong reputation for consistent quality. Even though each title differed wildly in genre, players knew they could buy without fear of disappointment. Many picked it up just because of Itchin's name and weren't disappointed. Thus, in the 3 weeks leading up to Dark Souls' launch, Castle Crashers unexpectedly built up solid sales and popularity of its own. Chapter 490. Media reviews Castle Crashers had indeed gained quite a bit of popularity, but that was mostly because before the end of March, there were virtually no other major releases. The game had conveniently filled that gap. However, since its content and overall playtime weren't particularly long, the initial buzz naturally faded after about a week. That was fully within Itchin's expectations. Once the game went on sale a few times later, sales would climb again anyway. Had never expected Castle Crashers to sell millions. It was designed to be a smaller hit. Time passed quickly, and with just 1 week left before Dark Souls' release, various game media outlets began posting early reviews. They were light on details, offering only vague impressions, but even so, players managed to glean plenty of useful information from them. For example, the game wasn't open world, but rather built around a hub-style box garden map structure. Despite not being seamless, the regions were vast and multi-layered. Enemy variety was rich, and the number of large-scale bosses was impressive, but it was the human-sized bosses that players couldn't afford to underestimate. Some elite NPCs, friendly at first, but later turning into powerful enemies, were particularly notorious. As for combat, players had access to an abundance of weapon arts, spells, and miracles. The higher-level ones were beautifully designed but demanded strong attributes to wield effectively. Regarding the story and world building, the reviews remained deliberately vague. Media outlets noted they were still studying the lore and would discuss it more deeply in their final verdicts. Even with the limited information, players could tell the reviewers were impressed. The only common complaint was the same as always: the difficulty. This game is brutal, I keep dying, which of course delighted players. Ha ha ha. Good. No difficulty options, right? That's how it should be. Exactly. Games nowadays all have easy or story modes. So boring. One Barato week. I can't wait any longer. At last, on the eve of release, the official media scores dropped. IGN 9.5/10, a dark and grand world, overflowing with equipment and magic that encourage experimentation. Multiple endings, each leaving a distinct emotional mark. Minor downside: the early and mid-game difficulty can be intense. Every new area demands cautious exploration. GameSpot 10/10, an astonishingly rich world. The death and revival system makes every lost soul retrieval a heart-pounding experience. Boss encounters are overwhelming in scale and challenge, but conquering them brings an incomparable sense of triumph. Across the board, big and small media alike awarded Dark Souls 9 scores, accompanied by long, thoughtful analyses. While none spoiled the story, they praised its fragmented narrative structure and the epic sense of discovery that emerged when piecing together the lore. Fragmented storytelling had always been a hallmark of Souls-like titles. During development, Itchin hadn't abandoned that approach, but had chosen to make the plot more approachable. Certain NPCs had expanded dialogue, giving players a better grasp of the fading world after the first flame, and hints of the trials to come through their stories of the lords and bosses. Overall, Itchin had been far more considerate toward players this time, adding more weapons, spells, and miracles to support diverse builds rather than forcing them into a single playstyle like had done himself back when he cleared Dark Souls 3 with just a straight sword. Once all reviews went live, the community exploded with excitement. Sure, modern gaming journalism had a reputation for interesting takes, but these same outlets had reviewed Persona and Titanfall fairly, without drama. So players generally trusted their judgment this time. As a result, Dark Souls pre-orders surged again, surpassing 2 million copies across all platforms just a day before launch. The Nintendo Switch version, initially not a major focus, suddenly got attention after media highlighted its stable 30 FPS performance and surprisingly consistent visuals. After all, portability was the Switch's biggest strength. Even though the Steam Deck had emerged as competition, its short battery life still limited extended AAA play. The Switch, by comparison, could last noticeably longer. Looking at the pre-order numbers on his monitor, Itchin stretched lazily, a satisfied grin on his face. He was already looking forward to watching streamers react on launch night. Tonight, he thought, a lot of streamers are going to break down on camera. The seasoned action gamers might manage, but those jumping on the hype train for views? He chuckled to himself. Let's see how many can even beat the very first boss Gunder, the Abyss Watcher. Resting his hand on his chin, Itchin turned toward Yutaha, who was busy typing away at her script in the office. Yutaha, I'm planning to stream tomorrow night just to watch those streamers' first impressions of Dark Souls. Want to join me? Yutaha looked up and smiled. Sure, sounds fun. ITL'll be a nice way to unwind for a bit. She had already started drafting her script, and in just a few days, she'd be meeting with the director and producers to discuss story structure. Yutaha was the kind of creator whose inspiration came in bursts. Once she caught an idea, she wrote fast. And since this drama was right in her comfort zone romance, it came together effortlessly. She had already completed all the main character outlines and begun writing the detailed story. For a 12-episode TV drama, it was much simpler than writing a novel. Romance scripts didn't need heavy world building. What mattered most were the relationships between the leads and a series of emotional developments to move the plot forward. Whether it was a sweet love story, a triangle romance, or a tragic one, Yutaha could handle any with ease. It was now March, and according to her schedule, she planned to finish the script within 2 months, then spend another month refining it with the production team. By July, filming would begin. For the next 3 months, both Ichin and Yudaha were going to be very, very busy. Chapter 491. The night of release, March 24th, 8 p.m. After dinner and washing the dishes, Ichin looked toward the two sisters, Haruno and Yukino, who were still sitting in the living room. Haruno, Yukino, I'm going to start a live stream later tonight. Do you two want to join me? Oh, a live stream? Haruno's eyes brightened with interest. Is it the Dark Souls launch stream? Yeah, Ichin nodded. But I'm not playing it myself tonight. I'll be hopping around different streamers' channels to see how everyone's doing. That sounds even more fun. Haruno pumped her small fist excitedly. What time are you starting? 11:30. They'll do a 30-minute warm-up first, and by midnight Shanghai time Steam's China region will unlock the game. Same as the console release. That's when we'll watch. Got it. Imin. Haruno agreed immediately, then turned to her younger sister. Yukino, you coming too? Hugging Peppa in her arms, Yukino stroked its head and said softly, sure. I don't have class tomorrow morning anyway, so staying up late once in a while is fine. She herself wouldn't play Dark Souls, but she enjoyed watching others suffer through it. Back when the company was testing the game, she had already watched Arari and Aoba suffer endlessly. Watching streamers struggle this time would surely be a different kind of fun. Seeing that not only Haruno but Yukino had also agreed, Ichin smiled. Well then, I guess by the time we start streaming, no one in chat will actually be watching the game anymore. Yudaha didn't even need to be mentioned. She had already appeared on Ichin streams before. Although the audience didn't know she was Kasumigakake Yudaha, they did know she was his girlfriend and technically the boss wife. Now, with Haruno and Yukino both beautiful and clearly sisters joining in, Ichin could already imagine what the barrage of comments in chat would look like. Though he didn't say it outright, his words made Haruno quite pleased. Heh, you must be over the moon. Huh, 3 gorgeous girls keeping you company on stream tonight. Ichin chuckled. You're absolutely right, it's an honor. Haruno, want some milk tea? I'll make a pot, as thanks for staying up late with me. Sure, add some taro balls. No problem, still got some left from before. He turned toward Yudaha and Yukino. You two, what do you want in yours? Pudding for me. Yudaha replied immediately. Me too, Yukino said after a moment of thought, but less sugar, please. Living around Ichin, even Yukino had gradually picked up a bit of a sweet tooth, thanks to Haruno and Yudaha's bad influence. Hearing Yukino's request, Haruno laughed and wrapped an arm around her sister. That won't do. Staying up late burns energy. You need the sugar. Yukino gave her side-eye. No thanks. Half sugar's fine. The tea itself will keep me awake. And so, after Ichin brewed a big pot of milk tea and poured it into a thermos, no one drank right away. They took turns playing Ring Fit Adventure in the living room. Then each one to take a bath before gathering again in Ichin's room. Since they'd be appearing on camera, none of the 3 girls wore pajamas. They'd all changed into casual clothes instead. Bringing their chairs into the room, Ichin booted up his computer and asked with a grin, So, how do you want to arrange the seating? Yudaha spoke first. They'll sit on Ichin's right. Haruno and Yukino can sit on his left. After all, Ichin's the main host here, we're just the extras. Sounds good to me. Haruno turned to her sister. So then, Yukino-chan, which one of us gets to sit next to little Ichin? Rock, paper, scissors? This time, Yukino didn't yield. She tucked her right hand behind her back and nodded. 1 round winner takes the seat. Okay, 1 round it is rock, paper, scissors. Both threw their hands out at once. Haruno was paper, Yukino was scissors. I lost. Haruno looked down at her hand in dismay, then grudgingly gave up the seat beside Ichin's left side. After the 3 of them had taken their seats, a spark of mischief flashed through Haruno's eyes. She dragged her chair behind Ichin and Yukino, positioning herself perfectly between the two from the back. Now the camera will frame Ichin right in the center and my face will still be nice and visible. Ishan, pour me some milk tea. Ichin added taro balls to her cup, poured in the steaming milk tea, and handed it to her. Then he filled the remaining 3 cups as well. All right, he said, glancing at the clock. They'll start setting things up. We're almost at 11. The stream had already been announced on Bilibili the previous day and again that afternoon. So after checking all the equipment, Itchin went live at 11:25. The moment the broadcast started, the camera came on too. After giving everyone their headphones, Itchin placed the main mic in front of him. He wasn't using the headset mic this time. Within just 2 minutes, as the chat window popped up, a flood of viewers poured into the stream. Holy smokes. How long has it been since his last stream? Doesn't matter, the boss Barato showed up today. Wait, there are 2 Barato girls now. This guy's fan club just keeps expanding. So jealous. Do they have any openings at his company? Itchin didn't reply right away. Instead, he glanced over to the secondary monitor, scanning through the console section on the platform. Sure enough, most streamers were planning to go live with Dark Souls soon. After confirming that, he turned to the 3 girls and said a few words, then finally unmuted the mic. Okay. Sound check, can you hear me? Hey everyone, long time no see, this is Itchin. As announced earlier, tonight's stream is all about the upcoming release of Dark Souls. Since we're the official devs, we'll be doing a quick patrol later to check how different streamers handle their first runs. None of the streamers got early access, so everyone's starting fresh on the same line. But despite his thorough explanation, Itchin quickly realized that the audience's attention still wasn't on the game, it was on the 3 women beside him. He sighed helplessly. I knew it. Unless I satisfy your curiosity first, no one's going to focus on the gameplay. He gestured toward the girl, leaning her head between his and Yukino's shoulders. So let me do a quick intro. The boss wife needs no introduction. So this here is Haruno, and this one's Yukino. They're both company shareholders, actually the only 2 shareholders I accepted as well, dog shareholders. Besides that, they're also my honorary sisters, both recognized as goddaughters by my mom. Yukino's the younger one, a year below me, and Yudaha, studying law at Tokyo University. Haruno, the older sister, has already graduated and helps run her family's company. She's basically a very wealthy lady. For anyone interested, he'll drop her Twitter handle after the stream. Make sure to give her a follow. Before he could finish his sentence, Haruno smacked him lightly on the head. Little Itchin, are you saying no one wants me otherwise? The moment she said that, Itchin, Yudaha, and Yukino all quietly looked away without saying a word. Meanwhile, the chat exploded in excitement. Chapter 492. Dark Souls unlocked. After skimming through the barrage of comments, Haruno suddenly switched from Japanese to fluent Chinese and said, "Don't think I can't read what you're saying." The chat instantly filled with question marks. Itchin chuckled. What, you guys really think just because I'm in Japan now, the people around me can't speak Chinese? Don't forget our company has a studio in Shanghai too. Titanfall was developed there. The 2 sides coordinate constantly for our projects, so communication's vital. Naturally, I expect all mid and upper-level staff to be multilingual. As for these 2, they're both top students. Learning a new language is nothing for them. So that's what being a genius is like, huh? Unbelievable. Do geniuses just attract other geniuses? Not just a rich woman, but a scholar too. Rich lady, feed me please, hungry. Resting her hand on Itchin's shoulder, Haruno smiled and said, well, I don't mind dating a foreign guy, but romance isn't my focus right now. My priorities work, so let's not talk about that. Itchin followed up smoothly. Exactly. Don't waste your life chasing rich ladies. Even if you find one, most will send you flying with a rich lady happy ball. Prioritize your safety instead. Laughter flooded the chat. Itchin continued, by the way, I saw some people asking about job openings. Our Shanghai studio is always hiring. The pinned post on my profile has all the info. Check it out if your specialty matches. He glanced at the clock. All right, enough small talk. Before the timer hits 0, let's go over Dark Souls a bit. The base game's fully developed now. If you preloaded it, you've probably noticed the Day 1 patch. So far in testing, there haven't been any bugs that affect gameplay, just minor ones we'll keep fixing later. As for system requirements, they're not too demanding. At 1080p, most PCs can run it smoothly. You can check the Steam page for specifics. As for future content, we're planning around 2 DLC expansions. Story-wise, they won't affect the main game, they're more like side tales. Once development reaches a certain stage, we'll release a season pass. If you love Dark Souls, consider picking it up later. ITLL be packed with content. After chatting a bit more, the clock neared midnight, the unlock time. Checking the time again, Itchin looked at the stream chat. As for the next project, don't worry, it's already planned. Once our team returns from their post-launch break, we'll start development. Aside from Dark Souls, we'll have another new title later this year, but that one's slated for the second half. 5 minutes passed in a flash. On the Steam page, shown on stream, the countdown for Dark Souls finally hit 0. Dark Souls officially unlocked. Woo! It's live. Itchin's face lit up with joy as he saw the play button appear, even though he had already played the completed version at the company. Seeing the public release go live was still an emotional moment. Instead of launching his own copy, Itchin switched the stream view to Billy's gaming section and started looking for streamers who were playing Dark Souls. As he browsed, he explained, while hop through different streams one by one. At first, most of them will still be stuck in character creation, so no rush. Let's see if we can find someone who manages to beat the first boss Gunder, the Abyss Watcher, within half an hour. If we spot one, it'll give them a captain badge. And if we find more skilled players later, well, send them gifts too. I already topped up my account this afternoon. Indeed, earlier that day, Itchin had loaded plenty of money into his account, enough to gift a dozen streamers without issue. Of course, he'd still judge based on performance. He picked a mid-sized streamer and entered their channel. Well, the player was just finishing the intro cinematic and starting character creation. Itchin didn't type in chat. Instead, he began commentating. Character creation in Dark Souls is really detailed. Once you get the hang of it, you can actually recreate characters from other games or anime pretty accurately. He opened a prepared image folder and showed a few examples made by his team. See this? Kratos looks pretty spot on, right? And this one's Shanks, the red-hair pirate from One Piece. As long as the art style isn't too extreme, you can get pretty close. Of course, you can also make ridiculous ones if you want, but it'll let you discover those yourself. By the time he finished, the streamer had wrapped up their character creation. A quick job, clearly eager to start. They chose a female knight, changed the hairstyle and color, and selected the knight class as their starting background. Ah, knight class, Itchin commented, smiling faintly. Seems they watched some of my previous streams. That's a great beginner choice. Solid straight sword, a 100 physical defense shield that blocks most attacks, and decent armor stats. But as he said this, viewers noticed a mischievous grin creeping across his face. Something about that smile didn't feel right. That's a set-up face if I've ever seen one. There's a trap incoming. I'm warning that streamer right now. Sure enough, moments later, the streamer, having just picked up their Estus flask in the Cemetery of Ash, glanced at the chat and exclaimed, "Wait, the actual Itchin's here." He quickly checked his follow list, and, sure enough, Itchin was watching. Realizing he had been spotted, Itchin sent a small gift and typed in chat, "Game just unlocked. I'm doing a quick patrol. Go ahead and play." The streamer laughed nervously and resumed playing. The early enemies in the Cemetery of Ash were simple. Each went down in 1 or 2 hits. Anyone with some action game experience could handle them easily, as long as they watched their stamina bar. After clearing a few foes, the streamer noticed a narrow side path to the right and a faint glow in the distance. Oh, an item. Then, under Itchin's amused gaze, the streamer ran straight toward the light. Thus, the Hollow's instinct to chase glowing loot was born. Following the path, the streamer entered a wider, sealed-off area. Apart from the glowing item, a large, crystal-covered creature loomed there, coiled and waiting. Whoa, that wasn't in the previous streams. So there really was something hidden. It's standing up, it's huge. Is that an elite monster? And under the collective gaze of thousands of viewers, within 10 seconds, the streamer met their first death in Dark Souls. Chapter 493. Screams echoing through the live streams, watching the streamer die several times in a row to the crystal lizard. Clutching his head in frustration and nearly breaking down, Itchin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He sent another gift to the poor guy before closing the stream. After exiting the page, Itchin turned to the audience in his own stream and said, "For this monster, you actually don't need to fight it. You can always come back later once you're stronger." Of course, The crystal lizard does serve as an early lesson for players, teaching them how to deal with elite enemies. Charging in recklessly like that won't work. Alright, let's move on to the next one. While Ichin browsed for another streamer, Haruno leaned over and asked, "Hey Ichin, you think anyone will make it further today?" "There should be some," Ichin replied, opening another stream aimed Monster Hunter player this time. A lot of people just aren't used to the controls at first, but those who play a lot of action games usually adapt pretty fast. See this one? He's already taken down the crystal lizard. In Dark Souls, the invincibility frames during a roll are much more forgiving than in Monster Hunter. So the streamer definitely rolled past the crystal lizard's spinning attack, slashed twice with a straight sword, and finally finished it off. Letting out a long sigh of relief, the streamer looked at the reward that popped up on screen. Dragon Scale Shard? He opened his inventory to check the description and realized it was an upgrade material. An upgrade item? Huh? Too bad I can't use it yet. Yeah, figures that Monster was just there to mess with players. Whatever, let's keep going. He took only 2 steps forward before noticing a new gift alert. Thanks to YC Games for the fancy compliment gift. Wait, the YC Games? When he confirmed it really was Ichin himself, the streamer got visibly excited. Ichin sent a comment on the chat. "Good luck. If you beat Gunder within 3 tries, they'll gift you a captain badge." After sending the message, Ichin turned to Haruno. "Haruno, you think you can do it in 3 tries?" Haruno shook her head. ITLL be tough. I mean, even in our company, we got a lot of skilled players, but when they tried for the first time, even Nene and Ruri didn't beat Gunder within 3 tries. Ichin chuckled. "Still, maybe he'll surprise us." He looked over at Yutaha and Yukino. "What do you two think?" Yutaha didn't answer right away. She pulled out her phone, searched for the streamer, and said, "He's a Monster Hunter player. Not very famous, but he's got quite a few speedrun videos. His skills seem solid. I think 3 tries is doable." Yukino nodded. "Since Yutaha-senpai thinks so, then I'll also bet on him passing within 3 tries." "Hey, Yukino, how could you? Shouldn't you support your own sister at least once?" Haruno huffed. Yukino ignored her and said calmly, "He's entering the boss arena now. We'll see soon enough." With that, everyone's attention returned to the gameplay. Meanwhile, in the streamer's chat, many viewers who had just heard Yukino's voice for the first time immediately sensed the contrast between the 2 sisters. The older sister sounds so cheerful and outgoing, but the younger one feels more cool and composed. I like the calm type better. Wait, you guys notice how tall those 3 girls are? Way taller than the average Japanese girls. Yeah, sitting next to the boss, they all look around 170 centimeters or so, right? Although everyone knew Ichin by name, after several years of fame and success, most viewers had gotten used to calling him simply the boss. On screen, as the streamer was sent flying by Gunder's sweeping attack, Ichin glanced at the comments and laughed. "Everyone's asking about your heights, mind sharing?" Yutaha was the first to answer with a relaxed smile. "Sure, I haven't measured recently, but during last year's health check, I was about 172. Haruno raised her hand cheerfully. "I'm also 172. Yukino glanced sideways at the 2 of them before finally saying, 170. "Wow, she's taller than me. I'm only 170. I just looked it up. Apparently, the average height for Japanese girls has gone up Barado, but it's still only around 156 centimeters. So jealous. Jealous of the boss, of course." Ichin looked around the chat and chuckled. "You all think these 3 are tall, huh? Well, among the girls I know, Japanese heights really vary a lot. Some are tall, and some, let's just say, they're on the petite side." Haruno laughed. "You mean Aoba and Nene?" "Yeah, those 2. Ichin nodded, glancing back at the screen. The streamer was still fighting hard, but his Estus flasks were empty, and his HP bar was hanging by a thread. "If you've watched our old streams before," Ichin continued, "you should have seen them already. I remember. Gotta dig through the old stream archives. Anyone got a link? Damn, I'm even more jealous now." While everyone in the chat was chatting away, the screen suddenly faded to black. "Ah, so close. You died." Watching the streamer's frustrated face, Ichin laughed. That was his first attempt, but the next 2 should go fine. He's already reached phase 2. And indeed, Ichin was right. On his second try, the streamer successfully defeated Ayudex Gunder, pushed open the doors of the boss arena, and advanced into the next area of the Firelink Shrine. True to his word, Ichin gifted the streamer a captain badge. Inside the Firelink Shrine, the firekeeper who had appeared in the trailers finally made her formal debut. Draped in a gray robe, her figure tall and graceful, with long white hair and silver crown obscuring her eyes, she stood quietly before the player. "I'm calling it now, this is my wife of the year." Wait, that voice. Saori Hayami. Wow, they really went all out. Even the old lattice voice sounds familiar. I checked the Japanese voice actor list, all of them are big names. Seeing everyone start to discuss the voice cast, Ichin explained with a smile, "For Dark Souls, we've prepared both English and Japanese voice tracks. As for a Chinese dub, I didn't include one since it's a Western fantasy setting, it didn't quite fit. We actually tried it first, but it just didn't sound right, so we dropped it. The English voices turn out great though, and you can freely switch between English and Japanese on any platform, PC or console. Both dubs are included in every version." After finishing his explanation, Ichin exited the stream and started browsing for another channel. Following his lead, the viewers in his own stream hopped from one broadcast to the next, watching a wide range of reactions and chaos unfold. In just 2 hours, they'd witnessed every kind of human emotion imaginable. The first boss, Ayudex Gunder, was actually considered relatively easy. Anyone who had watched Ichin's earlier gameplay videos could figure out his attack patterns. But beyond the Firelink Shrine lay no safe zone. There awaited the first true elite enemy players would encounter the Katana Guy. Clad in simple clothing, wielding only a katana, this lone warrior had already traumatized countless players. That night on Bilibili, the air was filled with endless screams. Chapter 494. Everyone's chosen playstyle, the true difficulty of Dark Souls, was finally made clear to everyone after its release. After spending 2 hours browsing through various live streams, Ichin looked into the camera and said, "All right, it's getting late. That'll be it for tonight's stream. For the next 3 days, they'll be streaming again at 8 p.m. China time to play Dark Souls myself. They'll show everyone the proper way to play this game. If you're free, come watch. And if you're stuck somewhere, feel free to ask, he'll help you out." With that, Ichin quickly ended the stream. Checking the time, it was already past 2 a.m. Haruno, Yukino, it's late. You two should head back and get some rest. Yukino's fine since school hasn't started yet. But Haruno, you've got work in the morning. Yeah, it's definitely not early anymore. Haruno yawned and stood up along with Yukino. Then we'll head back. Night, good night, Oni-san. Good night, Yutaha-senpai. Once the sisters had gone home, Ichin and Yutaha washed up and went straight to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, they arrived at the company around 10 a.m. Even though the game had already launched, Ichin didn't immediately give everyone time off. They needed to make sure no unexpected bugs appeared after release. But while no major issues were surfacing, everyone in the company had already turned on their PCs, picked up controllers, and were enthusiastically playing Dark Souls. After all the stress of preparing for launch, they could finally enjoy the game properly. Ichin had barely stepped into the office when he heard Aoba's sharp scream from across the room. "Ah, I died again." Walking over, he saw the black and white death screen, and, just before it, the frostbite houndvort of the Boreal Valley charging along the ground. Sitting next to Aoba, Arari had one headphone on and chuckled. "Hee, Aoba, how are you still stuck on the ice dog? You were in the dev test back then, too. I couldn't beat him even then." Aoba pouted. "I got through Gunner easily, but this guy? I just can't handle him." "Oh, Ichin-kun, Yutaha, you're here. Ichin-kun, help me. I can't win. I've died 5 times already." Ichin smiled. "Don't worry, just focus on dodging. Stop relying on your shield so much. You don't have enough stamina yet to both block and attack efficiently. Don't get greedy with your swings, watch the boss tells." Easier said than done. Aoba groaned, respawning at the bonfire and running the route again. She had picked the Knight class. Its stats and starting gear made it a solid choice for beginners. She had already swapped her straight sword for the deep battle axe Shed, looted from a mimic chest. The axe's stats were great, but it was a bit slower than a straight sword. Itchin personally prefer the latter. Still, Aoba stuck to her choice. She had said she picked knight mainly for the armor and shield anyway. She didn't like straight swords. For her first playthrough, she wanted something different. She thought the straight sword was too plain. Of course, different also meant harder. After dying twice more and finally beating Vord on the third try, Aoba moved on to the undead settlement. Itchin then went to check how the others were doing. Yagamiko wasn't using a straight sword either. She had gone back and stolen the katana from the swordmaster NPC. Aoba had skipped that fight entirely, but Yagami had spent time mastering it. Her progress was a bit slower, still exploring the high wall of Lothric. Seeing Itchin approach, Yagami grinned. Once I get another katana, I'm going dual blade. But didn't you say you were going to go with dual greatswords? That's before you made greatswords swing so slow. I had to change plans. Dual katanas are cool too. In Dark Souls, equipping two of the same weapon type in both hands changed the entire moveset system Itchin had personally designed. For example, dual daggers or rapiers were weak when single-wielded, but using them together completely transformed the attack patterns. With their speed and bleed potential, they were deadly in skilled hands. Of course, this came with trade-offs. No shield meant no defense. A single mistimed dodge could mean instant death, while players could still equip a shield on the left hand and swap between it and a second weapon. The controls became much more complex. Itchin figured that even after discovering the thrill of dual wielding, most beginners would still stick to shields. A 100 physical block shield was hard to resist. After checking in on the art team, Itchin headed to the programming department. There, two of the company's top players, Sakura Nene and Goku Ruri, had both picked the deprived starting class. With only a broken wooden shield, a club, and some ragged clothes, they began as the weakest of all classes, but that also meant the most efficient stat growth later, since none of their points were wasted. For example, if someone wanted to go pure strength, they could ignore intelligence and faith entirely, investing only in strength and vigor. Maybe a touch of FP for skill usage, but that's it. Hey, Nene, Ruri, what kind of build are you going for? Itchin asked. Nene, now deep into the undead settlement, grinned while wearing scavenge rags and wielding a claymore and a medium shield. And going full ultra greatsword. The feeling of that one heavy swing from testing, it's just too good. Ruri, having just defeated a fat hollow, replied, they'll probably experiment with different builds. I want to try great swords and great axes first, then maybe spears later, and eventually a pure mage or faith knight. During testing, those faith miracles had looked incredibly flashy. Ruri still remembered how dazzling they were. The rest of the programmers all had their own quirky build ideas too. Since they had access to the game's data, they already knew which late-game build scaled best and how different weapon infusions performed. So, Itchin-kun, Nene asked with a smile, what about you? Itchin thought for a moment, then said, me? They'll stick with a straight sword at first. During my stream, I should show everyone the basic way to play. Can't go too advanced right away. After all, he wanted players to discover the more creative builds for themselves, not just copy what the developers used. Chapter 495. Sales and feedback after checking everyone's game progress. Itchin returned to his office and turned on his computer to see how Dark Souls was doing after its first night on sale. First up was Steam. The game's concurrent player count had already surpassed 500,000, and that wasn't even the peak. Within the first 5 hours of release, the peak number of concurrent players had reached 600,000. Then came the sales figures initially. The total pre-orders across all platforms had hit 2 million, but now, just on Steam and Epic alone, PC sales had already reached 2 million copies. As for the Nintendo Switch version, that number honestly surprised Itchin. Browsing a few gaming forums, he found that quite a few players had purchased the Switch version of Dark Souls and were already sharing their impressions online. At 1080p resolution in docked mode and 720p in handheld mode, the visuals barely showed any downgrades, and both modes held a stable 30 FPS. Players praised how smooth the gameplay felt. Now that's optimization, GF. Take notes. Forget taking notes. GF should just learn how to make proper textures first. Lying in bed playing this on my Switch is pure bliss. Only downside, no achievement system. But that's a small price to pay. Reading through all the positive feedback about the game's performance, Itchin finally relaxed with a smile. With such a huge Switch player base, unless optimization was truly impossible, he would never give up on supporting it. And not just the current model. Earlier this year, Itchin had received word from Nintendo that development kits for the upgraded Switch model were about to be distributed. Soon, they'd be able to develop with higher frame rates and better graphics for the new system. Of course, the new console's actual release date would only be announced at Nintendo's end-of-year showcase, and Itchin wasn't about to leak anything. In fact, the only person in his company who knew was Hazuki. Yutaha leaned against Itchin's chair, glancing at the screen full of data. Looks like it's officially a mega hit. Itchin, you should make a proper announcement to everyone. Itchin nodded with a smile. Yeah, at this rate, we'll easily break 10 million copies sold before the end of the year. Definitely worth celebrating. There's not enough time today, so let's book a hotel banquet hall for Sunday night and hold a celebration party. He picked up his desk phone and called the administration department, instructing them to handle the arrangements. Once the hotel booking was confirmed, Itchin and Yutaha left the office together. Clapping his hands, Itchin addressed the art team. All right, everyone pause your games for a moment. Rinko, go gather everyone. I've got an announcement to make. Judging from Itchin's grin, the others already had a pretty good idea of what was coming. A few minutes later, Yagami Ko and Toyama Rin brought everyone together. Once the team was assembled, Itchin began, smiling broadly. All right, everyone, good news. After just one night, Dark Souls has sold 4.7 million copies, and will break 5 million any moment now. I know it's early to say this, but I'm confident we'll hit 10 million before the year ends. Woo! Second game to reach 10 million sales. We did it! After the cheers and laughter finally died down, Itchin continued, there's not enough time today, but I've already reserved the banquet hall. Sunday night, we'll hold a proper celebration. Don't forget details will be posted in the company chat. And after the party, everyone gets a full week off. Once we're back, we'll start preparing to move into our new headquarters building. By then, the renovation smell should have mostly aired out. At that, everyone's excitement erupted again, almost forgetting that the new building was nearly finished by late March. Our own building. That's awesome. I'm calling my parents right now. I'm telling my wife she'll be thrilled. The last remark earned immediate death stares from several single male coworkers. Regardless, today was definitely a day worth celebrating. After the announcement, Itchin told everyone to take the rest of the day off, then returned to his office to continue browsing Dark Souls discussion threads and live streams. Even though an entire night had passed, many hardcore streamers, those true grind kings, were still live, having streamed straight through from launch until now. He opened one of the streams that had been running since midnight. The streamer had made impressive progress already, reaching the Farron Keep. Unfortunately, Farron Keep was not a pleasant place. Its map design and enemy placement had been one of Itchin's most painstaking works. As soon as the stream loaded, Itchin saw a bleary-eyed streamer with dark circles sprinting desperately through the swamp, 2 Elder Grew wielding wooden roots chasing after him. The roots struck the ground, releasing waves of crimson magic orbs that honed in on the fleeing player. After a furious scream, the screen turned black. God, this map is disgusting. You can't even roll properly, and there's poison everywhere. The viewers in the chat were having the time of their lives, flooding the screen with laughing emotes and teasing comments. Despite the suffering and complaints, after respawning, the streamer bravely dove right back into Farron Keep. No way I'm quitting now. I need to pick up my souls and those glowing items over there too. He'll never sleep if I don't. Itchin glanced at the streamer's setup, still wearing the starting knight armor, same old shield, but his right-hand weapon had been swapped for a dark sword. Lucky Guy had managed to farm one off a dark wraith. In Itchin's version of Dark Souls, the dark sword hadn't been nerfed to oblivion like in Dark Souls 3. Its stats were excellent, and even after infusions, it remained a powerful weapon. Rather than weakening strong weapons, Itchin preferred to make all weapons viable, each unique, each with its own charm and potential. After watching a few more minutes, he sent the streamer a small gift and then hopped to another stream, continuing his late-night patrol. Watching everyone suffer was so entertaining. Chapter 496. Touring the new company building for the next 2 nights, Ichin went live as promised, streaming his Dark Souls playthrough from the very beginning. Starting as a deprived, armed with nothing but a wooden club, Ichin dove right in. Of course, as the game's producer, he knew every hidden ambush and trap location by heart. There was no way he'd suffer as badly as the average player. His purpose in streaming wasn't to show off anyway, but to teach players the fundamentals, basic mechanics, practical combat strategies, and weapon performance tips. He had packed Dark Souls full of content. Even after 3 full days since release, no one had yet discovered which build was the strongest, and new playstyles were constantly emerging. Ichin, having started as the deprived, decided to go for a dual club, build 2 small clubs at first, which he planned to later upgrade into dual great clubs in mid to late game for maximum chaos. During his weekend streams, he didn't play aggressively. His approach was calm and deliberate, advancing step by step, while explaining mechanics and strategies. He later uploaded the stream recordings so players could use them as references. Many viewers, after learning from his explanations, realized that Dark Souls wasn't actually as impossibly hard as its reputation suggested. It was all about mindset and pacing. Charging ahead recklessly only drew multiple enemies at once, and if even 2 of them had shields, you were doomed. After 3 days of live teaching, Ichin stopped streaming the later content, leaving the rest of the game for players to explore and experience on their own. After Sunday's victory banquet, he stayed overnight at the hotel, then returned home the next morning. After a shower and change of clothes, he walked next door. Haruno and Yukino had both attended the banquet the previous night. Yukino hadn't drunk, but Haruno had indulged quite a bit, so much that she still hadn't completely sobered up even now. Ichin played with Yukino's cats in the living room for a while until Haruno finally emerged from the bathroom, wearing pajamas and towel-dried hair. Ugh. My head still hurts, Haruno groaned, pressing her temples. I really shouldn't have drunk that much last night. Ichin smiled. Haruno, Yuta has brewing you some hangover tea in the kitchen. Come sit down and rest for a bit. Thanks. Haruno nodded, sitting down on the couch and immediately leaning her head against Yukino's shoulder. Yukino instinctively wanted to move away, but seeing her sister in that pitiful state, she hesitated, then quietly let her stay. Resting comfortably on her sister's shoulder, Haruno murmured, So, Ichin, we're going to check out the new company building this afternoon, right? Yeah, Ichin nodded. Didn't you say the renovation was finished a few days ago? Now that Dark Souls has launched smoothly, it's the perfect time to visit. I've barely been there since construction began. I've only seen the photos you sent. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it. Haruno chuckled proudly. Hee, don't worry, you won't be disappointed. All the office furniture has already been arranged. As for the technical stuff like the projection system and server room equipment, I left those for your team. You know I'm not that technical. No problem, Ichin said. That's easy enough for us to handle. Just then, Yuta came out of the kitchen carrying a tray. She handed Haruno a cup of hangover tea and gave all 3 of them coffee as well. After sitting down, Yuta said, Haruno, you're out of groceries here. So for lunch, you and Yukino can eat at my parents' place. I already talked to them. Haruno smiled weakly while sipping her tea. Thank you, Yuta. But since I overdid it with the drinks last night, could you tell your mom to make it a bit lighter today? Already did, Yuta replied with a smile. It was already past 10. After a short rest, they'd be ready to head out. Cradling her senior cat, Machi, Yukino asked, So, after visiting the new building this afternoon, when do we officially move in? Since this whole week is a holiday, maybe the last 2 days? Ichin nodded. Yeah, let's let everyone rest first. Then on Friday and Saturday, we'll organize the move, bring over all the equipment, set up the power and network systems, test everything, and take Sunday off. By Monday, we'll start working in the new office. Yuta asked curiously, And the cafeteria chefs? Didn't you say you were hiring some really good ones? Already handled, Ichin grinned. There are plenty of skilled chefs working here in Japan. Through Haruno's contacts and Aunt Sayuri's connections too, we've found several promising candidates. We'll meet with them over the next few days, and if they're good, we'll sign contracts right away. As a self-proclaimed foodie, Ichin would never allow the company cafeteria to be subpar, especially since he often stayed late at the office himself. If the chefs cooked well, everyone would eat happily, and a satisfied team worked better. Haruno added with a laugh. While I was helping Ichin find chefs, I also swapped out the ones at my own company cafeteria, got a few new, higher-level ones. I was getting sick of takeout. Having our own cafeteria food that actually tastes good is so much better. Though, to be fair, my company has more people, so our kitchen staff is a lot larger too. At the end of the day, her culinary improvements were clearly for her own enjoyment, but her employees certainly benefited from them as well. After lunch at Yuda's parents' house, the group drove over to the new company building. Joining them were Yagami Ko, Toyama Rin, Narumi, and Momiji, all of whom lived in the same apartment complex. After parking in the underground garage, they stood before the building's facade. Mochizuki tilted her head back, looking up. It's only 6 stories, but standing here, it feels huge. Narumi nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining. So this is where we'll be working from now on. It's amazing. Come on. Haruno waved, smiling. Let's go inside. The entry security system had already been installed, and employee access cards would be distributed once the official move-in started later that week. As they entered, everyone began exploring the first floor. Besides the spacious front lobby, there was also a comfortable visitor lounge and a company fitness area. The second floor was dedicated to the cafeteria and recreation zone, which would include gaming stations and a large projection screen for movie nights and events. Above that were the office floors, with plenty of room to spare even after moving the entire current staff over. Their next mission after the move was clear: recruit more people. Chapter 497. Moving Day vlog scheduled. The kitchen on the second floor cafeteria was now fully equipped. Everything from cooking stations to dessert-making tools was in place. The space was huge, more than enough for both cooking and baking. The dining area, too, followed the standard company cafeteria layout: long tables with chairs neatly arranged in rows, giving each person plenty of room. From the third floor upward were the office areas, kept simple and minimalist without any flashy decorations. Still, once everyone moved in and started decorating their own desks, the atmosphere would naturally change. After all, everyone in game development had their own quirks and hobbies. Take Shinoda Hajime. For example, she loved collecting tokusatsu merchandise and replica weapons from anime and games. Almost every desk had at least a few figurines on display. At Ichin's request, Haruno had also installed several large transparent display cases throughout the building. They would later be filled with the company's game discs, cartridges, and all kinds of related merchandise, a full showcase of their creations and achievements. Inside the building, the smell of fresh paint had already faded. But to be safe, they decided to let it air out a few more days before moving in that weekend. Stepping outside, Ichin turned to look up at the soon-to-be headquarters of their company and mused aloud. What do you think? Should I film a video of the move? You know, record the whole process? That sounds great, Haruno said immediately. You can even make it a vlog record, the moving process, the unpacking, all of it. He'll come over that day too. He'll put on some makeup and make sure I look good on camera. Ichin sighed internally. He knew this would happen. Ever since that one live stream they'd done together, Haruno had clearly gotten a taste for being on camera, chatting nonstop, commenting on gameplay, teasing other streamers' bad plays. She really enjoyed the spotlight. All right then, he said with a small grin. When we head out for the move, I'll let you know. Not that he even needed to, after all. She lived next door. As long as Haruno didn't sleep in, she'd definitely notice when he left. Hearing Ichin's agreement, Haruno cheered and turned to Yukino. Yukino, you're coming too next week, right? Yukino nodded. Sure, he'll come help with the cleaning too. As for Yuta, there was no need to ask. Of course she'd come. After checking the new building, the group didn't head home right away, but instead stopped by a nearby supermarket to buy ingredients for dinner. They had already decided to have a big barbecue that night at home with Yagami K and the others 8 people in total. Once they grabbed a shopping cart, Ichin went straight for the meat section. Selecting some quality beefsteaks, he asked Yukino beside him, "Classes start again in a few days. How's your prep going?" Yukino nodded. "I'm all set. I've already gone through the schedule for sophomore year. The course load looks lighter than I expected, about the same as last year. But, big brother, you and Yudaha-senpai are entering your third year. You'll both be busy with work. Will that be okay?" Ichin smiled. "Don't worry about that. I've already got a solid foundation in computer science. Just paying a bit of attention in class is enough. I'm not aiming for scholarships anymore. I already got one once. Now I just need to stay near the top of the class." Same for Yudaha. We got under control. By third year, Ichin knew his focus would gradually shift from collage to the company. Once he finished the core courses, he could start preparing for his graduation thesis in the latter half of the year. And by senior year, when the classes were few and far between, he could wrap up his thesis early and spend more time developing games. Yudaha was in a similar position. In fact, as a literature major, Shed already started studying third-year material ahead of time. Shed read most of the classics the professors had mentioned and even written analytical essays on them. Yudaha smiled and said, "Exactly. Compared to us, Yukino, your law major is way tougher. You better keep it up. When you graduate and get your license, we'll leave all the company's legal work to you." Independent Maine too. Haruno chimed in, carrying 2 packs of ribs. "Right? All of the company's legal affairs will be in your hands, Yukino." Mom even said the same thing. Faced with the trio's encouragement, Yukino's lips curved into a small smile. "I'll do my best." Being trusted and relied upon by everyone filled her with quiet joy. Meanwhile, the other 4 who had gone to pick out vegetables returned, their cart piled high with produce. "Hey everyone, are you done with the meat?" "Almost." Ichin tossed the selected steaks into the cart, grabbed a few boxes of chicken wings and some beef tongue as well. And of course, they couldn't forget the crowd favorite pork belly. But the pork belly here doesn't look great. The fat ratio's off. Let's buy it somewhere else," Ichin said. Toyama-rin leaned over for a look and nodded. "Yeah, not ideal. The butcher shop near our apartment complex always has great pork belly. Want me to call and check?" "I've got their number." "They'll call." Ichin set down the poor quality pack, pulled out his phone, and called the butcher he knew well. Since it was a neighborhood shop they often bought from, especially for family barbecues, the owner and Ichin were already on friendly terms. A quick call later, he confirmed that the shop still had 2 good slabs of pork belly in stock. Ichin asked the owner to hold them for him until they dropped by. "All right, that's all the meat settled. Do we want seafood too?" "Yes." Yagami K was the first to raise her hand. "Squid. And sori. I want sori too now that you mention it," said Narumi, raising her hand as well. "All right, let's check out the seafood section." After browsing for a while, they bought fresh squid, sori, and even some king crab legs. Tonight's barbecue feast was looking perfect. As for drinks, they still had plenty at home, so no need to buy more. After the Sunday night barbecue, everyone officially entered their vacation period. Still, just in case Dark Souls developed any unexpected bugs, the programming team stayed on standby, ready to jump back to work if needed. Fortunately, everything went smoothly over the next few days, just a few minor online connectivity issues, which the team quickly fixed with a small patch. And as everyone enjoyed their brief break, Ichin and the others returned to school. Ichin and Yudaha began their third year, while Yukino and Eriri entered their second. After a few days of classes, the weekend finally arrived. The company was moving into its brand new office building. Chapter 498. Moving into the new office building originally, the move was scheduled for Friday. However, some of the newly purchased equipment like the projectors arrived late and weren't installed until Friday noon. That made it difficult to coordinate staff, so the moving date was pushed to Saturday instead. At worst, they just use both Saturday and Sunday for the move and give everyone Monday off afterward. At 6 o'clock Saturday morning, Ichin was already awake. He made breakfast for Yudaha, who was still sleeping, and for Haruno and Yukino next door. Then he met up with Yagami K and the other 3 early risers downstairs, and together they headed to the office. By the time they arrived, quite a few employees were already there. Everyone had been looking forward to this moving day during their vacation. So they came especially early, packing up their belongings and sealing them into boxes. All right, Ichin said to Kay and the others, let's start sorting our things. The moving trucks will arrive at 8:30. If we move fast enough, we might even have time to rest a bit before that. After saying so, Ichin stepped into his office. He had already disconnected and packed up his computer and cables the previous evening after class. Now all that was left were the miscellaneous items scattered around. 15 minutes later, Ichin taped up the last box, labeled it with his name, and stretched his shoulders and neck. Then he pulled out his camera from his bag and switched it on. Okay, let's record a quick opening scene first. Today's not just about moving, I've got to capture it all on video as a memory. By 8:15, everyone had arrived and most of the packing was complete. That was also when Yuta, Haruno, and Yukino showed up. Stepping into Ichin's office, Haruno looked around and quipped, if someone walked in right now, they'd probably think this company's shutting down. Indeed, with everyone packing boxes, the place did look like it was going out of business. Ichin laughed. Pretty much. And since people are already showing up for work in the building, I'm sure someone will ask about it when we start hauling boxes downstairs. Anyway, there's still 10 minutes before the trucks and movers arrive. Let's sit for a bit. Or if you want, I was thinking of going out to film some final shots. Imin. Haruno immediately pressed up beside him. I dressed up for this, you know. Since spring had arrived, the weather was warm, and Haruno's outfit today was light and breezy short sleeves and a skirt, radiating pure youthful energy. As for Yuta and Yukino, their styles were as consistent as ever, elegant, understated, and perfectly fitting for them. But Ichin couldn't help noticing a small difference among the three of them. Yuta preferred wearing pantyhose. Yukino favored over-the-knee socks. And Haruno, well, she liked going bare-legged. Yuta had considered trying other styles before, but nothing suited her better than pantyhose, so she stuck with it. Ichin had seen Yukino wear pantyhose too, but only black ones, never white. Though curious, that wasn't exactly something he could just ask about. And as for Haruno, her style of dress was distinctive. When she wasn't in jeans, she often went without tights or leggings under skirts, clearly comfortable with her appearance. Resting his hand on his chin thoughtfully, Ichin looked at Haruno before turning on the camera. Haruno, you've never thought about wearing nice accessories to match your outfits? He could talk about just about anything with Haruno without worrying about her getting shy like Yukino. Hearing that, Haruno chuckled and smiled playfully. What's this? Does Ichin want to see his big sister wear some different clothes? Go on, tell me, black or white. I can make it happen. No, I was just making a suggestion, Ichin replied calmly, shaking his head. I just realized I've never really seen you wear any. Yuta chimed in with a small smile. Now that you mention it, it's true, I've never seen Haruno-san wear stockings either. About that. Haruno folded her arms and explained with a grin, I just don't like how they feel. Especially pantyhose or over-the-knee ones, they're uncomfortable. I like how I am right now best. I see. Ichin nodded in understanding and looked at the three of them. All right then, I'm starting the recording now. He turned on the camera, recalled the short intro he had prepared earlier, and began filming. Around the company, everyone was ready, waiting for the trucks to arrive. Driving everything over themselves wasn't practical. There was simply too much stuff, and they couldn't park close enough anyway. Better to let the professionals handle it. As Ichin recorded, more and more employees eagerly joined in, waving at the camera and laughing. Those without cars had already headed to the new building ahead of time. The access cards had been distributed to everyone that morning. After making one last round through the old office, the moving trucks arrived. The movers started carrying down the sealed boxes and loading them up. One truck wasn't enough, of course. Ichin had arranged for two, along with a team of movers, so they could get everything done in a single day. That would leave the rest of today and tomorrow for setting up and testing all the new equipment. Once the loading was finished and the trucks departed, Ichin got into his own car and drove toward the new building. Sitting beside him, Yuta asked, So, Ichin, will you be recording more when we get there? Not today, he replied with a smile. We'll film again once everything's set up. Driving steadily, he added, From time to time I've recorded some videos of the office with my phone. Aoba and Rin have filmed bits too. We can save them all kind of like a timeline of our company's growth. Starting from nothing and reaching this point, it was a history worth remembering. As long as nothing went wrong, everyone would keep working here for years to come. Having those memories to look back on someday would surely feel wonderful. The morning passed quickly amid the moving and unloading, and by the afternoon the new office floor was overflowing with boxes. Everyone was busy searching for their own belongings amid the piles. It was chaotic, noisy, and full of energy. Chapter 499, planned for the second half of the year over the weekend. Everyone was busy and full of energy, preparing and setting up the new office, testing the equipment, arranging their new workstations. Now that the company finally had a building of its own, every employee's workspace was larger and more personal than before. They could freely decorate it however they liked. During those 2 days of setup, the newly hired kitchen team also officially started work and immediately treated everyone to a weekend feast. 2 big lunches in 2 days. Even though the food was cooked in large batches and everyone lined up to choose what they wanted, the taste and quality still left everyone fully satisfied. Ichin paid the chef team quite a generous salary, but it was absolutely worth it. With this setup, their company's meals would surely make every other studio in the industry jealous. Once the office area was completely arranged and the network systems fully tested, everyone took a day off to rest. Then at last, it was time to officially start work in the new building. At 8:30 in the morning, Yagami Kei and her 3 teammates finished breakfast, left the apartment, and drove to the office together. Recently, Narumi and Momiji had also started thinking about buying cars. They had both gotten their licenses 2 months ago. Sitting in the back seat, Narumi couldn't hold back her excitement. Our first day working in our own company building. I'm so hyped. Next to her, Momiji, who had already eaten breakfast, was still nibbling on a rice ball. New building, and there's a cafeteria now too. So good. The cafeteria part was clearly her real focus. From the passenger seat, Toyama Rin laughed, turning around to look at them. Sure, it's worth celebrating. But remember, it's also the first day back from vacation and we're starting new projects today. Don't slack off. No problem. The 2 chorused in unison. When they arrived, they parked in the company's underground parking lot, spacious enough to fit all the employees' cars easily. Walking up to the main entrance and seeing the logo on the building, everyone couldn't help smiling. By the time they reached the 3rd floor office area, plenty of people had already arrived, chatting excitedly at their desks. It might have been a work day, but nobody looked tired or gloomy. Everyone was buzzing with anticipation. New building, new projects. It was impossible not to feel energized. Unfortunately, Ichin had class that morning, so he couldn't hold the kickoff meeting himself. That duty fell to Hazuki instead. Midday, University of Tokyo. After finishing his last morning class, Ichin gathered Yutaha and Yukino, and the 3 went to the campus cafeteria for lunch. Once they sat down with their meals, Yutaha looked over and asked, Ichin, how are things at the company? No issues. Ichin replied with a nod. Hazuki handled everything perfectly. The meeting's done, and everyone's already back in work mode. The Dark Souls DLC team, Tales of Berseria team, and Garo team have all entered full development. The Fall Guys team is continuing with post-launch updates. They'll drop by this afternoon, film a few clips, edit them together, and have a vlog ready by tomorrow. The company had now grown large enough that Ichin could finally start being more open and public about it. For the past few years, despite releasing multiple successful titles, their studio had remained surprisingly low-profile, barely participating in industry expos. They had only attended the TGA once, the Cologne Gamescom once, and the Tokyo Game Show once. Meanwhile, other major studios showed up every year, sometimes even when they had nothing new to release. Announcing just a DLC was reason enough to appear. But Ichin understood why. For the past 2 years, even though the company had accumulated funds, his focus remained purely on development. Marketing only took a small portion of the budget, used mainly before launch. Only Persona and Dark Souls had received large-scale promotions both online and offline. Even Titanfall, which now had a stable player count of over 200,000 and had sold more than 4 million copies, had only been lightly promoted online. Now, though, Itchin was determined to change that to let his company truly shine in the gaming world. Taking a bite of curry rice, he continued, from now on, besides development, our next major goal is recruitment. We need to expand the team's more developers, business staff, and marketing people. And after that, we'll start attending all the major game expos every year. The Tokyo Game Show, Gamescom in Cologne, E3 in Los Angeles all must-attend events. And of course, the year-end TGAs. With Dark Souls already released and Apex set to launch later this year, Itchin was going there with one clear goal: winning an award. As for China Joy, the domestic expo, Itchin wasn't sure if it was worth it anymore. The event had lost much of its charm in recent years and often turned into a source of online mockery rather than genuine promotion. Yukino thought for a moment, then asked, the nearest major expo would be E3 in June, right? Exactly, Itchin said, nodding. Our participation at E3 is already confirmed. Hazuki announced it in this morning's meeting. We'll be revealing Apex Legends plan for July or August release and also the Dark Souls DLC. Both DLCs, The Painted World and The Ringed City, had already been greenlit for production. The first would definitely launch within the year. The second, hopefully before year's end if the schedule allowed. Even so, their release lineup for the year was already solid. Yudaha and Yukino exchanged a quick glance, then looked back at Itchin. You'll be attending E3 in person, right? Of course, Itchin replied with a grin. Then, catching Yudaha's expression, he chuckled. All right, we'll go together. What about you, Yukino? Want to come too? Yukino smiled softly. ID like that. It's such a major event, I'd love to see it for myself. There were still 2 months left, not too long, not too short. The development teams would have to give it their all to meet the deadlines. After lunch, Itchin attended one more class in the afternoon, then left campus early to head straight for the company. Chapter 500. The buzz around the new office building even after moving in. Itchin still felt a little strange getting used to the new place. His personal office was on the 6th floor, which also housed the company's administrative, business, and marketing departments, taking up nearly half the floor. The server room was also located there. Instead of heading to his own office right away, Itchin first stopped by the 2nd floor to take a look around. There, in the lounge area, he spotted Yagami Kei leading her art team in a small departmental meeting. Itchin didn't disturb them, just glanced from a distance before heading upstairs. Now that the building was larger, each team could find its own quiet spot for meetings without bothering anyone else. It felt good to finally have that kind of space. When he reached the 3rd floor, Itchin found Hazuki, who was overseeing the Garo project. They had divided responsibilities. Itchin handled Tales of Berseria, while Hazuki managed Garo. Her project had already officially started. The script was something Itchin had finished earlier and handed over. Now the team was deep in pre-production. Character design, supporting NPCs, monsters, and maps all distributed among the art staff. As for the combat system, since Garo was a tokusatsu base game, Itchin didn't plan to make it overly complex. Instead, he wanted to model it after Tales of Arise, a combination-based combat system where skills are triggered through input chains. It wasn't an overly complicated system. The challenge lay in designing the moves themselves. Fortunately, the team had the perfect person for that: Shinoda Hajime, a hardcore tokusatsu fan. Designing flashy, thematic combos was right up her alley. Approaching Hazuki, Itchin asked, "How's the progress?" "Very smooth," she replied cheerfully, gesturing toward Hajime, who was enthusiastically striking tokusatsu poses nearby. "Look at her, she's completely fired up. Once our motion capture equipment arrives in a few days, we'll be able to further refine our models and animations." Itchin nodded with satisfaction. "Yeah, with that, our games can finally stand shoulder to shoulder with the big studios. No surpass them, and fast." Quite the ambition, Hazuki teased lightly, though she didn't disagree. After all, not just Itchin, everyone in the company brimmed with confidence for the future. Leaving Garo in Hazuki's capable hands, Ichin moved up to the 4th floor. That's where the Tales of Berseria team was stationed, the largest development group in the company. The Fall Guys team had their space on the 3rd floor, and the Dark Souls DLC team was also on the 4th, making it convenient for Ichin to monitor progress between the two major projects. In Berseria, the art team was led by Yagami Kei. This time, she wasn't working with Toyama Rin was assigned to Garo. Alongside Kei were Aoba and Hifumi, while Eruri and Mochizuki Momiji were over on the Garo project. These top-tier artists not only carried the visual core of the projects, but were also mentoring the newer members, steadily raising the entire team's overall skill level. Since Kei was in a meeting, Ichin stopped by the animation department instead. With Kei handling character design, Ichin himself was overseeing the battle system, story, and part of the world map for Berseria. After discussing a few improvements to the combat system with the programming team, Kei and her group returned from their meeting. Ichin then called everyone into the conference room for a short team meeting. After all, this time, Berseria's development had outside help Capcom staff will be joining them in a few days to collaborate on the combat system. Developers from the Devil May Cry team. Now, that was exciting. By 5 in the afternoon, classes had ended, and Yutaha and Yukino arrived at the company together. The two held hands as they took the elevator up to the 4th floor, where Ichin had said he'd be. "It's really lively here," Yutaha murmured as she glanced around the busy floor. "I get the feeling Ichin will be spending a lot of nights at the office in the coming months." Looking toward Ichin, who was in the middle of a discussion with the animation team, Yukino nodded slightly. "That's expected. It's just who he is." Yutaha smiled softly. "True, but at least now the company has its own cafeteria. Even if he stays late, he can still eat dinner on time." Seeing that Yutaha wasn't planning to go over to him, Yukino tilted her head. "You're not going to say hi?" "No," Yutaha said with a small shake of her head. "Let's not disturb him. Let's go check out the Fall Guys team downstairs. I wonder what kind of new skins they're making now." At that, Yukino's eyes brightened with interest, and the two headed down together. Meanwhile, Ichin, in the middle of work, caught a glimpse of their retreating figures from the corner of his eye. He immediately understood why Yutaha hadn't come over and smiled quietly to himself before turning back to his work. 2 days after the move, the initial novelty of the new environment began to fade, and everyone gradually settled into their routines, focusing fully on the new projects. That night, after returning home, Ichin spent some time editing the footage he had recorded during the move. Once finished, he uploaded it to Bilibili. Video title: "We moved." At first, some followers thought it was Ichin himself, the boss, moving houses and just posting a casual vlog. But when they clicked in, they were shocked to find it was actually the company that had moved, and not just to any office, but to an entire new building. Wow, that's what they call rich beyond reason. I bought every YC game, so if we round up, doesn't that mean I kind of own a piece of that building? Same here. I'm a spiritual shareholder now. A company cafeteria with proper chefs? That's insane. This food looks amazing. Hey, I work in Tokyo. Can I sneak in for lunch? Within just 1 hour, the video broke 100,000 views, and the number kept climbing. News of YC Studios' new Tokyo headquarters spread rapidly throughout the gaming industry. Game media outlets picked up the story and shared the video further, sending the buzz soaring over the next few days. And at the end of the vlog, Ichin had slipped in a few extra details. The company's new project was already underway, and they'd be attending E3 in late June to reveal their next game. One move after another, new building, new games, new ambitions. Centuredo, aside from Fall Guys' regular monthly updates, new crossover skins and maps launched in early May and June to keep the hype alive. Everything else remained calm. On the Dark Souls side, only a few bug fix patches came out. There was also a 3-hour maintenance session in early May to improve the stability of online co-op. Other than that, Ichin stayed low-key, fully immersed in developing his next titles and handling preparations for the upcoming E3 in June, without letting anything else distract him. At the end of May, Akane Isaka released her long-awaited new game, a mystery RPG with horror elements titled Phantom Midnight. That release actually caught Ichin's attention for once. He hadn't expected Akane's project, after nearly half a year of work, to be that kind of game. When he checked it out on Steam, he was surprised to see overwhelmingly positive feedback. Within a week of release, it had already achieved a 92 positive rating. It seemed Akane had finally found the right direction for her studio, focusing on what they did best: strong writing and character design. Ichin spent 3 nights clearing the entire game, then sent her a short message to congratulate her. From that moment onward, Ichin finally regarded Akane Ksaka as a true competitor in game development. Before this, both she and her studio had been somewhat lackluster, poor in management, unclear in direction, and limited in technical ability. But with this new success, Ichin knew she was about to experience a breakthrough. Even so, after beating the game, he didn't dwell on it. He simply refocused on his own projects. From early April to early June, after 2 full months, the staff from Capcom who had been collaborating finally wrapped up their part of the work and returned to headquarters. The combat design for Tales of Berseria was now mostly complete. Some sections had already been turned into demo footage to be used for the promotional PV at E3. When Ichin returned from the recording studio, he headed straight for his office and dropped heavily into his chair. Yutaha, who had been typing at her desk, paused her work. She got up, walked behind Ichin, and gently placed her hands on his shoulders, massaging them lightly. "Tired?" she asked softly. "Yeah," Ichin replied with his eyes closed. "I've been working non-stop these past few days, making sure the game PVs for E3 are perfect. Not just here. Even the Shanghai branch is burning the midnight oil." Yutaha smiled tenderly. "Garo, Tales of Berseria, Apex, and the Dark Souls DLC. This year's E3 is going to blow everyone's minds." Ichin grinned. "Isn't that the goal? Just 20 days to go." At E3, Ichin and Yutaha would both attend in person. Yukino and Haruno would be coming along too. Hazuki from the company would also join them. She had friends working in major Western studios, and E3 would be the perfect place to connect. After about 5 minutes of massage, Ichin raised a hand. "All right, that's enough. Any longer and you'll get tired." He held Yutaha's hand, guiding her to take a seat beside him with a smile. "How's your script coming along?" "Almost done," she said, smiling at him. "Just one final section left. After that, it'll do a full check and hold one Barato production meeting. Once that's done, my part's pretty much over. Though once filming starts, I might visit the set a few times just to get a feel for the on-site shooting process." As for the usual problem of directors changing scripts, that wasn't something Yutaha needed to worry about this time. There were a lot of people involved in this project, and the director himself had helped discuss the story early on. If there were any changes to be made, they would have been raised long ago. So long as the script passes review, she continued, we should be able to start filming around late July or early August. "Ichin, will you come to the set with me?" Ichin thought for a moment and nodded. "Sure. I've never actually seen a drama shoot in person before." Just then, the office door opened, and Yukino appeared in the doorway. Seeing the two of them holding each other, she froze for 2 seconds. Cinchuredo. "Even if you're the boss, you should at least try to keep it professional." Ichin took a sip of coffee, a little embarrassed. "Well, nobody else comes in without knocking, right?" Yutaha chuckled. "That's true. You'd usually knock, Yukino." "What happened today?" "I suddenly remembered something," Yukino replied. "We still haven't booked our flights or our hotels, have we? You said we'd go, but I haven't heard anything, so I came to ask." "All right," Yutaha said. "We haven't done that yet." Ichin. Seeing both of them looking at him, Ichin gave a calm smile. "Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. They'll handle it in the next couple of days. Actually, Yukino, your personal details are already on file with the company, so HR will take care of everything." It was only then that Yukino suddenly remembered. She was a shareholder in the company. She had nearly forgotten that fact, and the realization made her cheeks redden in embarrassment. After an awkward pause, she stood up. "I'll go check on Eri." And with that, she quickly left the office. Ichin rubbed his chin. "Was that embarrassment?" Yutaha nodded. "Definitely. It's been a while since I've seen Yukino that flustered. It's kind of cute, actually. Anyway, Ichin, you get back to work." He'll go follow her. Before Ichin could say anything, Yutaha also dashed out of the office. "All right then," Ichin muttered with a wry smile. Back to work it is. Work makes me happy. Chapter 502502. The opening E3, the world's largest and most prestigious interactive entertainment exhibition, drew the attention of gamers across the globe once again. Los Angeles, again. Stepping out of the car that morning and seeing the massive lines at the media entrance, Itchin couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. There's so many people. Let's go. I'm up on stage today, so we'll take the special access route. With the official media badges around their necks, Itchin led Yutaha and the others through the special passageway. They'd already been in Los Angeles for 4 days, having arrived early to adjust to the time difference and meet up with Hazuki's friends. Though they often joked about Ubisoft being a potato farm, the truth was that the French publisher was an industry giant with strong technical depth. During their meeting with Hazuki's Ubisoft friends, Itchin hadn't learned any trade secrets, but he did get a clearer sense of current industry trends, things like VR and cloud gaming. VR had been developing steadily over the past few years. Growth was slow but consistent, and every year there were a few noteworthy new VR titles. Even so, Itchin wasn't planning to get involved just yet. He didn't know enough about VR development technology, and it was better to solidify his studio's foundation first before expanding into something so experimental. As for cloud gaming, that was even less practical. To create a platform that could support large numbers of players with smooth connections would require massive investment in servers and bandwidth. The cost was astronomical, and it wasn't something that could turn a profit quickly. Before long, the group entered the convention center and found their seats. Once Yutaha and the others were settled, Itchin headed backstage. His presentation slot was one of the earliest ones. After he left, Yutaha, Yukino, Haruno, and Hazuki chatted quietly. There are already so many people here, Haruno said, looking around. Are all these people developers and gaming journalists? Hazuki nodded. Exactly. Ever since the show's reform a few years ago, most attendees have been media and industry professionals. Thanks to live streaming, gamers all around the world can now watch E3 online. There's no real need to come in person, especially since public tickets are limited and the venue gets packed. They'd seen it firsthand outside. Just the media and industry staff alone already filled the place to bursting. If general players were all allowed in, the hall would have been overflowing. Yukino, who had been silent since entering, looked a little uneasy. From her expression, it was obvious she wasn't used to the atmosphere. It wasn't surprising. There were very few Asians around and almost no familiar faces. She raised her wrist and checked her watch. Still 30 minutes, she murmured. Haruno leaned over with a teasing smile. What's wrong? Not used to the environment? Yukino nodded slightly. Not the environment or the food. That's true, Yutaha agreed immediately. Whether it's the hotel restaurant or the ones nearby, they're all average at best. Not to brag, but even our company cafeteria is way better. Once this event's over, let's head straight home. I miss real food already. American cuisine didn't exactly have a strong reputation. Even finding a proper Japanese restaurant here was difficult. The other day, they'd found one labeled as authentic, but the signature dish turned out to be something with chicken. Itchin had just shaken his head after 2 bites, abandoned it, and ended up filling his stomach with a McDonald's burger on the way back. Yutaha pulled out her phone. Since we're nervous anyway, why don't we check the E3 live stream on Bilibili? It's already past 9 p.m. back home. Tons of players are waiting. She opened the E3 mainstream on Bilibili, where the pre-show countdown was already running. Thousands of viewers were chatting excitedly in the scrolling comments. After browsing for a bit, Yukino said, "Look, they're already talking about him." Hazuki switched over to YouTube, where the English-language stream was just as lively, players flooding the chat with speculation about what would appear next. E3's live program schedule was public, so everyone could see which companies would present and when. The second company of the day had been allocated an unusually long slot, sparking wild discussion among viewers. Many suspected something huge was coming. Even though Dark Souls had been out for 3 months already, plenty of players were still suffering their way through it, or experimenting with countless different builds. What began with simple sword and shield tanking had evolved into all kinds of creative playstyles. Ichin's own dual chicken drumsticks build, showcased in his live streams, had exploded in popularity. In PvP matches, players dressed in full hovel armor wielding two giant clubs had become a terrifyingly common sight. No rolls, no mercy. Either you die or I do. Now that the game's developer was attending E3 again, speculation was rampant. Was this the announcement of a Dark Souls DLC? Some people argued otherwise, pointing to Ichin's April new office move-in vlog as evidence he was working on a new title instead. Still, others remained convinced that more Dark Souls content was on the way. The chat rooms were full of debate, with no one able to convince anyone else. Watching all this lively discussion, Hazuki and the others found themselves smiling, the tension easing a bit. Finally, the 30 minutes passed, and the E3 livestream officially began. The show opened with a grand musical performance, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Then, the host walked onto the stage. Backstage, Ichin didn't recognize the host, so he didn't pay much attention. Instead, he chatted casually with a few Bethesda developers waiting for their turn to present. His slot was coming up right after theirs. From their conversation, he learned what Bethesda planned to reveal this year. Not much, just two titles, Starfield and The Elder Scrolls 6. 2 minutes later, the host wasted no time and invited Bethesda's team on stage. The lights dimmed, and the big screen came alive. Starfield, the long-hyped space epic, finally showcased a 3-minute gameplay trailer. A vast universe, expansive worlds, factions, conflict, adventure. It was a vision that stirred the imagination. From what Ichin could tell, as long as that developer backstage hadn't exaggerated, Starfield looked like it was nearly complete and absolutely massive in scope. Chapter 503503. On stage, the trailer begins after Starfield came the moment everyone had been waiting for, The Elder Scrolls 6. Before E3 even began, leakers had already hinted that there'd be TES 6 news, and fans of the series had been counting down the days. Now, after seeing the stunning Starfield gameplay demo, the audience's excitement hit new heights. But unfortunately, you won't get it just yet. As Ichin muttered to himself, the Elder Scrolls trailer began to play. Sadly, it was just a cinematic. Not even half of it showed real gameplay. And to make matters worse, the release date was delayed once again, now estimated for next June, with no specific day announced. Still, Ichin understood why. The bar for the series was too high. Every entry had been a hit. They had to tread carefully. One bad release could deal a huge blow to the entire franchise. Besides, Bethesda had poured years into Starfield, their new IP, which naturally took priority. So it was no surprise that TSV's development was progressing more slowly. Sure enough, when the delay was announced, the livestream chat exploded into collective despair. Viewers flooded the screen with wails and curses. Understandable. Skyrim had launched back in 2011, and even a special edition came out in 2016. It had been years. Yes, Skyrim's modding scene was legendary. Players had created thousands of custom characters, combat systems, and outlandish mods to the point it earned the nickname the Girly Scrolls. But even the most creative fans longed for a true sequel. Overall, Bethesda's presentation had its highs and lows, but at least TES 6 got more than a few seconds of CGI. Then came the moment everyone was waiting for, Ichin's turn. And now, please welcome. The host's voice rang out amid applause. Ichin adjusted his headset microphone and stepped onto the stage. Once in place, he took a brief glance around the packed venue and immediately spotted Yudaha and the others seated near the front. Hello, everyone. I'm Ichin. It's a pleasure to stand here again, so soon to share our company's latest updates. While I was backstage, I saw many of you discussing Dark Souls, which we released at the end of March. The enthusiasm has been incredible, and coincidentally, our first announcement today is related to that. As his words fell, the massive screen and every live stream feed around the world cut to a new trailer. DLC. DLC. No way, there's Barato. Dang it, I just barely beat the game using guides, and now I've got to suffer again. As the chat went wild, the dark screen slowly brightened. The sound of clanking armor echoed. A knight clad in ash-gray armor, shield and sword in hand, trudged through a snowstorm toward an unseen destination. A somber, haunting melody played. Then came a low, echoing narration. Ashen One, if long ago you too lost the place you once called home, then show our goddess the flame that yet burns within you. Over those cryptic words, players saw endless snowy plains and several new characters never seen in the base game. One, in particular, drew immediate attention. A mysterious robed woman, her hood hiding her face. Wow, a new character. Her design looks amazing. Why cover her face? Before anyone could say bravado, the trailer shifted, flashing scenes of massive fortresses, cathedrals, and shadowy underground ruins. Strange creatures emerge from the darkness, human and non-human, small and colossal, clashing violently with the Ashen One. Every blow, every roar, every flash of fire reignited the collective pain and thrill of their first playthroughs. Then came glimpses of new weapon arts, spells, and equipment, enough to make every fan itch to play again. And so, the ashes return once more. As the final line echoed, the trailer faded to black, and the title appeared, Ashes of Ariandel. Alongside the name came a firm release date. August 20th, just 2 months away. But that wasn't all. In the corner of the screen, the fine print read, DLC 1. Wait, there's a second DLC? Heck yeah. So the suffering continues, but in parts now? Regardless, the excitement was overwhelming. The crowd was hooked, waiting eagerly for what else might be announced. When the Dark Souls DLC trailer ended, the feed returned to the stage. The applause thundered through the hall. Itchin waited until the clapping subsided before speaking again. Thank you, everyone. Dark Souls, Ashes of Ariandel, DLC 1, launches this August. In it, you'll be able to explore new lands, uncover stories from a world long since lost to flame, and challenge powerful new foes. I won't spoil the details here, but stay tuned for our full release PV soon. And yes, there will be a second DLC, though the date isn't set yet. Please look forward to it. Now then, let's move on to 2 new titles currently in development. Hey Race the First. 2 games. The audience, and especially the press, were stunned. 2 new games, plus a massive Dark Souls DLC. The ambition was unbelievable. The screen lit up again. The studio's logo appeared, followed by another unfamiliar name, Toho Kashinsha Film Corporation. But among the fans of Japanese tokusatsu shows, jaws dropped immediately. No way, is this Garo? It has to be. They already did a Garo crossover skin in Fall Guys. Their suspicions were confirmed moments later. A dazzling CG sequence began. A man in white, wielding a silver sword, transformed in a burst of light into the Golden Knight. Garo. Gasps erupted across the hall. The scene shifted to in-engine gameplay. Fast, fluid combat, clearly action-focused. Even those unfamiliar with the Garo franchise could tell this was shaping up to be a high-speed, stylish action title. As familiar monsters and characters from the series appeared one after another, the trailer reached its end, revealing the title, Garo, and beneath it, the words, coming summer next year. Chapter 504504. Consecutive new game announcements after the Garo trailer ended. The audience still gave warm applause, but compared to the earlier Dark Souls DLC reveal, the enthusiasm was clearly much lower. That was normal after all. The tokusatsu culture wasn't particularly strong in the West. The Garo adaptation project was really something Itchin and a few tokusatsu enthusiasts in the company wanted to do, which was why they eventually made the deal for it. The production cost wasn't cheap, definitely above the industry's standard line, but it wouldn't reach the same level as Dark Souls. Even so, Itchin was confident that he could make a great game. Looking at the audience, Itchin smiled and said, Garo is a tokusatsu-based RPG we're co-developing with Japan's Tohoku Shinsha. The story mainly focuses on the first and second seasons of Garo, which we've restructured and expanded so that even players who haven't watched the original can experience a complete world and rich narrative. The combat system is designed specifically to capture the style of a tokusatsu series. We've tried to faithfully recreate the original signature moves and memorable battle scenes. While the on-site reaction was calm, online discussions immediately exploded. After all, you could find tokusatsu fans in every corner of the internet. It's really Garo. After all these years, we're getting another Garo game. If I remember right, a lot of people in this company are tokusatsu nerds. No wonder they made this. That combat footage looks amazing, totally different in style from Dark Souls. Can't wait. Once the Garo segment ended, Ichin continued. Next, let's move on to our following announcement. Please enjoy. The screen faded to black. A dripping sound echoed in the darkness, until a single beam of light cut through, revealing a pitch-black dungeon deep underground. At the edge of the dungeon, a faint silhouette sat motionless. Suddenly, a massive object fell from above and slammed into the floor with a thunderous crash. In the light, the audience saw it was a giant werewolf-like monster. As the creature appeared, the shadowed figure in the corner slowly stood up. A pair of long legs hinted that it was a woman. A man's voice spoke from the darkness. "Your name?" A woman replied, "Velvet." Her voice echoed softly. Under the dim light, a stained yet beautiful face came into view, elegant but cold, and on her left arm, a crimson demonic claw replaced a human hand. Then followed a montage of scenes and characters hand-drawn, 2D animations interwoven with stunningly detailed 3D and engine footage. What thrilled viewers the most were the rare glimpses of actual combat. The heroine's fighting style, as well as that of several other characters, each had distinct moves but all shared one trait: seamless combo chains. Different skills flowed together, keeping enemies suspended and staggered midair. The trailer ended with the heroine roaring as she charged a man who seemed to be the final boss. Then the title appeared: Tales of Berseria release date: next year's autumn. Platforms: all major consoles including Nintendo Switch and PC. The camera returned to the main stage, where Ichin smiled. This is our company's next new title. The story takes place in an original fantasy world and follows a single female protagonist, telling a tale of vengeance unlike any we've done before. From the trailer, you may have noticed both 2D and 3D elements. Some cutscenes are hand-drawn animation, while most of the story scenes are rendered directly in-engine, no pre-rendered CG. Aside from its narrative, we've devoted special attention to the combat system. To improve the feel and fluidity of combat, we collaborated with Capcom's Devil May Cry development team, who provided technical guidance. We're deeply grateful for Capcom support. Ichin's words caused quite a stir among the developers and journalists present. A game told entirely from a female lead's perspective, if the story wasn't handled well, it could easily backfire. After all, in the industry, there weren't that many well-known games led by female protagonists. The ones everyone knew were Tomb Raider's Lara Croft, Metroid Samus, and Bayonetta's Bayonetta. There might be others, but few that achieved lasting popularity. So Tales of Berseria, a single protagonist revenge story led by a woman, was clearly a bold challenge. I don't mind a female lead, honestly, as long as she's a compelling character. Yeah, just not another forgettable protagonist. Such comments flooded not only domestic live chats, but Western streams as well. It was clear that players everywhere were tired of how female characters had been designed in recent years. Thankfully, Tales of Berseria's heroine, Velvet, gave everyone relief. Her left arm might look monstrous, but she exuded that perfect cold, mature beauty many players loved. Beyond her looks, Ichin's mention of Capcom's cooperation also caught everyone's attention. They actually got the Devil May Cry team involved? That's impressive. Makes sense, though Fall Guys had Capcom collaborations, so they probably have close ties. With Capcom's help and YC's own talent, the combat system's in good hands. Positive reactions filled the comment sections. The reveal of Tales of Berseria had started on an excellent note. Yet, after that trailer ended, when everyone thought Ichin was finally wrapping up, he remained calmly on stage. Spreading his hands with a bright grin, he said, "You thought that was the end? Sorry, but we still have one last thing to show. Those who know our company should remember. Besides our Tokyo division, We also have a studio in Shanghai. After Titanfall was released, our Shanghai team never stopped working. Now, then please enjoy the final video we've prepared. Chapter 5:05505, Apex announcement. Except for a handful of developers who were in on the secret, most people at the venue were already speechless. How many now? 2 new games and 1 DLC. That's basically 2.5 games already. And there's still more? No matter what everyone thought, the final reveal of the presentation began. The live feed faded into darkness, replaced by video. After a moment, a familiar logo appeared. The camera panned from the endless starry sky down toward a planet. In the planet's upper atmosphere, a massive aircraft cruised across the clouds. Inside, before a dressing mirror, a person in full armor helmet resembling a gas mask checked his gear, then turned toward his 2 teammates. One was a heavy-set black man with a shield device mounted on his left arm. The other was a woman in tight, lightweight armor. Her eyes briefly flickered with a pulse of energy when he looked her way. The 3 exchanged determined nods, then moved toward the rear hatch. The ramp opened. The perspective switched to first-person view, then, hand in hand, the 3 jumped out into the open sky. The screen went black. A title appeared. Then came a rapid series of in-engine gameplay clips. Only now did the audience realize this looked like a multiplayer battle royale. The trio landed, quickly looted supply crates ahead, picked up gear, and soon found themselves facing off against another squad that had dropped in the same area. The player's controlled character activated an ability instantly, scanning the area and revealing a trail of enemy footprints on the ground. Behind him, the female teammate used her own skill, stepping into the void and dashing forward in a flash, reappearing behind the enemy. With her R-99 in hand, she unloaded a burst of bullets, downing one opponent. The 2 remaining enemies charged at the large man, but he calmly deployed an energy shield, creating a barrier around himself. Then he tossed 2 grenades to block off their approach route. Once his teammates regrouped, the 3 launched a counterattack, swiftly wiping out the opposing squad. After looting the fallen enemies, the trio continued forward. The footage then sped through multiple squad encounters, team fights, ambushes, chaotic third-party skirmishes, until finally, the camera zoomed out to show the entire map. From the edges, the familiar shrinking energy zone, a classic battle royale, circle began closing in toward the center. As the circle shrank, the number of surviving squads dwindled until only 2 remained, the main player's team and 1 last enemy squad of 3. In the final circle, the 2 teams clashed in an intense close-range firefight. When the last 2 bullets collided midair, the screen cut to black. The title reappeared, this time with release information. Release date, October 22nd. Price, free-to-play platforms. Listed, notably, the Nintendo Switch was not among them. That was because Ichin wasn't yet sure if Apex could run smoothly on the Switch. His goal wasn't 30 FPS, he wanted a solid 60. Unless Nintendo's rumored new model was announced soon, there was no way to hit that performance. So for now, he left it off the list. Ichin reappeared on screen once more. The final game we're revealing today is a multiplayer online title set in the Titanfall universe. Each match consists of 20 squads of 3 players, each 60 players in total, battling to be the last team standing. The game features a variety of playable heroes, each with unique abilities and a powerful ultimate skill that recharges over time. Weapons are randomly scattered across the map, and powerful gear or rare weapons can be found in supply drops falling from the sky. The game will be free to play across all platforms when it launches, though console players will need active online memberships. Paid content includes seasonal battle passes and loot boxes. Through these, players can earn various cosmetic skins for characters, weapons, even profile banners, allowing full customization. This October, I look forward to meeting you all in our new world. Thank you. Thunderous applause erupted as Ichin smiled and stepped down from the stage, returning to the audience seats beside Yudaha and the others. Once seated, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Now he could sit back and enjoy the other studio's presentations. Yutaha gently nudged his shoulder and whispered, "Ichin, everyone online is talking about your announcements." She handed him her phone. Ichin glanced at the screen. It was a Bilibili livestream chat, filled with viewers discussing the 3 new games and the DLC. That's a full-on ultimate move. So much content at once. And they're all releasing this year and next. Not just empty promises. I'm already hyped for Apex in October. It looks so incredibly fun. Yeah, but first you need to find 2 teammates. Playing with randoms is impossible. Am I the only one who wants to play Garo? I'm more into Tales of Berseria. No, give me the Dark Souls DLC. I want to suffer. The barrage of comments made Ichin grin. He opened his own phone, checked YouTube's livestream discussion. There was just as lively. With that, Ichin knew his E3 goals were fully accomplished. Leaning back comfortably, he watched the next showcase with Yutaha and the others. EA's turn. As expected, EA revealed a new Battlefield title. And true to form, they drew another absurdly oversized dream on stage. The game that will make players go wild, unprecedentedly large-scale maps, unparalleled combat intensity, and so on. Ichin just stared in quiet disbelief. Does EA really not know how the player community sees them now? No, they absolutely knew. They'd simply developed the thickest skin imaginable, unfazed by criticism, still proudly carrying themselves as if they were at the very top of the AAA hierarchy. Ichin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Who gave them that kind of confidence? And with this new game coming out within the year, are they really not afraid it's going to flop? Chapter 506. The return. After wrapping up all his tasks at E3, Ichin attended one last official livestream event the next day, wandered around the venue for a bit, and then booked a night flight home. He had originally planned to stream from his hotel after the exhibition to chat casually with fans about the announcements, but the hotel's internet connection turned out to be terrible, barely good enough to send a few pictures, let alone support a live stream. So he could only post a short notice, promising to stream again once he got back home. It was a red-eye flight. After a night of half-asleep hours in the air, he and the others finally landed in Tokyo, exhausted and bleary-eyed. Not one of 5 people in their group looked remotely awake. Thankfully, they'd already expected this, so instead of driving themselves home, Haruno had arranged for a company driver to take everyone back. Hazuki, too, decided to head to Ichin's place rather than her own apartment, planning to crash in the guest room and catch up on sleep before adjusting to the time difference. Under the faint morning sky, the Yukinoshita family's driver dropped everyone off at their apartment complex. They made it upstairs, but despite being dead tired, none of them could fall asleep right away. Jet lag, combined with the adrenaline of travel, had completely messed up their rhythm. So the group ended up slumping together in Ichin's living room, half watching a late-night TV program until well past midnight, before finally dispersing to their rooms. Though they were back, Ichin had no intention of going to class or work until his brain stopped feeling like mush. After a full day of rest at home, both he and Yutaha finally recovered their usual energy. When Ichin came out of the shower, Yutaha was already in the living room, playing with the cats. During the days they'd been away, the cats had been cared for by Yutaha's mother, and Shed also helped look after Yukino's cats, so everything had been smooth. Eat, sleep, play, repeat. None of them had missed a beat. Looking back now, it was actually quite convenient that the 2 of them hadn't moved out to live alone after getting together. When they were too tired to cook, they could always wander over to Yutaha's parents' place for a meal. Sitting beside her, Ichin ran his fingers through her silky hair and asked, "Hungry? What do you want for lunch?" Yutaha tilted her head slightly. "Ichin, I think we're out of groceries. We ate at my parents' place yesterday, remember?" "Ah, right," Ichin chuckled. "If we're eating at home, I can go out and buy some now. It's only 10 in the morning, plenty of time." Yutaha picked up Peppa from her lap and set the cat aside. Why don't we just eat at the company instead? The cafeteria chef's so good. I saw the pictures Kosen posted in the group suite and sour ribs today. Sounds good to me," Ichin smiled. "Let's go then." Since Yutaha had suggested it, Ichin naturally agreed. After changing clothes, they packed up their 2 cats and set off for the company. On the way, they stopped by Yukino's apartment to pick her up and her cats as well. Harino had already gone to work that morning. Yukino herself had taken a few extra days off from school and planned to go back tomorrow to officially report in and prepare for her final exams. She sat in the back seat with Yutaha, their 2 cat carriers beside them, 4 cats in total. Ichin's cats, Peppa and George, were settled in the front passenger seat. Scrolling through her phone, Yutaha said to Ichin as he drove, "Ichin, tomorrow afternoon after classes, I have a meeting to discuss some details about the drama script. So I won't go to the office with you, okay? They'll pick me up when they're done." "Got it," Ichin nodded. "You'll be home for dinner, though, right? Of course he'll count on you to cook." Yukino glanced over curiously at Yutaha's phone. "So the drama's almost ready to start filming?" Yeah, it's close. The actors have been confirmed, and the set construction's underway. Tomorrow's meeting will cover some of that, too." Then Yutaha began chatting about the drama's production, little behind-the-scenes details Shed learned since joining the script team. Some were insider stories, others were unspoken industry rules, even bits of gossip the public didn't know. Both Yukino and Ichin, listening up front, found themselves stunned by how shady the TV world could be. Before long, they arrived at the company building and, right at the entrance, they saw Kei Yagami pacing around, checking in on her art team's progress. "Oh, Ichin, you guys finally made it back," she called. Ichin smiled. "Yeah, we ran out of food at home, so we figured we'd come here for lunch. We'll be getting back to work this afternoon. How's progress been while I was gone?" "Okay, progress? Excellent as always," she said with a grin and a thumbs up. "But honestly, compared to our team, there's something else you should deal with first. HR's been drowning in new resumes since you left. They wanted to wait until you were back from E3 before processing them, so we had them pre-screen the stack for you." "Right, that's definitely something I need to handle." Ichin nodded, told Yutaha and Yukino to hang around downstairs, and went up to his office. Before E3, they'd already posted a number of open positions, and over May and June had interviewed several candidates, about 10 new hires in total. But after his big E3 appearance and the wave of new game announcements, the company's reputation had exploded. In just 2 or 3 days, over 40 new resumes had arrived, and even that morning, more were still coming in. Looking at the thick, neatly sorted stack HR had placed on his desk, Ichin felt a headache coming on. Still, he wasn't complaining. Having so many people eager to join was a good problem to have. He'd just have to sift through them carefully and bring in as many talented or promising applicants as possible. There were still plenty of empty desks waiting to be filled. He spent the rest of the morning reviewing applications in his office, while downstairs Yutaha and Yukino had grabbed 2 laptops and started playing Fall Guys together. Since they weren't returning to school until tomorrow, there was nothing urgent on their schedules. It was a perfect day to relax. By lunchtime, everyone gathered in the company cafeteria. The chef's cooking did not disappoint. The sweet and sour ribs and tomato beef stew more than made up for the bland meals Ichin had endured in Los Angeles. Well, that wasn't quite fair. Last night's dinner at Yuta's parents' place had been excellent too. In any case, after 2 big bowls of food,